Chapter 1 She crawled into the world of immortal cultivation. Behold, the days idiango before use named Sanyan, duetto an astonishing lilo similarity scori in herthesis, she found herself crawling in despair, inadvertent lie arrive in pram of immortal cultivation. Now, she faced the greatest crisis of existence. If you do not slay Metuday, ishal ensure the tonadeo will experience the torment of having our heart cavidu tantiao bonus granted dust. The killing words entire shiver down Sanyan's spine. Instinctively, Shetter need towards the source of the verse. Flickering candlelight casted him glow. Within the luxurious, rare-silktent, Angman lay white to the black hair, his shans bent to the headboard with red ropes and gold emblems, the corners of his eyes were tinged with our faint rosy hue, and his pupils gleamed like a dark lacquer, reminiscent of fame's rising spirit zito and snare on a sow. Sangnyarn. Schlinsi datharon partialidis robed statianthi nathim, wires nilla stripped bare, her malfunctioning brain struggled to reboot. 2 scans later, her confusion transformed into alarm. Shastily scrambled of him, frantically gathered her piece of clothing, and stumbled towards the exit like her headly chicken. Miss, the maid, Chunner, here stood at the door, was bewildered by the commotion. What brings you othery? Before sang my ankle dressband, Tuna see me to grasp the situation, gently pushing her back inside too highly smiling mischievously. Don't be, when eat nartling ahur, be careful not miss the auspicious time consummating thuniani so food most importance. Creak. The door shoot with aid of a click, sealing itself, Tuna's triumphant voice echo edfantly, let she escape us this time. Inside the room, Sanyan clutched her loose garment, staring at the hangman whose hands were rebent with the ropes. Thyres met, and a nearsilan enveloped hem. Despairing, Sanyan shut her eyes. Only 3 minutes spreer, Shabin screaming in her dormitory, contorting in anguish and crawling in darkness. Yet, somehow some along the line had correlated of old of immortal cultivation. More precisely, shouldn't her de novo set in such a realm. Before us stood the mal lad's White Moonlight, the unfortunately supporting character, Siechenju. The narrative a describe Edemaze an orphan for Mayhow Agage, orphan spiraling into bouts of madness. Blessed with striking looks, he had endured relentless torment abducted by the female antagonist, pursued by the male antagonist, and coveted by the female lured, all while being pursued by the male lured who sought to take the female lured from him. His fate was nothing short of tragic. In essence, he is a woeful soul with precarious mental health and a deeply troubled psyche. Sangnian had not become the novel Shrowan. She was the supporting character Sang Yunling Wo had forcibly taken Siechenju for her own amusement, unlighted her subjection to relentless Abazon humiliation, ultimately driving him to madness. Of course, such action had consequences. He will rather perish than allow her to live, vowing to pierce her throat with a single blade, cleaving here into precisely each in pieces. At this tort, Sang Nianselant lies the Tedam and Philelagai for herself, attempting to preemptively atone for her fate. Carving at hats, grinding benester dust Siechenja has indeed fulfilled her promise. I outful voice each it in Sang Nian's mind. Sang Nian, on highlight, asked, who are you? Alarmeto introduce myself. I am Theolostres Lulu Thesu Premesistum of Hamiltivus, a master of conundrums, an artist, Azinger, the leader of the Little Chick sect, a devoted follower of the Pomegranate Gate, and also. Sang Nian gasped, I read so many Ophio in my head. Lulu. Ding. Your system has gone offline. After the notification, the system fell silent, unresponsive to Hercules, leaving here with Naquasput opened and her inquiries for the Mebeing. This situation Waser Ven Marinton Seth and her this is scory officero, and Sangnian feared might faint from the overwhelming pressor. Given the original host current physical condition, that weighs a very real possibility. The original host, Sang Yunling, was the Zoli sister of the Satai Lord of Qingzhou, suffering from a heart ailment and possessing a frail constitution. Note here, constitution refers not in light of physical health. Due to heralness, Shabin spoily by her from Eliza a kildhood, growing arrogant and willful, lashing gouty tana new here displeased her. Hermito wasto inflicts suffering and no thirst without us contout for her own comfort. Sangian rubbed her throbbington please and sit down at her table, pouring herself a cup of hot tea. After sipping gay fumithfuls, she remembered tea person and the bead and cautiously inquired, would you like some? Xie Chenzhou remained silent, high sunsettling gaze fixed upon her. Sang Nian took small sips until she drained at the cup, and when her head felt less dizzy, she stood up, resolutely walking towards him. She raised her hand. The hangman stared at her intently, his eyes dark with malice. The soft fabric fell away gently. A warm sensation began to envelop her. He looked at her with a hint of surprise. Bending down, Sang Nian began down to the ropes binding his hands, carefully avoiding the gold emblems attached to therapies, speaking rapidly, Ilachugo, and from no one, well but strangers, not knowing any another. Xie Chenzhou lowered his gaze at her nose, and after a moment, snorted derisively, what trick are you trying to play? Sang Nian replied, just pretend I've lost my mind. The knot was top and light-eyed, and no matter how she tried, she called no ton do it, accidentally brushing against the chance and Tashokov head of her. She decided to bend and thate approach, pacing through until she finally found a pair of scissors in her drawer. Yet, even after straining her hands until they were as ore, their pair remained intact. Sang Nian rifled through the original host's memoirs and finally called Totai's ways a special rope. It had been enchanted, impossible to run to you without a specific incantation. The original host had no knowledge of the incantation. Sang Nian dusted of an non-existent and sang stopper for Xie Chenzhou, saying, perhaps he ackled what a moment while I fetch so me an ito assist. Xie Chenzhou did no trespass, his body trembling violently. She jumped back, asking what's wrong with? Hesha Theraglans, his lips curling in a mocking smile, don't you know what's wrong with him? Sang Nian were subtle as four words. Fearing Xie Chenzhou's resistance, her brother had forcefully administered 3 bottles of aphrodisiac to him before they entered the bridal chamber. No wonder Hafolts are hot. Feeling guttily drained, she did not meet his wistful gaze, nor courage Bartolo Cath's body, which was undergoing a transformation. Just hang in there, I'll go find Simeon. Xie Chenzhou commanded, come here. Sang Nian tactfully replied, perhaps not. Isn't this what you wanted? Xie Chenzhou sneered. She stammered, I'm not so sure wanted anymore. Xie Chenzhou gritted his teeth. Sang Yun Ling. His expression was predatory, and Sang Nian retreated in panic. This is indeed awful, I apologize. I'll hold up with conference to apologize to the entire world of immortal cultivation. Just wait, I'll have my brother come and detoxify you immediately. Host, that's no to load, this is part of fire play. Sang Nian stumbled. Ding! The system is back in line. Oh do, this connection is terrible, I just got disconnected, Lulu exclaimed, her very complete idiot tasks. Sang Nian replied in Hermond, what tasks am I suppose Ed to complete? The original host fled after learning of her fact coincidentally, you did from excitement, so the sister Kosio to replace her and maintain the storyline. You need to treat Xie Chenzhou as headed torture him, whip him, and then. Stop. Sang Nian's voice held a faint air of resignation. I just want to go back, fix my thesis, graduate smoothly, and then buy a large watermelon to enjoy in an air-conditioned room while wrapped in a blanket, watching an episode of Gulala the Dark Gods. The athletic students of green pastures. Liu plead cheerfully, that's doable, just tutor him first, let them step you through, and then you can read him. Sang Nian refused, but I don't know how to do that. Huggies are around whipping people for fun. How will the know unless you tree? Lulu countered, if you fail to complete the task you'll be sent next door to Minicol with the hero in Iofe torture novel. After much deliberation, Sang Nian mustered her courage and picked up the original host's whip. Seeing this, Xie Chenzhou's eyes darkened, a shadow woe foreboding crossing his brow. Then, Sang Nian gave herself a solid lash. Crack! The sharp sound echoed and filled the ground with a cry. Liu Liu. Xie Chenzhou. Chapter 2 What? They won't even approve this? Liu Liu gasped in shock, how on earth did you manage that? Sang Nian winced, tears brimming in her eyes. I were callous I did dodge. Defeated, Liu Liu advised, next time, remember to dodge. Sang Nian sniffled, took a deep breath, and once more swung Thew hip in her hand. Xie Chenzhou's gas eternity. Crack! A first gust swept through Tiram, sending the gauze drapes fluttering and shattering the furniture into splinters. Teacups and porcelain verses crashed to the ground, scattering peanuts, red dates, longans, and chestnuts from the fruit platter everywhere. In her panic, she accidentally stepped on only of the fallen nuts, slipping with a loud thud. The room lay in a third eyes. Yet, Sitchen junt the bed remained completely unscathed, no tevana strand of her out half place. Sangyan was dumbfounded. Sitchen ju. Liu liu. Silence envelope head there. Truly, it is worthy of being a heavenly great artifact, Liu liu finalized out of long pores. Even without spiritual energy to drive it possesses destructive power. If it weren't for the formation in Thesrum, it might have been demolished entirely. I told you I don't know how to say it. Sangnian Corden told back in longer, I've never even played with it open my life, let alone used or hypernaperson, I couldn't even manage to hurt myself if it tried. Lulu sighed, perhaps we should treat me things simpler, if that doest work I'll think of another plan. After much coaxing, Sangnian reluctantly covered her so we stand struggled tries. This section has been revised numerous times, but still fails approval. Here is a brief summary. Liu liu go esto retrievian and approved it him. Sangnian. Xie chen ju. Liu liu. Sangnian. Arno, Sierre, Sichenju, Hesha stammered, astonished. It seems their character whose name can't even be mentioned in the title. Liu liu. The weight in her heart finally lifted. After a long silence, it seemed to have magidessa siren of sorts. Well, you feel red I tried your best. Transforming into his Malaya Lauperot, it fell white of her mind dancer clad onto a shoulder, flappingit swings angent light upping her head, Ivy applied for Platesk Fourier. Sangniam felt her wavy off relief wash over her. What is it? You'll find out when the system modifies you tomorrow, Liu Lai said mysteriously. I guarantee it will be without any difficulty. Just as Sangnian was about to respond, a sudden, sharp pain pierced. It felt as if a long needle had been thrust in, causing her to double over, her faces police a sheet. You're about to die, Liu Lai minded her kindly. Frantically searching for a quick-acting heart remedy, Sangnian exclaimed. Liu Lai explained, according to the original plot, tonight you would have a fit, but he made waiting at the door would rescue in time, so I had been down and be unharmed, but not hats has gone, if no one SVs you, you'll die. Sangnian wanted to call for help, but despite her best efforts, she couldn't lie produce few faint sounds, not heaven and to rival a mosquito's butts. Liu Liu comforted her, however, according to the setting, Sichenjer has so an equal constitution, and you suffer from a peculiar illness, as long as you to agagen will, you know, it could help control your condition, if you don't often need her, it might even improve our physique cultivation level. Sangnian couldn't help but think so, Sichenju's a naturally dual cultivating saint body-ish. Liu Li wadded, Urtamice running out. Not dwelling in it further, Sangnian staggered with Sichenju desperately signaling him with who is her voice or siege force a duty at word quick, call me and help me, save me, help him, save me. Before she could finish, the garment she had hastily gathered slipped from her grasp. Sangnian exposed half of her shoulder, which was not permitted for public view. Sichenju stunned. Sangnian dizzy linen jinto bitey his neck. Suck. Sichenju shivering. Sichenju, what are you doing? I can hold on arny longer, let me take you couple of sips. Sangnian lifted her face, her full lips journeyed with this blood, giving the impression of having gapple eyedrouge. Her originally pale and elegant features no bore a noddy dallure. Sichenju's throat moved slightly, forcing himself to speak it of me. I swear, I want Donny Thingels just let me take you a couple of sips. Her tone was weak, her voice low and a forearm like the twift hem toe I beg you. It sounded more like Kiko axing pleath in a request. Sichenju's lips slowly pressed into a straight line, turning his gaze away with effort. With his tacit approval, Sangnian leaned closer to his wound, performing an act that was strictly forbidden. The night breeze fluttered through the diamond patterned window, and the moonlight spilled in like shattered silver, the gauze of fabric gently swaying. The old outside waist tranquil, and the scent of gardenese from Sangnyan Sherming led with the nasal, sweet metallic tang as it wafted past Xie Chenju's nose. It was faint, carrying a slight chill. Hecklin should spumtigly, the veen sunthi back of his bale hand standing out sharply. Thardrope he quivered, and a sound of bills rang out. Hello, censor, this is just for atmosphere, no hidden meaning sheer. Time sleep either way, and Sangnyan Shand grew limp. Sharolad over just in time, re-stinger head and Xie Chen Jasam. What are you doing no, Xie Chen Jas for swasho ass. Sangnyanzalits felt Hashivi as lead, and sure plead weakly if I didn't lie down ill die. Once I wake up ill and cheu thifict softy medicineo to quill wear off by don just bow with it for now. Asha spoke, her voice grew softer until it faded away completely. Perhaps due to the cold and exhaustion, she fell into a deep slumber, nestled against him an uphistory of trust the heart never witnessed before, relying on his or soft warmth without moving. Her breathing was so faint it seemed it could finish at any moment. Xie Chenja was momentarily instant out. When her regained his senses, Hysis were likita kabis, shockingly black. Just another person coveting his full shan blood. Nothing different. Nothing. As the sun rose hintheski, Sangnyan's low lie awakened. Thespe seepside here ways empty, and theorem herben tided up, showing no signals of the previous night showers. She'd attempt to toss it up, her entire budgeting as if it had been dismantled. Most likely Zultov whipping herself last night. With this thought, Sangnyan's expression twisted in pain. The next moment, the door swung open, and maid entered quietly, led by Chunner, the maid ho har grown up alongside her. Peeking through her curtain, Tuner asked, Miss, shall we freshen up now? Sangnyan foreseed a smile, yes. Ashther wuff their cover sang got ut half bed, sheckled and thelt buttle to tapinigasp. Tuner inquired, Ariun well. Sangnyan replied, Doya Arvina Metzinef for external injuries. Tuna produced a porcelain bottle had prepared an advanced visible sent from the Medicine King Valley. I've heard they've changed their formula, and it works soon as for external injuries. The sang family controlled the largest spirit stone emanating Qingzhou, leading to frequent healings with Tima Jia sects and theoria. After taking the medicine, Sangnyan indeed felt much better. She stored the remaining pulse in her spatial bag and instructed, let's keep some off ice in hand, it will show lickum in hand in future. Tuna stifled agigal. Sangnyan realized it had been misunderstood and felt it necessary to clarify what he meant was. Last night's commotion was a lot of the sang family heard it, Tuna complained, paying master really lacks discretion. Sangnyan's composure complete like crumbled hoe. Tuna continued, Buchu cm to look better than as usual. Ast he's a tat the dressing table, Sangnayanga zed a reflection. Thegalin the mirror appeared to be around 16 or 17, with a parley, bloodless face, a point edging, as mal blush coloured mulla between her brows, and yes that were bright and clear like peach blossoms. Sporsa resemblance to her original self. However, her with the reedy yellow hair, excessively thin frame, and the faint bluish hue on her brow made it clear to Onion that she was not destined need for longevity. Thus was considered looking better. What must shave looked like before? Sangnyan shook her head, by the way, where I see a Chenju. Oh, him, Tuna's aid Kasuliash brought her basin of water to welfare wash her face, hes being punished ebith as a tie lord. Sangnyan near lichoked in disbelief, being punished. At that moment, the long-silent system suddenly chimed twice in rapid succession. Ding task change successful, please conquer the melee supporting character, Xie Chenju, within 7 months. Current favorability level of Xie Chenju towards you 123060. Sangnyan. Heaven. Is. Falling. On. Me. Chapter 3, A man only becomes obedient after a beating. Bang, the silver basin filled with water was overturned, and Sangnyan dashed outside, exclaiming, where is Xie Chenju now? Chunner, momentarily bewildered, chased after her while clutching a comb. Miss, what is the matter? What is the matter? I am on the brink of death. Sangnyan wished for the world to crumble at that very moment. Why did my brother hit Xie Chenju? He's merely an escaped slave, miss. Your infatuation with him is already a stroke of fortune bestowed upon him after 8 lifetimes. How dare he show you disrespect? Is it not justified that he be punished? Chunna retorted indignantly. Moreover, considering how he tormented you last night, it is evident he sought revenge. He certainly deserves a proper lesson. Sang Nyan faltered for a moment. In truth, this matter is not entirely his fault. Miss, do not absolve him, Chunna interjected. We all understand the truth of the situation. Sang Nyan, no, you do not understand. It was early May, the gentlest season of the year. The breeze caressed the branches like soft silk, dislodging a few petals of pear blossoms. Sang Yunling adored pear blossoms, prompting Lord Sang to plant an entire garden filled with these rare and precious varieties, their flowering season prolonged, resembling snow piled upon the branches. A few drops of crimson splattered upon the blossoms, tracing 2 lines of vermilion tears amidst the expanse of pure white. The sun was briefly obscured by thick clouds, casting a somber light that rendered everything in a cool hue. In stark contrast, one figure stood out in a shocking red. He was bound by rough ropes, suspended from a willow tree, the coarse fibers deeply embedded into his flesh. It was unclear how many lashes he had received. His tattered garments hung about him, and blood droplets continually fell from his wounds. How dare you tarnish the lady's favourite flowers? An executioner bellowed, cracking the whip with a piercing sound. Sang Nyan rushed onto the scene, her heart nearly leaping from her chest as she shouted, "Stop!" Upon hearing her voice, the crowd halted and bowed respectfully. Sang Nyan gasped for breath. Lower him down. The onlookers exchanged glances. But this is the Lord's command. I command you. Sang Nyan raised her voice. Lower him down. Ultimately, they dared not defy her, hastily bringing Xie Chenju down. He fell heavily to the ground, violently coughing up blood. Struggling, he lifted his head to gaze at Sang Nyan. A few strands of hair, indistinguishable as drenched by blood or cold sweat, clung to his pale face, devoid of any light, as still as a frozen pond. Their eyes met, and Sang Nyan's heart raced. Without time to ponder further, she intended to assess Xie Chenju's injuries, but Chunna grasped her hand, advising, "Miss, do not approach. It could harm your eyes, and besides, his wounds are gruesome. It may frighten you." Sang Nyan shook off her grip, crouching down to assist Xie Chenju, yet found no unscathed skin to touch. His flesh was laid bare, a horrific sight. Recalling something, she swiftly retrieved a healing elixir from her storage pouch. "Open your mouth." Xie Chenju turned his head away, signaling his refusal. She explained, "This is not poison, it is a healing elixir." Yet he remained obstinate. Sang Nyan forcefully pried his mouth open and shoved it inside. The elixir dissolved upon entry, leaving him no chance to expel it. "You think I wish to save you," she scolded fiercely. "If it weren't for your somewhat handsome appearance, I wouldn't even bother." Unexpectedly, Xie Chenju did not respond with anger. Instead, he chuckled, blood spilling as he did so. "Sang Nyan, Xie Chenju, stop laughing, it frightens me." Suddenly, Xie Chenju's lips moved slightly, his voice barely audible. She leaned closer to listen. He murmured, "What a pity, no one in this world can kill me." Even in this dire situation, he remained so defiant. Sang Nyan felt a surge of guilt. "I had no idea my brother would act this way. We owe you an apology. Focus on recuperating, and we shall address everything else once you heal." Only after speaking did she realize that Xie Chenju had fainted at some point. She instructed Chunna, "Take him away, use the finest medicine, and ensure he does not perish." Chunna reluctantly complied. As Sang Nyan prepared to leave, a guard blocked her path. "Miss, the Lord requests your presence." Sang Nyan nodded and turned towards the main courtyard study. Liu Liu transformed into a small parrot and landed on her shoulder, yawning before boasting. "So, how is it? The new task is quite simple, isn't it?" "Indeed, it's as easy as pie," Sang Nyan replied with a smile. As she spoke, she seized Liu Liu unawares, tightly squeezing it in her palm. Liu Liu screeched in terror, "Help, they're killing the little chicken. Someone is out to slay the clever, adorable, and beautiful little chicken." The guards in front frequently glanced back as Sang Nyan pinched Liu Liu's feathers. "Be quiet, or I'll pluck them out right now." Liu Liu immediately covered its beak, simultaneously accusing her through the system, "What you are doing is wrong." This is mistreatment of staff. I will inform the Master God. Prepare to be sent to coal mining. Negative 12,000 in favorability. Seng Yan sneered. Isn't this what you claimed last night, that there would be no difficulty? Liu Liu stuttered. Well, 12,000 is not that much of a challenge. Seng Yan tightened her grip on it again. Liu Liu, silky and submissive, knelt. I am sorry. Only then did Seng Yan release her hold, feeling a wave of discouragement wash over her as she contemplated her bleak future. By the way, how did you know his blood would be useful to you? It inquired cautiously. Seng Yan poked its round, rosy cheeks. Isn't this a cliché trope in novels? As long as a person possesses a unique constitution, their blood must harbor some peculiar attribute, capable of exorcising demons, warding off evil, and even serving as a walking medical kit. It's suitable for all sorts of uses. Liu Liu nodded in realization. Right. Just as they were conversing, they arrived at the study. As Sang Nian was about to knock, a man's voice called from within. Nian Nian has arrived. This was the original owner's childhood name, identical to Sang Nian's actual name. Sang Nian responded, it is I. A flurry of footsteps echoed, and the door swung open abruptly, revealing a tall young man clad in an exquisite purple robe, his deep-set features strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of solemnity that deterred approach. Yet the moment he laid eyes on Sang Nian, his expression softened, even betraying a hint of subtle eagerness to please. Come in. Sang Nian lowered her head as she entered the study. Upon noticing Liu Liu bouncing on her shoulder, he smiled. When did you acquire a parrot? Sang Nian replied vaguely, just in the past couple of days. I thought it would be amusing to have one. Then in a few days, brother will invite the disciples from the Beast Master sect to help it cultivate spiritual intelligence, and it will be able to accompany you for a long time, he remarked. Sang Nian, fearing others would discern the truth, hastily declined. No need, it was merely a whim. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lord Sang's face, yet he quickly resumed his cordial demeanor. There is sweet soup on the table that you like. He watched eagerly as Sang Nian, unable to resist, took a symbolic sip, finding the taste delightful, and took another. Lord Sang was taken aback by her response. Sang Nian observed this and sighed inwardly. The relationship between the original owner and him was far from amicable. Their mother had perished during childbirth, and she was born frail, destined to succumb. It was her brother, Lord Sang, who refused to give up, tirelessly employing countless rare herbs and elixirs to nurture her to this age, yet her body remained plagued by illness, and any day could be her last. She resented her mother for bringing her into the world and loathed her brother for subjecting her to years of suffering, thus deliberately distancing herself from him and never displaying a kind expression. Lord Sang, feeling guilt-ridden, grew increasingly compliant to her whims, even when she insisted on marrying Xie Chenju, someone whom others merely regarded as an escaped slave. He complied despite his dissatisfaction. As her thoughts returned to the present, Sang Nian stirred her soup, the jade spoon lightly tapping against the bowl, producing a delicate sound. Did brother summon me for something specific? Just as Lord Sang was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed as he grasped the corner of her left sleeve. Where did this blood come from? Are you hurt? Sang Nian glanced at it and replied truthfully, it is Xie Chenju's. However, Lord Sang misinterpreted her words and released his grip, his brows furrowing. Are you blaming me for having him beaten? Sang Nian ambiguously nodded. Brother only has your best interests at heart. That boy Xie Chenju is clearly difficult to manage, Lord Sang earnestly advised. Listen to me, a man only becomes obedient after a beating. Coddling him is of no use whatsoever. Sang Nian, such a simplistic belief, it leaves one utterly speechless. Chapter 4, a single technique to effortlessly master the art of intimacy. All right, brother will no longer strike him, Lord Sang hastily reassured, fearing that his relationship with his sister might further deteriorate. As long as he serves you diligently and ceases to show you disdain, always contemplating an escape, I promise, whatever he desires, I shall grant him, even the entire Qingju. Sang Nian set down her bowl. Understood. Is there anything else? The reason I summoned you this time is to present you with something. At this juncture, his expression turned somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat and retrieved a book without a cover from the innermost part of the bookshelf. You must diligently study the contents within this tome. It will benefit your health. Sang Yan accepted it, but just as she was about to open it, he pressed his hand upon it. Best to read it in your room. Very well. She tucked it into her sleeve. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Go on. He raised his hand as if to pat her head, but it hovered in the air for a moment before gently resting on her shoulder. He softly urged, remember to take your medicine on time. I shall visit you later. Sang Nyan departed with the maid who had been waiting outside the door not far along their path. A heavily armoured man approached briskly, his expression grave. Upon seeing Sang Nyan, he nodded at her and strode directly into the study. Is something amiss in the city? Why does Captain Lin appear so troubled? The maid inquired curiously. Sang Nyan caught a petal of pear blossoms drifting in the wind, lowering her gaze in silence. A monster had emerged in Qingju. According to the narrative, in half a month's time, the protagonists would arrive to hunt the beast. She and Xie Chenju would also be leaving then. She released the petal, her gaze drifting into the distance. What kind of place would the celestial leisure sect be? Is Xie Chenju feeling any better? Upon returning to her residence, Xianyin Pavilion, Sang Nyan promptly inquired about Xie Chenju's injuries. He has taken his medicine, and the physician has examined him. He merely needs to rest for a few days, and he shall be fine, Shunna reported, presenting a bowl of dark medicinal concoction. Miss, you should also take your medicine. Sang Nyan wrinkled her brow as she accepted it, holding her breath before tilting her head back to drink it all down. Shunna observed in astonishment, why is it that today you drank it without needing coaxing? Regardless, it must be consumed, Sang Nyan grimaced, her features contorting in distaste. I certainly do not wish to meet an early demise. Goodness, miss, you are destined to live a long life, Shunna exclaimed, bringing forth a dish of preserved plums. Quickly, eat some to alleviate the bitterness. Sang Nyan popped a sugar-preserved plum into her mouth, her previously contorted face gradually relaxing. Suddenly recalling something, she raised the dish. Where is Xie Chenju? Shunna cautiously gauged her expression. He is in the same woodshed he used to reside in. Sang Nyan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. The heavens conspired against her. Miss? Shunna exclaimed in panic. Are you unwell again? Sang Nyan waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine, though her heart felt overwhelmingly weary. I shall go see him. In truth, Xie Chenju had once been treated favorably by the original owner. After rescuing him from near death, she had lavished him with silks and delicacies, yet he had disregarded her kindness. Fixated solely on leaving, the original owner had never endured such indignity and had subsequently cast him into the woodshed, forcing him to toil alongside the lowest of servants, even instructing the household staff to chastise him until he submitted. Xie Chenju had persistently refused to bow his head, even when faced with the brink of death. The woodshed was situated in the most secluded corner of the backyard, with 3 out of 4 windows broken and 2 large holes in the roof, effectively rendering it a 360-degree dead zone. The space within was cramped and cluttered, with various items piled high, leaving just enough room for a rickety table, while the floor was strewn with dry straw, serving as a makeshift bed. Sang Nyan stood at the threshold, her heart pounding as she gazed at the rickety door that seemed poised to be swept away by the wind at any moment. It was indeed a feat for the original owner to have found such a dilapidated place amidst the opulence of the Lord's mansion. Miss, perhaps we should reconsider, Shunna muttered anxiously. If you wish to see the young master, you could simply send someone to summon him. Such a wretched place is no fit for you to visit in person. Sang Nyan pretended not to hear, you all wait outside. With that, she stepped inside the room. The orientation of the woodshed was poor. It was cold and damp inside, with the corners coated in thick moss due to years of water seepage, and even during the day, the light was feeble. Wind gusted in from every corner, rattling the only intact window. Qingju was bitterly cold, where winter turned droplets into ice. The book did not elaborate on how Xie Chenju had endured an entire winter in such conditions, but he later developed a severe aversion to the cold, falling gravely ill with each winter, likely a lingering consequence of this experience. Sang Yan withdrew her gaze from the surroundings and focused on the youth curled up in the corner. He had not yet awakened, and his blood-soaked garments had been replaced, the slightly oversized collar revealing a pair of deeply set collarbones. Truly, this was the realm of cultivators. In such a short time, his grievous injuries had nearly healed. She casually placed the dish of preserved plums on the table and squatted beside him, propping her chin on her hand to observe closely. After taking his medicine, the youth's pallor was no longer the hauntingly pale shade it had been before. His long, delicate eyelashes lay softly against his eyelids, his high nose bridge and tightly pressed thin lips rendering his features exquisitely refined, bordering on feminine beauty. Yet, undeniably, he was striking. Sang Yan mused, however, possessing such beauty without the ability to protect oneself was not necessarily an advantage. She shook her head and was about to leave when her peripheral vision caught sight of an ant crawling across Xie Chenzhou's face. With a gasp, she instinctively lifted her hand to brush it away. As her fingertips descended, a pair of dark, deep-set eyes opened. Quietly regarding Sang Yan, startled, she instinctively recoiled, nearly losing her balance. Once she regained her composure, she patted her chest and hurriedly explained, "Do not misunderstand, there was merely an ant on your face." Xie Chenzhou sat up against the wall, indifferent to her mention of the ant, his cold gaze fixed upon her. "What brings you here?" "Oh, that." Sang Yan turned to pick up the dish of preserved plums and mentally rehearsed her words. With a stammer, she began, "In any case, you were beaten today because of me, and while I certainly do not feel guilty, I thought this dish of plums was rather unpalatable, so I deemed it a reward for you. If you perceive it as a veiled humiliation, then I cannot help that." As she spoke, she extended the porcelain dish towards Xie Chenzhou, yet he did not take it. He was engrossed in perusing a book. The soft, gauzy light of dusk filtered through the window, casting an odd expression upon his face. Odd. Sang Yan instinctively reached for her sleeve, only to realize that the book her brother had given her was missing. "It must have accidentally fallen earlier," she pointed out. "This is mine." Xie Chenzhou closed the book and returned it to her, his ears turning a deep shade of red, the flush creeping down to the nape of his neck. Sang Yan, puzzled, asked, "What is wrong with you? You look like a boiled shrimp." Xie Chenzhou turned his face away. "It is nothing." If he claimed it was nothing, it was undoubtedly something. Sang Yan set down the dish and closely examined the book, which bore no title on its blank cover. The mysterious nature of its contents piqued her curiosity. Could it be some unparalleled technique? Her eyes brightened as she suppressed her excitement, nervously flipping open a page. The title on the frontispiece was inscribed in bold characters, "Secrets of Yin and Yang." A single technique to effortlessly master the art of intimacy. Below was a note in smaller script, handwritten by the sect master of the Erhuan sect. "This is a unique edition." The background depicted an intimate scene between two individuals, with particular emphasis on the crucial areas, rendered with exquisite detail, almost lifelike. Sang Yan, Dam, Chapter 5, I will not be your furnace, not even in death. Bang, the book slammed shut with a force. A boiled shrimp suddenly appeared in the room. Neither Sang Yan nor Xie Chenzhou uttered a word. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, just as Sang Yan was about to carve a dream castle into the ground with her foot, Xie Chenzhou slowly spoke. "You wish for me to be your furnace." It was a statement, not a question, devoid of any punctuation indicating inquiry. A furnace, an object of indescribable significance in the realm of cultivation, primarily referring to the one being utilized. Good heavens, what a dreadful misunderstanding this is. Sang Yan frantically waved her hands. "That's not me. I didn't say that." "Stop spouting nonsense," Xie Chenzhou replied. "Your book states otherwise." Sang Yan retorted, "That book isn't mine. It was a gift from my brother, who has a penchant for causing trouble for my sister." "What was the purpose of that gift?" "To use Xie Chenzhou as a furnace, to extract from him thoroughly." Sang Yan despondently realized that this explanation would yield no favorable outcome. She could only muster the courage to act as if nothing had transpired and firmly declared, "This is not a legitimate book. You must not read it again." With that, she hastily shoved the book into her storage bag and deftly changed the subject. "Let us discuss a matter. I will not be your furnace." Xie Chenzhou's tone was rigid, laced with a hint of finality. You may kill me right now, Sang Yan gritted her teeth and replied, I've already said I have no such intention. Xie Chenju tugged at the corners of his mouth. Then what do you wish to discuss with me? Sang Yan endeavored to normalize her tone. Starting today, you shall move to reside in my Xianyan pavilion. Xie Chenju scoffed. The atmosphere grew tense, her fists clenched tightly. Sang Yan rolled up her sleeves only to let them drop repeatedly, until she finally managed to conjure a somewhat grim smile. What I mean is, we are already wed, yet you continue to reside in such a place. If word gets out, it will tarnish my reputation. Before he could refuse, she turned to leave, her tone resolute. If you do not agree, I shall have this shabby dwelling demolished. Xie Chenju lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Once her footsteps faded from earshot, he lifted his eyelids, his gaze settling on the table. A dish of candied fruits, brought to humiliate him, lay quietly, its colors vibrant and translucent. Reputation? What reputation does Sang Yunling possess? This excuse was absurdly laughable. It was merely a cover for ulterior motives. Xie Chenju picked up a piece of sugar-coated green plum, hesitating before taking a bite. The sweetness of the honey and the tartness of the plum gradually melted in his mouth, and only then did he realize that his tongue was bitter. The lingering taste of medicine, which clung to him like a stubborn shadow, was easily dispelled, leaving behind a strange, soft sweetness. Xie Chenju was momentarily taken aback. What else could I desire? Of course, it is his body, Sang Yan said to Liu Liu in the Xianyan pavilion. The lord of Sang City had sent an array of supplies for small birds, and Liu Liu was eagerly devouring the finest millet, occasionally responding, You intend to sleep with him? Not exactly, Sang Yan replied. This is all for the sake of a mission. Besides, in the event of an unexpected illness, it would be safer for him to be nearby. How troublesome, Liu Liu commented, flapping its wings and plucking a feather to clean its beak. Clearly, a single night's rest could resolve both matters, yet you insist on complicating things. What would you, an aberrant avian, know about such matters? Sang Yan playfully pushed its head into the bowl. Just eat your food. Chun-Er entered the room, lifting the curtain, and upon seeing her expression, looked as if she understood everything. Miss, has your husband angered you again? She cheerfully suggested. Why don't we heed the Lord's advice and give him a good thrashing? Indeed, she had grown up alongside the original owner. Sang Yan rubbed her forehead. Xie Chenju was not present. How could he have offended her? She lightly struck Chun-Er on the head, causing her to yelp, covering her head with tear-filled eyes as she gazed at Sang Yan. Sang Yan declared, From now on, you are not to bully Xie Chenju. Why not? Chun-Er asked, bewildered. Sang Yan pondered for a moment before providing a reasonable explanation. He is now my husband. If you treat him this way, what will others think of you, my lady? Chun-Er pouted. I understand. Furthermore, gather a few people to tidy up the room next to mine, Sang Yan instructed. Xie Chenju will reside there from now on. Chun-Er nearly jumped up. Why, that is my room. Sang Yan paused, realizing, oh right, that's where Chun-Er sleeps. Then find a vacant room in the Xianyan pavilion that is close to the main house for him. She emphasized, it must be arranged like my room, with all the necessary furniture, not just a tattered mat thrown on the floor as a bed. Chun-Er wore an expression that suggested she wanted to roll her eyes but dared not, forcing herself to hold it back. How infuriating, that Xie Chenju is indeed a seducer. She ground her teeth in frustration. He has bewitched you, miss, to the point where you can hardly find your bearings. Before she could finish her sentence, she received another light smack on the head, her face filled with grievance. Sang Yan's tone rose. Aren't you going to take care of it? Chun-Er sulkily walked away. The servants of the Lord's residence were remarkably efficient. That very evening, Xie Chenju found himself standing before the Xianyan pavilion. His entire belongings amounted to merely a few old garments, so relocating posed no significant trouble. Chun-Er, leading the way, muttered complaints throughout. Finally, she stopped in her tracks and warned, You, a lowly escaped slave, owe your current situation entirely to Our Lady. She cherishes you, so you should accompany her peacefully, without harboring any other thoughts. Should you dare to disrespect her, you will meet a most gruesome end. Xie Chenju brushed past her, pushing open the crimson door, standing at the threshold between darkness and light. I am not an escaped slave. Chun-Er did not care, whether you are or not. You are merely an object. With that, she was unwilling to linger any longer and turned to leave. Creak, the door closed, darkness surged like a tide, and the room fell into silence. Xie Chenju remained standing for an indeterminate time before finally moving his stiff legs to light a lamp. The soft glow dispelled the night-esque gloom. Seated at the table, he surveyed the surroundings, his eyes dark as night. The decor was nearly identical to Sang Yan's room, exuding an air of opulence. This was the cage she had chosen for herself, merely a small bird. Ding Xie Chenju's favorability -10, current favorability -123,070. But, upon hearing the system notification, Sang Yan sprayed out the tea she had just sipped without losing a single drop. Confounded, she exclaimed, "What on earth?" Liu Liu sprawled on the bed, casually munching on sunflower seeds, and upon hearing her, waved a paw dismissively. Xie Chenju's favorability towards you has decreased. What? Sang Yan asked. Why did it suddenly drop by 10? Liu Liu pondered for 2 seconds before realizing. I know why. What is it? Under Sang Yan's anxious gaze, it slowly replied. Xie Chenju must have overindulged in sunflower seeds and developed a sore in his mouth. Sang Yan snatched the sunflower seeds from Liu Liu. I believe your brain must be addled. If you dare to eat on my bed again, I shall pluck every feather from you. Liu Liu, QAQ Chapter 6. The paper you wrote bears no traces of any scientific training whatsoever. As Sang Yan's irritation grew, she thought, I provided him with such a lavish house, and he still dares to express dissatisfaction. Liu Liu remarked, perhaps he suspects your intentions. After all, offering kindness without reason is often a prelude to deceit. Sang Yan's lips twitched. That's true. Given that my favorability rating has plummeted to -120,000, he must perceive ulterior motives in everything I do. She pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples. He probably rehearses in his mind the various ways to eliminate me each day. Liu Liu disagreed with her assessment. You're being too conservative. It couldn't possibly be just once, at least a 4-digit number to start with. Sang Yan kicked off her shoes and tossed them to the side, recalling another pressing concern. By the way, I lack the skill to wield the original owner's whip. In half a month, when that demon arrives, what if I inadvertently strike too hard and end up dead? According to the original storyline, a demon invades Qingju City, aiming for a significant haul, but the city lord is no fool and sends cultivators to exterminate it before it can wreak havoc. Unfortunately, it ultimately escapes, severely injured and filled with hatred. It abducts the city lord's sister, but fortunately, several disciples from the Xiao sect happen to pass by and come to her rescue. One of those disciples is the female protagonist of this tale, Su Xuan. Thus, the narrative unfolds. Liu Liu said, you won't die. The original owner possesses an array of defensive artifacts, all top-tier orange weapons. Even a nascent soul cultivator would have to fight for a long time. You just need to lie back and wait for the female protagonist to come to your rescue. Sang Yan felt relieved and sighed. It's wonderful to have money. Liu Liu rubbed her round belly and echoed, indeed, it is wonderful to have money. The following day, Sang Yan deliberately rose early. She instructed the kitchen to prepare an extra breakfast, intending to share it with Xie Chenju, hoping to cultivate some rapport with him. However, as she took a step towards him, a series of notification sounds rang in her ears. Ding favorability -10, ding favorability -10, ding favorability -10. Sang Yan looked at Xie Chenju, whose expression remained impassive, and, undeterred, took another step forward. Ding favorability -100, Xie Chenju's current favorability -123,200. Sang Yan was utterly flabbergasted. She decided to give up, opting for 6 meals a day, each consisting of 3 bowls, and spent her time doing calisthenics while maintaining a safe distance from Xie Chenju. Half a month swiftly passed. On a moonless, windy night, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the Xianyin pavilion. What a striking beauty, it cackled, its tone flippant as it peered through the sheer, delicate veil. Be a good little plaything for your brother in my chamber. Sang Yan, having waited long enough, sprang up from the bed, eagerly extending her arms. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The shadow turned and left. Sang Yan was taken aback. Oh, did you forget something? In the next moment, commotion erupted from another room. What a striking beauty. Alarmed, Sang Yan realized that direction was Xie Chenju. Without a moment to ponder, she dashed over. Bang! She kicked the door open, revealing a room shrouded in dark mist. Xie Chenju was entangled with something, his figure indistinct save for a rough outline. "Stop struggling," the shadow sneered. "Be a good little plaything for your brother." "Har har har har," Sang Yan exclaimed. "You've got the wrong person. I am the City Lord's sister." The shadow hesitated briefly, glancing between Xie Chenju and Sang Yan before finally saying, "Next time, for sure." With that, it whisked Xie Chenju away into the night. Seeing them about to leave, Sang Yan, in a moment of desperation, took a running leap, attempting to pull Xie Chenju down. To her dismay, the instant her hand brushed against his clothing, the world spun around her, and she lost consciousness. "Sang Yan, why did you entrust such rubbish to me? From start to finish, I only saw a blank mind. Your paper shows no signs of having undergone any scientific training." Time passed, and a familiar voice reached Sang Yan's ears. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and finally discerned her surroundings. In the sweltering summer heat, the leaves of the camphor trees outside the glass window reflected the sunlight, a vibrant, glossy green. The air conditioning hummed silently in the excessively cold office, where her mentor animatedly spoke, his lips moving fervently. Had she returned before she could relish the thought, her mentor slammed the printed paper onto the desk, his tone colder than a knife that had filleted fish for a decade. "Extension denied." With a thunderous crash, her world shattered. Sang Yan jolted upright, cold sweat soaking her inner garments. So it was just a dream. Her heart raced, and she shook her head in disbelief. That was too terrifying. Drip, drip, water droplets fell from the crevices above her, and the stone surface she lay upon was damp, her skirt soaked through. No wonder it was so cold. Sang Yan splashed some water on her face, shaking off the remnants of her disorientation. She stood, twisting her skirt as she surveyed her surroundings. This was an expansive underground cavern, dimly lit, with moss covering the rocky walls, exuding an eerie chill. "Xie Chenju." The demon had vanished, and she called out, her voice echoing against the walls, but received no reply. "Liu Liu," she called again. A flash of white light emerged from her consciousness, a small parrot landing on her shoulder. "What is it?" "Where's Xie Chenju?" she inquired. "In the adjacent cavern," it replied. Sang Yan, her heart heavy with worry, felt a sense of dread. "He can't be dead, can he?" "Not yet. He still has a breath left," Liu Liu reassured her. Sang Yan quickened her pace, filled with regret. "Had I known, I would have equipped him with a couple of protective artifacts as well. Now, if he dies, I'm finished too." "But why did that demon capture him instead of me?" she pondered. "The original plot didn't unfold this way." Liu Liu scratched its head. "Perhaps it's a beauty lover." Sang Yan interjected. Liu Liu remained silent, turning a corner. A larger cavern loomed ahead. The walls were embedded with many luminescent stones, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. A bed made of stone was covered with thick, soft animal furs, and Xie Chenju lay upon it, dressed in black. Sang Yan hurried over. Xie Chenju. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. "Quick, check what's wrong with him," she urged Liu Liu. Liu Liu's tone grew serious. "He lacks protective artifacts and has been poisoned by the demon. His condition is dire." Sang Yan swiftly removed all her artifacts and placed them in his embrace. "Is it too late for me to help him now?" "If you wish to save him, there's only one way left," Liu Liu stated. "What is it?" Sang Yan asked. As soon as she spoke, a feather transformed into phosphorescent light and dove into her brow. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed beside Xie Chenju. "It was my mistake. I should never have given birth to you." The world was dim, and heavy rain poured down. Cold raindrops pelted her, and Sang Yan abruptly opened her eyes. Bewildered, she looked around, confused about how she had suddenly arrived in this desolate wilderness. In the distance, voices mingled with the sound of rain, but they were indistinct. She wiped her face with her sleeve and looked up. There stood a peculiar pair, a mother and child. The wind, carrying a scent of mud, stirred the woman's simple garments. She gazed down at the child kneeling at her feet, his face obscured. "Xie Chenju, I should never have given birth to you," she articulated slowly. Sang Yan's heart raced. She lowered her gaze to the frail, muddy child kneeling below. That child was Xie Chenju, Chapter 7. The wind howled as the world crumbled around her. She cried out his name, Xie Chenju. Sang Yan could not fathom the nature of this chaos. Just as she attempted to approach them, an invisible barrier obstructed her path. Instinctively, she called out to the system. This dreamscape is Xie Chenju's past, a manifestation of the memories he fears most and desperately seeks to evade, Liu Liu explained. You possess no such memories. Thus, the visions you witnessed were merely reflections of your own deepest fears. The distinction lay in the fact that every frame in this realm was a genuine occurrence. Sang Yan grasped the situation. How can I possibly bring him out? Liu Liu replied, wait. Thus, she remained rooted in place, observing the unfolding events. Mother, I was wrong. On the other side of the barrier, the 5-year-old Xie Chenju looked up, his obsidian eyes filled with terror. He longed to tug at his mother's sleeve but hesitated, pleading, please don't leave me. The woman merely gazed at him. After what felt like an eternity, she unsheathed her sword, its tip poised against his throat. Just a mere inch forward, and this fragile life would be extinguished. The 5-year-old Xie Chenju wiped the rain from his face and timidly inquired, Mother, are you going to kill me? She remained silent, and the blade suddenly descended, unhesitatingly piercing his heart. Blood gushed forth, swiftly diluted by the rain. Xie Chenju let out a short cry, trembling as he grasped the sword's hilt, his fingers blooded yet refusing to relent, repeatedly shaking his head and murmuring, Mother, please don't leave me. I will listen to you, he promised. The woman kicked him away with force and turned, striding away. He disregarded the gaping wound from which blood flowed freely, struggling to rise and desperately clutching her leg, his voice tinged with tears but still cautious, please don't leave me. She kicked him away once more, her tone as frigid as ice, if you dare to follow, I will kill you. Xie Chenju seemed oblivious to her threat, continuing to chase her retreating figure. Time and again, he fell, only to rise from the mire, calling out for his mother. At last, she said, wait here, Mother will return once she has concluded her matters. Hope filled his eyes, really. She patted his head and turned to leave, never once glancing back. Not a single time, until her figure vanished entirely, swallowed by the seemingly endless downpour. The small child lay on the ground, finally succumbing to tears. His cries were soft, akin to the whimpers of a young animal. Sang Yan gritted her teeth and shouted toward the barrier, Xie Chenju. Unaware, he remained curled in the pool of blood, silent. Liu Liu remarked, he cannot hear your voice, do not waste your efforts. In the next instant, the barrier rippled with countless undulating patterns, and the entire world shifted dramatically. The scene surrounding Sang Yan transformed, no longer a desolate wilderness. In a bustling market, Xie Chenju found himself cornered by a group of ragged children in a shadowy alley. Xie Chenju did not perish in that rain. When he awoke, the wound on his chest had miraculously healed, leaving only a faint scar. He waited in that spot for 3 days and nights, yet his promised mother never returned. On the 4th day, barely clinging to life, Xie Chenju entered the city, becoming a beggar to survive. However, the young beggar was met with disdain from his peers. He is a monster. Yesterday, I saw him beaten to death and tossed into a well, yet today he is alive again. He is a monster, one child screamed, terror etched across the faces of the others. Throw stones at him, don't let him near. I'm not a monster, 6-year-old Xie Chenju attempted to defend himself. I climbed up by myself. I didn't die. A sharp stone grazed his forehead, tearing open a gruesome gash. Blood surged forth. The alley fell eerily silent. In the next moment, the wound on Xie Chenju's forehead ceased to bleed, healing at a visible pace, leaving only a faint scar. The children erupted in screams, shoving him aside as they fled. With a dull thud, Xie Chenju's back collided heavily against the wall, sliding down to the ground. He did not cry. Silently he stood up, dusting off his clothes, and gazed up at the gentle evening glow on the horizon. After a moment, he murmured, I'm not a monster. Xie Chenju began to wander, tirelessly searching for the mother who had abandoned him, seeking the vague memory of home. While begging, he encountered a person, a young man dressed finely, speaking with gentleness. He patted Xie Chenju's head, his palm warm, claiming he knew the whereabouts of his mother and inviting him to come along. Xie Chenju followed him. The journey was long, and when he finally regained his senses, he found himself imprisoned in a cage. There was never any news of his mother. It was merely a ruse to deceive an innocent child. The man approached with a dagger, forcefully gripping the boy's slender hand, dragging him out of the cage like livestock. Xie Chenju struggled fiercely, the iron chains clanking against his ankles, a cacophony of sound. All was in vain. His fingers were severed, 1, 2, 3, until he lost consciousness. Only then did the young man toss him back into the cage, satisfied with his severed fingers as he departed. Perhaps a month passed, or maybe a year, but Xie Chenju's lost fingers gradually regrew. The agony of reconstituting bone and flesh was 100-fold more excruciating than the initial severance. It was a long and arduous process, unbearably painful. Xie Chenju spent countless sleepless nights, tossing and turning on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. On the day his body had fully healed, the young man returned. His gaze upon Xie Chenju was fervent. "I was right, you truly are," he paused, smiling. "From now on, you shall be called Undying. Every inch of your flesh and blood shall become a treasure coveted by all. In the future, countless people will worship you as a deity." Xie Chenju bared his teeth like a young beast. "Get away, my mother will surely come to kill you." Once again, the dagger was brandished, this time severing Xie Chenju's tongue. Thus, he could not even let out a scream. The young man remained unsatisfied, raising the blade once more. Xie Chenju's eyes widened in horror as he covered his blooded mouth, retreating continuously. The young man frowned and gently waved his sleeve. In a flash of cold light, Xie Chenju collapsed, staring blankly at his severed legs lying not far away, emitting a strange sound as realization dawned upon him. Soon, he could see no more. The young man had gouged out his eyes. In the pitch-black dungeon, a chilling air seeped into his bones as the small child lay in a pool of blood, trembling as he waved his mutilated arms, uttering indistinct sounds. The young man circled around him, his pristine white attire unmarred by dust. He calmly observed the child's reactions, occasionally jotting down notes in a small booklet. Not far away, Sang Yan trembled, gasping for breath. Xie Chenju had just been dismembered right before her eyes. Here, in this very place, Sang Yan's stomach twisted painfully, her face pale as she bent over, dry heaving but producing nothing. After a long moment, she staggered closer, desperate to discern what he was saying. After much effort, she finally pieced together 3 words from his disjointed utterances. He was pleading, "Save me." Sang Yan crouched down, burying her face in her arms. Each passing day, she hoped for someone to rescue Xie Chenju, yet no one came. Time and again, he was dismembered, only to have his body restored, praying through the cold nights for someone to come and save him. Anyone would do. His self-healing speed accelerated, and eventually, he could grow entirely new legs in just 3 days. This cycle persisted for 7 years. The small Xie Chenju transformed into a youth, pale, silent, and emaciated at the age of 14. He no longer prayed at the wall, nor did he weep from pain. His expression was often numb, devoid of any emotion. The distance between the barrier and him gradually diminished. Sang Niarn had a premonition that the day she fully reached his side would mark the end of the dream. The young man had also matured into a man. No longer content with merely dismembering Xie Chenju's limbs, his gaze began to wander elsewhere. "Undying, your flesh and blood can save countless lives," he said, his tone still gentle, "so, endure a little longer." The blade pressed against Xie Chenju's chest, inching downward. Xie Chenju's eyes were pitch black, long lashes quietly hanging, devoid of any light. A few steps away, Sang Yan desperately pounded against the barrier. "Let me through, let me through." Bang! At the instant the blade penetrated, a sharp sound echoed through the void, the barrier fracturing like a spider's web, countless shards transforming into specks of light. Sang Yan shouted, "Xie Chenju." Not Undying, but Xie Chenju. The youth blinked slowly, lifting his face inch by inch. Starlight tore through the darkness. In the blinding radiance descending from above, a girl stretched out her hand to him with all her might. The wind howled as the world collapsed, and she called his name loudly, "Xie Chenju. I will take you away. I have come to save you," she proclaimed. Ding Xie Chenju's affection has increased by 130 million. Warning. Xie Chenju's affection has exceeded the limit. System malfunction under investigation. System functioning properly. Chapter 8, A modicum of martial knowledge in the vast, empty stone cavern. Xie Chenju opened his eyes, his heart still racing wildly within his chest. He stared vacantly at the rocky ceiling above, and after a considerable pause, he slowly turned his stiff neck to survey his surroundings. Then, he froze. Beside him lay a young girl, still in slumber, curled up into a small ball. The gentle luminescence from an unknown mineral illuminated the top of her head, casting a tiny swirl of light. Upon recognizing her face, Xie Chenju's dazed gaze suddenly sharpened, a subtle chill spreading through his eyes. Ding. Xie Chenju's current affection level -100,000. Task assessment unsuccessful. Host, please try harder. On the bed, just as Xie Chenju was about to turn and sit up, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Beneath the wide and soft azure garment, two delicate hands were tightly gripping his fingertips, warm and dry against his skin. Xie Chenju's breath hitched momentarily. And the next instant, Sang Yan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as she was on the verge of awakening. Regaining his composure, he jerked his hand away abruptly and sat up. As he did so, the protective talisman that Sang Yan had placed in his embrace tumbled down, landing silently on the soft, fur-covered bed, emitting a faint glow. Xie Chenju was taken aback. You have finally awakened. Sang Yan exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. Seeing that he appeared unharmed, her eyes sparkled with sudden brightness as she leaned in to check on him, her voice crisp with concern. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? The distance between them was minimal, allowing Xie Chenju to discern the small mole nestled between her brows. A long red ribbon cascaded beside the girl's cheek as she tilted her face upwards to look at him, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Her features mirrored those of the person from his dreams. His fingertips twitched involuntarily, unconsciously digging into the soft fur beneath him. Ding. Xie Chenju's affection level 100. Sang Yan tilted her head, catching sight of the array of gaudy protective charms scattered about and suddenly understanding. You need not feel overly grateful to me. After all, you are half a resident of the City Lord's mansion. Protecting you is my duty as the future City Lord. She began to gather the items one by one, and finally, she carelessly tossed a delicate jade die at him, waving her hand nonchalantly. This one's quite ugly, consider it a gift. She made no mention of the dream, and after a moment of hesitation, Xie Chenju's tone was stiff as he inquired, You entered my dream. You mean that illusion created by the demonic poison? Sang Yan's face paled at the memory. I was just about to tell you, it was terrifying in there. Xie Chenju's palm abruptly clenched, his knuckles whitening. Sang Yan continued to voice her complaints. It was pitch black in there, I couldn't see a thing and had to fumble around for ages before I finally found you. She shivered slightly. I've been afraid of the dark since I was a child. Xie Chenju replied. Was there nothing else? Sang Yan responded, Nope. Xie Chenju fixed his gaze on Sang Yan, who appeared completely at ease. After a brief moment, he let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Sang Yan tidied herself up and asked, The people from the City Lord's mansion should arrive to rescue us soon. Shall we wait here? Millimeter. In his sea of consciousness, Liu urged urgently, Why didn't you finish your sentence? The task was almost successful just now. Sang Yan remained silent for a few seconds before retorting, Why would I want to tear open a wound that has only just begun to heal, especially when it still festers inside? At the moment the dream ended, her consciousness had detached, along with the negative emotions generated within. Yet those images remained vivid in her mind, causing her to shudder at each recollection. If an onlooker could feel such dread, what must Xie Chenju, who had lived through it, be feeling? Liu protested. How can that be considered tearing open a wound? Sang Yan replied, puzzled. Then what do you want me to say to him? Should I tell him I saw you being abandoned by your mother? Or should I say I witnessed you being dismembered for grotesque experiments, watching you suffer every moment, feeling as if you were chained like a dog, never seeing the light of day? That I bravely saved you, and thus you should be grateful and fall in love with me. Liu's voice lacked conviction as he countered, but you could just say a little bit, emphasizing the fact that you saved him. Sang Yan insisted, I already highlighted that point. I told him I saved him. Right, Liu Liu was almost swayed by her logic but quickly refuted, no, something still feels off. Sang Nian sighed, you said that was a past dream. The person who saved Xie Chenju in reality is not me. Given that, what significance does it hold for him to know that the person he dislikes most witnessed him at his most wretched? Moreover, many topics, once broached, could unravel a whole web of memories. Memory is like a vine, always leading from the head to the tail. Those pains and despair still linger, waiting for him, merely requiring the slightest thought to resurface. She did not wish to be the catalyst for that. Liu Liu could not grasp the underlying meaning of her words but chose not to argue further, simply stating, I cannot outmatch your reasoning. After all, you only have 7 months, you must weigh it in your heart. Sang Nian cast a glance at Xie Chenju, her expression weary. With the heavens collapsing at the onset, what can I possibly do? Noticing her gaze, Xie Chenju turned to look at her. His eyes briefly lingered on the damp hem of her skirt before he quickly averted his gaze. Sang Nian's eyes darted, feeling a surge of determination. She spoke dryly to Xie Chenju, that monster looks quite terrifying. As expected, Xie Chenju ignored her. Sang Nian's tone dipped lower, I wonder if we will make it back alive, perhaps we might perish here. Xie Chenju's brows furrowed slightly, she reached out cautiously, tugging at the sleeve of his garment, and implored, in light of my saving you, if we manage to escape this time, would you promise me one thing? Xie Chenju raised his eyelids. Let us share a meal together. She withdrew her hand, resting her chin on her palm as she gazed at him. Every time I wish to have breakfast with you, you seem so displeased. We've never even shared a meal together. She continued, what do you say, Xie Chenju? The crystalline light from the mineral above poured down softly, illuminating the girl's dense eyelashes, casting a small shadow beneath her eyes, fluttering gently as her gaze shifted, like a butterfly yearning to take flight. Xie Chenju's eyes lingered for a moment, yet he offered no response. Rising to leave, I will search for the exit. Hey, wait for me. Sang Nian hurriedly leapt from the bed to chase after him. Let's go together. The underground caves interconnected, each appearing largely similar, making it challenging to discern when one was lost. The two wandered within for the better part of the day, and Sang Nian, utterly exhausted, had yet to catch a glimpse of the female protagonist. Not only the protagonist, but even the monster that had captured them had yet to make an appearance. I can hardly move anymore, she declared to Liu Liu in a final ultimatum, this cannot continue. If the protagonist doesn't show up soon, I will navigate my way back myself. Liu Liu was distraught, his feathers nearly falling out. It makes no sense, the protagonist should have arrived long ago. What on earth has gone wrong? Meanwhile, in the nearby dense forest of Qingju City, the girl in white stared vacantly. Senior brother, it seems we have taken a wrong turn again. The girl in red wore a blank expression. Senior brother, we have been wandering in this forest for 3 days and nights. The young man they referred to as senior brother scratched his nose awkwardly. This place prohibits flight. It is quite inconvenient for route reconnaissance. As soon as he spoke, a pink figure stealthily flitted past him. The youth's eyes brightened, and he reached out to grab the figure, discovering it to be a man. He politely inquired, might I ask this esteemed demon brother for directions? The man in pink struggled, who do you think you are? Let me go, or else I will summon my friends. The youth replied, I am Wen Buyu, the eldest disciple of the Free and Easy sect. The girl in white followed suit with a bow, Su Xuan of the Free and Easy sect. The girl in red rolled her eyes, Chu Yao of the Free and Easy sect. The man in pink rolled his eyes even more dramatically, I don't care which sect you belong to. I have no time to deal with you, just scram. Wen Buyu elegantly rolled up his flowing sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and said gently, I have a modicum of martial knowledge. The man in pink instantly broke into a grin, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. What do you wish to ask? Wen Buyu inquired, where is the exit of this dense forest? The man replied, just keep walking west. Wen Buyu expressed his gratitude, thank you. Now can you let me go? The man in pink asked. Wen Buyu released his grip and began to lead his companions away. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Could you please tell me which direction to go west? The man in pink was left speechless, silently raising his left hand. When Buyu's face brightened with gratitude, his smile warm and friendly. Thank you, esteemed brother. However, I noticed you seem rather suspicious. With a grotesque appearance and a flustered demeanor, might you be facing some trouble? If so, before he could finish, the man in pink bellowed, you're the suspicious one, you're the grotesque one, your whole family is suspicious and grotesque. With that, he swung his arm dramatically, and a torrent of black mist surged forth. I'm going all out with you today. It's a fight to the death. Chapter 9. He suddenly recalled that, many years ago, he too had once waited for someone in such a manner. In the dim cavern, after me. Turning to Liu Liu, she declared, I have activated the navigation. Liu Liu had no choice but to acquiesce. All right then. A chime from the system announced the commencement of navigation. Sang Yan tugged at Xie Chenju's sleeve, saying, I've found the way. Follow me. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Xie Chenju's eyes, but he said nothing, silently trailing behind her. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Sang Yan quickened her pace. As the distance diminished, the illumination grew ever brighter, gradually revealing a narrow opening above them. Attempting to climb, she found the rock face bare and devoid of footholds. Turning to Xie Chenju, she proposed, how about you step on my shoulders to ascend first, and then retrieve a rope to rescue me? Xie Chenju glanced at her slender back, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips as he crouched before her. Climb on. Without hesitation, Sang Yan grasped the rocky wall and carefully stepped onto his shoulder. He rose steadily, her height barely allowed her to reach the opening, and with all her strength, she pushed against the ledge to climb upward. Once she succeeded, she reiterated, I will be back shortly. You must wait for me. With that, she hurriedly dashed away. Xie Chenju gazed upward at the narrow sky for a moment before retreating to a corner where he sat against the wall, pinching the bridge of his nose. He should have killed her, he mused, or rather, he should have done so long ago. This was an opportune moment. Staring at his pale right hand with a brooding expression, his fingers curled inward, the tips pressing deeply into his palm. Alas, she would not return. Such a perilous place was not meant for a noble young lady. From beginning to end, she had been drawn into this danger solely because of him, and he was but an object to her, easily discarded. Sang Yan. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from above. He lifted his head, the mocking curve of his lips gradually flattening, his eyes wide with astonishment. A small head, adorned with soft fur, poked through the opening. The girl had returned, grinning at him. For a fleeting moment, Xie Chenju felt dazed. He recalled that, many years ago, he too had waited for someone in this very manner, only then, he had not been met with such fortune. A crooked vine swung down before him, unaware of his momentary trance. Sang Yan cheerfully exclaimed, I couldn't find a rope, so I went into the woods and cut a few vines to tie together. I tested it, and it's sturdy. Grab hold, and I'll pull you up, she urged. Xie Chenju snapped back to reality, slowly grasping the vine, his toes finding leverage against the rock as he gradually ascended through the narrow opening. The moment he emerged, a brilliant light enveloped him. The night had passed, and the eastern horizon was graced by a resplendent sun, casting ribbons of dawn across the azure sky. Beside him, the girl's dark eyes sparkled with radiant hues, reflecting the magnificent glow of the sunrise. For the first time, Xie Chenju noticed that the insufferable Sang Yunling possessed a pair of rather exquisite eyes. I promised I would return to rescue you, and I never break my word, Sang Yan stated, wiping the mud from her face with the back of her hand. She appeared to have fallen recently, her cheeks and hair speckled with fresh mud, and her dress was no exception, yet, her demeanor was strikingly proud, utterly oblivious to her own disheveled appearance. From this angle, Xie Chenju could see her palms. They were once the delicate hands of a sheltered lady, soft and unblemished, never having endured a scratch, but now, coarse grit had marred her tender skin, causing her wounds to swell grotesquely, mingled with flecks of blood in the mud. Notification. Xie Chenju's favorability 100. Upon hearing the notification, Sang Yan's eyes brightened. Xie Chenju suddenly spoke, Sang Yunling. Sang Yan, startled, realized he was calling her name. Sang Yan's smile froze before she could respond. A rustling in the nearby thicket announced the approach of a wolf-like beast with blood-red eyes. drawn by the scent of blood. It moved with such rapidity that it was upon them in an instant, roaring as it bared its sharp fangs, glinting menacingly. Sang Yan gasped, small, she barely uttered a syllable when Xie Chenju raised his hand and effortlessly seized the creature. His expression remained calm as he tightened his grip. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. The wolf demon's head burst apart like a shattered watermelon, crimson and ivory mingling in a grotesque display. The world fell silent. After a long pause, Sang Yan touched her face, her fingertips slick and sticky, her body suddenly stiffening. Xie Chenju, blooded hands still, unexpectedly chuckled softly. Are you frightened? He raised an eyebrow at her, afraid that I might do the same to you. His voice was light, with an unsettling lilt that sent shivers down her spine. Under his gaze, Sang Yan stared blankly, slowly articulating, I am no longer clean. Xie Chenju, Sang Yan, oh. Xie Chenju. In a flurry, she waved her hands, covering her mouth as she turned away, retching violently. Once she regained her composure, she caught sight of Xie Chenju's blooded hands again, and her stomach churned anew, almost bringing up her bile. Could you, Sang Yan managed to ask, wash your hands first? Her tone was quite tactful, you truly look quite revolting right now. Xie Chenju, he glared at her, while she clasped her hands together, a hopeful expression on her face. After a moment of stalemate, he turned on his heel and walked away, his footsteps crunching loudly on the dry twigs beneath him. Not far off, a shallow stream awaited. Xie Chenju halted at the stream's edge, crouching down to immerse his hands in the clear water. Bright red quickly spread through the water, only to be carried away by the current. Repeating this cycle endlessly. He stared into the water, lost in thought, until suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Turning, he found Sang Yan crouched on a rather uneven slab of stone, fervently splashing water onto her face, as if eager to scrub away the remnants of blood and brain matter. After a considerable time, she paused, turning her face from side to side, repeatedly asking, how is it? Is it clean? The girl's fair cheeks were flushed from scrubbing, damp strands of hair clung to her face, and her collar and sleeves were soaked through. Cleanliness was indeed achieved. Xie Chenju withdrew his gaze, offering a non-committal hum, as he lifted his hand from the water, droplets cascading down his fingers. Noticing, Sang Yan withdrew a silk handkerchief from her sleeve, hastily wiping her face before tremblingly grasping Xie Chenju's hand. Instinctively, he attempted to pull away, but she frowned, saying, don't move. He ceased his struggle, watching as she meticulously wiped away the watermarks from his hands. The girl lowered her head, and from this angle, he could see the crown of her dark hair, her long lashes, and the delicate tip of her nose. At that moment, her lashes trembled, and her nose was a bright red. Warm droplets splashed onto his palm, startling him. He involuntarily curled his fingers slightly. An inexplicable irritation surged within him. Why are you crying? Was she truly so terrified of him killing her? Upon hearing this, Sang Yan raised her reddened eyes, her voice choked with emotion. I don't want to cry, but your stench of blood is overwhelming, it's making my eyes hurt. Xie Chenju, Chapter 10. She wanted to slap him, yet hesitated. He forcefully pried her fingers apart, gritting his teeth. Sang Yunling, are you truly not the least bit afraid that I might kill you? Sang Yan, belatedly coming to her senses, felt a cold drop of sweat slowly trickle down her forehead. So, you possess two faces, do you? Xie Chenju responded with a scoff. The weakling Xie Chenju from the original story, whom even a dog could trample upon, now effortlessly crushed the skull of a demon beast with his bare hands. Sang Yan was utterly perplexed about where things had gone awry. All she knew was that her chances of survival were slim. Xie Chenju observed the myriad of expressions on her face as he stepped closer, his gaze lowered upon her, a smile devoid of warmth. Why the silence? Sang Yan stumbled backward, sighing, I cannot possibly defeat you. If you wish to kill me, what can I do? He pressed forward relentlessly. So, does this mean you consent to my killing you? Sang Yan had one foot already in the water, the slippery pebbles beneath making it hard for her to maintain her balance. Am I allowed to disagree? Xie Chenju advanced. No. Sang Nian continued, then can we at least get to dry land? Otherwise, the corpse floating in the water might frighten the fishermen. Xie Chenju raised an eyebrow. No. Sang Nian felt her temper flare. I refuse to die on the shore today. She pushed him with all her might. To her surprise, he remained unmoved, and she lost her footing, her body tilting dangerously. Just as she was about to fall, a hand swiftly grasped her collar. Sang Nian looked up in panic. It was Xie Chenju. Just as she felt a moment of relief, he smirked and slowly released his grip. Finger by finger, with a splash, Sang Nian fell backward into the water. The waves erupted around her. The water was not deep, only reaching her waist. After a few moments of floundering, she steadied herself, glaring up at Xie Chenju. He looked down at her, and seeing her in such a disheveled state seemed to amuse him, eliciting a sudden, inexplicable laugh from him. His voice, like shards of ice meeting stone, carried far across the water's surface, bright and youthful. Sang Nian, divine gold. She ground her back teeth together, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, and unexpectedly grabbed his ankle. Yet, with a thud, the previously calm waters erupted once more. Xie Chenju emerged from the water, wiping his face, his expression as unyielding as ever as he regarded Sang Nian. She flashed a smirk at him. Oh, what happened to your smile? Were you born without the capacity to smile? His face darkened as he suddenly grasped her throat. Sang Nian sighed, patting the back of his hand, resigned. Stop fooling around, Xie Chenju, you cannot kill. Xie Chenju continued to gaze at her coldly. In the midst of their standoff, a low, bubbling voice emerged from below. My dear, what game are you playing? Can I join? Sang Nian. Bubbles gurgled up from the depths. In the next moment, a bruised and battered man surfaced awkwardly. He wore a tattered pink long robe, clutching a wriggling yellow catfish in his mouth, and with one hand pushed back his soaked hair, offering a devilish grin to Xie Chenju and Sang Nian. You must also like a dashing and suave water demon like me. Xie Chenju, Sang Nian gasped. Where did this water ghost come from? Mind your words. The alleged water ghost tossed away the fish that had slapped him twice. What if he seeks a substitute? The pink-clad man retorted angrily. I told you, I am not a ghost. With that, he flew in front of them, blocking their path, a cold smirk on his face. After all the trouble I went through to bring you here, you think you can escape? Dream on. Sang Nian exclaimed, so it was you. HMPH, I have already shaken off all my pursuers. As he spoke, the pink-clad man languidly licked his lips, casting a flirtatious glance at Xie Chenju. No one will disturb our moment of intimacy. Sang Nian couldn't help but cover her eyes. The scene was truly unbearable to witness. Noticing her reaction, the pink-clad man's grin widened, more audacious than ever. Don't worry, little beauty, once I'm done with him, I'll come to you. Or do you wish to join him? He exclaimed excitedly. How wonderful. 3 is a crowd. I want to sleep between you two. Sang Nian, she wanted to slap him but was somewhat apprehensive about him licking her hand. Turning to Xie Chenju, she said, I feel. How about you? Xie Chenju, expressionless, replied, he does not count as a person. I advise you to surrender obediently and refrain from futile struggles. The pink-clad man pulled out a small knife from his cloak, licking the blade with a slurp, cackling. Should you accidentally injure yourselves? Before he could finish, his mouth twitched, and his entire body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning. Thud, he collapsed. Sang Nian. Xie Chenju, insanity. The man's limbs continued to spasm, and knowing the importance of a finishing blow, Sang Nian promptly retrieved a 3-meter-long wolf fang club from her storage pouch. The pink-clad man. He trembled and turned over, attempting to crawl away. Do you think I've only been doing calisthenics for the past half-month? Sang Nian raised the wolf fang club, grinning maliciously. Next time, for sure. A plaything in the ledger. 3. In the next moment, a shrill scream pierced the morning air, startling countless birds into flight. The scream persisted for a considerable time until a few startled voices echoed from nearby. Stop! Miss, please release that rather unfortunate demon. Indeed. Your actions are far too cruel. Sang-Nyan turned towards the voices, her gaze colliding with a few figures by the roadside. Two young women and a young man, draped in flowing garments, bore waist tokens inscribed with the name of the Carefree sect. Observing their extraordinary beauty, coupled with the young man's distinctively aloof demeanor, Sang-Nyan's intuition told her that these were the protagonists she had been eagerly awaiting. However, gazing down at the pink-clad man who, as expected, the three of them swiftly flew to the blooded pink-clad man's side, confronting Sang-Nyan with stern expressions. Please cease your assault on this rather disheveled demon. Sang-Nyan, wake up. The person you ought to be rescuing is me, it's me. Chapter 11. I am a magnificent octopus, neither coveting wealth nor taking lives, so what if I have a penchant for beauty? Sang-Nyan resolved to salvage this twisted narrative. She recounted the events that had transpired with utmost speed, emphasizing her position as the innocent victim who had been forcibly taken. Wen Buyu and the others exchanged glances. And who might this be? They inquired, gesturing towards the silent Xie Chenju, who was leaning against a tree. Just as Sang-Nyan was about to introduce him, she stumbled over her words, stammering, "He is my friend, also taken by this monster." Xie Chenju raised an eyebrow but chose not to refute her claim. The group fell into a momentary silence after her statement. Sang-Nyan felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back. According to the original text, the protagonist group had felt disdain upon first meeting the original character, even regretting their decision to rescue her. Would they believe her words? Just then, she felt a piercing gaze fixed upon her. Looking up, she found Chu Yao staring intently. Her eyes narrowed. Sang-Nyan swallowed hard. What are you looking at? Sang-Nyan, such a robust physique. Wen Buyu lamented with a sigh. Sang-Nyan, suddenly feeling a bit bashful, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and Wen Buyu seemed to have made an observation, exclaiming with a shy smile towards the man in pink, "We meet again." However, upon recognizing Wen Buyu's face, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Sang-Nyan, curious, asked, "Do you know each other?" Wen Buyu replied, "I chanced upon this brother earlier. Thanks to him, we were guided." However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly turned hostile towards me. Su Xuan added, after exchanging a few blows, "My senior brother fled, claiming his mother was calling him home for dinner, in quite a hurry." No wonder the lad returned with a bruised face. It seemed he had already endured a beating. Sang-Nyan sighed deeply. "What should we do now?" Chu Yao inquired. "I certainly do not wish to carry him along. Perhaps we should just kill him." No sooner had she finished speaking than the pink-clad man woke with a start. "How dare you abduct a virtuous woman and her good friend? I shall chop you to pieces." Just as she raised her sword, Su Xuan deftly wrapped her arms around her leg, repeatedly urging, "Senior sister, please calm down." "Wait. I still have two things to say," the pink-clad man shouted. Chu Yao sneered, "You, of all people, dare to speak to us, how ridiculous." Wen Buyu sighed, "Junior sister, how many times must I remind you to be polite?" Chu Yao replied, "Fine." She stepped on the pink-clad man's face. "What do you wish to say, you fool?" "First, I am not a fool. Second, I have not harmed anyone." The pink-clad man cried out, "I am but a Nave octopus prince from the East Sea, who has longed for the land. Last month, I rejected a marriage proposal from a squid, secretly coming ashore to seek true love. I am a loyal creature, only enamored with those two, with no intention of capturing others. Ultimately, I simply have an appreciation for beauty." At this point, the octopus prince suddenly grew emboldened, exclaiming, "I am a splendid octopus, neither seeking wealth nor taking." His line of questioning was nothing short of deafening. The group fell into a momentary silence. Only Wen Buyu, after careful consideration, nodded slightly, as if having made a resolute decision. He helped the octopus prince to his feet, kindly removing the weeds from his hair, then produced a gleaming axe from his sleeve. In the face of the man's terror, he raised the axe, smiled gently, and maintained his polite demeanor. "You have a point, but to prevent you from ever again indulging in such desires and causing further trouble, it is best that I take care of this root of yours today. Fear not, it won't hurt much. My axe is quite sharp." The octopus prince, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, tears streaming down his face as he screamed, "I won't dare, I truly won't dare, I will return to the sea tomorrow, no, today. The land is far too terrifying, I shall never set foot on shore again." Behind him, Sang Yan thought, the demeanor of this protagonist group seems rather different from the book's description. According to the original text, the heroine Su Xuan is ethereal as a celestial being, the male lead Wenbuyu is delicate and refined, while the second female lead Chu Yao is gentle and endearingly nave. Yet now, she glanced at Wenbuyu, muscular and pursuing the octopus demon with an axe, well, delicate and refined. She then looked at Chu Yao, who was explosively outspoken, well, gentle and endearingly nave. Finally, she turned to Su Xuan, who was skillfully employing unarmed combat techniques while clutching Chu Yao's leg. Well, ethereal as a celestial being, Sang Yan felt a tangle of emotions, how to put it. All their personas were falling apart, yet, from another perspective, could this not be seen as a manifestation of their camaraderie? Nyan Nyan. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. Upon closer inspection, it was a throng of sword-flying cultivators. Countless armored soldiers surged forth from the ground, led by none other than Lord Sang. The commotion was overwhelming, and Wenbuyu momentarily lost focus, allowing the octopus demon to seize the opportunity to swiftly. Lord Sang cast a glance at his companions, and immediately a team of men pursued after him. He strode towards Sang Yan, gripping her shoulders and assessing her from head to toe, relieved to find her disheveled but unharmed. He exhaled a long breath, his eyes filled with concern. You have suffered. Sang Yan hid her scraped hand, obediently shaking her head. Brother, I am fine. Lord Sang's gaze shifted to Xie Chenju, his expression darkening. Is this how you protect Nyan Nyan? Xie Chenju pressed his lips into a straight line, remaining silent. This attitude only fueled Lord Sang's anger further as he raised his hand. You, brother. Sang Yan clung tightly to his arm. You must see these gallant heroes. She desperately shifted the topic to Wenbuyu and the others. They happened to pass by and helped us drive away the monster. We must express our gratitude. With outsiders present, Lord Sang managed to temper his fury, his expression softening. Thank you, gallant heroes, for saving my sister. If you do not mind, please join us at my residence for a modest drink before departing. Wenbuyu cupped his hands. Thank you, Lord Sang, for your kind offer. However, this matter is but a trifling one, and we must continue our journey. His last word had barely left his lips when he found himself lifted into a luxurious carriage. Blinking in confusion, a hint of bewilderment flashed across his face. Nearby, Chu Yao was sprawled comfortably on a soft couch. Senior brother, let us accompany them back. I have wandered the forest for 3 days and nights, and I truly lack the strength to travel any further. Su Xuan was massaging her legs, eagerly agreeing. Senior sister is right. We should indeed take a moment to rest. Wenbuyu found himself at a loss as to what to do with them, ultimately conceding. He glanced around and curiously asked, where are young Master Xie and Miss Sang? Are they not coming? Outside the carriage, Sang Yan pulled Lord Sang aside. Brother, I managed to escape unscathed thanks to Xie Chenju. He is not as you imagine, having helped me greatly, and I am very grateful to him. She spoke earnestly. Lord Sang dismissed her words. That is what he ought to do. Sang Yan insisted, regardless, you must not make things difficult for him in the future. Lord Sang sensed something was amiss. What exactly happened? Sang Yan was left speechless. What else could have happened? Xie Chenju is truly a person of intellect. Chapter 12. Xie Chenju, you are undoubtedly the most formidable person I have ever encountered. Receiving no reply, Lord Sang furrowed his brow and inquired, has Xie Chenju been complaining about me in your presence? No, Sang Yan replied. I have eyes. I can see for myself. If I hadn't intervened just now, you would have struck him. As Lord Sang prepared to speak, she preempted him. Xie Chenju and I are now family, not enemies. If you truly care for me, please refrain from such behavior. Noticing her anger, Lord Sang flicked his sleeves and huffed sarcastically. It's only been a few days since the wedding, and already you've forsaken your brother. Sang Yan retorted, Sang Qian. Her brother, addressed directly by his full name, found amusement rather than annoyance, reaching out to smooth her hair, conceding with a sigh, understood. Only then did Sang Yan relax her furrowed brow. Lord Sang turned and commanded loudly, return to the manor. The crowd began to count off, orderly and composed. Only Xie Chenju remained in place, isolated, as if the others had forgotten his presence. Yet countless eyes scrutinized him from the shadows, contempt, derision, sympathy, and caution, all present. A finger prodded his back. He turned, expressionless. Sang Nian said, "Come with me, I have something to discuss." Xie Chenju brushed her hand aside, his demeanor cold. "Release me now, and I shall spare your life." Sang Nian offered no response, dragging him toward another carriage. The interior was spacious, filled with the fragrance of unknown incense wafting gently from a burner, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded forest. She did not permit her attendants to follow, ensuring their conversation remained private. Taking a seat first, she nodded for Xie Chenju to sit across from her. He seemed indifferent, his face betraying no emotion. "If Miss Sang has something to say, please proceed." Across the low table, Sang Nian sat upright, her expression earnest. "You just mentioned your desire to leave. My response is that I cannot permit you to go at this moment." The moment the words left her lips, a series of notifications indicating a drop in favorability echoed in her mind. The young man in black opposite her darkened, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Sang Nian quickly added, "However, I assure you that soon, you will have the opportunity to leave Qingju. When that time comes, I will not hinder you." The notifications ceased. Xie Chenju scrutinized her, sneering. "Sang Yunling, what tricks are you attempting to play?" Sang Nian met his gaze directly. "If you doubt my words, I can swear an oath, a blood oath." In the realm of cultivation, a blood oath holds the same binding power as the heavenly Tao oaths used by practitioners. Should one violate it, they would perish. Xie Chenju offered no reply. Outside the carriage, a gust of wind rustled the treetops, casting dappled shadows across the half-open window. Swaying uncertainly, silence enveloped the carriage for what felt like an eternity until the wind subsided. Xie Chenju lowered his gaze to her, speaking softly. "Sang Yunling, I despise being deceived." Sang Nian smiled. "What a coincidence, I never lie. If I were to deceive you, you would be free to kill me." Xie Chenju chuckled lightly. "You are quite confident." "Of course." With that, Sang Nian tapped her fingers on the table, feigning displeasure. "Could you kindly take a seat? I am straining my neck to look at you, and it's quite uncomfortable." Xie Chenju adjusted his robes and sat across from her. Sang Nian poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. "I know you loathe me, even without you saying it. Rest assured, I won't cling to you as I did before." The corners of Xie Chenju's eyes curled in mockery. "You'd best keep your word." Sang Nian ignored his sarcasm, mustering her courage to suggest, "Then, before you leave, can we coexist peacefully? Let us not think of killing each other. I won't trouble you further. How does that sound?" Xie Chenju leaned back in his chair, his demeanor growing more languid and indifferent. "As you wish." She exhaled in relief, the worry on her brow dissipating, and raised her cup cheerfully. Then it settled. Xie Chenju lifted his cup, studying the exquisite patterns on its surface. Noticing his deliberate disregard, Sang Nian shrugged, maintaining her cheerful facade. She tilted her head back and drained the tea in one gulp, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, turning the delicate tea into a bold act. Xie Chenju's voice held a hint of derision. "It appears your brother never taught you the etiquette expected of a lady of noble birth." "Honestly," Sang Nian retorted, "have you ever seen a noble lady carry a whip to strike people?" Immediately, she felt a pang of guilt as she recalled that he had not only seen it but had also experienced it firsthand. As expected, while a smile lingered on Xie Chenju's lips, his gaze darkened. Sang Nian strategically lowered her head to peel an orange, feigning ignorance. "I remember you were an ordinary mortal like me. How did you suddenly become so powerful?" Xie Chenju replied coolly, "I was injured before and lost my powers. I have only just recovered. Had I regained my strength sooner," he chuckled coldly, "you wouldn't be here today." Sang Nian responded with a casual, "Oh," continuing to peel the orange, lapsing into silence. Her calm demeanor intrigued Xie Chenju, who observed her quietly. He had expected her to probe into his background or express fear, but the girl across from him pondered for a moment before softly stating, "But to become this strong, you must have endured tremendous suffering." Xie Chenju paused, taken aback. A perfectly peeled orange segment, missing a piece, was pushed toward him, glistening in the light. The fresh citrus scent overpowered the delicate aroma of the incense, intertwining in the air. The smile that had graced Xie Chenju's lips slowly faded. "Sang Nian, struggling to swallow the orange, wiped her fingers clean and rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with bright eyes. Xie Chenju, you are now the most formidable person I know. Xie Chenju's fingers absent-mindedly traced the raised patterns on the cup, lowering his gaze to sip the now lukewarm tea, his thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes, obscuring his emotions. Ding Xie Chenju's favorability 100. Sang Nian smiled brightly. Do you not enjoy oranges? She nudged the plate closer. They're quite sweet. After a moment, Xie Chenju set his cup down, picked an orange segment, and placed it in his mouth. An indescribable sourness flooded his palate, making him involuntarily grimace. He lifted his gaze to Sang Nian. She spoke with seriousness. Most people don't know that the next segment of a sour orange is often the sweetest on the tree, as it has absorbed all the sugars. Xie Chenju, skeptical, sampled another piece. Xie Chenju, Sang Nian eagerly awaited his reaction and burst into laughter. Silly, there's no truth to that. If one segment is sour, the whole orange must be sour. Yet Xie Chenju replied, it is sweet. Sang Nian scoffed, no way. He took another piece, expression unchanged, and offered her the remaining half. These are honey oranges from Liuju. Only one segment is sour, the rest are all sweet. Sang Nian. Could it be that the varieties of oranges in the realm of cultivation were indeed different? She scrutinized Xie Chenju's expression, hesitating before finally deciding to break off a segment, cautiously taking a small bite. Sang Nian, Xie Chenju casually inquired, how is it? Sang Nian responded with an exaggerated gesture, raising her middle finger, then recollected herself, straightened her features, and dashed off with the orange, heading straight for Su Xuan's carriage. Soon, laughter and screams filled the air simultaneously. Xie Chenju propped his chin on one hand, listening intently to the commotion next door, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He touched his lips, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the dense forest by the roadside, his pupils constricting. At the highest branches stood two crows, their feathers black as night, their eyes a haunting green. Upon meeting Xie Chenju's gaze, the birds nodded at him and took flight. By the window, the warmth in Xie Chenju's eyes gradually faded, as he lowered his head, focusing intently on his slender fingers. It seems I have been found after all. Chapter 13. Cursed, grow out. By the time Sang Nian returned to the Lord's residence, the sky had darkened. She had no time to console the tearful and snotty Chunner, as she hurriedly took a change of clothes and indulged in a thorough 3-hour bath in the hot springs. Only when the scent of blood had completely vanished from her skin did she finally feel satisfied enough to crawl into bed, where she fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. When she awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky. As Sang Nian turned over, intending to catch a bit more sleep, she was suddenly met with a pair of swollen, peach-like eyes staring at her from the bedside, causing the remnants of her drowsiness to dissipate instantly. She shot upright, about to call for help. Chunner, with a face full of grievance, said, Miss, it's me. Sang Nian pressed her palm to her racing heart, exclaiming, one day, you will frighten me to death. Chunner sniffed, lowering her head in dejection. Sang Nian asked, you kept watch over me all night. Chunner replied, I was afraid you would be taken away again. Sang Nian sighed, feeling helpless, and opened her arms to embrace her. All right, I'm fine now, you can rest easy. Chunner pouted, it's all Xie Chenju's fault. The Lord said you were captured by that monster because you were trying to save him. He is indeed a vixen, causing you great trouble. What vixen? Sang Nian found it somewhat amusing and playfully tapped Chunner's head. It has nothing to do with Xie Chenju. That monster was originally after me. Well, at least it was supposed to be after her. Chunner wiped her tears, then smiled at her. Today at noon, the Lord is hosting a banquet for several young heroes from the Xianyao sect. The residence will be quite lively. Sang Nian slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting about when Buu and the others. She quickly leaped out of bed. There's no time to waste. Hurry, help me get ready. I need to attend the banquet. Once she was all set, Sang Nian rose and left. The room opposite hers, where Xie Chenju resided, was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of any presence. Sang Nian bit her lip, feeling somewhat vexed. According to the original plot, Xie Chenju was not qualified to attend the banquet and would remain in his room. Later that evening, he would attempt to escape when no one was watching. The Lord's residents had searched for him for 3 days without success, and just when they were about to give up, he suddenly returned on his own. Sang Yunling, who possessed keen insight, believed he was deliberately toying with her. He had been tormented to the brink of death by her. While Su Shuiyin and the others felt pity for him, they grew increasingly resentful towards Sang Yunling, which led them to seek an excuse to take Xie Chenju to the Xianyao sect. Now Sang Nian pondered uncertainly. Since they had made an agreement yesterday, Xie Chenju should not attempt to escape. Right, after hesitating for a few seconds, she turned on her heel and walked directly to Xie Chenju's door, raising her hand to knock 3 times. Before long, a cold voice came from behind the door. Is there something? Sang Nian replied, Are you free? Xie Chenju asked, What is the matter? Sang Nian responded, I'm inviting you to the banquet. There was silence for a moment before he said, I did not receive an invitation to the thank you banquet. Am I not inviting you right now? Sang Nian knocked on the door again, her voice bright and clear. Come on, if we're late, there will be plenty of delicious food that we won't get to eat. This time, the silence lingered even longer. Finally, Xie Chenju said, I'm not going. Feeling uneasy, Sang Nian urged, Then wait for me here, don't go anywhere. All right. She left, glancing back 3 times. Once her footsteps had completely faded away, Xie Chenju walked slowly to the table and sat down, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his face as he gazed into the void. Not coming out yet. The air shimmered like water, and 2 crows suddenly flew out. In a flash of white light, the crows landed and transformed into 2 young men. They wore matching black attire, their left cheeks adorned with large tattoos, their expressions icy, instilling fear in those who beheld them. Xie Chenju remained in his languid demeanor. You've only just found me now. The Azure Hall has become increasingly incompetent. Their faces changed, and they immediately knelt to pay their respects, saying in deep tones, We have failed in our duties. Please punish us, young master. Xie Chenju suppressed his smile, and after a long pause, his tone turned as cold as ice. Does the Lord also know I am here? It was the Lord who sensed your spiritual energy fluctuations and specifically sent us to find you. Xie Chenju was not surprised, pinching the bridge of his nose. Very well. He stood up, his tone calm, returned to the Azure Hall. The 2 men exchanged glances, cautiously saying, Young master, you cannot leave yet. The Lord has ordered that you must stay by Sang Yunling's side. The sharpness in Xie Chenju's eyes cut like a blade. What did you say? The 2 men trembled, their heads nearly touching the ground. There is a shard of Kunshan jade within Sang Yunling. She should have perished, but she has survived to this day, all thanks to the power of the divine artifact. The Lord demands that you remain by her side and acquire the artifact shard at any cost. Xie Chenju fell silent. After a long time, he asked, Is there anything else the Lord wishes to convey? The 2 men replied, The Lord also said that everyone in the Sang family, except for Sang Yunling, may die, depending on your mood. Xie Chenju lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his voice flat. Understood. We take our leave. The ripples surged again, and their figures gradually faded, leaving only Xie Chenju in the room. The bright midday sun streamed through the window, illuminating countless tiny specks of dust that floated in the golden rays. Xie Chenju reached out to touch the beam of light, the corners of his eyes curving into a charming arc. Everyone can die, can they? The thank you banquet was set in the waterside pavilion within the garden. The pavilion had no doors or windows, only delicate and thin gauze curtains serving as partitions, all of which had been gathered at the columns, providing an unobstructed view of the scenery outside. The azure lake rippled gently, and in the center lay a pavilion with over 10 musicians seated within, their melodies of strings and bamboo flutes drifting across the water. Exotic dancers clad in colorful attire swayed gracefully to the music, their waists supple and steps light. Sang Nian found herself entranced, unable to tear her gaze away, her chopsticks raised in the air for an eternity without making their way to her mouth. Sang Qiyang and Wen Biyu were engaged in lively conversation, and noticing her dazed expression, they could not help but chuckle as Sang Qiyang stood up, holding a piece of crab meat he had just peeled. As he approached, he could hear her muttering something under her breath. He leaned in to listen carefully. She was saying, "Cursed, grow out." Sang Qiyang asked, "What is growing out?" Sang Yan snapped back to reality, "It's nothing. I was just rambling." He set down the crab meat, gently saying, "Let us eat first, the dishes are getting cold." Sang Yan nodded vigorously. After a couple of bites of rice, she suddenly raised her teacup, her face brimming with enthusiasm. "Today, we gather here to express my gratitude to the young heroes of the Xianyao sect for saving my life. Here, I raise my cup in place of wine, to toast you all." Chu Yao scoffed, "What is so good about tea? If you're going to drink, drink wine." Sang Yan banged the table, "Then let us drink wine." Chu Yao slammed the table as well, "Bring out the wine." Sang Qiyang, upon hearing their exchange, adopted a serious expression, "Nyan Nyan." Sang Yan dared not make a sound. Chu Yao mercilessly mocked her, "At your age, still being controlled by your brother, one would think you're a 3-year-old child." As soon as she spoke, Wen Bu gave her a light smack on the back of her head. "You can't say that." Chu Yao protested, "Senior brother." He ignored her, continuing his conversation with Sang Qiyang. Su Shuiyin clumsily tried to comfort her, "Junior sister, senior brother is only looking out for you. Don't you remember, last time, when you got drunk, you took senior uncle Yang Yuan's cat and had it neutered, causing him to still be angry with you and forbidding you from visiting his solitary bamboo peak. And the time before that, you took advantage of senior brother Jiu Bai while he was bathing." Ju Yao covered her mouth, gritting her teeth. "I command you to forget everything you just heard." Su Shuiyin obediently nodded. "What about the things I didn't get to say?" Chu Yao, "Forget everything." Chapter 14. She nestled half of her face in his palm, tilting her head gently against it. As the banquet drew to a close, Wen Bu adjusted his attire and rose, turning to Su Shuiyin with a reminder, "A blacksmith has presented a novel item to Lord Sang, and it has just arrived today. He has invited me to witness it alongside him. We shall return shortly. Please keep an eye on your senior sister and ensure she does not find herself in trouble." Su Shuiyin patted her chest confidently. "Rest assured, senior brother, I shall take good care of my senior sister." Meanwhile, Sang Yan exchanged a glance with Chu Yao, both engrossed in their meals. Once Sang Qian and Wen Bu departed, Sang Yan dismissed the others, saying, "You are no longer needed here, go enjoy your meals." Chun'er led the group away, leaving only the 3 of them in the pavilion. Sang Yan clapped his chopsticks down abruptly, raising an eyebrow. "The wine from Qingju is renowned for its potency. Are you certain you can handle it?" Chu Yao scoffed, "Whoever is cowardly is a dog." Sang Yan had been waiting for this retort. He retrieved a moderately sized wine jar from the cupboard, and as he broke the clay seal, a rich aroma of wine instantly filled the pavilion. Chu Yao inhaled deeply, nodding in approval. "Not bad." "Not merely not bad," Sang Yan replied as he poured the wine. "This brew is called Cold Breeze Fragrance, crafted using snow from the plum blossoms in winter. It has a soft, slightly sweet entrance, but it is undeniably strong liquor. A single cup could incapacitate you." Chu Yao retorted, "Impossible. Why not give it a try and see for yourself?" Sang Yan urged. Just as Chu Yao was about to lift the cup, Su Shuiyin restrained her hand, disapprovingly saying, "Senior sister, I promised senior brother I would look after you." Sang Yan probed, "So what is your implication? You cannot drink it cold." "It is harmful to your health," Su Shuiyin remarked. "It must be warmed before consumption." Sang Yan was left speechless, ultimately giving her a thumbs up. "You are absolutely right." He produced a small stove he had used during a past snow appreciation event, and Chu Yao swiftly cast a fire spell into it. The wine was heated rapidly, and billowing white vapor rose. The 2 of them, exhilarated, clinked their cups together and downed the contents in one go. Thud, they both collapsed simultaneously, eyes peacefully closed. Su Shuiyin, with an expression of foreknowledge, flexed her limbs and hoisted each of them over her shoulders like sacks, leaping away from the pavilion. In the Xianyin pavilion, commotion erupted outside, akin to boiling water. The moment Xie Chenju opened the door, he collided with a small mountain, instinctively taking a half-step back. Their mountain, supported solely by Su Shuiyin, appeared to see him as a savior. She set down Sang Yan, somewhat embarrassed, and explained, "The maidens in the courtyard were terrified and have vanished in the blink of an eye. Perhaps they are preparing a hangover remedy. In any case, I must tend to my junior sister, so I leave Miss Sang in your care." Sang Yan, her legs too weak to support her, began to topple. Xie Chenju caught her collar, lifting her up with a frown. "Why must you leave her to me? Did you not marry Miss Sang? Is this some sort of secret? Am I privy to information I should not know? Will I be silenced?" Xie Chenju replied, "No. That's good." She relaxed, "Then Sang Yan belched and drowsily opened her eyes, cheerfully patting Xie Chenju's hand. "Friend, I am feeling a bit suffocated." Xie Chenju, lacking patience, released her. "If you are awake, then return to where you belong. That certainly poses no issue." She swayed unsteadily in place, then caught sight of the familiar furnishings within his room through the half-open door, exclaiming, "I've arrived at my room. Master, please halt for a moment." With that, she summoned an unexpected burst of strength, crashing into Xie Chenju and stumbling into the room. Xie Chenju pressed his hand against his throbbing ribs, gritting his teeth. "You had better not be feigning intoxication." Sang Yan sprawled onto the bed, pulling a corner of the quilt over her navel. "I am going to sleep now. Good morning." He hastened to her side. "Sang Yunling." There was no response. The girl's cheeks were flushed, her sleeping face tranquil. Xie Chenju pushed her. "Open your eyes and see clearly where this is." She hummed in her slumber, "I won't be fooled by you. This is my room." Xie Chenju, he fell silent, gazing down at her from above, his eyes shifting in uncertainty. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped the slender curve of her neck. She seemed to sense his touch, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. They exchanged quiet glances, the atmosphere thick with stillness. After a moment, Sang Yan removed his hand from her neck, burying half her face in his palm, gently nuzzling against it. It was a feather-light touch, akin to a plume drifting down onto water, creating a ripple. Xie Chenju froze abruptly, with her eyes curved in delight. She smiled foolishly. "Happy New Year, Xie Chenju. I wish to give you a gift." He pursed his lips. "What gift?" Sang Yan replied, 30 million. Xie Chenju echoed, 30 million. Her tone rose and fell melodiously, brimming with emotion. "May you be joyful, may you be blissful, may you be healthy." Xie Chenju, he withdrew his hand, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Are all the people of the Lord's manor as generous as you?" Sang Yan rubbed her eyes and suddenly choked back a sob. Xie Chenju's brow furrowed. "What is it now?" She covered her eyes with her hand, her voice thick with emotion. "I want to see the battle between Gular and the Dark God and the athletic student with dark skin." Xie Chenju, this person was clearly drunk. He could not be bothered to argue with a tipsy individual and stood up, intending to summon someone to attend to her. Unexpectedly, she seized his sleeve and yanked him back with force. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward, nearly collapsing atop her, but managed to brace himself on his arms just in time. Their faces were mere inches apart, and he could even discern the small mole nestled between her brows, a rosy hue. Xie Chenju's eyelid twitched, and he attempted to rise. Sang Yan clutched his sleeve stubbornly. Suddenly, a stream of clear tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks into her hair. "I was so cruel to you before. I treated you poorly, and you have suffered greatly because of me." "No, not just me, but," she paused, using his sleeve to wipe her tears, and earnestly declared, "Xie Chenju, I will not be unkind to you anymore." Xie Chenju remained silent for a long while. "Do you think I would believe your sweet words?" Sang Yan, flustered, insisted, "I swear, if I deceive you, may I never graduate." Xie Chenju, bewildered, thought she was rambling. "Then, how will you treat me in the future?" Sang Yan blinked slowly, as if pondering. Finally, she replied, "I will take you to the seaside to collect seashells." Xie Chenju turned his head slightly. "Collect seashells?" "Yes, collect seashells." At this, her expression brightened, her eyes sparkling like glistening beads of glass, still shimmering with remnants of tears, reminiscent of jewels resting at the bottom of the water. "I will give the largest and most beautiful shell to Xie Chenju, and hide it along with pearls inside, so that no one can find it." Xie Chenju. "Why? This way, I can protect you." Chapter 15. You forcibly removed my clothing, and now my head throbs. Not only does it ache, but it also buzzes incessantly, awakening from a hangover. Sang Yan lies in bed like a salted fish, devoid of dreams and on the verge of being braised. The system displays a series of unread messages, unable to withstand the relentless flashing red dots. She opens them one by one. Favorability towards Xie Chenju 100, favorability towards Xie Chenju 300, favorability towards Xie Chenju 1000. Sang Yan repeatedly counts the zeros above, confirming with disbelief that the symbols indicate an increase rather than a decrease. Has Xie Chenju lost his mind, or did she do something monumental while intoxicated yesterday? The more she contemplates, the more uneasy she becomes, shaking awake the equally inebriated Liu Liu. What did I do yesterday? Liu Liu, still dazed, shakes her head. Liu Liu did not sneak a drink of your wine. I truly didn't. Sang Yan, exasperated, rolls her onto her side in bed, puts on her shoes, and descends. Chun'er rushes over, exclaiming, "Thank heavens, you're finally awake." Sang Yan rubs her temples. "How long have I slept?" "A full day and night." Chun'er replies, "The city lord was worried sick, but the physician assured us you are fine." Sang Yan feels a twinge of embarrassment. "How is Chu Yao?" "She was also drunk at the time." Chun'er responds, "Miss Chu Yao is a disciple of the immortal sect. Her constitution is naturally different from yours. She awoke after 1 or 2 hours." Sang Yan hesitates for a moment before asking, "What about Xie Chenju?" Chun'er's lips twitch slightly. "You insisted on staying in his room after getting drunk, claiming it was yours. No one could persuade you to leave, and when they pressed you, you clung to him and cried." Sang Yan, "This is disastrous. She has made a fool of herself." She wails, "What happened afterward? How did I get back? You said you returned. Am I still in his room?" "Indeed. Where did he sleep last night?" Chun'er points to the floor. Sang Yan feels darkness envelop her. The city lord's residence is so vast. Couldn't they find a room for him? Why does he have to sleep on the floor? Chun'er replies, "They could, but you wouldn't allow it." Sang Yan, Chun'er explains, "The moment he left, you cried. Everyone was at a loss, so they had no choice but to let him stay to take care of you." Sang Yan's anxious heart finally calms. She fears Xie Chenju might return at any moment, so she grabs Liu Liu and attempts to flee. As she opens the door, she is met with the imposing figure of Xie Chenju standing outside. She freezes for 2 seconds, silently closing the door. She opens it again, only to close it once more. Xie Chenju remains steadfastly there, realizing the reality of the situation. Sang Yan forces a smile. "What a coincidence." "Not a coincidence. This is my room," he replies. "Yes, this is indeed your room. I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave now." With that, she prepares to make a hasty exit. Xie Chenju inquires, "Where are you going?" Sang Yan stammers, "I am going to find Chu Yao and the others." Xie Chenju nods, stepping aside to allow her passage. As Sang Yan takes a few steps, she cannot resist turning back. Did I do anything to you last night?" Xie Chenju's expression is peculiar. She digs her toes into the ground. "It shouldn't have been anything inappropriate, right? Are you asking if you have taken liberties with me?" He responds. Sang Yan anxiously nods. Xie Chenju states, "You forcibly removed my clothing." Sang Yan, she feels her breath catch in her throat, only to hear him continue in a deadpan manner, "And then used it to wipe your nose." Sang Yan, I take my leave." She bolts out of Xianyin Pavilion at a sprint, her face displaying utter despair. If possible, she wishes never to see Xie Chenju again in her lifetime. Forcibly stripping someone's clothing to use it for blowing one's nose, how does one even articulate that? Truly, what a fitting reflection of her character. Sang Yan gazes up at the sky, her eyes filled with a trifling melancholy, a touch of sorrow, and a profound sense of regret. Indeed, alcohol is not a good thing. She vows never to drink again in her life. To drink again would be akin to being a dog. Suddenly, someone beside her asks, "You're awake? Shall we have a couple more drinks today?" Sang Yan responds, Sure, wait a moment." She senses something amiss and turns to look in the direction of the voice. On the stone path a few steps away, the spirited Chu Yao and the disheartened Su Xuan sheath their swords. A fine sheen of sweat graces their foreheads and noses, glistening under the morning sun. Chu Yao raises her hand in greeting. "Good morning." Sang Yan approaches them, going to practice swordsmanship. Millimeter. Su Xuan perks up, inquiring, "Are you feeling better? Is your head still hurting?" Sang Yan replies, "I'm fine now, thank you for your concern. How about Chu Yao?" "Don't mention it." Su Xuan sighs deeply. I was nearly driven to my wits' end by her yesterday. If I hadn't intervened, your city lord's residence would have been demolished by her. Afterward, she adds with relief, I'm glad I entrusted you to young Master Xie. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exhausted. Sang Yan feels a stirring in her heart. The book states that Xie Chenju is Su Xuan's White Moonlight, captivating her from their first encounter, leading her to harbor a secret crush on him for half the narrative. However, Sang Yan scrutinizes Su Xuan closely. The latter's demeanor when mentioning Xie Chenju is composed and unpretentious, not at all resembling someone smitten at first sight. Coupled with the current bizarre characterizations of the main cast, this book has truly unraveled completely. At this point, she realizes she is the only malicious female character left, struggling to maintain the plot. Tears well up in Sang Yan's eyes. By the way, we are returning to the sect tomorrow, Zhu Yao suddenly states. Would you like to join us? Sang Yan is taken aback. In the original narrative, Sang Yunling indeed accompanied them to the Carefree sect. However, their invitation was extended to Xie Chenju, while Sang Yunling, fearing Xie Chenju would leave, resorted to crying, throwing tantrums, and threatening to hang herself until they agreed to take her along. Otherwise, she refused to let him go. The main cast had no choice but to include her. I think you're quite a remarkable person. You would fit well as a disciple of our Carefree sect. Zhu Yao pats her shoulder. Coincidentally, our sect's recruitment occurs once every 30 years. You could give it a try. Sang Yan ponders for a moment. Can I bring someone along? Zhu Yao furrows her brow. The sect does not permit bringing servants. Not a servant. Sang Yan feels slightly embarrassed. I wish to bring Xie Chenju with me. Is that possible? Zhu Yao, you mean your pretty boyfriend? Su Xuan chimes in, shaking her arm. Senior sister, don't speak of him like that. It's impolite. Zhu Yao places her hands on her hips, but his face is inherently pale, even paler than mine. Su Xuan face palms, turning to Sang Yan. You can bring young Master Xie, but we cannot guarantee he will pass the selection process. As the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, our criteria for selecting disciples are exceedingly stringent and well-defined. Sang Yan is puzzled. Aren't you worried I might fail the selection? Su Xuan replies honestly, your elder brother once donated 2 pavilions to our sect. Sang Yan, no wonder the original character did not participate in the selection process and still managed to join the Carefree sect as an outer disciple. It turns out to be a matter of human connections in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 16. Her father adored her immensely. After bidding farewell to Chuyu, Sang Yan walked briskly towards Sang Jian's courtyard. The events had unfolded with an unexpected smoothness. Now, all that remained was to pass the hurdle of Sang Jian, after which she and Xie Chenju could officially embark on the path to the Celestial Leisure Sect. However, there was still one matter. Sang Yan surveyed her surroundings and clenched her fist discreetly. As she reached the courtyard gate, she happened to overhear Wen Buyu and Sang Jian laughing and conversing as they exited. Upon noticing her, they both halted. Sang Jian shot her a sidelong glance. Are you sober now? Sang Yan replied awkwardly, completely awake. Sang Jian, reluctant to scold her, feigned a stern expression to intimidate her. If there's a next time, I won't spare you. Sang Yan hastily assured him. Truth be told, this matter is still my junior sister's fault. When Buyu spoke gently, she is always mischievous and often drags others into trouble. I sincerely apologize. Sang Yan smiled. We share common interests. There's no such thing as dragging others down. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Sang. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wen Buyu smiled and gave her a slight nod before striding away. Sang Jian gazed at his retreating figure, expressing his sentiments, whether intentionally or not. You ought to be matched with someone of his caliber. What a pity. Sang Yan chose to feign ignorance, hastily pulling him into the study. Sang Jian, puzzled, asked, What's the urgency? Sang Yan slammed the door shut. Brother, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Sang Jian inquired, What are the 2 matters? First, Sang Yan said, has someone presented you with a spirit tool? One related to our family's mine. Sang Jian raised an eyebrow. You are quite well informed. It was only delivered yesterday, and you already know about it. Sang Yan replied earnestly, that item cannot be used. Sang Qian looked confused, why not? For a moment, Sang Yan struggled to find the words to explain. In the original narrative, shortly after Sang Yunling and Xie Chenju joined the Celestial Leisure sect, calamity befell the Sang family. Tracing back the roots, it all stemmed from a spirit tool, one that could probe and extract spirit stone veins, yielding more spirit stones in a single day than 1,000 miners could in 3 days combined. Undoubtedly, the spirit tool was soon put to use, yet no one knew that it was merely a half-finished product. That day, the spirit tool triggered an underground mine explosion, burying the entirety of Qingju beneath the earth, resulting in countless fatalities, with even the city lord's estate spared no mercy. All of this could have been prevented. Sang Yan gritted her teeth, hastily concocting an excuse. Last night, an unfamiliar immortal visited my dreams, warning me that there was a problem with that item, and that you all would perish because of it. I woke still trembling with fear. Could you perhaps summon a few refiners to inspect it? Sang Qian softened his tone. Nyan, matters concerning the spirit mine are not something you can take lightly. I am not being frivolous. Sang Yan grasped his arm. Precisely because it concerns the spirit mine, we must be all the more cautious. No. Sang Qian wore an expression of helplessness. Fine, I will summon the elder from the refining hall of the Heavenly Hang sect tomorrow. Sang Yan insisted. Today, right now. Sang Qian had no choice but to relent. All right, at this moment. With that, he opened the door and instructed the guard on duty, who promptly took his leave. He returned to pace. Are you at ease now? Yet, until the results were revealed, Sang Yan's heart remained in a state of suspense. She twisted her fingers, silent. Suddenly, Sang Qian recalls something, his expression growing serious. The little demon who abducted you has yet to be captured. However, I have reported to the 10,000 Immortals Alliance and issued a bounty. Within 3 months, he will surely be apprehended, and then it will be up to you how to deal with him. Sang Yan, distracted, replied, you decide. Before long, several elders from the refining hall of the Heavenly Hang sect arrived in haste. Sang Qian addressed Sang Yan, the underground mine is dark and cold, you should wait here obediently. I shall return shortly. With that, he departed with the elders, their figures vanishing at the end of the path. The wait felt exceptionally protracted, each second dragging on. Sang Yan was restless, and Sang Qian did not return as swiftly as he had claimed. It was not until 2 full hours had passed that he reappeared at the study door, his face grave. Sang Yan leaped to her feet. What is the outcome? There is indeed a problem, he said solemnly. You were correct. Sang Yan exhaled in relief. I am glad we discovered it in time. I have sent someone to thoroughly investigate that refiner, Sang Qian added, but I fear this matter is not as simple as it seems. Qingju is rich in spirit mines, attracting numerous covetous eyes. This detail was not mentioned in the book, and Sang Yan had no knowledge of the hidden puppeteer behind it. She could only leave the investigation in his capable hands. Thanks to your timely warning, else Qingju would have faced a great calamity, Sang Qian remarked, a hint of probing in his gaze. However, did you truly dream of this? Sang Yan affirmed resolutely, indeed. Thus, Sang Qian surprisingly ceased his inquiries, shifting the topic. You mentioned 2 matters. What is the second? Sang Yan organized her thoughts. I wish to accompany Xie Chenju and Chuyu to the Celestial Leisure sect. Planning a little excursion. Sang Qian queried, you have never left home, I am concerned for your safety. Why not let us go together? This is not a mere outing, Sang Yan replied earnestly. I intend to participate in the new student selection at the Celestial Leisure sect and become a disciple like Chuyu. An immortal in my dream told me I possess celestial affinity. The cheerful expression on Sang Qian's face vanished in an instant. He may go, but you, I cannot allow. His tone left no room for negotiation. Sang Yan stated firmly, brother, living in this small courtyard is not what I desire. I long to see what this world truly holds. Sang Qian pinched the bridge of his nose. If the house is too small, we can expand it. I will acquire an additional 20 miles to the east. That is not what I mean. Sang Yan insisted, growing impatient. Nyan, your health is frail, you cannot endure the rigors like Chuyu and the others, Sang Qian urged, listen to your brother. Remain at home where it is safe, nowhere else is as secure as here. Brother, I know I may not have long to live, each day could be my last. Sang Yan declared, yet even so, I wish to witness the summer blossoms and hear the winter snow before I depart. Sang Jian shook his head, you are too naive. The cultivation world is not as idyllic as you imagine, on the contrary, it is fraught with peril. If you are outside, I cannot protect you as I do in Qingju. I will protect myself. Sang Yan refused to yield. Protect yourself. Sang Jian, exasperated, blurted out before he could think, your mother was also a cultivator. She met an untimely end under mysterious circumstances. How do you intend to protect? His voice trailed off as he realized the implication of his words. Sang Yan seized upon the sensitive topic, my mother. A flicker of regret crossed Sang Jian's eyes. Return now. There's no need to dwell on this matter. I will not agree. Sang Yan persisted, what did you mean by that? Are you saying my mother was a cultivator? What do you mean by your mother? Is she not also your mother? Sang Jian turned away, do not ask, it is unimportant. The identity of the original protagonist seemed far more complex than she had imagined. This was crucial to her ability to leave successfully. Sang Yan grasped his hand, pressing for answers. It is indeed important, brother. I wish to know who my mother truly is. What have you been concealing from me all these years? If you refuse to tell, I will seek the answers myself. Can you guarantee that the events of that year will remain undisclosed? After a prolonged silence, Sang Jian took a deep breath, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Both of my parents were miners in the underground mines. They perished in an accident. The previous lord of Qingju brought me back, instructing me to call him father. When I was 10, father brought you home shortly after your birth and told me that from now on, you would be my sister. Sang Yan was taken aback. Are you saying we are indeed not blood siblings? The realization of her suspicions was confirmed, yet the revelation led her down an unexpected path. Sang Yan found herself at a loss for words, gesturing for him to continue. Sang Jian continued, I do not know much about your mother. I only know she was a sword cultivator who later fell victim to a treacherous plot, sustaining grave injuries. You were born prematurely, and she did not survive. Father cherished her deeply. Not long after her passing, he succumbed to despair. Chapter 17. She is affectionately called Nyan Nyan. What, she hasn't he told you? Before he departed, he repeatedly urged me to take good care of you, ensuring that you grow up without a care in the world. Sang Jian raised his hand, hesitated a moment, and then gently placed it on Sang Yan's head. You are the one I have raised single-handedly. In my heart, you are my only kin in this world. Brother would never harm you. Stay here, and continue to let brother protect you. The weight of these words overwhelmed Sang Yan, leaving her thoughts disordered. She could only pose the simplest of questions. What is my mother's name? Sang Jian shook his head. I do not know. Then who was responsible for her demise? Did father ever mention it? Sang Jian furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head once more. Father is unaware. Your mother left no words before her passing. Perhaps she simply did not have the chance. He hesitated briefly before continuing. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners are as numerous as the fish in the river, and many bear grudges. Whether it be killing or being killed, such events are commonplace. Sang Yan silently noted this, deducing the reason behind Sang Jian's fervent attempts to prevent her departure. Are you worried that my mother's enemies will turn their attention to me? Sang Jian replied, few are those who know your true identity, but what if? While in Qingju, I can still protect you. In other places, my reach may be limited. Sang Yan recognized the validity of this concern. Given the current unraveling of events, one could hardly guarantee against unforeseen dangers. However, if she were unable to leave, how would she pursue Xie Chenju, who was heading to the Xiaoyao sect on his own, or was she to simply keep him here as well? Yet, she had previously promised him she would allow him to depart. I shall ponder this matter further. She stood to take her leave, saying, brother, I shall return to the Xianyin pavilion first. Sang Jian watched her depart, letting out a soft sigh as he pressed his hand to his forehead. Outside the Xianyin pavilion, the sunlight was bright, and Xie Chenju sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. A passerby caught sight of him and called out loudly, Hey, pretty boy. Xie Chenju did not lift his head, continuing to read as though he had not heard. Annoyed by his indifference, Zhu Yao strode over and snatched the book from his hands. "I'm calling you, did you not hear?" Xie Chenju shot her a cold glare. "Return it to me." Su Xuan hurried over, her small steps quickening. "Senior sister, I have told you numerous times not to refer to young Master Xie in that manner. Quickly return his book." Zhu Yao casually uttered an "oh," turning to Xie Chenju. "Stop reading, and hurry and pack your things, we must leave early tomorrow." Xie Chenju smirked slightly. "What concern is it of mine if she insists that we call her Sang Mian? What, hasn't she made such a request of you?" Xie Chenju responded, "No." "Then it seems your relationship is rather ordinary," Zhu Yao remarked nonchalantly. "Only those close to one another would request to use their nickname." Xie Chenju scoffed. "It is merely a form of address." Zhu Yao was about to retort when Su Xuan, fearing her words might offend Xie Chenju, flashed a smile and pulled her away. Zhu Yao struggled to turn back. "Hey, you remember to pack your luggage, otherwise, we shall not wait for you tomorrow." Xie Chenju fell into contemplation, resting his chin on one hand, while the other rhythmically tapped the stone table surface. Was this the opportunity she had spoken of regarding departure? He repeated the name Xiaoyao sect in his mind, intrigued. The Xiaoyao sect, among the 3 sects and one whole, should indeed be quite fascinating. If he were to go there, it wouldn't he be so bad. A harsh bird call pierced the sky. He looked up to see a crow circling above. Shortly thereafter, it folded its wings and landed on the table, nodding at him. "Young master," it whispered, its voice raspy, "I have arranged everything. Once you leave Qingju, we shall act, ensuring nothing remains here." Xie Chenju lowered his gaze to it, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I do not recall having requested you to undertake such unnecessary tasks." The crow trembled. "Forgive me, young master. I heard you were wronged here and wished to avenge you." Before Xie Chenju could respond, another crow appeared, saying, "Young master, our hidden ploy regarding the quarry spirit tool has been uncovered." "So Sang Qian has become clever," Xie Chenju scoffed. "It was not he who discovered it, but Sang Yunling," the second crow explained. "She approached Sang Qian, after which he summoned the people from the artifact refining hole." "That incompetent fool." Xie Chenju narrowed his striking eyes, the corners of his mouth curving upward. How intriguing. The 2 crows on the table shivered at his smile, as if caught in a chill. "Please spare us, young master," they quaked. Xie Chenju's fingertips glimmered with a faint light as he languidly replied, "I do not wish to spare." The 2 birds trembled as though sifting through grain. "We implore you, young master, grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. We are willing to do anything." Xie Chenju paused, withdrew his hand, and after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Let the matter of destroying the city be set aside for now. Follow Sang Yunling closely from now on. At any time, in any place, I wish to know of her every move." "Yes. Be gone." The 2 crows flapped their wings and flew away, landing on a near. Suddenly, a light yellow parakeet descended beside them, its round eyes fixed intently upon them, its gaze unusually complex. The 2 crows, fearing their secret might be uncovered, dared not move, cold sweat dripping down their brows. Finally, the parakeet shook its head, releasing a sigh. "You're truly hideous." It preened its vibrant feathers before turning proudly in a circle, then flapped its wings and flew away. The 2 former practitioners of the Shura Hall, now in the form of crows, were left in stunned silence, uncertain. They exchanged glances. Chapter 18. She is enamored with me. Confirmed. On the way to the Xianyinj, Liu Liu was inexplicably absent, only to return later with a cluster of glistening purple grapes clutched in its beak. With considerable difficulty, it landed in Sang Mian's palm, releasing the grapes and pretending to divide them. "One for you, one for me, one for Chun'er, one for me, one for you." Sang Mian chuckled. "Where did you go? You took so long to come back." "I went to the kitchen to find something to eat, and ended up spotting 2 incredibly ugly crows, so I lingered a bit longer," Liu Liu replied, exaggerating. "I've never seen such hideous. I ought to send you off to mine coal." Sang Mian lifted it and gave it a shake, pretending to toss it into the sky. It squawked in protest. Once it settled down, Sang Mian asked, "Can Xie Chenju and I skip going to the Xiaoyao sect?" Liu Liu's head was adorned with a row of stars, dazedly resting on her shoulder. No, absolutely not. Very well then. Sang Nian sighed and walked into the Xianyinj. Under the rose trellis in the courtyard, a youth sat beside a stone table, lost in thought. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, casting a warm golden halo around his profile. His usually dark and brooding eyes sparkled with brilliance, lending him a rare air of youthful exuberance. She paused to observe him for a moment before strolling over. Hearing her footsteps, Xie Chenju snapped back to attention, turning his head warily. Upon recognizing Sang Nian, his tense posture relaxed, and he casually remarked, "Zhu Yao asked me to pack my things, saying you would take me to the Xie Yao sect." Sang Nian, so it was Zhu Yao who was the blabbermouth. No wonder he seemed in good spirits, it was all because of this. Noticing her delay in responding, he snorted, rising to his feet, "It's clearly a falsehood." Sang Nian placed a hand on his shoulder, "We depart early tomorrow. Don't you oversleep." With that, she casually placed the troublesome grapes in his palm, and just as she was about to step away, she reconsidered, turned, and plucked one grape to shove into the protesting Liu Liu's beak, yawning, "I'm heading back to my room to rest. I have a headache." Behind her, Xie Chenju frowned at the sudden addition of grapes in his hand. Why did she give him this? He glanced at the two crows perched atop a tree. Crow one shook itself, "Young master, don't eat it, it must be poisoned." Crow 2 resolutely took off, "Let me test it for the young master." Xie Chenju swatted them away and plucked a grape. Crow 1, Crow 2, "Young master." He calmly consumed the grape. Unlike the sour and unpalatable orange, the moment he bit into the grape, sweet juice flooded his mouth. Crow 1 anxiously inquired, "Young master, do you feel any discomfort?" Crow 2 wobbled into the air, "I'll go kill her right now." Xie Chenju swatted it away again, "There's no poison." Crow 1 was perplexed, "Then why did she send you grapes?" Crow 2, "No good deed goes unpunished. She must have ulterior motives." After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of understanding crossed Xie Chenju's eyes, his lips forming a straight line as he nodded, "She is enamored with me." Crow 1's eyes widened in terror, "Huh?" Crow 2, "I told you she had ulterior motives." "Huh?" It was even more frightened. How dare she covet the young master of the Shura Hall? This girl was not just audacious, she was reckless. Xie Chenju's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. "Har, does she think a mere bunch of grapes will win me over? A foolish delusion." Ding! Xie Chenju's favorability 20. The system notification rang out just as Sang Nian was about to drift into a pleasant slumber. Quite perplexed, the following day. As dawn broke, the air was crisp. By the flying boat specially prepared by Zhang Qian, when Wu Yu and the others were gearing up for departure, Zhu Yao shielded her eyes with her hand, gazing into the distance. "Why hasn't Sang Nian arrived yet?" Su Xuan replied, "Perhaps she was held up by something." Zhu Yao turned to Xie Chenju, who was leaning against a tree. "Did you not leave with her?" Xie Chenju cast a cold glance at the flying boat and curtly replied, "No." After waiting a while longer, Chun'er came running over, relaying the message, "Miss Zhu Yao, the young lady said she isn't going. She suddenly has urgent matters to attend to and cannot come to see you off. She wishes you a safe journey and a smooth arrival at the Xie Yao sect on behalf of the entire household." Upon that's incredibly untrustworthy, we've been waiting for her. When Wu Yu spoke softly, "Miss Zhang has never traveled far, it's only natural for her to have concerns." "What about him?" Zhu Yao gestured towards Xie Chenju, "Is he still coming with us?" Chun'er nodded vigorously, without "Now that she is not going, this pretty boy is coming along instead. What's the meaning of this?" Su Xuan tugged at her sleeve, "Senior sister, let it go." "Understood." Zhu Yao was the first to leap onto the flying boat, crossing her arms, "Tell your young lady that we are leaving." At this, she emphasized, "Furthermore, I will not forgive her for breaking her promise." Chun'er forced a dry laugh, "Safe travels, young heroes." One by one, they boarded the flying boat, with Xie Chenju lagging behind. Chun'er wanted to push him forward, her face clearly showing impatience. Xie Chenju silently scoffed and boarded the deck with them. The sails unfurled, and the flying boat gradually ascended. The Lord's mansion below shrank to the size of ants, eventually obscured by clouds and mist, rendering it unrecognizable. The group turned and entered the cabin inside the Lordess mansion. Chunner couldn't contain her joy. Wonderful, that vixen has finally left. She dashed back to the Xianyinj to report, miss, they have already departed. Don't be too distressed. When the door swung open, the room was empty, with no sign of Sang Nyan. On the table lay a letter. She picked it up and glanced hastily, her complexion paling as she rushed out of the courtyard, shouting, not good. The young lady has run away. Inside the cabin, the group sat across from each other, discussing their upcoming route. Suddenly, Chu Yao slammed her hand on the table. How could Sang Yunling stand me up like this? I was so pleased last night, and now I shall never forgive her. Su Xuan, aware she was still upset, comforted her. Miss Sang must have her reasons. Wen Wuyu smiled gently. Senior sister seems quite fond of Miss Sang, showing such concern for her. Nonsense, I don't like her at all. Chu Yao turned her head away, huffing indignantly. Suddenly, Xie Chenju plucked a grape from the fruit plate and quietly remarked, aren't you coming out yet? The others turned to him, puzzled by his words. Xie Chenju glanced at the corner where a cabinet was used to store miscellaneous items. Sang Yunling, how long do you intend to stay in there? A faint rustling sound emanated from the cabinet, and a narrow crack in the door revealed a pale hand suddenly extending outward. Following that was a disheveled head covered in hair. Chu Yao's eyes widened in shock. Sang Nyan emerged from the cabinet, brushing her hair aside with a shy smile. Surprise, were you expecting me? The others, aside from Xie Chenju, were left speechless. Chapter 19, Emotion stray for half a lifetime, yet returned to the starting line. Su Xuan's face was etched with shock as she exclaimed, have you been hiding here all along? Sang Nyan scratched her head and replied, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get up, so I've been squatting here since last night. Chu Yao inquired, then who did your maid see this morning? Sang Nyan explained, she didn't see me. I had my parrot speak to her through the window. It can mimic my voice, so others can't tell the difference. Chu Yao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she reached out, saying, let me see your parrot. Sang Nyan pulled the feigning parrot, Liu Liu, from her sleeve. Chu Yao carefully took it and stepped aside with Su Xuan, examining it with intrigue. Wen Buyu cleared his throat lightly, Miss Sang, but isn't he Lord Sang against you accompanying us? Sang Nyan rubbed her hands together, chuckling nervously, well, my brother isn't he exactly in favor. Wen Buyu shook his head, in that case, I must escort you back. Sang Nyan protested, please don't. I've finally managed to come out. Wen Buyu stated firmly, Miss Sang, you are still quite young, acting this way will surely worry your brother. I'm not that young, Sang Nyan retorted, I'm even older than Chu Yao. Wen Buyu continued to shake his head. Sang Nyan realized he was indeed capable of turning back, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, the flying vessel came to a halt. Sang Nyan asked, was it you? Wen Buyu appeared just as bewildered, not me. With Sang Qian in front and Wen Buyu behind, she saw no way to evade and could only steel herself to step out. Another flying vessel was docked beside them in the clouds, with a small bridge connecting the two. A young man in purple approached with his hands clasped behind his back. He stopped on the deck, gazing at Sang Nyan, who was shuffling her feet towards him, his expression devoid of emotion. Brother, Sang Nyan timidly uttered, gauging his face, I don't wish to return. Sang Qian stared at her for a long moment, then sighed, very well, then you shall not return. Sang Nyan was taken aback with joy, you're allowing me to go with them. Sang Qian affectionately ruffled her hair, as long as you are happy. Sang Nyan nearly leaped with elation, of course I'm happy. I am absolutely overjoyed. You must exercise utmost caution while you are out there, Sang Qian cautioned with concern, do not forget what I have told you. Yes, Sang Nyan quickly affirmed, if anyone inquires, I shall simply say my name is Sang Nyan, having no connections to Qingju City. A hint of a smile graced his face as he handed her a brand new storage pouch. This contains your medicine, some of your favorite snacks, and a few protective talismans. Keep them on you at all times. Sang Yan replied, all right. Sang Qian then produced a slender, elegant sword, gently tracing the exquisite "Take it with you today" as a keepsake. Sang Yan solemnly accepted the sword with both hands. Does it have a name? Sang Qian replied, perhaps it once did, but I am unaware. Sang Yan attempted to draw the sword from its sheath, but it wouldn't budge. No wonder he claimed it was merely a keepsake, it indeed served only that purpose. She carefully stowed the sword, then embraced Sang Qian, patting his back. Brother, thank you. Sang Qian was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes softened. Remember to write to me, sharing both your joys and sorrows. Yes, I will. Sang Yan released him, taking a step back and feigning nonchalance. Don't worry about me. If I can't manage, I'll return on my own. Sang Qian replied, very well, I shall await that day. He cast a glance at the few individuals behind her, nodding to Wen Buyu, his gaze lingering on Xie Chenju for several moments before his warmth vanished entirely. Take good care of my sister. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world. With that, he strode across the bridge, declaring, let us go. A dull thud resounded as the small bridge retracted, and the flying vessel resumed its journey. Sang Yan leaned against the railing, half her body hanging over the edge, vigorously waving her arms. Take care. Sang Qian refused to turn back, merely waving his hand in farewell. As the vessel sailed further away, his figure was obscured by layers of white clouds, vanishing without a trace. Sang Yan withdrew her gaze, repeatedly examining the storage pouch Sang Qian had given her. Carefully tucking it into her embrace, she smoothed her windswept hair and sat down on the steps leading from the deck to the cabin, lost in thought. Wen Buyu did not bring up the subject of returning her again. It's windy outside, let us go inside. Sang Yan replied, I'll stay out for a bit longer. Wen Buyu nodded and proceeded to the helm with the map in hand. Chu Yao and Su Xuan sat beside her, returning Yu Liu to her while expressing their frustration. No matter how we entice it, it won't speak. Sang Yan rummaged through her storage pouch and handed them some sunflower seeds. Try these. Sure enough, upon seeing the seeds, Liu Liu immediately ceased its pretense, bouncing up to reach for her hand. Give me, give me. Chu Yao and Su Xuan became animated, taking the seeds and continuing to tease the parrot. Sang Yan clapped her hands, glancing around. Where is Xie Chenju? Chu Yao replied without looking up, with senior brother. Sang Yan stretched her neck to peer towards the second floor of the cabin, and indeed, Xie Chenju stood behind Wen Buyu. Uncertain of what Wen Buyu had said, Xie Chenju's brows knitted tightly, veins on his forehead pulsing as he demanded, repeat that, where is the south? Wen Buyu cautiously raised his left hand, here. Seeing his expression falter, he quickly switched to his right hand. Is it this way? Xie Chenju clenched his fist. What direction lies ahead as the vessel sails? Wen Buyu realized, ahead is north, and behind is south. Correct. Xie Chenju remained silent, staring at the rising sun ahead. After a long pause, he took a deep breath. Where is your compass? Wen Buyu suddenly understood. I can determine the direction using the compass's indications. His face lit up with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Xie Chenju managed a strained smile. You're welcome. Wen Buyu located his compass, casting a spell to activate it, and indeed, the needle began to spin. He turned his body slowly to align with the needle. Xie Chenju remarked. Sang Yan approached. What is the matter? Xie Chenju snatched the compass from him, suppressing the urge to throw it back at his face. Emotions stray for half a lifetime, yet return to the starting line. Wen Buyu wore a bewildered expression. Did I take a wrong turn? Sang Yan facepalmed. No, you never found the path at all. Chapter 20. Xie Chenju, are you not a little childish? At the fervent insistence of Sang Yan, Wen Buyu was compelled to relinquish his dream of becoming a helmsman and step aside for another. Xie Chenju swatted away Chu Yao's outstretched hand, adjusting the course of the compass and hastening their advance. Chu Yao rolled her eyes and, deliberately raising her voice, remarked to Sang Yan, let him steer, don't you think his name is particularly ominous? Sang Yan inquired, what is so ominous about it? Chu Yao emphasized, his name is Xie Chen Ju. She stressed, Chen Ju. Sang Yan gazed at the flying vessel beneath her feet, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from the horizon, and as the clouds crackled with lightning, turbulent air currents caused the vessel to jolt violently. Sang Yan muttered, no way, Chu Yao exclaimed, I told you so. His name is indeed unlucky. A frigid gale, laced with ice crystals, swept across the vessel's barrier, causing ripples to cascade across its surface, threatening to topple it, when Buyu cast a spell to stabilize the craft and turned to them, saying, this wind is abnormal. You should head inside the cabin. Chu Yao agreed and shouted to Su Xuan, Ian, let us go in. Sang Yan also pulled at Xie Chen Ju, urging, let us move. Xie Chen Ju fixed his gaze into the distance, his expression darkening, something is approaching. The sky had darkened as if it were night, and sporadic flashes of lightning illuminated the darkness, revealing something serpent-like slithering through the roiling clouds, rapidly approaching the vessel. Boom! Another thunderclap accompanied by a flash of blinding light erupted, and in that moment, Sang Yan finally discerned the full shape of the entity. Her pupils constricted. It was two chains, the other end of the chains extended far into the clouds, of unknown length, with links as thick as a wrist, covered in pale blue ice crystals. In the next instant, it swung high and struck down violently against the vessel's barrier. Crack! The barrier emitted a mournful cry and shattered abruptly. Everything transpired swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a chilling aura enveloped them. The group stumbled, buffeted by the fierce winds. The gale sliced across Sang Yan's cheek like a blade, causing her pain. She still held onto Xie Chen Ju's sleeve. Just as she was about to release it to grasp the railing, a sudden sensation of wind. The wind howled in her ears, and the solid floor beneath her feet vanished into nothingness. Sang Yan desperately reached out, attempting to grasp something. In an instant, a hand seized the scruff of her neck. The descent slowed until it came to a complete stop. Summoning her courage, she opened her eyes to find Xie Chen Ju's displeased face above her. He stood on a softly glowing black iron sword, holding her securely in midair. In that moment, tears welled in her eyes. Xie Chen Ju. Xie Chen Ju's expression was sardonic. I cannot bear the gratitude of Miss Sang. Sniffling, Sang Yan lamented, isn't there another place you could hold me? Or you could let me stand behind your flying sword. My neck feels like it's broken, and I'm about to die. By the way, thank you for saving me. Later, I'll give you 100,000 spirit stones as a token of my gratitude. Xie Chen Ju. His face darkened further as he tossed her behind the flying sword. The sword swayed slightly, seemingly in discontent. This was Sang Yan's first time riding a sword, and her fear heightened with the motion. Crouching down to lower her center of gravity, she tremblingly reached out. She clung tightly to Xie Chen Ju's leg. Xie Chen Ju, let go, he commanded. I want tea, she replied. Let go, he gritted his teeth. Fine, as she relented, still high above the ground. Sang Yan mustered her courage to. She wrapped her arms around Xie Chen Ju's slender waist, stammering, this should be acceptable, right? Suddenly, a warm body pressed against her back, and Xie Chen Ju's expression stiffened. Let go of me. Sang Yan, exasperated, retorted, you don't want me to touch here or there. What are you, a hedgehog? Xie Chen Ju's face turned grim, his chest heaving with agitation, and just as he was about to respond, he abruptly fell silent. She was trembling. He paused, his expression icy as he guided the flying sword downward. Below lay an expansive ice lake. Though called a lake, it appeared as vast as an ocean, its edges obscured and terrifying in scale. The cold air coalesced into white mist across the surface, and the surroundings were eerily silent, as if isolated from the world. Upon landing on the icy surface, Sang Yan expressed her gratitude, then immediately released her hold and stepped away, creating distance between them. Xie Chen Ju scoffed. Sang Yan stomped her feet against the cold. What else with the scoff? You didn't want me to hold you earlier, now that I'm not, you're acting all cryptic. Xie Chenju, are you all right? Xie Chenju replied tersely, I'm not sick. Sang Yan, uninterested in further argument, said, let us hurry and find Wen Shixiang and the others. We don't know how they are or if they've been injured. Xie Chenju raised an eyebrow and sneered, you're so concerned about him. He hasn't even arrived at the Xiaoyao sect to pay his respects, and you're already calling him Shixiang. Sang Yan felt inexplicably irritated, I can call him whatever I like. It's none of your business, stay out of it. Xie Chenju's expression darkened as he mocked, I wouldn't dare interfere with Miss Sang's affairs. With that, he turned to leave. Sang Yan ground her teeth, Xie Chenju, are you not a little childish? No sooner had her words left her mouth than the ice beneath her shattered without warning. With a thunderous roar, she felt the ground give way beneath her, plummeting straight down. Icy lake water surged from all directions, filling her mouth and nose, and in an instant, she was submerged. Sounds were muffled as if her ears were stuffed with cotton. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Sang Yan slowly opened her eyes. The lake water was crystal clear like a mirror. She saw the reflection of the dark-clad youth above her, swaying gently with the ripples. He loomed over her, motionless. Sang Yan could almost envision his expression, likely one of delight. After all, the person he despised was finally meeting her end. Splash, the mirror shattered, and the youth plunged into the water, swimming toward her with a stern face. His long black hair fanned out in the water, reminiscent of a certain type of waterweed. Sang Yan couldn't help but marvel at the quality of his hair. In Yujing, the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. Within a palace enveloped in celestial clouds, a man meditating with closed eyes suddenly changed expression. He rose hastily from his mat, striding out of the palace, raising his hand to summon 2 attendants, go inform the Alliance leader. Someone has breached the Shumi realm. The attendants complied, summoning a celestial crane to fly toward the floating island above. The man's face was etched with urgency. Shortly thereafter, just send Brother Xiao to investigate and see who the intruder is. The man stood in stunned silence for a moment. She is to die. Coming back to his senses, he tightened his grip on the whisk in his hand, murmuring, if that is the case, let's switch and take a trip. Chapter 21. Slapping myself upon returning cough, Sang Yan was awakened by the cold, fluffy snowflakes danced in the wind, landing on her eyelashes, lingering without melting for quite some time. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, unable to suppress her shivering, a familiar sweet and metallic taste filling her mouth. Xie Chenju stood beside her, striking wood with his sword. Cough, what are you doing? She nearly coughed up her heart and lungs. He knelt down, working on the wood, making a fire. Sang Yan weakly asked, can't you use the fire spell? There's no spiritual energy available here. Here? Sang Yan lifted her gaze to the horizon, only to realize they were no longer on that icy lake. Before her lay a vast plain, with snow piled up to her knees. Further away, there was a modest grove of trees, dark and shadowy, only the faint glimmers of reflected snow visible within. She silently inquired to Liu Liu, where are we? Liu Liu swiftly replied, unclear for now, but the data indicates the danger level here is S. Sang Yan sat up straight, then how do we get out? I'm still searching for a way, but it seems there's a force interfering with me. Liu Liu said, wait a moment, I will investigate. Once it left, it fell silent. Sang Yan, unwilling to perish from the cold, shivered as she opened her storage bag. Retrieving a seed the size of a walnut, she cleared the snow before her and tossed it onto the ground. The seed took root and, in mere breaths, grew into a plant nearly her height, its branches laden with lantern-like translucent fruits, each containing a fierce flame. The temperature suddenly rose. Xie Chenju, still laboring with the wood, what is this? Sang Yan hugged one of the fruits to warm herself, marveling that she hadn't succumbed to death yet, and replied, fire. Xie Chenju, I meant, what is the name of this tree? Sang Yan, it's called though small, it burns bright tree, valued at 2,000 spiritual stones. Xie Chenju. Did you name it yourself? Sang Yan, indeed. He discarded the stick in his hand and sat beside the fire tree to warm up. Only then did she notice his pallor, slightly ashen. He had likely exerted considerable effort to save her. Are you unwell? Sang Yan felt a mix of guilt and gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Once we leave this place, I will reward you with 30 million as thanks. Xie Chenju turned his face away, snorting lightly, 30 million for health, 30 million for happiness, 30 million for joy. Sang Nian gasped, how do you know that? You already offered me 30 million when you were drunk that day. Sang Nian felt embarrassed, that was just drunken nonsense, don't take it to heart. But rest assured, the 30 million I mentioned today is indeed 30 million spiritual stones. She continued, or if you desire anything else, I will gladly give it to you. Having warmed his body, Xie Chenju strode towards the grove. Miss Sang is indeed a generous person. Sang Nian hurriedly hoisted the small tree and followed him. You have risked your life to save me multiple times. You are the true good person. Good person. He scoffed, no one has ever referred to me in that manner. Well, now there is. She stepped in his footprints in the snow, closely trailing behind him. She, not noticing, bumped into his back, clutching her nose and wailing, Xie Chenju, my nose is going to break. He slightly turned his face, pulling her to the other side, stand back. Sang Nian was puzzled. The wind carried a rustling sound. A chill ran down her spine as she turned to look at the grove. All the withered branches stood still in the wind and snow, not moving an inch. Only the drooping vine seemed to come alive, writhing towards them like countless tentacles. Sang Nian felt goosebumps rise all over her body as she ran to the side with the tree. Xie Chenju drew his sword, his posture erect. Suddenly, all the vines lunged towards him simultaneously, attempting to strangle him. He swung his sword casually. The blade's light abruptly tore through the dense curtain of snow, descending with overwhelming force, and the vines disintegrated into powder, scattering in the wind. Sang Nian was left in awe. Even without spiritual energy, he was this formidable. If he had spiritual energy, wouldn't tea cutting her be as easy as chopping vegetables? She touched her neck, feeling an inexplicable chill. The vines seemed endless. As one batch was vanquished, another rushed in, each more resilient than the last, until the sound of their bodies colliding with the sword rang out like metal striking metal. Sang Nian decisively dropped the tree she was carrying and rushed to Xie Chenju's side during a brief moment when the flames consumed the vines, turning them to ash. Let us go, this grove is strange. Be careful not to be worn out here. Just as she finished speaking, an icy chain shot out from the side, ensnaring their ankles in the blink of an eye. They instantly lost their balance, being swiftly dragged into the grove. The newly sprouted vines attempted to impede them, but they vanished without a trace. When everything settled, the surroundings transformed dramatically. They found themselves in an exaggeratedly large tree hollow. A pale blue layer of ice coated the walls, the thickness unknown, with countless golden runes floating within. Hundreds of wrist-thick icy chains extended from the ceiling, leading down to a massive ice column below, which was also adorned with golden runes. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them. In just a breath, frost flowers adorned the tips of Sang Nian's hair and eyelashes, and her heart pounded painfully in her chest, rendering her. The ice layer crawled visibly up her body. Just as she was about to be encased in ice, a hand yanked her forcefully. She stumbled into that person's embrace, looking up to see it was Xie Chenju. His condition was not much better, his complexion nearly transparent, making his dark eyes appear even more like black lacquer, like an opal submerged in snow melt. Sang Nian clutched her chest, her lips trembling, struggling to articulate, Xie Chenju, I think I'm falling ill. Xie Chenju cast a brief glance at her, biting his fingertip, and gently smearing it on her pale lips. The familiar sweet metallic taste returned. Sang Nian pressed her lips together, swallowing that drop of blood. The pain in her chest gradually lessened. In that instant, she realized, you gave me your blood after I fell into the water. He released her hand. I merely fear your brother's wrath. Sang Nian replied earnestly, a gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. Xie Chenju remained noncommittal, I am no gentleman. Suddenly, the chains above them rattled ominously. With a resounding crash, a cluster of dim sparks ignited within the ice column. They slowly ascended, piercing through the ice layer, and flew towards Sang Yan and Xie Chen-ju. The bone-chilling cold around them dissipated instantly. Sang Yan and Xie Chen-ju exchanged glances, tentatively asking the sparks, "Did you bring us here?" The sparks remained silent. Instead, a series of hoarse coughs emanated from within the ice column. Sang Yan turned towards the sound, gasping in shock. Inside the ice column, an unusual bird had appeared unbeknownst to them. It was an unfamiliar species, stark white at the head with a red body, possessing 3 eyes and 6 claws, its tail feathers radiant as dawn. At that moment, it lay on the ground, countless chains piercing its wings, and countless ice spikes incessantly drilled into its wounds, only to be vaporized by the blazing fire on its feathers. Sang Yan and Xie Chen-ju exchanged a knowing glance and nodded slightly. The one who brought them here was most likely this bird. Seeing no sign of malice from the creature, she stepped forward cautiously and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" The strange bird glanced at her wearily, transforming into a woman clad in red with white hair, a striking red mark upon her collarbone. She waved her hand, dispelling the chains, and unsteadily rose from the ground. "My name is Kieji." This character did not exist in the original text, making Sang Yan more cautious. "Might I inquire why you brought us here?" Kieji's gaze swept across her face, lingering on Xie Chen-ju for a few seconds before lowering her head and coughing softly, her expression unreadable. "Bringing you here was a reluctant decision. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you." Sang Yan asked, "What is it?" Kieji raised her head, her expression sorrowful. "I was once the guardian spirit beast of the Juyu clan, the Kaijiao bird. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance lured me out of the mountains, imprisoning me in a cage of 10,000-year ice, sealing me here for 500 years. Upon hearing this, Sang Yan instinctively glanced at Xie Chen-ju, and indeed, his expression was not favorable. She understood he was reminded of those 7 years he had been imprisoned. The world of cultivation was filled with perverse individuals, who would readily confine others. Sang Yan sighed inwardly. "Do you wish for us to rescue you?" she inquired. Kieji shook her head, forcing a smile. "I am at the end of my life, my time has run out, whether I escape or not is of little consequence. Sang Yan, I'll slap myself twice when I return home." Chapter 22, The Cursed Charlatan. "What is it that you wish to entrust us with, esteemed elder?" she inquired. The figure of Kieji regarded her with a benevolent gaze. "Step forward." Just as Sang Yan was about to take a step, she recalled Liu Liu's warning about S and hesitated, withdrawing her foot. "You may state your request directly. I shall not approach, as it is rather chilly." Kieji spoke softly. "There is no need for fear, I shall not harm you. Otherwise, the moment you stepped into this place, you would have perished." Xie Chen-ju retorted coldly, "Say it here." Upon hearing his words, Kieji was momentarily taken aback, slowly lifting her eyelashes to reveal a flicker of complex emotions in her gaze, part relief, part self-mockery, yet predominantly helplessness. "Very well, to be able to see you before my demise is already a mercy of fate." With a sigh, Kieji turned her wrist, summoning a sphere of milky light into her palm. The orb traversed the icy barrier, leisurely floating to Xie Chen-ju's front. He reached out to catch it, scrutinizing it intently. As the radiance faded, the object enveloped within revealed itself. It was a bird's egg the size of a fist. He exhibited little interest and casually handed it to Sang Yan. Curiously, she examined it from all angles. "What is this?" "This is my unborn child, who has remained unhatched due to being entombed within this millennium-old ice." Kieji articulated slowly. 5 centuries ago, the 10,000 Immortals Alliance abducted her, compelling me to emerge from seclusion in pursuit. Though I reclaimed her, I lost my freedom, and the tribe I vowed to protect, the Juyu clan, she enunciated each word deliberately, was utterly annihilated. Sang Yan gasped. "Was it the 10,000 Immortals Alliance that did this?" Kieji nodded. Sang Yan was incensed. Wasn't the 10,000 Immortals Alliance a righteous faction? How could they act so inhumanely? Xie Chen-ju abruptly inquired. "Juyu clan. They are the remnants of a divine lineage residing on the Lesser Hoshan." Kieji murmured, "There are no beings more compassionate and benevolent than they." Xie Chen-ju furrowed his brow. Sang Yan, perplexed, asked, "Why did the 10,000 Immortals Alliance seek their destruction?" Kyeji remained silent for an extended moment. I do not know. Sangyan carefully stowed away the red-winged bird egg and reassured, fear not, esteemed elder. We shall take good care of your child. Kyeji replied, thank you. Now that we have exchanged all that is necessary, Xie Chenju queried, when shall you release us? The corners of Kyeji's eyes twitched slightly, and she replied gently, why the haste? Come closer, I have one more gift to present to you, as a token of my gratitude. Just as Sangyan was about to step forward, Xie Chenju suddenly grasped her arm, calmly stating, there is no need. We merely wish to leave. Kyeji fixed her gaze upon him, the corners of her mouth slowly drooping, ultimately rendering her expression impassive. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. A foreboding sensation welled up within Sangyan. Instinctively, she touched the assortment of protective talismans hanging at her waist. If a confrontation were to ensue, would she be able to withstand it? Without warning, a chain shot forth, ensnaring her and pulling her violently toward the ice pillar. Bang! She crashed to the ground, her organs nearly dislocated, pain forcing her into a curled position. Kyeji flicked her fingers, and in an instant, the protective talismans at Sangyan's waist shattered into fragments. Sangyan was momentarily speechless. How could she withstand such a blow? Cursed charlatan! The oppressive aura of the Demon King bore down upon her like a mountain, and she spat a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ghostly pale. Kyeji pressed herself against the ice pillar, her expression frenzied. Speak. Are you willing to offer your body to me? Sangyan refused to utter a word. Then I shall kill you now. Kyeji spread her arms wide, and with a thunderous roar, a conflagration erupted around Sangyan. Clang! A brilliant beam of sword light sliced through the air, colliding with the chain binding Sangyan's ankle, producing a deafening sound and a violent tremor. The youth gripped the sword hilt firmly, his eyes dark as night. He swiftly swung down a second strike, the sword energy descending like a tempest. Another thunderous crash echoed, the chain abruptly snapped. In the midst of the raging fire, a narrow path of vacuum appeared, and without hesitation, Sangyan scrambled to her feet, exerting all her strength to flee. Kyeji's face contorted with rage. Do not think you can escape. A tremendous force struck her, and Sangyan lost control, being flung backward. Xie Chenju's eyes twitched, and he yanked her, switching their positions. Bang! He collided violently with the ice pillar, stifling a groan as he pressed his hand to his chest, spewing a crimson spray. Blood splattered against the ice pillar, causing Kyeji to shudder violently, clutching her head in agony. Her eyes flickered between clarity and madness, as if another entity was struggling for dominance within her. He deceived me, he deceived me. I shall slay all of humanity. Humanity deserves to die. 500 years, Wei Xingyu, you possess a cruel heart. The lesser Hoashan is gone, Ju Yu is gone, everything is lost. Do not impede me. I merely seek vengeance. What crime have I committed? Clatter, the chains binding the two fell to the ground, and Kyeji screamed hoarsely at them, run. Sangyan grasped Xie Chenju's hand, desperately racing toward the cave's exit. Behind them, the inscribed golden runes resonated in unison, and Kyeji relentlessly rammed against the ice layer, her piercing shrieks and furious roars intertwining, echoing through the heavens. The surroundings trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and chunks of ice from the ceiling cascaded down, sending countless flakes of snow and ice dust flying. Sangyan tightly clutched Xie Chenju's hand, navigating through this seemingly apocalyptic ruin. Daring not to pause for a moment, she turned to Xie Chenju and declared, we will surely escape safely. Fear not. Xie Chenju was about to shake off her grip, but halted mid-motion. In the next instant, a dazzling golden light flooded into the cave. Sangyan looked up. A white-clad cultivator descended on a flying sword, his form tall and his robes billowing. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment, and he formed a hand gesture, summoning a gust of energy that lifted her, sending her soaring toward the tree hole. The instant she exited the tree hole, she couldn't resist glancing back. Before the ice pillar, the white-clad cultivator stood with his sword drawn, its roar resonating like a dragon's chant. A fierce wind surged, and golden sword shadows soared into the sky, slashing toward the frenzied beast with unstoppable force. Sang Nyan could scarcely breathe. So this is what a sword cultivator is like, how formidable. Boom. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, and then all fell silent. Qiaji's form gradually dissipated. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing through the void, uncertain of where it landed. At last, I am free. Suddenly, she reached out, as if to grasp something. How I long to see you once more, my daughter, my man. A blinding light flashed, leaving only dust in its wake. The north wind howled, scattering them far and wide. Thus, be it love or hate, all was transformed into nothingness. By the edge of the icy lake, two figures appeared out of thin air, startling several cold-feathered birds from the trees. Bang! Sang Nyan landed flat on her back in the snow, weakly flipping over, wiping the snow from her face, her eyes vacant. At last, we have escaped. Xie Chenju floated down gracefully, gazing at the icy lake with a somber expression. Sang Nyan took a breath, propping herself up on her arms, rummaging through her storage bag to retrieve a handful of elixirs. Is your injury serious? Come quickly and take a couple of nourishing essence pills to restore your strength. Xie Chenju replied nonchalantly, just a trivial injury. His dental health appeared excellent. Sang Nyan, a professional sufferer of wisdom teeth inflammation, felt a pang of envy. Just as she was about to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ribs, and she couldn't help but gasp, I think I might have broken a few ribs. After speaking, she reassured herself, fortunately, it wasn't a leg. Otherwise, we truly wouldn't have escaped. Could you lend me a hand, friend? Finally, she extended her hand towards Xie Chenju, imploring, I beg you. Xie Chenju disdainfully yanked her up, you are quite the optimist. I speak the truth. Sang Nyan grimaced as she steadied herself, we nearly perished in there. I wonder who it was that came to our rescue, she mused, truly impressive. Xie Chenju scoffed lightly, nothing particularly remarkable. Two fellow cultivators. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. The tone was as melodious as shattered jade. Chapter 23, Our Xiaoxia is indeed a rare flower in Qingju. Sang Nyan turned at the sound. A young cultivator stood by the lake, his visage as exquisite. A few clusters of ice roses bloomed fervently beside him, their petals translucent like crystal. As a gentle breeze swept by, the petals fluttered down into the sleeves of his robe. He lowered his gaze to pick the flowers, his fingers long and elegant as jade. Sang Nyan was captivated. How breathtakingly beautiful. He must be a true celestial being. Xie Chenju, with a half-smile, reminded her, drool. Sang Nyan hastily wiped her mouth with her sleeve, realizing midway that he was teasing her. Indignant, she retorted, nonsense, there's no drool at all. Xie Chenju let out a cold snort. Sang Nyan, shaking her fist at him in mock threat, composed her expression and softly asked the cultivator, were you the one who saved us just now, young hero? The cultivator nodded, I am Xiao Zhuochen from the Hall of Eternal Life. Sang Nyan quickly introduced herself, I am Sang Nyan, and this is my friend Xie Chenju. We are deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, young hero Xiao. As she spoke, she tugged at Xie Chenju's sleeve, urging him to express his gratitude. Xie Chenju cast a haughty glance at the young man and coldly snorted once more. She sighed, changing the subject, may I ask if you encountered our companions on your way here? They are disciples of the Xiaoyao sect and carry tokens at their waists. I was sent by my master to investigate anomalies in the Shumi realm, and I have only come across the two of you, Xiao Zhuochen replied calmly. Why are you here? Sang Nyan explained, we were initially traveling by flying boat to the Xiaoyao sect, but an accident occurred mid-journey, and we were thrown off, inexplicably entering the Shumi realm. Xiao Zhuochen pondered briefly, it must have been the Kai Liao bird acting with intent. Today marks the end of her lifespan, perhaps she sought to seize a host. No wonder she targeted only me, Sang Nyan realized, and insisted that I offer my body to her. Xiao Zhuochen stated, you lack the key to traverse the Shumi realm, and without the ability to utilize spiritual power within, it is remarkable that you have survived unscathed. Sang Nyan blurted, actually, I've broken at least 3 ribs and lost a bucketful of blood. I only appear lively now due to the afterglow. Xiao Zhuochen paused momentarily, Do you have any final words to convey? I will relay them to your family and friends. Sang Yan was taken aback. Xie Chenju coolly interjected, you should hurry and say your final words, delay, and the chance may slip away. Sang Yan shot him a glare and cleared her throat, by the way, why was that Kai Liao bird imprisoned here? Xiao Zhuochen spoke with a steady tone, years ago, she wreaked havoc upon the world, incinerating 30,000 miles and reducing 50 cities to ashes, with no survivors among the populace. When the 10,000 Immortals Alliance captured her, they intended to execute her on the spot, but my master deemed such punishment too lenient. After deliberation, the Alliance decided to secretly imprison her in the Shumi realm, where she would eternally suffer. Sang Yan gasped. So this was the true reason for her 500 years of confinement. She also claimed that the Immortal Alliance stole her child. Is that true? Xiao Zhuochen replied, the Kai Liao bird is bound by her nature to obey only the Zhu Yu clan, the human race cannot tame her, and we would gain nothing from her offspring. Sang Yan inquired, and the Zhu Yu clan? Xiao Zhuochen's voice turned icy. Ancient texts record the Zhu Yu clan as cruel and bloodthirsty, delighting in human flesh. Once, 100,000 cultivators perished on the small Hoshan. Sang Yan, well then, it seems the entire saga was a ruse. She felt utterly duped. For a brief moment, she internally repented for her previous misconceptions about the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. My apologies, 10,000 Immortals Alliance. I misjudged you. Now that the Kai Liao has been subdued, I must take my leave. As Xiao Zhuochen summoned his spirit sword, a farewell. Sang Yan nodded vigorously. Yes, young hero Xiao, safe travels. Thank you immensely for saving us. Xiao Zhuochen gazed at her silently, unmoving, confused. Sang Yan tentatively asked, is there something else you require? Could it be a token of gratitude? Just as she was about to retrieve some spirit stones from her storage pouch, Xiao Zhuochen suddenly spoke, I am waiting for you to say your final words. Sang Yan, beside her, Xie Chenju burst into exaggerated laughter, causing a flurry of snow to fall from the branches above. After finally sending Xiao Zhuochen on his way, Sang Yan glared at Xie Chenju, is it really that amusing? Xie Chenju smirked, leisurely stating, indeed, how could it not be? Miss Sang, you truly ought to gaze into a mirror to behold your own reflection. Sang Yan proudly declared, I performed splendidly, you should refrain from teasing me. Xie Chenju remarked, Miss Sang, your soul nearly fell prey to that dashing young hero. Sang Yan retorted defiantly, who could resist such beauty? My reaction is perfectly normal for any person. Xie Chenju's smile faded slightly, his tone slowing, I see. Ding Xie Chenju's favorability -10, Sang Yan exclaimed, no matter how handsome he is, he cannot compare to you. Xie Chenju scoffed. Sang Yan, overly sycophantic, declared, our Xiao Xie is truly a rare blossom of Qingju, Xiao Zhuochen is simply beneath notice. Xie Chenju replied with a scoff. Sang Yan scratched her head, puzzled by his unusual demeanor. This place connects to the Shumi realm, accumulating too much resentment from the Kai Liao. It inevitably affects your emotions, amplifying all feelings. Liu Liu's voice suddenly chimed in. He lamented, my goodness, I finally connected to the internet, I hope I haven't missed anything. Sang Yan coldly retorted, you realized you veered off course when the cart collided with a tree, and your snot dripped into your mouth when you should have wiped it away. Only after the boss battle concluded do you think to check online. Liu Liu awkwardly chuckled, seeing the host still alive brings me great comfort. Sang Yan scoffed, in critical moments, you are utterly unreliable. What good are you to me? I might as well wash you and send you to McDonald's to be coated in breadcrumbs and fried until golden. Liu Liu, Kuku, how cruel. A flying boat slowly approached. From afar, Zhu Yao shouted at the top of her lungs, Sang Yan, are you alive? Sang Yan called back, I'm doing just fine. As the boat steadied, Wen Buu and the others strode toward her, Miss Sang, are you all right? Sang Yan shook her head, it's a long story, but we're safe now. Su Shuiyin breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing you and young Master Xie fall was terrifying. Zhang Yan omitted mentioning Xie Chenju's cultivation level, vaguely stating, "We were saved by young hero Xiao Zhuochen from the hole of eternal life." Xie Chenju shot her a glance but did not refute. Upon hearing her words, Su Shuiyin let out a short, sharp gasp, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xiao Zhuochen. Zhang Yan was perplexed by her intense reaction. "Yes, why?" Su Shuiyin exclaimed excitedly, "His name is renowned throughout the cultivation world. Everyone longs to catch a glimpse of him." Xiao Zhuochen, the undisputed prodigy of the cultivation realm, was so perfect he seemed otherworldly. He hailed from a distinguished family, possessed stunning looks, and was born with a natural affinity for swords. Su Shuiyin elaborated, "The cultivation world even established a list of outstanding talents, and he tops it." Zhang Yan understood. He was the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. Noticing Chu Yao's dismissive expression, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Chu Yao, sensing her thoughts, candidly stated, "I have a rivalry with Xiao Zhuochen's brother. Seeing members of the Xiao family irritates me. I admire Yu Qingxi, who ranks second on the list for opposing the Xiao family." This was about familial ties. "Our senior brother and your brother are also on the list," Chu Yao added. Zhang Yan became intrigued. "What rank do they hold?" "Senior brother is third, while your brother is 10th. So, Zhang Qiyang was quite renowned." Zhang Yan began to seriously contemplate how much spirit stones she could earn by selling Zhang Qiyang signed items. "However, in my view, young Master Xie is by no means inferior to these individuals," Su Shuiyin remarked with a smile. "Given time, young Master Xie will surely make a name for himself." Xie Chenju nonchalantly replied, "It is merely a hollow reputation. There was nothing to care about. Only women as shallow and fickle as Zhang Yunling would concern themselves with such matters." Chapter 24, Xie Chenju, will never like you in this lifetime. Warning, likely to be delicious. 3 days later, Zhang Yan successfully arrived at Luoxian City, located at the foot of the Xiaoyao sect. Chu Yao and her companions had to return to the sect to report, offering her a few words before hastily departing. The selection for new disciples would not commence for another day, and the city was bustling with individuals drawn by the allure of the sect, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Zhang Yan, accompanied by Xie Chenju, searched several inns, only to find them all fully booked. "Surely, there can't be over 100,000 people in the city right now," she mused as they walked through the throngs of people. "It's far too difficult to gain entry to the Xiaoyao sect." She couldn't yet fathom what the scene would be like when the official selection began the next day. However, according to the original text, merely passing the first test of spiritual roots would eliminate a significant portion of candidates. The subsequent tests would further narrow the field. Ultimately, no more than 10 individuals would be granted entry to the Xiaoyao sect. The pressure weighed heavily on Zhang Yan. She had no worries regarding her spiritual roots. The original owner possessed them. However, the original owner had relied on Zhang Qiyang's connections to enter the Xiaoyao sect. Now that she had decided to conceal her identity while seeking a mentor, she could no longer rely on such means. She needed to enter the sect on her own merit. Should she fail, Zhang Yan halted before the notice board, scrutinizing the announcement affixed there. Xiaoyao sect canteen seeks 2 dishwashing workers working hours. Three shifts daily, 1 day off, annual leave of 20 days, monthly salary, 30 spirit stones, accommodation and meals provided. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This position was not strictly necessary for her. She glanced around furtively before swiftly tearing down the notice and tucking it into her sleeve. Xie Chenju, who had witnessed the entire scene, remarked, "Zhang Yunling, what are you doing?" Zhang Yan pulled him into a corner and said sternly, "Please don't call me Zhang Yunling anymore." Xie Chenju frowned. "Then what should I call you?" "Call me Zhang Nian," she replied, "or Nian Nian will suffice." The words of Chu Yao from that day echoed in her mind, only those close to one would use their nickname. Xie Chenju scrutinized Sang Yan, letting out a derisive laugh. Sang Yunling, I advise you to abandon any hopes you may have. Sang Yan was taken aback. Huh. He continued, perhaps our time together has led you to misunderstand something, but I, Xie Chenju, will never harbor any feelings for you in this lifetime. Sang Yan was left speechless. Huh. My staying by your side is merely a temporary arrangement. Xie Chenju's voice turned cold. Once I obtain what I seek, there will come a day when I will leave. Should you dare to impede my departure, I will ensure your demise. Sang Yan exclaimed, Ho. Xie Chenju chose not to elaborate further and strode away with determination. Sang Yan was left utterly perplexed. Was this person unwell? Half a day passed, and as night fell, Sang Yan finally located the only inn with available rooms. You two are indeed fortunate, this inn has but one room left. Had you arrived just a moment later, you would have found yourselves without accommodation. The innkeeper smiled as he handed her the key. Every 30 years, Luoxian City experiences such a bustling period. It is evident that this is your first visit. Those with experience have booked their rooms months in advance. Sang Yan accepted the key. This is indeed my first visit. I hadn't anticipated it would be so crowded. The innkeeper examined her and Xie Chenju for a moment, then chuckled. I observe that you two possess remarkable potential. You are bound to succeed in entering the Xiaoyao sect. Sang Yan exclaimed, is that true? Naturally, the innkeeper replied. Having operated this establishment for many years, I have never misjudged a soul. However, Sang Yan inquired, what? You are still lacking something, he said, his tone grave. Without that particular item, your success is not guaranteed. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Sang Yan asked, what is it? The innkeeper cautiously scanned the surroundings before retrieving 2 objects from the shelf. As the saying goes, one's life, fortune, and feng shui are crucial. Often, success hinges on a mere stroke of luck. He gestured to the talisman in his left hand. This is a good fortune talisman, hand-drawn by Master Ji of Cibei Cliff. Wearing it will surely bring you continuous good luck. Xie Chenju remained nonplussed. Sang Yan, intrigued, exclaimed, is it truly that miraculous? Hold your excitement, observe this as well. The innkeeper revealed a long sword in his right hand. This is my ancestral sword. With it in hand, you will be unstoppable. Xie Chenju maintained his silence. Sang Yan's heart raced with exhilaration. Is it truly that formidable? Would you like to possess it? The innkeeper inquired. Sang Yan nodded vigorously. Yes. 100,000 spirit stones. He extended his hand. Sang Yan immediately lowered her head to retrieve her storage bag. Xie Chenju, unable to contain himself, grasped her arm. Are you a fool? Before she could respond, the innkeeper rolled his eyes and scoffed. I have only endured this for your sake. Since you do not trust me, let it be. Sang Yan hurriedly said, I want it. Wait, I will get the spirit stones for you right away. With that, she pushed Xie Chenju aside. Let go, you're blocking my payment. After a brief standoff, Xie Chenju, with a dark expression, released her. Sang Yan handed a stack of banknotes, each stamped with a seal, to the innkeeper. Each note is worth 10,000 spirit stones. With the transaction completed, the innkeeper's expression brightened. Indeed, you are a discerning individual. He glanced at Xie Chenju. Unlike some who depend on others and cannot even discern who truly holds authority in their household. Xie Chenju's demeanor darkened. What did you say? I said nothing at all, the innkeeper feigned innocence. Sang Yan carefully stowed away the talisman and sword, forcibly pulling Xie Chenju upstairs. All right, it's getting late, let us return to our room and rest. Upon entering the room, Xie Chenju, still scowling, shook off her hand. He was mocking me. Didn't you catch that? Sang Yan settled into a chair, admiring her newly acquired talisman and sword, casually remarking, I think you misheard, I find him quite amiable, and he even gave me a complimentary gift. Xie Chenju gritted his teeth. A good fortune talisman was shoved into the pouch at his waist, and Sang Nyan patted it, admonishing, wear it properly. If you lose it, I won't buy you a new one. He was taken aback, processing her words before finally saying, you bought this for me. Sang Nyan affirmed, yes. Xie Chenju turned his face away. I do not need it. Take it back. It won't bother you just lying there, Sang Nyan insisted. This is a good fortune talisman, it can bring you good luck. She gazed into his eyes, her voice filled with enthusiasm. You have always been so unfortunate. With this, your luck will surely improve, and everything will go smoothly for you. Xie Chenju fell silent, his voice lowering slightly when he spoke again. You are being overly sentimental. He secured the pouch, wearing a look of disdain. I will throw it away in a couple of days. Clink Xie Chenju's affection 200. He clearly harbored feelings. Just playing hard to get, Sang Nyan pouted, drawing her pristine sword and curiously asking, is this sword as impressive as yours? Xie Chenju retorted, what do you think? Sang Nyan pondered for a moment. They should be about equal, right? Xie Chenju summoned his own life sword and flung it before her with a thud, lifting his chin slightly. See for yourself. Eagerly, Sang Nyan attempted to draw the sword but found it immovable. She looked at Xie Chenju in confusion. Xie Chenju pulled out another chair, lounging as he flicked the sword with his fingers. The blade quivered, reluctantly emerging from its sheath. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed before Sang Nyan's eyes. She squinted, waiting for the radiance to fade before examining it closely. The sword was entirely black, devoid of any engravings, and its material was chillingly cold. She attempted to hold it, feeling the weight that strained her wrist. This sword appears quite ordinary, Sang Nyan remarked. No sooner had she spoken than the sword trembled violently in her grasp. She quickly set it down, feigning seriousness. But upon closer inspection, one would realize it is anything but ordinary. Each detail is flawless. It is undoubtedly the finest sword in the world. The sword remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly raising its hilt, awkwardly rubbing against her palm. Sang Nyan exclaimed, what is it doing? Xie Chenju sheathed his sword, his expression impassive. It's merely pondering a return to the forge. Indeed, swords reflect their masters. If the person is peculiar, so too is the sword. Sang Nyan didn't comprehend, but respected it nonetheless. She stood and retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe. Do you know how to play rock paper scissors? Xie Chenju inquired, why do you ask? Sang Nyan set the blanket down in a suitable spot. Let us play rock paper scissors. The winner will claim the bed tonight, fair and square, no cheating. He scoffed, childish. I won't play. Sang Nyan rolled up her sleeves, rock paper scissors, shoot. Both extended their hands simultaneously. She glanced at her open palm and then at his clenched fist, bursting into laughter as she declared, I won. Tonight, I sleep in the bed while you take the floor. Xie Chenju stared at his still clenched fist, a look of confusion crossing his face. How had he ended up participating? Chapter 25. The subordinates still believed that the young master had also developed feelings for her. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. 2 crows flapped their wings and took flight from the branches. In a secluded alley, they transformed into human forms, kneeling before the young man in black attire to pay their respects. Young master, this is the elixir to suppress your cultivation. The first crow presented a wooden box with both hands. Young master, this is the lotus leaf chicken. The second crow offered an old paper package, also with both hands. Xie Chenju accepted the package, casually lifted the lid of the wooden box, revealing a brown spiritual pill, exuding a bitter fragrance. He picked it up nonchalantly and swallowed it. As the pill entered his abdomen, the spiritual energy within him rapidly diminished, and a slight pain coursed through his meridians. Xie Chenju appeared unfazed. How long will it last? Crow 1 replied, 3 months to return to the golden core stage, and another 3 months to reach the nascent soul stage. Xie Chenju nodded. 6 months will suffice. Crow 1 continued, now, even if the leader of the Xiao sect were to arrive, he would not discern your true cultivation level. He would only perceive you as a remarkably handsome and gifted ordinary person. You will undoubtedly succeed in infiltrating the inner circle of Xiaoyao. Crow 2 interjected, but our target is the Kunshan Jade fragment, isn't it? Crow 1 rebuked, what do you understand? The reason the young master journeyed 1,000 miles to the Xiaoyao sect is not solely for the Kunshan Jade fragment on Sang Yunling. He undoubtedly aims to conquer the Xiaoyao sect entirely and catch the righteous sect off guard. Young master, do you agree with what I said? Xie Chenju replied, indeed. Crow 1 exclaimed, the young master possesses grand ambitions. We are in awe. Crow 2, puzzled, asked, Sang Yunling has encountered danger several times on her journey. Young master, why do you insist on saving her? If she were to perish, would we not acquire the fragment effortlessly? Xie Chenju leaned back against the wall, casting a casual glance at him. Are you questioning me? Crow 2 replied, I would not dare. Xie Chenju's voice was cool. If Sang Yunling were to die, the fragment she possesses would vanish as well. To obtain the fragment, we must seek alternative methods. Crow 1 stated, the young master bears humiliation for greater goals. We are in awe. Crow 2 suddenly realized, I see, I had thought that the young master had developed feelings for her. Xie Chenju scoffed, I could never harbor affections for such a rude and disrespectful woman. Crow 1 affirmed, the young master remains steadfast to his principles. We are in awe. Crow 2 declared, I shall seek an opportunity to infiltrate the Xiaoyao sect, fully cooperating with the young master's grand plan to conquer Xiaoyao at the earliest. Xie Chenju's tone turned cold. Before we conquer Xiaoyao, there is one more task I need you to undertake. Both crows straightened their expressions. We are willing to face any danger for the young master. Xie Chenju beckoned them closer with a finger. The two approached nervously. Xie Chenju whispered something to them. Their expressions shifted, exchanging glances. Xie Chenju asked, do you understand? Both crows nodded. Understood. Xie Chenju commanded, you may leave. The two bowed and retreated, swiftly departing. The alley was left with only Xie Chenju. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes, glanced at the multitude of stars above, and with a slight smile, hastened back to the inn, carrying the lotus leaf chicken. Upon pushing open the door, he found Sang Yan leaning over the table, studying a bird's egg. Upon seeing him return, her eyes brightened, and she quickly approached to take the paper package from his hands, complaining, why did it take you so long to buy a late-night snack? I was about to starve. As she opened the paper package, she exclaimed, wow, it's lotus leaf chicken. Xie Chenju replied coldly, I am not your servant, if you dare to command me again. Before he could finish, a chicken leg was abruptly shoved into his mouth, effectively silencing him. Stop talking and eat it while it's hot, Sang Yan said, breaking off another chicken leg and taking a large bite, her words slightly muffled, it won't taste good if it goes cold. Xie Chenju removed the chicken leg from his mouth, frowning at her greasy hands. I washed my hands before eating, 3 times, Sang Yan retorted, irritated. Don't look at me like that. Xie Chenju smirked slightly, Miss Sang, your eating manner is indeed quite bold. Sang Yan rolled her eyes and retorted, no one in this world has been born who can eat a lotus leaf chicken elegantly. If you want to eat, eat, if not, just shut up and go to sleep. Don't ruin my appetite with your snide remarks. Xie Chenju tightened his grip on the chicken leg. It turned out that Sang Yunling was not only rude and capricious but also sharp-tongued and gluttonous. He took a hearty bite of the chicken leg. Those who liked someone like her were either fools or blind. There was no exception downstairs. The innkeeper finished tidying up the tables and chairs, exchanged pleasantries with the boss, and left for the day. Once everyone had departed, the innkeeper opened the drawer of the counter, counting the money with a beaming smile. He looked up, alert. Standing before the counter were 2 men in black attire, one wearing a menacing ghost king mask and the other a demon mask with white eyebrows and red eyes. Though their faces were obscured, their presence was foreboding. The innkeeper's heart sank, and he quickly hid the money, forcing a smile. Our establishment is fully booked, perhaps you gentlemen could check elsewhere. The man in the ghost king mask spoke in a chilling tone, what if I refuse? The innkeeper held his breath, what have I done to offend you too, I wonder? The other man in the demon mask replied slowly, you guess. Cold sweat dripped down the innkeeper's back as he tried to appease them. How about this? I happen to have a talisman personally drawn by Master G from the Compassionate Cliff, and 2 ancestral swords from my family, usually worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. Today, I will give them to you for free, as a gesture of friendship. What do you say? The man in the Ghost King mask responded, very well. The innkeeper hurriedly retrieved the talisman and swords. Please accept them. Just as he finished speaking, the masked man suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him closer. The innkeeper struggled, but couldn't he break free, leaning back in fear. What do you want? The man in the demon mask sneered and raised his hand, casting a barrier to obscure their surroundings. Ignorant fool, how dare you deceive our young master? Tonight, you will learn the price of offending the young master. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar bed, or perhaps it was the lingering thoughts of the selection, but Sang Mian's sleep was restless. When she awoke, dawn had just broken, and the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Occasional sounds of vendors conversing drifted from the street, and the small wooden cart, laden with goods, rattled as it rolled over the ground. Skylarks flitted through the clouds, leaving behind a series of clear chirps. It wasn't particularly noisy, but neither was it quiet. She turned over and glanced at the young man sleeping on the ground. He lay in a very proper manner, hands folded in front of him, completely still. Last night, she had forgotten to close the window, and a few rays of morning light fell unobstructed onto his face, illuminating his exquisite features. Frowning even in sleep. Sang Mian murmured, unable to sleep soundly. She decided to tiptoe to the window to close it. Just as she took a step, Xie Chenju suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up, drawing his sword in a flash to press against her throat, resembling a fierce beast. Sang Mian's foot hung in midair. I merely wanted to close the window. Realizing his reaction, he sheathed his sword and pressed his fingers against his temples. Sang Mian successfully closed the window. Is this how you always are? Xie Chenju grunted, a hint of weariness visible in his brow. Sang Mian remarked, no wonder you have such a bad temper. Few people with poor sleep patterns are good-tempered. Xie Chenju raised his eyes, a smile not quite reaching his lips. Then why do you persist in provoking me at every turn? Sang Mian pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, then I shall treat you better in the future, not provoking you, and I will pamper you more. Xie Chenju dismissed her words with disdain. Flattery. Sang Mian regarded him seriously, it is sincere. Their gazes locked for a moment, before Xie Chenju averted his eyes, chuckling softly, sincere. I have never encountered such a thing. Sang Mian's eyes were as clear as water. Not having seen it does not mean it does not exist. Time reveals a person's heart. In the future, you will know whether my feelings for you are sincere. Xie Chenju tightened his fingers, feeling the absurdity of it all. The very people who once humiliated him now claimed to offer him sincerity. How utterly laughable, even more ludicrous was that for a fleeting moment, he believed it. Xie Chenju closed his eyes, his knuckles turning white. Useless things. Chapter 26. What? How dare your character be even worse than mine? Yujing, Changshan Palace. Xiao Zhuqing approached the palace entrance and inquired of the gatekeeper, has my master emerged from seclusion? The gatekeeper replied, not yet. Nodding, Xiao Zhuqing was about to turn away when a sudden sigh echoed from within the palace. Zhuqing, you have returned. Xiao Zhuqing stood with hands at his sides. Master, 4 days prior, the fiend from the Shumi realm has been vanquished. A prolonged silence ensued before a voice asked, did she leave any words before her demise? Xiao Zhuqing replied, I did not hear any. Very well. Another sigh resonated from within, who intruded upon the Shumi realm. 2 passers-by, they were on their way to the Xiaoyao sect for selection, and the fiend, having reached the end of her lifespan, sought to seize their bodies for rebirth, thus dragging them into the Shumi realm. In that case, you may withdraw. Yes. Inside the palace, Emai Xingyu slowly opened his eyes and coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Time, like a fleeting moment, rendered 500 years merely an instant in the grand tapestry of existence. He mused, yet, there would be no subsequent 500 years, never again. At the stroke of noon, the square of Luoxian city reverberated with 3 chimes, heralding the commencement of the selection. Sang Mian hurriedly led Xie Chenju towards the venue, but as they descended the stairs, the bruised and battered shopkeeper suddenly lunged towards them. Startled, she exclaimed, "What happened to you?" The shopkeeper, unable to meet Xie Chenzhou's gaze, placed the money collected the previous day into Sang Yan's hands, trembling as he forced a smile that resembled a grimace. "Miss, I observed the celestial signs last night. It is ill-advised to engage in financial dealings recently, lest one encounters calamity. Please take these spirit stones, and consider the talismans and sword as my gift to you." Sang Yan hesitated. "That would be inappropriate. You've suffered a significant loss, and running a business is no easy task." "No, it's perfectly fine." The shopkeeper, on the verge of tears, urged, "Do not concern yourself with me, I am truly unscathed." Sang Yan was about to decline further when Xie Chenzhou nonchalantly remarked, "The selection is about to begin." Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "Then I thank the shopkeeper." The shopkeeper nodded fervently. "Hurry along now." Sang Yan responded, The shopkeeper insisted, "I meant to say, take your time, esteemed guests, take your time, har har." Sang Yan expressed her gratitude and hurried alongside Xie Chenzhou towards the square. Upon their arrival, the area was already teeming with people, a vast throng stretching as far as the eye could see. Sang Yan was disinclined to jostle with the crowd and signaled for Xie Chenzhou to remain at the back. Naturally, where there were those wishing to move forward, there were also those seeking to push ahead. "Get out of the way." A young man clad in fine garments forcefully shoved aside a bystander obstructing his path. "Dare to block my way, and you'll regret it." The aggrieved individual was equally temperamental and was about to retort when a guard beside the young man stepped forward, intentionally exuding an aura of intimidation. The onlooker's face paled, and he staggered, collapsing to his knees. "Here, a token for you." The young man carelessly tossed a bag of spirit stones, raising his chin haughtily as he continued onward. The crowd fell silent, then murmured among themselves. "He actually has golden core guards with him. He must come from a notable background. No wonder he is so arrogant and unscathed. Without protection, he would be beaten at least 8 times a day. How could such a boorish individual aspire to join the Xiaoyao sect? A vain delusion." Sang Yan scrutinized the young man. "Who is this fool?" Liu Liu responded in her mind, "Shen Mingchao, the sworn enemy of the original host." Sang Yan slapped her forehead. It's him." Shen Mingchao, 16 years old, a prince of a certain kingdom, possessed a temperament strikingly similar to that of the original host, arrogant and domineering. He had met Sang Yunling at the Xiaoyao sect, where 2 equally spoiled individuals crossed paths, each eager to confront the other. The inner dialogue likely unfolded as follows: "What? How dare your character be even worse than mine? No, there can only be one person of the lowest character in a sect. From this day forth, I shall solely target him." Thus, they engaged in relentless skirmishes, ultimately emerging victorious in the new edition of the Xiaoyao sect spinning top competition. Sang Yan thought, divine gold. Upon returning, she would certainly avoid this author. The writing was clearly a hurried, half-hearted effort produced while rushing to meet a deadline. Dong! The bells rang out once more, and the crowd in the square held their breath, collectively gazing upward. Sang Yan hastily ceased her wandering thoughts and followed their gaze. In the center of the square, a beam of light shot skyward, and a colossal luminous screen unfurled above their heads. A white-haired elder materialized within. "The selection for new disciples of the Xiaoyao sect officially begins. The selection is divided into 3 stages. Only those who pass all 3 will be eligible to become disciples." His voice resonated throughout every corner of the square. "The first stage, testing spiritual roots." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a massive black crystal flew into the air above the square. The crystal trembled violently, sending out translucent ripples in concentric circles. Sang Yan gazed at it with curiosity. Suddenly, 2 beams of light illuminated beneath her feet. One was a pale blue, and the other a light green. The blue represented the water spiritual root of the original host. What, then, did this green signify? "Host, this is your own wood spiritual root," Liu Liu informed her. "With a wood spiritual root, your mastery of healing arts will be easier than for others." Sang Yan understood. Her talent lay in supporting roles, akin to a healer. She surveyed the square. Approximately half of the participants had manifested their spiritual roots, with only a scant few, like her, possessing dual roots, eliciting envious glances from those nearby. Sang Yan retracted her gaze, ultimately focusing on the area beneath Xie Chenzhou's feet. Nothing was evident. Doubting her own sight, she rubbed her eyes and looked again. A deep purple light glimmered beneath Xie Chenzhou, precisely as described in the original text, his lightning spiritual root. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had indeed misjudged earlier. Xie Chenzhou cast her a sidelong glance, his expression inscrutable. The test concluded, some were elated, while others sighed in despair. Those who pass the first stage will be automatically transported to the second stage testing realm, the elder proclaimed. First-time users of the teleportation array may experience slight dizziness. This is normal and nothing to fear. Sang Yan felt little anxiety and quietly reminded Xie Chenzhou, I heard from Chuyu that the second stage will feature some frightful scenes, but they are merely illusions, do not be afraid. Xie Chenzhou replied nonchalantly, there is nothing in this world that I fear. Reflecting on this, Sang Yan recalled that in the original story, Xie Chenzhou was the first to pass. Although the specifics of his journey through the stages were not detailed, he ultimately succeeded. She swiftly tucked a paper crane into his palm. Hold onto this, we may become separated inside, and it will help us find each other. Xie Chenzhou accepted it without a word. As they spoke, the intricately carved teleportation array below the square activated, and countless ornate patterns floated upward, gradually coalescing. Those who had tested their spiritual roots began to vanish one by one, and the square emptied in the blink of an eye. Sang Yan felt her body lighten, as if she were aboard a roller coaster plummeting from a great height. The space folded and shifted rapidly, and when everything settled, her head spun in a muddled haze. Host, are you all right? Liu Liu transformed into a small parrot and fluttered beside her. Sang Yan opened her mouth, nearly retching. She waved her hand, taking a deep breath. I'm fine. Liu Liu hovered next to her, then let us proceed. Sang Yan nodded, surveying her surroundings. They found themselves in a bamboo grove, shrouded in thick mist, with visibility severely limited. Not even the chirp of a bird could be heard, the silence palpable enough to hear one's own breathing. In such a stifling environment, nearly everyone would struggle to control their rising panic. Something drifted through the mist, indistinct shapes, obscured and unclear, yet sending chills down her spine. What is in the mist? Those are illusions conjured from your innermost fears, Liu Liu explained, just disperse them. Rest assured, the participants are mere mortals. The Xiao sect will not allow you to truly perish. At most, it is to frighten you. So the essence of this stage is to test courage, Sang Yan mused, drawing out the precious sword she had purchased at great expense. Her caution heightened. What could my fear possibly be? Liu Liu replied, you would have to ask yourself. I am but a chick, not a mind reader. Sang Yan felt both curious and anxious. The mist thickened further. Gradually, rustling sounds began to emerge, akin to the static of a television screen disrupted by snow. Sang Yan held her breath. A woman clad in white crawled out of the dense fog on all fours, adopting an eerie posture. Long, black hair obscured her face, rendering her features invisible. The rustling intensified, and she let out a chilling laugh as she slowly approached Sang Yan, her bare arms a ghastly pale hue, fingers caked in mud and moss. Sang Yan. She calmly closed her eyes. Chapter 27. Do you understand the meaning of a weakness for thrills? Host, awaken yourself, this is but an illusion. Liu Liu flapped her wings, rousing Sang Yan from her stupor. There's nothing to fear. With a woeful expression, Sang Yan lamented, is that so? Suddenly, a rustle emerged from another direction. She stiffly turned her head. A bizarrely towering shadow emerged from the dense fog, with several tentacles writhing slowly behind it, its limbs grotesquely elongated, reminiscent of four bamboo poles. As it drew nearer, Sang Yan discerned its face, utterly devoid of features. Sang Yan, at that moment, it was as though a dam had burst, and an increasing number of shadows began to materialize. Some were clad in court robes, their hands outstretched, nails pitch black, fangs bared. Others donned crimson gowns, stained with blood and tears. Some were hunched, sporting feline visages. Others were wrapped in bandages, emaciated like desiccated corpses. No, they were indeed corpses. Some were adorned with tentacles, their eyes a vivid crimson, akin to some unspeakable entity. Seng Yan's psyche shattered upon encountering a chainsaw-wielding clown, grinning maniacally as it charged towards her. Liu Liu exclaimed, "How many horror films have you watched?" Seng Yan replied, "You might as well ask me which horror films I haven't seen. You're frightened yet you still indulge in so many." Liu Liu was utterly baffled. Seng Yan, on the verge of tears, retorted, "Do you know what it means to have a penchant for thrills?" Liu Liu was left exasperated. In the grand hall of the Xianyao sect, a magnificent ambience enveloped the space, with luminous screens floating in mid-air. A dozen individuals stood below, engaged in light-hearted conversation, occasionally glancing at the lively scenes displayed on the screens, exuding an air of leisure. The screens were broadcasting the real-time dynamics of all the candidates in the second round, a spectacle of great fervor. "I've heard that this time, quite a number of dual spirit root candidates have emerged." The elder, who had arrived late, inquired. "Indeed, there are about 10, the second elder responded, "all promising talents. It remains to be seen how resolute their spirits are." The first elder stroked his beard and remarked, "I recall that in the last selection, there were only 2 dual spirit root candidates, Yan Yuan and Jing Xian. Indeed, 30 years have flown by. Yan Yuan has transitioned from disciple to elder and is now at the juncture of accepting apprentices." The second elder sighed, "Time indeed spares no one." The first elder seemed to contemplate something, shaking his head and sighing, "If only Jing Xian were still here, she would also be at the stage of accepting disciples." The second elder discreetly observed the young man sitting alone at the side and gestured to the first elder, "Best not to speak of it. Yan Yuan cannot bear to hear Jing Xian's name, he will soon retreat to Guzhou Peak to grieve." The first elder understood and shifted the topic, "Has the sect master not yet arrived?" The second elder replied, "The sect master is still in seclusion. It is a crucial moment, so he will not be coming." The first elder surveyed the hall, frowning, "Where is that girl, Bai Ko? She is probably oblivious, passed out in some corner again." The second elder chuckled, "You know her temperament. Nothing is more important than drinking, even if the sky were to fall. In my opinion, Juyu should not have taken you as her master, she is naturally suited to be your disciple." The first elder frowned, "She is incorrigible, showing no semblance of an elder." The second elder remarked, "Enough of her. We should focus on those candidates instead, selecting our favored talents early, lest we find ourselves outpaced by those brutes. They have no shame. I already have 2 disciples, Shuiyin and Chu Yao. I have long decided not to accept any more." The first elder settled comfortably, lowering his head to savor his tea. "Moreover, we are only at the second round, even if we have candidates, who knows if they can pass the third round? It is still too early to tell. To speak frankly, I have just spotted a young girl with dual water and wood spirit roots. Her aura is remarkably pure, and she bears an inexplicable resemblance. But just by looking at her features, it is clear that her heart is innocent and untainted. Passing the second round will be a mere formality." The second elder expressed his anticipation, "Let us observe her performance together." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the scene on the luminous screen shifted, eventually settling on a girl clad in green. In the bamboo grove, the girl in green appeared terrified, sprinting frantically. Behind her, a long line of bizarre creatures pursued her with wild abandon, occasionally emitting a sound akin to silver bells ringing with laughter. The second elder. The first elder followed the second elder's gaze, momentarily stunned, before suddenly rising, his expression peculiar. "What manner of beings are these? How have I never encountered them before?" The second elder scrutinized the chainsaw-wielding clown, its red nose prominent. "I have never seen such a creature either. Moreover, what is that artifact it wields? Its power is astonishing, it can cleave stone and sever trees without the use of spiritual energy." His excited voice quickly drew the attention of others. Only Yang Yuan, seated at the edge, remained unmoved. The elders gathered beneath the luminous screen, each lifting their heads to observe the unfolding scene, their faces painted with astonishment. Stiff in form and with fangs bared, this must be a corpse transformation. They speculated about the bizarre creatures chasing the girl. And what of this red-nosed, painted-faced man? He hardly resembles a human. How can you discern that he is one? And this elderly figure, Why does she possess a feline visage, yet she moves with such agility? Is she perhaps under the influence of demonic energy, on the verge of assimilation? The crowd engaged in animated discussion when, suddenly, the scene changed. Wait, she has stopped. Could it be that she intends to plead for mercy? Or, after all, she is but a delicate young girl. Knowing this is an illusion, she must be thoroughly frightened. In the bamboo grove, after being chased for a full 2 hours, Sang Yan finally managed to halt, panting heavily as she steadied herself. Her complexion was pale, though it was unclear whether from exhaustion or fear. Seizing the opportunity, the clown lunged at her. Sang Yan snatched the noisy chainsaw from his grasp, her features contorting into a sinister grin. You enjoy playing with chainsaws, do you? In the next instant, she maniacally swung the chainsaw, severing his head. The clown dissipated with a pop, like a burst bubble, transforming into a stone that fell to the ground. Gradually, she lifted her face, her gaze landing on the other illusions, releasing a series of bizarre, maniacal laughs, her expression frenzied. Come on, let us continue. Let us have some fun. 1, 2, 3. The illusions collectively recoiled, their grotesque faces now etched with palpable fear. They exchanged glances before turning to flee. She pulled the chainsaw with vigor, cackling as she chased after them. The elders outside the screen, the scene was too gruesome. They all turned their heads, unable to bear the sight. Time slipped by, and eventually, all the illusions vanished. Sang Yan wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, ever mindful of her condition as a heart patient, and tilted her head back, downing 3 bottles of heart-protecting pills. As she turned, her gaze met that of a young man in black. He seemed to have been watching for an indeterminate length of time, his expression complex. Sang Yan's face stiffened momentarily. She raked her fingers through her disheveled hair and awkwardly spoke. Why didn't you come over sooner? I was just so frightened. Xie Chenju glanced at the scattered stones, his mouth twitching slightly. They seemed quite frightened as well. Chapter 28. Your friend is quite polite, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. I was left with no choice, Sang Yan declared with conviction. Xie Chenju stepped forward, his brow furrowed in curiosity. What are these things? I have never encountered them before. Sang Yan casually fabricated a reason. I have a penchant for dreaming. These are merely nightmares I have experienced. Xie Chenju scoffed without mercy. To think you were so frightened by a few dreams. Did you truly not encounter anything upon entering? Sang Yan questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. Every person harbors something they fear. You must be concealing it. I have told you, there is nothing, Xie Chenju replied impatiently, striding past her. Hey, wait up. Sang Yan hurried to catch up, walking alongside him. The remainder of their journey unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. The exit lay just ahead. As Sang Yan exhaled in relief and prepared to quicken her pace, Xie Chenju abruptly halted. Just as she was about to inquire, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from behind, subtle as if someone were tiptoeing forward. Could it be again? Sang Yan braced herself, anticipating yet another character from a horror film, and turned to face the source of the sound. It was not a grotesque monster, but a strikingly handsome youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes. As long as it was a person, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The stranger greeted her amicably. Hello, I am Luo Ping'an. With the danger abated, Sang Yan relaxed, and upon perceiving no malice, she responded courteously. I am Sang Yan, and this is my friend, Xie Chenju. To her surprise, Luo Ping'an smiled at Xie Chenju. I know his name. We have been acquainted for quite some time. Sang Yan discreetly nudged Xie Chenju with her elbow. A friend of yours, quite polite, I must say. Xie Chenju remained motionless, silent. He gazed at Luo Ping'an's face as if ensnared in a long-lost dream, his expression distant. Sang Yan called out, Xie Chenju. Luo Ping'an echoed, Ajo. His voice was clear, laced with laughter. Xie Chenju appeared to awaken from a dream, stepping back abruptly, his complexion paling gradually. Sang Yan had never witnessed such an expression on his face, a blend of joy, nostalgia, reluctance, and fear. A shiver ran down her spine. Xie Chenju was afraid of this unfamiliar youth before him. Could it be? On the bamboo-lined path, the sound of a wine jar swaying in Luo Ping'an's grasp beckoned to Xie Chenju, reminiscent of the past, his laughter ringing with warmth. What a rare occasion. Let us go drink. Xie Chenju took a step toward him, dazed and lost. Sang Yan seized his arm, whispering urgently, Xie Chenju, snap out of it, he is not real, he is an illusion. Xie Chenju turned slowly, an illusion. Yes, he is not genuine. I know, he murmured, lowering his gaze, his lips moving as he spoke softly to himself. Sang Yan urged, speak louder, I did not catch that. Xie Chenju shook off her grip, continuing his approach toward Luo Ping'an. Sang Yan attempted to restrain him again, but Liu interjected, host, your urgency is futile. Illusions can only be dispelled by oneself, others cannot intervene. At this, Sang Yan had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, Xie Chenju had reached Luo Ping'an, standing before him. Azhou, how have you grown so tall? Luo Ping'an remarked, measuring their heights with his hand in astonishment. I seem to have shrunk by half a head. Millimeter. Luo Ping'an continued, is this Miss Sang your friend? Xie Chenju hesitated briefly before nodding, millimeter. Luo Ping'an smiled, lightly punching his chest, good, you finally made a friend. I am genuinely happy for you. A flicker of faint light ignited in Xie Chenju's dark eyes, really. Of course, you are my best brother. Luo Ping'an laughed heartily, let us go drink. Do not linger here. Xie Chenju stood motionless. Luo Ping'an urged, come on. Xie Chenju's body swayed slightly, as if he intended to follow suit. Sang Yan felt beads of cold sweat trickle down her back. Xie Chenju. His dazed expression regained a modicum of clarity. He fixed his gaze on Luo Ping'an for a long moment before slowly and resolutely shaking his head. Luo Ping'an looked perplexed. Azhou. Luo Ping'an is already dead, Xie Chenju said in a hushed tone, I killed him with my own hands. The wine jar in Luo Ping'an's grasp shattered upon impact with the ground. The icy wine spread across the earth beneath them as Xie Chenju shut his eyes tightly, uncertain whether he was speaking to Luo Ping'an or to himself. You are merely an illusion. Luo Ping'an smiled suddenly, so, are you going to kill me again? Perhaps, he murmured, you did quite well back then. Your strikes were swift and decisive, were they not? Xie Chenju remained silent, his calm finger tracing along Luo Ping'an's neck, the slightest tremor perceptible at his fingertips. I will forever harbor hatred for you, Luo Ping'an concluded. A small stone fell to the ground with a faint sound. Xie Chenju bent down to pick it up, gazing at it for an extended moment. When he turned back around, his face bore no trace of abnormality. He spoke calmly, let us go. There was no fierce battle, no terrifying monsters, only 2 jars of fine wine, an old acquaintance, and a whisper of resentment. Yet for Xie Chenju, it was this seemingly innocuous scene that evoked greater fear than anything else in the world, demanding bravery to confront. Sang Yan followed closely behind Xie Chenju, unable to tear her gaze from his silhouette. The youth's frame was slender, his back perpetually straight, like a solitary bamboo or a pine tree, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Who, exactly, was Luo Ping'an? They appeared to share a close bond, yet why did Xie Chenju feel compelled to kill him? The journey was silent. As they stepped through the exit, leaving the bamboo forest behind, Xie Chenju turned abruptly, catching her gaze unawares. Their eyes met, and she offered an awkward laugh, glancing up at the overcast sky and then down at the damp earth. The weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? Xie Chenju replied coolly, are you not curious why I had to kill him? Sang Yan faltered, it would be rather inappropriate to ask. That would be quite presumptuous. Xie Chenju's gaze sharpened, are you afraid that knowing will lead me to silence you? Sang Yan shook her head, I merely believe that if you wish to share, you will. If not, my inquiries would be in vain. Of course, there was a slight fear of being silenced, a mere whisper of it. Xie Chenju let out a cold laugh, choosing to remain silent. Not far beyond the bamboo grove lay a cliff, shrouded in swirling mists, unfathomable in depth. A glimmer of light shone from the mountain's peak ahead, marking the exit of the second trial. A number of individuals had already arrived, gathered in a cluster, fervently discussing past strategies. Sang Yan suggested, shall we go and listen? No sooner had she spoken than someone behind them shoved them roughly aside, striding past with an air of arrogance, get out of the way. Do not block the path. Sang Yan stumbled slightly, looking up to see a youth clad in fine garments, his chin held high, exuding haughty arrogance. She quickly recalled that this was Shen Mingqiao. Compared to before, he now appeared much more disheveled. Strands of hair that had once been neatly tied back now fell loosely, and his once glimmering crown was nowhere to be found, indicating that his experiences in the bamboo forest had not been pleasant. Yet, his demeanor remained pompous, still begging for a good beating. "What are you staring at?" Shen Mingqiao snapped. "Is my noble visage not worthy of your lowly gaze?" Xie Chenzhou's expression remained impassive, a storm of hostility brewing in his eyes. Concerned he might act against Shen Mingqiao, Sang Yan stepped forward, positioning herself between them to break their line of sight. Seeing this, Shen Mingqiao frowned. "Who allowed you, a mere commoner, to approach me?" "Step aside." Sang Yan retorted, "A friendly reminder, this is not a palace. Not only can I look at you, but I can also strike you." He smirked disdainfully. "I am the legitimate son of the Empress. Do you dare to hit me?" Bang! A solid punch landed squarely on his face. Shen Mingqiao let out a cry, clutching his bleeding nose as he crumpled to the ground, a mix of confusion, pain, and fury evident on him. Must I wait for an auspicious day? Chapter 29. I am a person of principles, and I do not argue with fools. You. Shen Mingqiao rose from the ground, his voice a furious roar. "Commoner. If I do not eradicate your entire clan, I shall not be called Shen Mingqiao." Sang Yan merely scoffed, her tone utterly unperturbed. How terrifying." Shen Mingqiao, indignant, jumped up and exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me this way? I am a prince, a legitimate one at that." Sang Yan clicked her tongue, saying, "Oh well, I am a person of principles. I refuse to engage in arguments with fools." Without waiting for his reaction, she took hold of Xie Chenju and moved to the side. Almost everyone was secretly watching the commotion, driven by discontent towards Shen Mingqiao due to the earlier events in the square. Seeing him humiliated, they erupted into raucous laughter. Shen Mingqiao's face gradually turned a shade reminiscent of liver. He unsheathed the whip at his waist and stormed towards Sang Yan, brimming with fury. "This matter is not over, you better." Before he could finish, he met Xie Chenzhou's emotionless gaze, and for some inexplicable reason, a chill surged down his spine. He had seen that same look in his father's eyes before. It was the gaze of one who gazes upon the dead. Shen Mingqiao swallowed hard and spat defiantly. "You wait." He turned on his heel and departed. The laughter swelled even louder. Shen Mingqiao gritted his teeth, eager to escape this place swiftly. He produced a flying artifact he had prepared earlier. You commoners should just stay put here," he declared, leaping onto the artifact and soaring towards the opposite cliff. "This prince shall be the first to conquer this trial." In the next moment, a high-pitched shriek pierced the sky as several black-feathered eagles swooped down, targeting Shen Mingqiao atop the flying artifact. Panic-stricken, Shen Mingqiao cried out, "Help, save me." No one paid him any heed. Under the relentless assault of the black-feathered eagles, Shen Mingqiao could not hold on for long, his face paling as he fell from the artifact, plunging into the clouds below the cliff. His screams echoed, lingering in the air for an extended period. Falling from the cliff would merely teleport him back to the square, ensuring he would not truly perish, yet the sensation of an uncontrolled descent was vividly real. They all knew that relying on magical artifacts to fly over would result in an attack from the black-feathered eagles, yet not a single person warned Shen Mingqiao. Outside the luminous barrier, the second elder furrowed his brow slightly. "Is this not a tad too callous?" The Grand Elder dismissed it nonchalantly. "They are rivals by nature. Losing one opponent is hardly a misfortune." The second elder countered, "Nevertheless, enough of your nevertheless," the Grand Elder barked. "He is merely reaping what he has sown. Had he exercised a modicum of restraint, he would not have found himself in such a predicament." The nearby elders nodded in agreement. Indeed. The second elder had no choice but to refrain from further comment. "However, witnessing these black-feathered eagles today reminds me of some amusing old tales," the fifth elder chuckled. The others inquired with curiosity, "What tales?" The second elder, sensing where this was heading, frantically gestured for him to stop. Oblivious, the fifth elder laughed heartily. Do you all remember the selection event 30 years ago? The girl, Jingxian, was pecked by a black-feathered eagle and, in a fit of rage, she plucked its feathers clean off. They bore a grudge for many years, seizing every opportunity to seek revenge on her. The crowd burst into laughter. How could we forget? After losing their feathers, they relentlessly approached the old patriarch, demanding he return their plumage, or they would devour the rabbits he raised. As the laughter subsided, they finally noticed the second elder's expression and exchanged knowing glances, instinctively silencing themselves. Yang Yuan, sitting in silence, appeared as if he had not heard their chatter, maintaining his stoic demeanor like a stone statue. The jovial atmosphere dissipated. The second elder cleared his throat. Let us continue observing these youngsters as they face their trials. The others quickly nodded in agreement. At the cliff's edge, the absence of Shen Mingche's incessant insults elevated Sang Yan's spirits considerably. Following the guidance of the original text, she approached an inconspicuous stone sculpture of a crane at the cliff's precipice and casually pressed its head. The stone sculpture trembled slightly. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot forth from the crane's beak, transforming into a series of floating stone steps of varying heights, extending all the way to the opposite cliff. There is no shortcut to cross. We must traverse from there, Sang Yan informed Xie Chenju. The others gathered around, scrutinizing the stone steps. Such a small stone slab, suspended in mid-air, can it truly support a person's weight? They questioned. One at a time is perfectly safe, Sang Yan replied. Those on the steps will not be targeted by the black-feathered eagles. Yet, hesitation lingered among them. With a flick of his toes, Xie Chenju leapt onto the stone step. The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes fixed on him. He walked steadily across the next slab, moving towards the opposite side as if treading on solid ground. The black-feathered eagles circled around him but did not launch an attack. Upon successfully reaching the opposite cliff, he nodded slightly at Sang Yan. The crowd erupted in excitement. He really made it. Next was Sang Yan. Standing at the edge of the abyss, it was impossible not to feel fear. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to step onto the stone steps when a girl suddenly pushed past her, exclaiming urgently, "Let me go first. I want to be second." Sang Yan, still unprepared psychologically and eager to be the last to cross, quickly stepped aside. Walking on the stone steps was far from as effortless as Xie Chenju had made it seem. The girl cautiously stepped onto a slab, but for some reason, her expression shifted dramatically, her movements becoming particularly strange. Sang Yan's heart raced in response. In the next moment, the slab wobbled violently, and the girl slipped, screaming as she plummeted down the cliff. Sang Yan's anxious heart finally sank. One by one, the remaining individuals stepped onto the stone steps. Some succeeded, while many failed. Eventually, only Sang Yan remained on this side of the cliff, with Xie Chenju waiting for her on the other side. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and reached for the nearest stone slab, inching her way up. Very well, this is a promising start, she encouraged herself inwardly, daring not to look below as she diligently crawled forward. Before long, she comprehended the reality of those who had fallen off the cliff. What had merely appeared as a small stone slab from an observer's perspective now felt like an infinite stretch. Between the mountains, it seemed as though nothing remained, only this narrow, suspended path, seemingly endless, lay beneath her feet. Even time felt stagnant. No matter how long it took, to the outside world, it seemed but a fleeting moment. The gap between the mountains spanned approximately 20 meters, with hundreds of these slabs laid out. The moment she entertained thoughts of giving up, the slabs began to tremble violently, threatening to shake off anyone atop them. This trial tested one's perseverance and determination. Sang Yan understood the challenge at hand, burying her head and resolutely continuing to crawl. Before long, her strength waned, her palms sore and blooded from the coarse stone surface. Fearing she might slip, she paused to search for healing elixirs. The black-feathered eagles circled ominously in the clouds. Suddenly, they began to shriek in unison. Sang Yan felt a chill run down her spine. In the next instant, they surged forward with ferocity, their emerald eyes filled with rage. Caught off guard, Sang Yan was struck by one of their wings, her head ringing. Weren't the black-feathered eagles supposed to refrain from attacking those on the stone steps? What had triggered this madness? Not only her, but the black-feathered eagle's sudden frenzy astonished everyone. Outside the luminous barrier, the second elder exclaimed, "What is happening?" The grand elder, equally perplexed, remarked, "In all these years, I have never seen them act like this, as if they hold a grudge against her." Could they have eaten something wrong? The fifth elder speculated. "Regardless, we must rescue this girl at once," the seventh elder said, concern etched across his face. "If this continues, the black-feathered eagles might tear her apart." The second elder could no longer remain seated, declaring, "I shall go." The sect rules state that no one may interfere during the selection. If you go, she will be deemed a failure and forever lose her chance with the Xiaoyao sect, the fourth elder interjected coldly. "Human life is paramount," the second elder retorted angrily. "Old Four, can you not set aside your rigid rules for a moment?" The fourth elder maintained a calm tone. "As long as she jumps from the stone steps, the teleportation array will return her to the square, and she will not face mortal danger. However, she will also be disqualified and unable to become a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." The grand elder restrained the second elder. "What he says is true. You must observe the situation. We are many, and we will not let this girl lose her life." Hearing this, the second elder reluctantly suppressed his anger, anxiously watching the luminous barrier. On the stone steps, the black-feathered eagles possessed claws as sharp as steel nails, leaving Sangyan no place to hide. As she endured 2 strikes, she broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, nearly convinced she had lost 2 pieces of flesh. At the cliff's edge, Xie Chenju furrowed his brow, picking up a stone and hurling it with force. One black-feathered eagle fell in response but quickly flapped its wings and soared back up. It dove menacingly towards Xie Chenju. With his cultivation sealed, Xie Chenju engaged in a fierce struggle with it, surprisingly gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, another black-feathered eagle rushed to assist. With 2 black-feathered eagles distracted, Sangyan felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Steadying herself, she drew forth the precious sword she had purchased at great cost, brandishing it wildly at the remaining black-feathered eagle. "I warn you, this sword is forged from celestial iron, indestructible." Before she could finish her sentence, a glimmer of human-like mockery appeared in the eagle's eyes as it snatched the sword from her grasp and tossed it into its mouth. A crisp crunch echoed. Sangyan, damn it, she had been deceived by counterfeit goods once more. Chapter 30. You are strikingly reminiscent of a dear departed friend of mine. In a dire situation, Sangyan instinctively rummaged through her storage bag, seizing whatever she could grasp and casting it aside. The black-feathered eagle deftly evaded each attempt, its eyes glinting with deeper mockery. Suddenly, Sangyan's fingers brushed against a cold, hard object, which she initially believed to be a protective talisman. With a rush of excitement, she swiftly retrieved it. However, it was not a talisman at all, but a sword. The blade was pure white and ethereal, every detail exquisitely crafted. Blood continued to seep from her wounds, trickling down her fingers and staining the sword sheath with a crimson hue that marred the delicate ice rose patterns, rendering it hauntingly beautiful. Recognizing it as the sword that could only serve as a memento, she hastily returned it to her storage bag, continuing her search for another protective artifact. The last vestige of the black-feathered eagle's patience waned, and it unleashed a tremendous gale with its wings. She felt as if she were a marionette with severed strings, effortlessly hurled into the air. Then, she plummeted rapidly. The black-feathered eagle remained relentless, screeching as it dove toward her, its orange beak brimming with malevolent energy. Suddenly, a blinding white light burst forth from her storage bag. A pure white longsword erupted from the bag, buzzing as it landed in Sangyan's hands, trembling incessantly. Miraculously, she understood its intent, gripping the hilt firmly and withdrawing the blade inch by inch. Clang! The longsword, sealed for years, was drawn from its sheath. Time appeared to freeze. A tempest raged, and a chilling wave enveloped the surroundings. Countless shards of ice and snow swirled through the air, as if winter had descended. Sangyan swung the sword down with all her might. Outside the luminous barrier, all the elders stood frozen in astonishment. Boom! At the edge of the gathering, Yang Yuan, who had remained impassive, suddenly rose, his teacup shattering upon the ground. Oblivious to the chaos, he fixated on the glowing barrier, his lips quivering. This sword or... In a dim chamber, a handsome young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on a point in the void, a fleeting look of dazed recognition crossing his face. Jingxian. I must be mistaken. The second elder trembled as he pointed at the glowing barrier, asking the Grand Elder, the sword she holds is the Sanshua sword, is it not? The Grand Elder, equally incredulous, replied, how could the Sanshua sword be in the hands of this girl? Suddenly realizing something, his expression changed. This is bad, Yan Yuan. The crowd turned to find that Yan Yuan had vanished without a trace. On the precipice, the sword-light soared into the heavens, leaving deep gashes in its wake. The black-feathered eagle emitted a terrified wail before unsteadily taking flight. Sang Nyan continued her descent, the wind howling past her ears with a thunderous roar. Gritting her teeth, she adjusted her posture and forcefully drove the long sword into the cliff face. A shower of sparks erupted as her downward momentum gradually ceased. Clinging tightly to the hilt, her toes barely found purchase on a protruding ledge, and she looked down with a heart full of relief. The teleportation array lay less than 3 meters below. If she could just brush against it, even with the corner of her clothing, she would be instantly transported back to the square. Just as she began to relax, a new wave of anxiety washed over her. She had no knowledge of sword mastery, rendering the sword useless to her, no matter how formidable it appeared. She hesitated between letting go and climbing upward. A gentle breeze stirred, teasing a few strands of hair against her cheek, causing a ticklish sensation. The wounds on her back and hands throbbed painfully. Every inch of her body ached, and as she grimaced, a flying sword suddenly halted before her. She looked up to see the sword's master. He was a strikingly handsome young man, clad in the most ordinary moon-white robe, his long hair meticulously pinned atop his head with a jade hairpin, his eyes dark as ink. Tentatively, Sang Nyan inquired, "Who are you?" The young man gazed deeply into her eyes, filled with an unnameable complexity and unfamiliar emotions. Yan Yuan, he replied. Sang Nyan recalled that Chu Yu had mentioned this person, recognizing him as an elder of the Xiaoyao sect. Assuming he had come to expel her, she hurriedly explained, "I haven't touched the teleportation array yet, which means I haven't been eliminated. Look, it's still quite far away." Yan Yuan ignored her, only asking, "What is your relation to Jingxian?" Jingxian. Sang Nyan had never heard that name before and shook her head honestly. "I don't know her." A mixture of disappointment and hope flickered in his eyes. "Then how comes the Sanshua sword is in your possession?" So, this sword was called Sanshua. Sang Nyan, wary of revealing its origins to this stranger, responded cautiously, "I found it.is there's something wrong with it?" Lying, Yan Yuan retorted coldly. The Sanshua sword recognizes its master, and in this world, apart from Jingxian, only her blood. His voice trailed off. Her what? Sang Nyan detested when people left their sentences unfinished and urged, "Please continue." Yang Yuan scrutinized her face intently, momentarily lost in thought. Sang Nyan, puzzled, asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He murmured, "You bear a striking resemblance to a dear departed friend of mine." Sang Nyan's mind raced, and she swiftly pieced together the implications. The Jingxian he spoke of was likely the original owner's mother. This sword belonged to Jingxian, and having been stained with the blood of her biological daughter, the original owner, the seal had been broken. Consequently, he had followed the sword aura to this location. A flawless logical loop. Sang Qian's concerns were not unfounded. Unsure whether this individual was friend or foe, Sang Nyan had no intention of revealing her identity too readily. After all, the matter of Jingxian could be investigated later. What mattered more now was, "Are you here to take me up?" she asked Yang Yuan. After a brief pause, he replied, "I can take you up. However," he added, "that would mean you have been eliminated." Sang Nyan nodded in understanding. Yang Yuan continued, "If you simply let go, you can escape your predicament." Sang Nyan replied, "But that would mean I am eliminated as well. I do not wish to be eliminated. I want to enter the Xiaoyao sect." Yang Yuan remained silent for a long while before stating, "If you wish to continue participating in the selection, you must climb to the summit from here. Given your current injuries, it is utterly impossible." Upon hearing this, Sang Nyan freed her left hand to open her storage bag, rummaging through it until she found a collection of porcelain vials containing medicinal pills. Without the time to sort through them, she poured them all into her mouth, chewing them as if they were beans. She was uncertain which pill took effect, but her wounds rapidly healed, and her exhausted energy was replenished. "How about now?" she inquired. Yang Yuan shook his head again. You still cannot do it. Sang Yan contemplated seriously before responding, I will give it a try. If I truly cannot make it, I will give up. She secured the Sanshua sword and looked up at the towering peak that pierced the clouds, tightening her lips and taking a deep breath as she gradually shifted her body. Fortunately, while the mountain was high, it was not overly smooth. The cliff face had numerous projections, providing ample footholds. Seeing her determination, Yan Yuan refrained from saying more and turned to leave on his sword. From an angle hidden from the girl's view, he paused, watching silently. Host, are you really going to climb? Liu Liu exclaimed incredulously. A mountain this high, with your lack of physical prowess, how could you possibly ascend? Sang Yan gripped the rock face tightly. You won't know until you try, and besides, I drank Xie Chen Ju's blood, which has invigorated my body. I certainly won't die halfway up. Liu Liu replied, I just think you don't need to waste your time. That Yan Yuan clearly has a story with Jingxian. Even if you are eliminated, so what? Just tell him you are Jingxian's daughter, and he would surely get you into the Xiaoyao sect. Perhaps you could even become a direct disciple of an elder. Sang Yan nodded, yes, you make a valid point. Liu Liu asked, so are you still going to climb? Sang Yan declared, I love climbing mountains. Chapter 31. I am also a person of poor manners. I understand you. Liu Liu was at a loss for words. Sang Yan said, enough, be quiet, and do not disturb me here. I am clearly doing this for your own good. What a foolish woman. After speaking, it burrowed back into her consciousness, curling itself into a plump ball. Sulking in solitude, Sang Yan ceased her speech and continued to crawl, taking intermittent breaks, and after a considerable while, she managed to cover a mere dozen meters. Fortunately, within this realm, time was not a factor. Regardless of how long it took, the outside world experienced only a fleeting moment. On the cliffside, some unknown small flowers bloomed, their white petals and green centers delicate as mutton-fat jade. She casually plucked 2 blossoms, tucking them into her hair, and softly hummed a tune. Above her, there was a platform of moderate size where she could sit and rest for a while. As she stepped onto a rock to ascend, a trembling voice suddenly called out from the platform, who is singing? Sang Yan was taken aback. Surely not, can one encounter someone in such a secluded place? Come out. I see you, the voice insisted again. Sang Yan held her breath and climbed onto the platform, cautiously peeking out to discern the identity of the speaker. At the far end of the platform, a young boy huddled with his knees drawn to his chest, his clothes tattered and stained with blood and mud, embodying a wretched sight. His head was buried in the crook of his arm, obscuring his face, but a heavy sobbing voice emerged. Woo-woo, please come out, don't scare me anymore. Sang Yan climbed up fully and gently patted his shoulder, saying kindly, stop crying. Did you accidentally fall while participating in the selection? I have medicine, I can help treat your wounds. He flinched violently, slowly lifting his head, revealing a filthy face still streaked with tears and a nose red from weeping. Sang Yan was speechless. She withdrew her hand and turned to leave. Shin Mingchao suddenly lunged forward, clutching her leg. Don't go. It was indeed a case of fate bringing enemies together. Sang Yan rubbed her forehead in exasperation. The original story did not detail how Shin Mingchao passed the selection. He merely appeared as an outer disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. She had assumed he had simply fallen due to a plot malfunction. Let go of me, she urged, attempting to kick him away. Unappreciative woman, it is an honor for you that this prince is willing to hold your leg. Shin Mingchao declared. Sang Yan kicked with even greater force. Do you want this so-called honor? Yet, no matter how she struggled, Shin Mingchao clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. After catching her breath, she finally relented. Fine, I won tea leave for now, just let go. Shin Mingchao looked up at her. You're really not leaving? Sang Yan affirmed, I really won tea leave. He released her hand with a sigh of relief. Immediately, Sang Yan dashed away. It was the first time she had been deceived, and Shin Mingchao was momentarily taken aback before stamping his foot in frustration. Stop right there. Sang Yan found him irritating and wished to escape quickly. Why should I listen to you? Without the ability to stop her, Shin Mingchao sniffled and returned to his previous position, hugging his knees tightly. He began to sob quietly, saying, "If you want to leave, then go, I don't care, being alone here is better, I can sit or lie down whenever I please, this vast territory is all mine." All mine? Sang Yan was left speechless. She withdrew her hand from the rock wall and let out a long sigh, turning back. "Enough, your incessant crying is unbearable," she lightly kicked him, "and you call yourself a prince, yet your courage is no bigger than a pinhole." Shen Mingqiao wiped his face and clenched his fists. "How dare you, a lowly commoner, mock me, this prince?" Sang Yan smiled, albeit insincerely. "You are the commoner, you are the lowly one, you, a person who has never been loved in your life." Instead, she directly threatened him, "In any case, if you keep calling me a commoner, I will throw you down right now, no empty threats." Shen Mingqiao recoiled, raising his sleeve to wipe his face fiercely, replying defiantly, "You haven't even told me your name." "You may call me miss if you do not know my name," rather than referring to me as an abominable commoner, Sang Yan said, "I too am a person of poor manners, and I understand you, so stop making excuses for yourself." Shen Mingqiao turned his head away stubbornly, and after a considerable time, he hesitantly asked, "Then what is your name?" "Sang Yan, the Nyanin Unforgettable. Shen Mingqiao scoffed, "What a terrible name, it sounds like one from a laundry house." "Your name, Shen Mingqiao, is equally ordinary," Sang Yan replied with a warm smile, "like someone who scoops manure at the village entrance." Shen Mingqiao stared in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Sang Yan reiterated, "I said your name sounds like someone who scoops manure." He exploded with anger. "Vulgar. Too vulgar." Sang Yan continued to smile, "Therefore, you had better watch your tongue, or I shall become even more vulgar, no, downright rude." Shen Mingqiao gritted his teeth and huffed heavily. "A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. I shall spare you this time." Sang Yan tossed him several healing items and bandages, indicating he should tend to his wounds himself. "Have you been here since you fell?" Shen Mingqiao fumbled awkwardly with the medicine, replying, "Yes." Sang Yan inquired, "And you wanted to jump down but lacked the courage, wanted to climb up but dared not, so you were left here crying?" Shen Mingqiao replied, "Must you be so blunt?" Sang Yan was unwilling to linger any longer, stating, "All right, I will graciously help you." Shen Mingqiao asked, "How will you help?" Sang Yan gestured at the distance, "You sit on the edge, and I will kick you from behind, and you will be able to return to the square." Shen Mingqiao seemed somewhat tempted. "Will it hurt?" Sang Yan replied, "It should not, unless you hit the cliff wall." Shen Mingqiao asked, "What if I do hit it?" Sang Yan shrugged, "Then it will be a grand spectacle." Shen Mingqiao. "QQ, enough of the chatter. Let us go." She stretched her limbs. "I will efficiently send you on your way." Shen Mingqiao shivered and took 2 steps back. "Is there no other option?" Sang Yan spread her hands. Sang Yan asked, "Have you looked well?" He shook his head violently. "No, I can't. I will die. I will definitely die." Sang Yan clicked her tongue. "Then I shall not concern myself with you. May you seek your own fortune." Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped off the platform and continued her ascent. Shen Mingqiao stared in disbelief. "Are you really planning to climb up?" Sang Yan replied, "What else? Am I climbing up and down like a monkey?" Shen Mingqiao exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? This mountain is far too high to climb." Sang Yan retorted, "How will you know it cannot be done if you do not try?" Before Shen Mingqiao could respond, she quickened her pace, quickly distancing herself, her voice fading into the distance. Shen Mingqiao glanced between her and the cliff below, finally stomping his foot in determination, gritting his teeth as he called out, "Wait for me." He stepped onto the rocks that Sang Yan had traversed, trembling yet climbing upwards, his competitive spirit ignited. "If you can do it, then I can too. Just wait and see, this prince will not concede defeat." Chapter 32, The sky may fall, yet there stands Xie Chen Ju in this secret realm. The flow of time diverges from that of the outside world. A day spent here is but a fleeting moment beyond, the sky remains eternally bright, and Sang Yan has lost track of how long she has been climbing. The cliff stretches endlessly into the horizon, as if it would never reach its terminus. Shen Mingqiao trails behind her, initially engaging in a playful exchange of words, but soon his eyes glaze over, and he is left merely gasping for breath. Yet, upon observing Sang Nyan's serene demeanor, he grits his teeth and presses onward. Outside the light barrier, the elders were in an uproar. They truly managed to climb up. These two exhibit such remarkable tenacity. In my opinion, the young lady named Sang Nyan is superior, remarked the second elder. Were it not for her, I fear Shin Mingqiao would have surrendered long ago. He declared with delight, my discernment is indeed commendable. I shall take her as my disciple. Taking a disciple is a matter of mutual consent. Your one-sided eagerness will not suffice, replied the seventh elder nonchalantly. What if she prefers my King Jian Peak instead? The second elder raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to usurp my claim? The seventh elder chuckled. What do you mean by usurp? I merely wish to provide her with an additional choice. As the second elder prepared to retort, the fifth elder gestured for silence and whispered, do you not perceive that she bears a striking resemblance to Jing Xian? And with the Sanxue sword in hand, could it truly be? The crowd exchanged glances, each with a different expression. A slight commotion arose from below the cliff. Xie Chenju slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the cliff's edge. There a battered hand groped about, seeking a stable foothold. He approached. Who goes there? In the shadow, Sang Nyan looked up, squinting, and tentatively asked, Xie Chenju. Xie Chenju stood against the light, his expression obscured. Sang Nyan was taken aback. You've been waiting for me all this time. Xie Chenju remained silent, surveying her from above. The girl's cheeks were flushed, her forehead and nose glistening with sweat, and a few disheveled strands clung to her cheeks, presenting a picture of both helplessness and vulnerability. Yet, her strikingly clear eyes shone with an extraordinary vitality, akin to the grass of early spring, or the trees of midsummer, or perhaps the verdant apricots in bloom. So vibrant it was almost surreal. Xie Chenju was momentarily lost in thought. Honestly, big brother, you truly lack perception, Sang Nyan complained. Not only do you refuse to lend me a hand, but you also obstruct my way. Xie Chenju's gaze shifted to her hand. From a distance, he had only noted the injuries. Now, up close, he discerned the thick layer of dried blood on her fingertips, the grime lodged between her nails, and the stiffness in her knuckles from prolonged gripping. He observed for a moment, then bent down and grasped her hand. Sang Nyan leveraged his grip to ascend the final rock, stumbling forward a few steps. Just as she was about to tumble into his embrace, she deftly veered to the right and landed squarely on the ground. Xie Chenju was about to move towards her when another hand emerged from below the cliff, trembling like sifted chaff. Help, good Samaritan, please lend me a hand, Shin Mingqiao implored weakly. I can't go on. Xie Chenju scoffed lightly, ignoring him. Shin Mingqiao sniffled, his eyes reddening. I beg you, brother. Xie Chenju's face twisted in disgust as he yanked him up by his hair. If you dare call me that again, I'll end you. Shin Mingqiao yelped in pain, clutching his head and leaning against him. Xie Chenju kicked him away, scram. Shin Mingqiao spun around twice before slowly collapsing beside Sang Nyan, his movement tragic and melancholic, like a butterfly with broken wings. A single tear escaped the corner of his eye. I've never endured such humiliation in my life. Sang Nyan subtly shifted away. Well, now you have. Xie Chenju approached her side. 3 days. Sang Nyan, what? Xie Chenju, you took 3 days to climb up here. Upon hearing this, Sang Nyan solemnly gave a thumbs up. I'm truly impressive. Xie Chenju, you waited for me for 3 days, she inquired. Who said I was waiting for you? Xie Chenju replied. I was merely enjoying the scenery. All right, you've been admiring the view of the cliff for 3 days, haven to you. Sang Nyan stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. But how did you know I would make it up here? Xie Chenju produced the paper crane she had given him, a faint strand of light connecting them. I almost forgot. It could inform you of my whereabouts, Sang Nyan mused. You really are patient. I thought you would leave like everyone else. Xie Chenju maintained a stern expression. I was simply here to enjoy the scenery. The sky may fall, yet this man stands firm. Sang Yan suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Let us go, hurry to the next challenge. The forgotten Shen Mingqiao attempted to rise and pursue them, but ultimately could only weakly roll over, exclaiming, Sang Yan, I command you to wait for me. Upon hearing his voice, Xie Chenju's footsteps hesitated imperceptibly. Sang Yan, without turning back, waved her hand at Shen Mingqiao. Remember, you owe me 16 bottles of gathering yuan dan and 20 bottles of spiritual spring water. These debts must be repaid, with interest. Their figures gradually faded from view, and Shen Mingqiao, in a huff, lay back down, pounding the ground in frustration. I never said I wouldn't repay. What is wrong with asking you to wait, you stingy miser? Sang Yan is indeed a miser. The entrance to the third challenge lies at the mountain's peak. Passing through a swirling portal, the scene before them transformed instantaneously. The idyllic mountains adorned with clouds and lush greenery vanished, replaced by a long corridor. Sang Yan, we simply walk straight ahead. Xie Chenju nodded. The two entered the corridor side by side. The surroundings were eerily quiet, allowing them to hear each other's breaths clearly. Suddenly, Xie Chenju casually inquired, he called you Sang Yan. Sang Yan, ho. Xie Chenju, the one who climbed up with you. She blinked in confusion. You mean Shen Mingqiao? Xie Chenju, you have exchanged names. Sang Yan nodded. Yes, that's correct. Xie Chenju, did you allow him to call you Sang Yan? Sang Yan affirmed, of course. He chuckled softly, his tone slow. So your relationship is quite close. Sang Yan waved her hand dismissively. I'm utterly exasperated with him, peppering me with questions as if he were someone significant in my life. Xie Chenju fell silent for a moment, then suddenly quickened his pace, effortlessly leaving Sang Yan behind. Ding Xie Chenju's favorability -1, what does a decrease signify? Bewildered, Sang Yan quickened her pace to catch up with him. Don't walk so fast, I can't keep up. Xie Chenju accelerated further. Sang Yan, anxious, exclaimed, what if we get separated? Xie Chenju himself was unsure of his behavior, feeling that everything was amiss, everything was irksome. He sneered, if we part ways, so be it. Sang Yan, perplexed, are you angry? Why? Xie Chenju, I am not. Sang Yan, you are. Xie Chenju, I am not. Sang Yan, now irate, retorted, you are. Excuse me, could you both pause your quarrel for a moment? A weak voice interjected. Sang Yan turned to see a man clad in the robes of the Xiao sect. It was then that she realized they had unknowingly exited the corridor and arrived at the banks of a wide river. The water surged tumultuously, and an ancient stone bridge of azure rock spanned its surface. The disciple of Xiao sect stated, this is the final challenge of selection. The rules are quite simple. You merely need to walk across this bridge. Let us argue later, Sang Yan said to Xie Chenju. First, let us cross the river. Xie Chenju silently stepped onto the bridge. As he took a step, his expression shifted, freezing in place. Sang Yan, light-hearted, urged, come on, why are you dawdling? Xie Chenju swallowed the sweetness in his throat, maintaining his composure as he stepped forward once more. His complexion suddenly paled, yet his expression remained unchanged as he steadily followed Sang Yan. They traversed the bridge without incident, eagerly waiting on the opposite bank. The second elder approached with a warm smile directed at Sang Yan. You have successfully passed all trials and are now officially disciples of the Xiao sect. Sang Yan was taken aback. Is it really that simple? Simple. The second elder chuckled. Do you know what this bridge is called? As it wasn't mentioned in the book, Sang Yan shook her head honestly. This bridge is famously known as the Shaonai Bridge, constructed from stones brought back by the first-generation sect master from the banks of the River of Oblivion in the underworld. It can discern good from evil and read the human heart. The second elder continued, should one who walks the bridge be burdened with the sins of killing, greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, and desire, then with each step, it would feel as though their bones were shattered, their tendons severed, experiencing the torment of 3,000 executions. This kind of pain, no one could endure. Chapter 33. The wound must be exposed. Xie Chenju, with a thoughtful expression, was caught in a moment of contemplation as Sang Yan scratched her head, pondering aloud, is love also a sin? The second elder replied, "This love is not that love." Sang Yan remained utterly perplexed, casting a discreet glance at Xie Chenju, seeking confirmation of his understanding. However, his expression had returned to normal, and he simply shook his head in silence, assuming he was still sulking. She pouted and inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" The second elder responded, "I am the second elder of the Carefree sect, Heng Yang, the steward of Bahor Peak." Sang Yan politely greeted, "Greetings, Elder Heng Yang." The second elder smiled benevolently, "Let us proceed to the grand hall of the Carefree sect. The others have already arrived." Sang Yan nodded and acknowledged him. The second elder, eager to showcase his abilities before her in preparation for future discipleship, deliberately chose an unconventional route, conjuring a cloud with a flick of his fingers. "Step aboard," he instructed, "I shall have it carry you." "Thank you, Elder." Sang Yan cautiously ascended the cloud, summoning her courage to bounce slightly. The solid sensation beneath her feet elicited a gasp of astonishment. "This is far steadier than riding a sword." The second elder, with a satisfied grin, turned to Xie Chenju, "Young friend, you should join her." Xie Chenju silently approached Sang Yan. The cloud ascended into the sky, soaring towards the distant, resplendent hole dot on the ground. The second elder withdrew his gaze from the horizon and, with his hands clasped behind him, glanced in another direction. "You've been following all this way. Are you not weary?" The wind stilled for a moment as Yang Yuan landed gracefully. "Are you truly so concerned?" the second elder remarked with a hint of resignation. "She is the daughter of Jingxian," Yang Yuan replied softly. The second elder disagreed. "Nonsense, Jingxian never had a partner, how could he have a daughter? She appears more like a reincarnation." Yang Yuan rubbed his temples. "One can have a daughter without a partner." Seeing his demeanor, the second elder's eyelids twitched. "Is she yours?" Yang Yuan paused for a few seconds before stating, "My senior sister does not harbor feelings for me." The second elder scratched his head. "Indeed, she was perfectly fine before leaving the Carefree sect. Any child must have been conceived afterward." After a lengthy silence, Yang Yuan remarked, "The young man beside Sang Yan cannot enter the Carefree sect." The second elder replied, "He has passed the assessment. There is no reason to deny him." "Whether he passed or not, you are well aware." Yang Yuan lifted his gaze towards the ancient stone bridge, where the rushing waters nearly drowned out his voice. "That bridge did not acknowledge him." The second elder chuckled. "As long as he can successfully stand in the grand hall, regardless of how he crossed the bridge, he will become a disciple of the Carefree sect. Such is the rule, and no one can alter it." Yang Yuan pressed, "Why do you protect him so fiercely?" The second elder replied, "It is the first time I have encountered someone capable of enduring the pain of slow death without flinching. It is rather remarkable. Nurturing someone with such malevolent intentions will only lead to calamity," Yang Yuan said coldly. The second elder sighed deeply, patting Yang Yuan on the shoulder. "If his heart were truly filled with malevolence, he would never have been able to cross that bridge. Since he has crossed it, why not grant him a chance? A villain is not born a villain, a good person is not born a good person." Yang Yuan fell silent. On the cloud, the two of them occupied the space. Sang Yan tugged at Xie Chenju's sleeve, attempting to review the reasons for their earlier quarrel. "Are you still angry?" Xie Chenju pulled his sleeve away. Sang Yan, with a playful grin, said, "I truly do not understand why you are upset. Care to share?" Xie Chenju, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, replied impassively, "You allowed Shen Mingqiao to call you Sang Yan." Sang Yan was taken aback. "Yes." "What of it?" Xie Chenju emphasized, "You let him call you Sang Yarn." Sang Yarn couldn't comprehend his fixation on this matter. "It's merely a title. Must—" Sang Yan froze in shock. Goodness, had she truly made him so furious he bled? Heaven help! His mental fortitude appeared alarmingly fragile. Supporting the swaying Xie Chenju, she stammered, "Are you all right?" He clutched his chest, nonchalantly stating, "I am fine." However, before the words had fully left his lips, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Sang Yan's scalp tingled. "Big brother, your temperature has dropped." Wiping the blood from his lips, he inquired, "Why did you let him call you by your nickname?" Sang Yan, exasperated, replied, "In this moment, can we not dwell on that issue?" Xie Chenju insisted, you have only just met Shen Mingqiao. He was remarkably persistent. Sang Yan's mind buzzed, did we not agree to conceal our identities? I certainly cannot reveal my full name, Sang Yunling, to him. I've even specifically instructed Chu Yao and the others to refer to me as Sang Yan from now on. Xie Chenju questioned. Is that all? Sang Yan clarified, of course, and strictly speaking, my nickname is Nyan Yan, which only my brother calls me. Xie Chenju fell silent. Sang Yan finally began to grasp the implications, her eyes widening as she tentatively asked, Xie Chenju, are you perhaps jealous? Xie Chenju covered his mouth and coughed twice. That is utterly impossible. Indeed, given that his affection level was still in the negative tens of thousands, it was unlikely he would feel jealousy over her. Sang Yan shook her head. Are you unwell? Can you endure until we reach the Grand Hall? Xie Chenju's gaze darkened, and he offered no reply. Sang Yan recalled their journey thus far. He had not sustained any injuries, the only possibility being, she blurted out, is it because of that bridge? A hint of derision spread across Xie Chenju's brow. I am burdened by 7 sins, drenched in blood, and haunted by the spectre of death. A person like me is destined for hell, unworthy of entering the celestial gates. Broken bones, flesh torn apart, enduring the torment of 1,000 deaths, the second elder's words echoed in her ears. So he had been enduring all along. Sang Yan, incredulous, exclaimed, are you a? Xie Chenju frowned, what is a? Sang Yan felt an overwhelming urge to pry open his skull and check if the nerves responsible for pain were non-existent. Do you not feel pain? She asked him. I cannot die, Xie Chenju replied. I am asking if you are in pain. Sang Yan raised her voice slightly, answer my question. Xie Chenju paused. After a long moment, he murmured, a little, just a little. Sang Yan thrust a handful of pain relief medicine into his mouth, exasperated, you must expose your wounds, hiding them so thoroughly each time, how will others know if you are in pain or not? Xie Chenju swallowed the medicine, his tone as cold as ice, I do not require others to know. Only the weak do such things. No sooner had he spoken than a sweet plum candy appeared in his mouth. He stared blankly for a moment, seemingly a bit foolish, what are you doing? Sang Yan replied matter-of-factly, after taking the medicine, your mouth will taste bitter. A piece of candy will alleviate that bitterness. Xie Chenju pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a while before stating, that is unnecessary. Sang Yan retorted, it is a gesture of gratitude. Xie Chenju looked puzzled. Sang Yan explained, when I was unwell, you shared your blood with me, it is thanks to that I was able to climb from the bottom of the mountain rather than succumbing midway due to illness. I am truly grateful to you. Grateful? Xie Chenju raised an eyebrow, it is rare to hear those words from you, Miss Sang. Sang Yan shrugged, regardless of whether you believe it or not, I genuinely wish to treat you well. Xie Chenju, with the plum candy in his mouth, felt the corners of his lips curl upward slightly, only to quickly suppress the smile, his tone laced with disdain, who would care? Ding Xie Chenju's Affection 500 Chapter 34. I have a terrible temper and am quite unrefined. Ahead lies the majestic golden summit of the Xiaoyao sect. The clouds gradually descend, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke upon touching the ground. Xie Chenju has fortunately recovered, allowing Sang Yan to release her supportive grip, straighten her garments, and gaze up at the opulent hall before her. Her attention is drawn to a colossal stone beside the hall, engraved with several lines of bold characters, exuding a vigorous brushwork. No challenge, fear of victory, trouble, 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 difficulty, difficulty, difficulty. This is the doctrine of our Xiaoyao sect. Zhu Xuyin and Chu Yao appeared from seemingly nowhere and kindly introduced. No challenge, fear of victory, trouble, 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 difficulty, difficulty, difficulty. Sang Yan remarked, indeed, the teachings of the Xiaoyao sect are remarkably unique. Xie Chenju raised an eyebrow. Chu Yao seemed to find something amusing, laughing uncontrollably. Zhu Xuyin, feeling embarrassed, clarified, it means to challenge difficulties, fear not adversity, and confront challenges. Sang Yan, well, that flattery certainly missed the mark. Chu Yao, suppressing her laughter, added, I believe your version of the doctrine is far superior. Sang Nian, exasperated, replied, please, spare me the jokes. Su Xuan smiled gently, I haven't congratulated you and young Master Xie on passing the selection yet. From now on, we shall be fellow disciples. I will take good care of you. Sang Nian, hee, thank you. Let us proceed into the hall, Zhu Yao said, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, and inquired, have you decided whom you wish to take as your master? Sang Nian, can I even choose my master? Zhu Yao, others may not have that privilege, but you likely do. Sang Nian, why is that? I'm not entirely certain, Zhu Yao replied, perhaps it is due to your exceptional performance. Regardless, I overheard several elders expressing their desire to accept you as a disciple when I left. My master specifically instructed us to whisper sweet nothings in your ear.so. What do you say, would you care to be our junior sister? She gestured towards Xie Chenju, and I could reluctantly allow this pretty boy to be my junior brother. Xie Chenju, hey. Sang Nian, who is your master? Su Xuan replied, it is the Grand Elder, who oversees all the libraries of the Xiaoyao sect. Sang Nian suddenly understood, no wonder you knew about my brother donating 2 libraries. Su Xuan blushed slightly and continued, there are 12 elders in total within the Xiaoyao sect. Except for the sect master, who does not accept disciples, the elders typically select 3 to 5 individuals from among you to become true disciples. The status and resources of true disciples are significantly higher than those of inner and outer sect disciples. The most senior among them is our master, the Grand Elder. Becoming his disciple would undoubtedly benefit your future cultivation. After absorbing her explanation, Sang Nian fell into contemplation. In the original story, Xie Chenju was taken in by the second elder. This time, it would likely be no different. Should she also choose the same master as him, being close to him might facilitate her tasks. With this thought, they stepped into the hall. Instantly, countless gazes turned toward them. Sang Nian cast a quick glance at the scene within the hall. 12 elders were seated at the highest position, with a grand and ornate throne placed at the center, presumably reserved for the sect master. Below, over 100 Xiaoyao sect disciples stood in neat rows, with Wen Buyu leading the group. Just in front of them stood 7 newly selected individuals, standing slightly awkwardly with their hands at their sides. Zhu Yao whispered, these are the true and inner sect disciples currently remaining in the sect. Outer sect disciples are not qualified to enter. Sang Nian nodded and walked over to stand beside the 7 individuals. They comprised 3 males and 4 females, all relatively young, gazing at her and Xie Chenju with curiosity and whispering among themselves. Isn't she the one who fell off the cliff? How did she end up here? Right, did an elder rescue her? Isn't that a bit biased? Others would have been disqualified immediately. Exactly, and look at her attire, she must have some connections. That Sang Nian cleared her throat and flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly whites. I climbed up by myself, relying solely on my own efforts, without any elder's assistance. They were momentarily taken aback before breaking into derisive laughter. No one believed her words. You may choose not to believe me, but do refrain from spreading rumors, Sang Nian said politely, or I might be compelled to take action. I have a rather bad temper and am quite unrefined. They froze for a moment before silently stepping aside, distancing themselves from her. Zhu Yao and Su Xuan returned to their respective positions. Is everyone present? The Grand Elder said, clearing his throat and speaking loudly. Then, let the initiation ceremony for the new disciples of the Xiaoyao sect commence. Wait. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the interruption. At the entrance, Shen Mingchao hurriedly ran in, stumbling repeatedly, whether from exhaustion or nervousness, and called out, I'm here too, I am also a new disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. His comical appearance elicited laughter from the crowd. Shen Mingchao positioned himself to the left of Sang Nian, gasping for breath, and addressed the Grand Elder, it can begin now. Seeing this, a hint of amusement broke through the Grand Elder's stern expression. Then, let the initiation ceremony for the new disciples commence. As the ancient bell high above tolled, the crowd quickly composed themselves, holding their breaths in anticipation. In the midst of this solemnity, several disciples presented wooden trays, each bearing a silver waist token, inscribed with the words Xiaoyao sect and the sect's emblem on one side, while the reverse remained blank. Each of them extended their hands to take a token. The Grand Elder instructed, silently recite your name in your heart. Sang Yan followed suit. Suddenly, the waist token warmed against her palm. She flipped it over to find her name, Sang Yan, inscribed upon the previously blank surface. The same phenomenon occurred for the others. This is your proof of being a disciple of the Xiao sect. Ensure to keep it safe and do not lose it, the Grand Elder stated. Should you encounter fellow disciples during your travels, be sure to support one another. Apart from Xie Chenju, the 9 new disciples were particularly excited, responding in unison, we shall heed the Elder's teachings. With a flourish of his sleeve, the Grand Elder conjured 10 glass lamps that hovered before them. These are life lamps, with blood serving as the wick. When one dies, the lamp extinguishes. He elaborated, should you encounter misfortune, the sect will be informed immediately and will send someone to retrieve your remains. The new disciples exchanged glances, and a girl timidly asked, what about avenging us? The Grand Elder replied kindly, if your demise is untimely, rest assured, that will be addressed. She fell silent, closing her mouth. Now, each of you, drop a drop of blood into the lamp to ignite it. The crowd collectively pricked their fingertips. Sang Yan, unable to summon the resolve, handed the dagger to Xie Chenju. You do it, just make a small cut, a tiny one. Xie Chenju furrowed his brow as the blade gradually pierced her soft fingertip, a drop of crimson blood slowly forming. He had often severed others' fingers or disrupted their meridians with swift and steady strokes before. This was the first time he picked up a knife without a hint of murderous intent. He awkwardly pinched her fingertip before stepping back. Sang Yan squeezed a drop of blood into the glass lamp. It did not ignite. Sang Yan. She squeezed another drop. The lamp exploded. Sang Yan. Chapter 35, Apprenticeship. The sharp sound reverberated through the solemn hall, striking an especially jarring note. The elders were taken aback and rose to their feet. The second elder hurried over, asking, are you injured? Sang Yan awkwardly replied, I'm fine, it's just the lamp that broke. The Grand Elder remarked, it must be an accident. Simply replace it. A disciple presented a new glass lamp. She cautiously squeezed out a drop of blood. The second elder stared unblinkingly. The lamp flickered and, amidst a sea of ambiguous gazes, it tremulously illuminated a faint glow. The second elder sighed in relief. Indeed, it was merely an issue with the lamp. The Grand Elder collected the lamp and turned to the other elders, saying, those wishing to take on disciples may come forth to select candidates. Those who cannot become true disciples will be sorted into inner and outer sects based on their aptitude. They could hardly contain their excitement, rushing down towards Sang Yan. She felt an odd sensation as if she were a monkey in a zoo. The second elder exclaimed eagerly, to be honest, I had my eye on you the moment you stepped onto the plaza. I have watched you come this far. It seems we are destined to be master and disciple. I beg to differ, the seventh elder interjected with a smile. You possess pure water and would dual spiritual roots, and I have a unique water-based technique that perfectly matches your roots. I guarantee you will reach the golden core stage within 3 years if you become my disciple. The Grand Elder cleared his throat. I have 2 disciples, Chuyu and Shuyin, both young ladies. You may train and play with them. The second elder, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorted angrily, didn't you say you had enough disciples, so you're trying to deceive me, are you? I suddenly think having 3 disciples is quite delightful, the Grand Elder replied. Shameless. Their banter grew heated, as if they were on the verge of a quarrel, completely shedding any semblance of elderly decorum. The other new disciples, witnessing the scene for the first time, exchanged glances, bewildered. Only the girl who had initially spoken fidgeted with her fingers, her face a portrait of disappointment and resentment. Shen Mingqiao, with an envious expression, quickly turned away, muttering sulkily, only those with poor judgment would not choose me. What did you say? The 5th elder stood before him, inquiring. Shen Mingqiao stubbornly insisted, my aptitude is no less than that of Sang Yan. Your choice not to select me as a disciple is your loss. The 5th elder chuckled, you are quite confident. Shen Mingqiao, feeling indignant, retorted, I speak the truth, when I ascend in the future, you will understand. I do not covet any master. The fifth elder replied, "If I were to be your master." Before he could finish, Shen Mingqiao promptly knelt down, declaring emphatically, "Master." The fifth elder was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You are rather clever." Xie Chenju observed them with a cold gaze, his expression devoid of emotion. The second elder, noticing his demeanor, suddenly grasped his hand tightly, cheerfully suggesting, "How about you and that girl Sang Nian become my disciples together?" Xie Chenju, who typically despised physical contact, attempted to free himself from the second elder's grip, but to no avail. His expression darkened. "Let go." The second elder maintained his gentle demeanor. "Your vital energy is in disarray. While there is no serious harm, your organs have sustained some damage. I have infused you with spiritual energy for recuperation. Do you feel much better now?" Xie Chenju replied stiffly, "I don't need it." The second elder released his hand, lightly patting the back of it, saying nothing further as he resumed his quarrel with the grand elder. Yang Yuan strode over, parting the two, and presented Sang Nian with a moon-white sword tassel. A hush fell over the crowd, and the second elder grumbled resentfully, "I knew this lad wouldn't he just stand by and watch." Sang Nian understood his implication and refrained from accepting the sword tassel, lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear. "Are you all vying for me to be your disciple because of Jingxian?" Yang Yuan's expression remained indifferent. "Irregardless of whether you are her daughter or not, I will accept you as my disciple." Sang Nian blinked in confusion. Yang Yuan continued. Just as she reached out to take the tassel, a sudden flash of sword light surged in from outside the hall, showering the area with a flurry of blossoms. As the light dissipated, a man stepped forth with measured grace. He appeared to be in his late 20s, possessing striking features and a tall, slender build, dressed in a dark embroidered robe with gold-threaded hems and cuffs. At his waist hung an ancient jade pendant symbolizing his position as the sect leader, an unspoken testament to his high status. Upon his arrival, the disciples below erupted into a flurry of whispers. "Why is the sect leader here? Didn't he see your brother when the sect leader was still in seclusion? Look at the direction he is heading. Could it be for that new disciple?" The elders were equally astonished. "Wasn't it said that the sect leader wouldn't he attend the initiation ceremony? What could have prompted his sudden appearance?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man approached Sang Nian and came to a halt. She had deduced his identity from the murmurs around her and clumsily attempted to bow. "Disciple Sang Nian, greetings to the sect leader." Above her, the man's voice was warm and smooth as jade. "You are called Sang Nian. I'm Song Lanfeng, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Do you wish to become my second disciple?" The hall fell into a sudden silence, soon followed by a buzz of hushed voices. Aside from senior brother Wen, the sect leader has not taken on disciples in years, yet he has come specifically to accept her. Indeed, he even overlooked senior sister Chuyu. "Hurry, don't say any more." Senior sister Chuyu's expression has changed. Among the disciples, Chuyu's expression stiffened momentarily, her gaze dropping, concealing her despondence. Someone patted her shoulder, and she raised her face to meet Wen Buyu's concerned gaze. Chuyu managed a smile, silently mouthing, "It doesn't matter, I don't care." Wen Buyu gently ruffled her hair, his gesture tender, as if comforting a melancholic kitten. Meanwhile, Song Lanfeng patiently awaited Sang Nian's response. Sang Nian glanced between him and Yang Yuan, finally murmuring an apology. She accepted Yang Yuan's sword tassel. She actually rejected the sect leader. Goodness, has she lost her mind? The disciples buzzed with speculation, while the focal point of the event, Song Lanfeng, exhibited little reaction. He spoke softly, "A Yang Yuan is steady in temperament, and having him as your master is also a commendable choice." Sang Nian exhaled in relief, continuing with polite pleasantries, "A thank you for your— Have you found a master yet?" Xie Chenju expressionlessly pointed to the second elder. The second elder exclaimed, "Me." Surprised, he pointed at himself. Xie Chenju nodded without expression. The second elder beamed with delight. Seeing this, a hint of regret flickered in Song Lanfeng's eyes, yet he smiled. That is splendid. The group completed their apprenticeship rites in succession, settling the remaining new disciples, thus concluding the initiation ceremony. The crowd began to disperse. As Sang Yan was about to follow Yang Yuan back to Guju Peak, Song Lanfeng gently said, "Sang Yan, please stay, I wish to speak with you privately." Sang Yan halted, turning to Xie Chenju. "You go back with your master first. I will see you in the dining hall tonight." Xie Chenju nodded. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu cast a lingering glance at Sang Yan and Song Lanfeng before departing alongside Wen Buyu and Su Xuan. Soon, only Sang Yan and Song Lanfeng remained in the hall. She felt somewhat uneasy. "May I ask what the sect leader wishes to discuss with me?" Song Lanfeng smiled as if enveloped in a spring breeze. "You are in grave danger." Chapter 36. Is it still possible to betray my master and pledge allegiance to you, Sang Yan? Sang Yan, who is going to die? Song Lanfeng, you, Sang Yan, what is going to happen to me? Song Lanfeng, you will die. Sang Yan slowly typed a question mark. Song Lanfeng inquired, "Do you suffer from a heart ailment?" Sang Yan nodded. "That is not a heart ailment." Song Lanfeng gently replied, "That is the dream of the mayfly." Sang Yan, even more bewildered, asked, "What is the dream of the mayfly?" "A type of curse," Song Lanfeng explained. "When it manifests, it will freeze the blood and cause their heart to ache as if being twisted. The afflicted are akin to mayflies, living only from dawn to dusk, hence the name, Dream of the Mayfly. But I have already lived to 17, Sang Yan protested. Puzzled, Song Lanfeng smiled faintly. "I too am perplexed as to why you have managed to survive this long." Sang Yan pondered and said, "I have been taking medicine since I can remember, consuming countless rare herbs and treasures." "Perhaps that is related." Song Lanfeng tapped the armrest of his chair with his fingers, his voice warm. "Come here, I shall feel your pulse." Sang Yan remained rooted in place, his long lashes cast a shadow over his eyes. "Nyan Nyan, I share the same master as your mother, Jingxian. I would not cause you harm." Sang Yan was taken aback, recalling what Yang Yuan had said, and hurriedly inquired, "What kind of person is Jingxian?" Song Lanfeng smiled softly, his gaze drifting into the void as if traversing time back to many years ago. His expression was gentle. "Jingxian entered the Xianyao sect at the tender age of 12, becoming my junior sister, along with Yang Yuan. The three of us were inseparable companions. She was lively and often teased the elders, yet she possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, being the most likely disciple to ascend within a century. Had she not left the Xianyao sect later, the position of sect leader would not have fallen to me." Sang Yan asked, "Why did she leave the Xianyao sect?" Song Lanfeng replied, "She said she had fallen in love with someone, yet later, her life lamp was extinguished." Sang Yan hurriedly asked, "Do you know who killed her?" Song Lanfeng's voice became hoarse. There were no clues left behind regarding this matter. "No one knows the cause of her death, however." He paused, and Sang Yan held her breath, listening intently as he continued. "Someone once claimed to have seen her entangled with a member of the Shura Palace. Perhaps her death is related to the Shura Palace." Shura Palace. Sang Yan had never heard this name before and curiously asked, "What is that?" "It is a notorious organization," Song Lanfeng replied, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Its members are among the most wicked in the world. For 500 years, countless tragedies in the cultivation world have been orchestrated by them." Sang Yan silently noted this clue in her heart. "I have searched for 17 years, yet I have never been able to uncover the identity of that person." Song Lanfeng clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. If only I could find him. An invisible murderous intent enveloped the air, and Sang Yan found it hard to breathe. Song Lanfeng snapped back to reality, waving his sleeve to dissipate the tension, his tone apologetic. "I am sorry, I lost my composure." Sang Yan waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, I understand." "How have you grown up all these years?" He scrutinized her carefully, his voice tinged with guilt. "Have you suffered?" Sang Yan replied, "I have been quite well. I have not suffered." Song Lanfeng hesitated for a moment. "Do you know who your father is?" Sang Yan scratched her head. "To be honest, I am not entirely certain who my father is either. Once I figure it out, I will let you know." Song Lanfeng was taken aback, then suddenly smiled. "Very well, I shall await your revelation. However, How did you know that Jingxian is my mother? Sang Nian asked. Do I resemble her that much? Indeed, your features bear resemblance to hers, Song Lanfeng stated, but most importantly, you drew the Sanshua sword, Sang Nian candidly admitted. Actually, I was unable to draw it at first, but for some reason that day, I suddenly managed to. That is Jingxian's life sword, only those with her bloodline can wield it, Song Lanfeng elucidated. That day, your blood dripped onto the sword sheath, confirming your identity, thus it revealed itself to save you. I see. With newfound clarity regarding Jingxian, Sang Nian cautiously asked, can the dream of the mayfly that afflicts me be dispelled? Song Lanfeng replied, come closer. As Sang Nian approached, he grasped her wrist and slowly infused a stream of spiritual energy into her meridians. She understood he was examining her and did not resist, relaxing her body to allow the energy to flow within her. As time ticked by, Song Lanfeng's brows gradually furrowed. Sang Nian's heart raced. Is the situation very dire? He released her, gently patting the back of her hand in reassurance. Do not fear, it is better than I anticipated. Sang Nian, then, I have seen something within you, he said, though I am unclear as to what it is. Your survival until now is likely due to its influence. Sang Nian was utterly confused. Song Lanfeng flipped his wrist, revealing a small white jade vial in his palm. This contains honey brewed from the millennia-old Yusang flower, a rare heart-protecting treasure. Consume a spoonful daily, and it will temporarily suppress the curse. Sang Nian inquired, can it not be directly dispelled? Song Lanfeng replied, the antidote for the dream of the mayfly exists only in a single copy, the whereabouts of which are currently unknown. I will send someone to search for it, you need not worry. Sang Nian expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I will look after you on behalf of your mother. Song Lanfeng extended his hand, his fingertips, like jade, brushing away a barely perceptible speck of grass from her hair. His voice was soft. Do not fear, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. In the vast hall, Sang Nian tilted her head upward, blinking in astonishment. What a gentle person. But why did the original owner fall victim to the curse? Could it be that the same person who murdered Jingxian was responsible? Lost in thought, Song Lanfeng formed a seal and summoned a spiritual sword. The Sanshua sword is your mother's. It may not suit you well. Use this sword for the time being. When you reach the core formation stage and require your life sword, I shall find a better one for you. Sang Nian felt embarrassed to accept more of his things and politely declined. Thank you, sect leader, my master will prepare one for me. Song Lanfeng responded, it is his responsibility to prepare for you, but this is a token of goodwill from me as your uncle. If you do not accept it, it would seem you are distancing yourself from me. Reluctantly, Sang Nian accepted. Time had grown late, and she was reminded of her appointment with Xie Chenju. She respectfully took her leave. If the sect leader has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Song Lanfeng smiled. You may depart. Sang Nian slowly exited the grand hall, and as she lifted her gaze, a figure came into view. She hurried over. Master, the youth, who had been standing there for an unknown duration, turned around, giving a faint hm. Have you been waiting here for me? Sang Nian asked. Yang Yuan's gaze swept over the sword in her hand, and instead of answering, he countered with a question. Did the sect leader give you that? Sang Nian eagerly presented it to him. Yes, since I cannot wield the Sanshua sword, I will use this one as a temporary measure. She scrutinized his expression. Should I not have accepted it? Yang Yuan flicked his fingers against the blade, producing a clear ring. He retracted his hand, his tone devoid of fluctuation. If it has been given to you, then you should keep it. Sang Nian stowed the sword in her storage pouch. All right then, let us go, Yang Yuan instructed. Back to Guju Peak. He summoned his flying sword, and Sang Nian instinctively followed behind, gripping the back of his robes tightly. Yang Yuan glanced at her but said nothing, propelling the sword into the sky. The sword light soared into the clouds, its speed moderate, allowing a clear view of the scenery below. The Xianyao sect was situated on Tianyu Mountain, sprawling over a vast area, with peaks rising and falling and jade-like waters, resembling a celestial realm. Countless pavilions and towers were scattered harmoniously, with a wide martial arts arena prominently encircled at the center. Sang Nian mentally charted the layout of the Xianyao sect, marking the location of the dining hall, and nodded slightly to herself. They soon arrived at Guju Peak. True to its name, there was only a single bamboo on the summit, barren as if resembling a middle-aged mathematics professor. However, this description was not entirely accurate. Sang Nhan stood silently before the two thatched cottages at the peak for a full half-minute. A cold wind swept by, and the door or window creaked ominously. She turned around calmly. "Hello, sect leader. Is it still possible to betray my master and switch my allegiance to you? I find myself regretting my earlier refusal." Chapter 37. Sometimes she truly wished to call the police. "From now on, you will reside in the house on the left," Yang Yuan said as he handed a key to Sang Nhan. She gazed at the dilapidated thatched cottage, her lips twitching slightly. "Is there really a need for a lock on this door?" A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Yang Yuan's face. "I had not anticipated that anyone other than myself would inhabit this place." He quickly proposed a solution. "I shall arrange for someone to renovate the house. For the time being, you may stay with Chu Yao and the others." Sang Nhan inquired, puzzled, "Is there no magical method to conjure a new house?" Yang Yuan replied, "I am a sword cultivator. I can only wield a sword." "Well, each discipline has its own expertise." Sang Nhan did not dwell on the matter further. After circling around the premises, she pointed to a patch of vacant land and asked, "May I have a small garden?" Yang Yuan nodded. Elated, Sang Nhan exclaimed, "Then I shall take my leave. Do remember to inform me when the house is repaired." With his affirmative response, she cheerfully descended the mountain path. As she leaped down the final stone step, she caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. Broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, tall and lean, it was undoubtedly Xie Chenju. She hurried her pace and approached him, tapping his shoulder. As he turned to face her, she playfully jumped in front of him with her hands behind her back. "Here I am." Xie Chenju glanced back, unimpressed. "Boring." Sang Nhan walked backward in front of him, asking, "Did you come to find me?" Xie Chenju replied, "Just passing by." The second elder's Bahua Peak was adjacent to Goju Peak. Whether heading to the academy or the dining hall, this path was unavoidable. Sang Nhan responded with an "Oh," her excitement bubbling over. "My master is going to renovate the house and will even create a small garden for me, where I can plant flowers." Xie Chenju looked at her smiling face, perplexed. Is a garden truly worth such joy? Sang Nhan asserted, "Absolutely." Xie Chenju remained unconvinced. Sang Nhan elaborated, "Flowers are beautiful, are they not?" "Are they beautiful?" Xie Chenju's gaze fell to the roadside, where a lush patch of oxalis thrived. Tiny pinkish-yellow flowers were scattered among the blades of grass, their petals glistening with a sheen under the sunlight. A few pale purple butterflies flitted about, their wings shimmering with iridescent scales. Nearby, a youthful voice chimed brightly, "This is the first time I've seen this species of butterfly. It's truly lovely." Xie Chenju pressed his lips together. "Do you like it?" Sang Nhan nodded eagerly, "I do." In the next instant, a blur caught her eye. Before she could comprehend his action, he had grasped one of the butterflies in his palm. Xie Chenju extended his hand before her, opening it. The beautiful creature, which had just been fluttering among the flowers, lay still, its wings shattered. Sang Nhan's smile froze at the corners of her mouth. "Didn't you say you liked it?" he asked impatiently. Sang Nhan remained silent for a long while, gently taking the broken butterfly from him. She surveyed her surroundings, locating a patch of soft earth, and crouched down to carve out a hole of moderate size with a small knife. Xie Chenju inquired, "What are you doing?" Sang Nhan replied, "Burying it." Xie Chenju frowned, "You don't like it?" "I do." She placed the butterfly in the hole, covering its delicate lavender wings with soil, compacting it firmly. Brushing the dirt from her hands, she sighed deeply. "Xie Chenju, please do not do this again." A hint of confusion flickered across Xie Chenju's brow. Sang Nhan spoke earnestly, "I cherish this butterfly, which is precisely why I wish for it to live freely, rather than be carelessly crushed. To like something is to desire its happiness, not to possess and destroy it." Xie Chenju lowered his gaze to his palm, where remnants of scales clung, glimmering faintly in the bright sunlight. He fell into a prolonged silence. Sang Nhan used her sleeve to wipe away the scales, softly saying, "Let us go eat." The two continued onward, neither speaking further. The dining hall of the Xiaoyao sect was vast, spanning 5 stories, with an abundance of culinary options. The clamor of voices filled the air, and she quickly spotted Wen Buyu seated by the window, urging Xie Chenju to accompany her over. She greeted him, "Senior brother Wen." Wen Buyu smiled warmly, "I was just worried you might have trouble finding your way and miss dinner." It seems my concern was unwarranted. Sang Yan asked curiously, aren't you in the middle of fasting? Do you still need to eat with us? Before Wen Buyu could respond, Zhu Yao rolled her eyes. Fasting merely allows us to survive without food. It doesn't mean we lack appetite. We are not Xiao Zhuchen, who cultivates the path of indifference and leads a life devoid of desires. That made sense, after all. Who could endure returning to drink the bitter winds after practicing their swordsmanship for over 3,500 times and finishing 10 foundational texts on immortality? Merely contemplating it was enough to evoke horror. Sang Yan fully empathized. Would you mind if we shared a table? They shifted to make room, clearing 2 seats. On the table lay a container of bamboo sticks, each inscribed with a dish name, some of which Sang Yan recognized while others were unfamiliar. She attentively scanned each stick and asked, I'd like to have the lotus leaf chicken. What about you all? Wen Buyu selected a stick, steamed base. Zhu Yao, too lazy to move, directed him, braised lamb. Su Xuan added, I'll have the same as my senior sister. Sang Yan turned to Xie Chenju beside her. What about you? Xie Chenju replied nonchalantly, anything. She then randomly picked a stick and handed it to Wen Buyu. Wen Buyu opened a hidden compartment beneath the table and placed all the bamboo sticks inside. They vanished from sight. While waiting for their dishes, Sang Yan shared news of her impending renovations and temporary living arrangements. Su Xuan exclaimed joyfully, we happen to have an extra bed. After dinner, come with us. Sang Yan replied, sounds good. Su Xuan inquired curiously, but did the sect leader summon you for something today? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yao, who had been conversing with Wen Buyu, turned to look at Sang Yan with keen interest. Sang Yan chose to withhold details about the mirror string and the mayfly dream, simply stating, he gifted me a sword. A sword? Everyone's interest piqued. What kind of sword? Just an ordinary one, Sang Yan said as she retrieved the sword from her storage pouch. Here it is. Wen Buyu took it, examining it closely. He flicked the blade with his finger and noted, this sword is forged from meteorite iron. Not again. Upon hearing that familiar composition, Sang Yan pressed her forehead. Please, no talk of meteorites. I've been deceived once before and will not fall for such nonsense again. Each day brings a new trick, and sometimes she truly longed to call the police. Chapter 38. My wife does not allow me to speak with fools. It is indeed a meteorite. Su Xuan exclaimed with envy, it is a splendid sword. If displayed for sale, it would fetch at least 500,000 spirit stones, perhaps even surpassing the craftsmanship of this one. Upon hearing this, Sang Yan's eye sparkled with delight. Truly, the sect master is generous, casually revealing an orange weapon as if it were nothing. Kai Yao cast a glance at the sword, remaining silent, her demeanor slightly subdued, oblivious to the atmosphere. Su Xuan propped her chin on her hands and continued conversing with Sang Yan. The sect master treats you exceptionally well. Brother Wen, being his sole disciple, must forge his own sword by gathering materials and hammering them out himself. And thus he has sculpted a body of muscle, one might say. Sang Yan sighed, catching a glimpse of the cook approaching with a tray. She hurriedly began to clear the table. The dishes are here, let us dine first. One by one, the dishes were presented, each a feast for the eyes and the palate, their mere appearance igniting one's appetite. Before departing, the cook gestured towards a room on the left, addressing Sang Yan, there are snacks over there, feel free to help yourself. Intrigued, Sang Yan ventured into the room. Inside, there were only 2 individuals clad in identical chef's attire, their heads and faces thoroughly concealed by cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. A pot simmered in the back, exuding an enticing aroma, though the contents remained a mystery. She knocked gently on the door. Are there any snacks left? The 2 conversing paused. Sang Yan reiterated her question. They nodded, and one of them turned stiffly to fetch a glass bowl, scooping out a generous helping of osmanthus lotus root balls from the pot. Sang Yan's face lit up with anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, their hands began to tremble rhythmically. One by one, the lotus root balls tumbled back into the pot. Sang Yan, such a familiar technique, with a flick of her wrist, she pushed the few remaining balls from the spoon into the bowl, then urged, that's enough, off you go. In a daze, she lifted the bowl, preparing to leave when she turned to see Xie Chenju entering. She hesitated, waiting for him to return together. Xie Chenju strode directly towards the two serving staff. Just as he was about to speak, they suddenly lifted their heads. 3 pairs of eyes met. The air fell silent. Was it merely Sang Nian's illusion, or did the two serving staff tremble even more violently? She could hardly contain her glee. Surely, Xie Chenju's bowl would have even fewer lotus root balls than hers. Yet, soon enough, her amusement faded. A bowl piled high with lotus root balls was presented before Xie Chenju, Sang Nian. She glanced at his burdened bowl, then at her own, which bore only a few minor injuries, slowly forming a question mark. At the long table, Xie Chenju wore a stoic expression, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Serving staff 1, fearful. Serving staff 2, awkward. Young master, they spoke in a tone meant only for his ears, we have successfully infiltrated the Xiaoyao sect. Xie Chenju. I noticed. They continued earnestly, young master, is there anything else you wish to eat? We would be glad to sneak into the kitchen for you tonight. Xie Chenju. No need. Their faces were resolute. Young master need not worry. As long as we are here, you shall never go hungry. Xie Chenju cast a sidelong glance at Sang Nian, took a deep breath, released his clenched fists, and through gritted teeth uttered, you are not to speak with me again. Staff 2 understood, is the young master concerned about revealing his identity? Staff 1, the young master is ever so cautious. We are far beneath his consideration. Xie Chenju's expression remained cold. No, I simply do not wish to converse with fools. Staff 1 sat smiley, Staff 2 sat smiley. Xie Chenju seized the bowl and strode away, dragging Sang Nian along. On the way, she whispered, do you know them? Xie Chenju shook his head firmly, no. Sang Nian pondered, then why did they serve you so many lotus root balls? Xie Chenju's brow twitched slightly, and suddenly, he turned back, taking her with him. The two staff members, who had been grumbling to one another, froze in place. Xie Chenju handed Sang Nian's bowl over, succinctly stating, fill it up. Staff 1, ho. Staff 2 swiftly complied, promptly adding 2 large scoops of lotus root balls into the bowl. Is this enough? Shall I add more? Xie Chenju inquired, is this sufficient for you? Sang Nian, somewhat taken aback, replied, yes, it's enough. Xie Chenju nodded, let us go. The events transpired so rapidly that Sang Nian hardly had time to process what had just occurred, finding herself with a bowl brimming with lotus root balls. Only upon returning to her seat did she blink in bewilderment. She couldn't help but steal glances at Xie Chenju. The slip of paper she had drawn earlier indicated plain porridge. The youth lowered his head to sip the porridge, his profile sharp and elegant, his fingers, well-defined, grasping the porcelain spoon, just as pale as the porridge itself. Sang Nian mused that Xie Chenju indeed possessed a certain charm. In his hands, even the blandest porridge seemed transformed into a celestial elixir. Suddenly, Xie Chenju seemed to sense her gaze, turning his face slightly in her direction. Sang Nian did not flinch, raising an eyebrow at him as she popped a lotus root ball into her mouth. Delicious, indeed. As she savored her meal, Xie Chenju hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at the untouched lotus root balls in his bowl. He lifted one cautiously, tentatively placing it in his mouth. It was sweet. After dinner, Sang Nian bid farewell to Wen and Xie Chenju, joining Su Xuan as they made their way to the elder small moon peak. Xie Chenju returned alone to his quarters. As he traversed the path he had taken earlier, his pace slowed. The patch of oxalis still lingered by the roadside, its petals still delicate. He walked past without a glance. Not far along, he abruptly halted and turned around. In a nearby clearing, a hole dug by daylight had begun to be unearthed, a lifeless butterfly lying silently at the bottom of the pit. Xie Chenju gazed at it for a long while, then pricked his fingertip. Vivid red droplets fell, trailing down the broken wings, seeping into the earth. He observed it intently. The wings trembled slightly. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Xie Chenju's dark eyes, but it was extinguished just as quickly. A breeze arose. The pale purple butterfly fluttered its wings gently in the wind, as if alive once more. When the wind stilled, so did it. This butterfly had truly departed from this world. That which has passed can never return to life. His fingertip healed automatically, and Xie Chenju forcefully cast the soil back into the pit, rising to return to Bahor Peak. On Bahor Peak, a few plots of vegetable gardens had been established, where a disheveled old man crouched, pulling weeds while muttering incantations. Xie Chenju did not spare him a glance, heading straight for his dwelling. The old man, hearing the commotion, hurriedly called out, "Back already." Xie Chenju responded with a curt millimeter. The second elder brushed the dirt from his hands, boasting, "Look at this squash. It's bigger than your head, and this green onion, taller than you." Xie Chenju was perplexed. This man had no need to eat. Why waste time tending to a vegetable garden every day? Just as he could not comprehend why Sang Nian yearned to possess a garden, noticing Xie Chenju's displeasure, the second elder's smile faded, and he inquired, "Is something amiss?" Xie Chenju shook his head, intending to leave but found himself unable to lift his feet. Finally, he asked the second elder, "Why do you enjoy gardening?" The second elder replied awkwardly, "Because I have plenty of free time. I neither teach at the academy nor manage the sect, so I tend to these 2 acres. Xie Chenju turned to leave. Behind him, the second elder's voice rang out once more, "There's something on the table, a gift from your master, see if it suits you." Xie Chenju remained silent, hastening back to his room. Upon the table lay a rectangular box, liberally coated with dirt. He casually lifted the lid. A snow-white long sword emerged, startling him momentarily. He grasped it in hand. The sword was simple in design, the hilt and sheath devoid of any embellishments, its material solid. Drawing the blade, a cold light reflected back at him. Heavenly meteorite. It was identical to the one in Sang Nian's possession. Xie Chenju's fingertips glided over the sheath as he turned to glance outside, confusion filling his eyes. "This is a gift for him." In the garden, the second elder withdrew his gaze, continuing his battle with the weeds. What a foolish child, there need not be a reason for fondness. He shook his head, chuckling at the plump little squash. If a reason must be given, perhaps it is because I wish to witness them grow from seed to sprout, then blossom, bear fruit, and eventually wither. New life is born, old life fades away, in an endless cycle, a ceaseless continuation. Everything is imbued with hope. Chapter 39. Because of her kindness, Xie Peak stands in stark contrast to Guju Peak. The former is adorned with vibrant blossoms and towering ancient trees. A pang of envy welled up in Sang Nian's eyes. The grand elder was still occupied with affairs and had yet to return, leaving only Su Xuan and Chu Yao here, in a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere. After tidying up the room, Su Xuan washed a few clusters of succulent loquats and called out to her, "Come here, there's something delicious." These loquats were grown by senior brother. I'm coming, Sang Nian dashed over with enthusiasm. Chu Yao merely cast her a fleeting glance and said, "I'm not hungry, I'll head back to my room to rest." Without waiting for further conversation, she pushed the door and entered her chamber. Sang Nian, still holding out a cluster of loquats to her, found her outstretched hand suspended awkwardly in mid-Su Xuan, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "Just give it to me." Sang Nian handed her the loquats and inquired, "What's wrong with Chu Yao?" Su Xuan nibbled on the fruit flesh and replied indistinctly, "She might not be feeling well." Sang Nian expressed her concern, "Is it serious?" "She looks quite unwell." "She just needs some rest," Su Xuan reassured her, patting her shoulder. "I'll go check on her, you should rest early." "Okay," Sang Nian agreed. After Su Xuan left, she carried the remaining fruit back to her room, locking the door behind her. "Come out and eat something." She poked at the disgruntled plump bird in her consciousness. Liu Liu buried its head in its wings, protesting, "I refuse, I am a bird of principle, if I say I won't eat, then I won't." Sang Nian replied, "Very well, I shall eat alone then." Liu Liu flapped out, snatching the fruit from her hand, indignantly lamenting, "You don't even try to coax me." Sang Nian retorted, "No coaxing necessary. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I?" Liu Liu pecked at the fruit, huffing, "You cold-hearted woman, I shall never forgive you." Sang Nian shrugged, "Suit yourself." She ignored the incessant squawking of Liu Liu, retrieving the bird egg from her storage pouch and sitting under the lamp to study it intently. This was the red-feathered bird egg given to her by Qieji. It had remained silent for days. Xiao Zhuchen had mentioned that the red-feathered bird only recognizes the Juyu clan as its master. Would this hatchling try to kill her upon breaking free, or should she preemptively eliminate it before its birth? Uncertainty clouded her mind. However, whether it can successfully hatch is another matter, Sang Yan murmured. Having been frozen for 500 years in eternal ice, it's likely ruined. Liu Liu, having indulged itself, waddled around the table with its round belly. Seeing its relaxed demeanor vexed her, and she teased, "Why don't you give hatching a try?" Liu Liu bristled with fury, "I am male, I do not hatch eggs." Sang Yan flicked its small head, "Nonsense. Many male birds hatch eggs." Liu Liu puffed up, "Regardless, I refuse to hatch any eggs. And besides, this egg is already dead," it added disdainfully. "There are no signs of life, it's just a hard, useless stone, fit only for knocking someone on the head." Knocking someone on the head. Sang Yan's eyes sparkled as she tossed the egg to it. "From now on, this shall be your weapon. If danger arises, you can stealthily approach from behind and strike them on the head." Liu Liu snorted, "I shan't save you. I am a bird of principle." Sang Yan countered, "Unlimited fruit supply daily, plus 2 bags of 5-spiced melon seeds." Liu Liu responded, "Protecting the host is a duty every system should fulfill." The two, one person and one wing, cheerfully exchanged a high five. "Deal." The Academy of the Xiaoyao sect is situated by the shores of Tsuiwei Lake. All disciples within the sect are required to attend classes, irrespective of whether they belong to the inner or outer sects, until they pass their evaluations and graduate. Even the Grand Elder's direct disciples are not exempt. Before dawn, Sang Yan sleepily rose from her bed. She donned the white sect robe she had received the previous day, and like a wandering spirit, she knocked on the doors of Chu Yao and Su Xuan. The door swung open, revealing a spirited Su Xuan and a yawning Chu Yao, whose agitation was palpably visible. On their way to the academy, Sang Yan silently shed tears. Who would have thought that the person who once could not endure an early 8 o'clock class had, through relentless effort, finally transitioned to a life of 5 o'clock mornings. Her future appeared exceptionally bright. Upon arriving at the academy, they paused at the entrance. New disciples attended separate classes, and as Sang Yan was about to bid farewell, Chu Yao had already walked away in silence. Su Xuan hurried after her. "Why the severe morning grumpiness?" Sang Yan scratched her head. "What are you still doing standing here?" A young man passed by her, reminding her, "Class is about to start." Sang Yan's expression shifted, and she hurriedly thanked him before dashing off. In a frantic rush, she finally arrived at the classroom just before the chime sounded. Among the new disciples, 3 had become direct disciples, while 4 joined the inner sect, and 3 entered the outer sect. Only 10 students were present for this lesson. Sang Yan quickly spotted Xie Chenju. A girl was conversing with him, her face radiant with smiles. He wore an expression devoid of emotion. Sang Yan plopped down beside him, taking a moment to steady her breath before greeting the two. "Good morning." Xie Chenju merely lifted his eyelids in acknowledgement. The girl's smile faded slightly as she replied, "Morning." Afterward, she extended her hand. "I'm Xuan Yu." Sang Yan reciprocated, "I'm Sang Yan." Xuan Yu turned to Xie Chenju and asked, "And you?" Sang Yan knew that given his irritable nature, he would not respond, so she quickly interjected, "He is Xie Chenju." Xuan Yu's smile vanished entirely. "I was asking him." "Why did you answer for him?" Sang Yan replied earnestly, "Because I am kind." Xuan Yu, Chapter 40, Woman, do you wish to seduce me? Xuan Yu's gaze flitted between Sang Yan and Xie Chenju, her tone laced with insinuation as she inquired, "It appears you two are quite familiar. You were together throughout the selection yesterday." Sang Yan hurriedly replied, "We are merely fellow townsfolk." "I see," Xuan Yu responded. Xie Chenju silently regarded Sang Yan. Prepared for this moment, she gestured for him to move to a corner. He rose and, upon reaching a secluded spot, she swiftly advised, "From now on, we will present ourselves as mere compatriots, and maintain a suitable distance in public." Xie Chenju's gaze sharpened slightly. "Compatriots?" Sang Yan lowered her voice. "I fear others might misconstrue our relationship and spread unfounded rumors, which would be quite detrimental." Xie Chenju fixed his eyes on her, before suddenly chuckling, "Understood." He strode back to his seat, seized a book from the table, and positioned himself as far from Sang Yan as possible. Sang Yan nodded with satisfaction. His execution was indeed commendable. In the original narrative, Xie Chenzhou's striking appearance garnered him much admiration within the Xiao sect. However, Sang Yunling's possessive. This deeply troubled Xie Chenzhou, intensifying his disdain for Sang Yunling and laying a solid foundation for her eventual demise. Having learned from past mistakes, Sang Yan was resolutely determined not to repeat them. By proactively addressing the matter, she provided Xie Chenzhou with an excellent opportunity to extricate himself from any awkwardness. Surely, he must be elated. Wouldn't his fondness for her soar? Ding Xie Chenzhou's favorability -60. Sang Yan. She nearly stumbled, quickly steadying herself against the wall, her composure disrupted by the wind. Just then, Shen Mingqiao entered with impeccable timing. Observing her disarray, he cleared his throat, raised his chin, and regarded her through his nostrils. Woman, have you come here to welcome this prince? Are you looking to seduce me? Sang Yan snapped back to reality and retaliated with a slap. Returning to her own seat, Shen Mingqiao, bewildered by the sudden assault, exclaimed. He covered his left cheek, indignantly taking a seat beside her, demanding, "Why did you hit me?" Sang Yan replied with a flat expression, "Because you deserved it." Shen Mingqiao jumped up in outrage, retorting, "No one would ever like a violent brat like you." Sang Yan shot back, "What business is it of yours? You re more nosy than someone living by the sea." As Shen Mingqiao prepared to retaliate, she raised her hand, prompting him to instinctively cover his right cheek. Sang Yan then delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. Shen Mingqiao, despicable. After administering her punishment, Sang Yan felt considerably lighter in spirit. She resolved to temporarily forgive Xie Chenzhou and discuss the matter with him after class. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another system notification echoed in her mind. Ding Xie Chenzhou's favorability -100. Sang Yan, having done nothing at all, she glared intensely at the brooding youth by the window. Discuss what? He was directly sabotaging her. Within 3 days, she would ensure his demise. Bang! The bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the first class. Sang Yan gathered her thoughts and focused on the lesson. Before long, a youth clad in simple robes entered, cradling a stack of books. Sang Yan was taken aback. It was the very person she had encountered at the door. "I am Gu Bai, the eldest disciple of the fourth elder of the discipline hall." The youth introduced himself with a stern expression. "The fourth elder is currently away from the sect, and I will be substituting for him in the coming days." His serious demeanor instilled a sense of unease among the students, who greeted him with trepidation. He raised his hand, signaling, "Let us begin." Sang Yan opened her newly acquired A Fundamentals of Cultivation, casting a cursory glance at its contents. Classification of cultivation realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, tribulation crossing, ascension. Each stage is further subdivided into 3 substages. Qi refinement level 1, Qi refinement level 2, and so forth. Sang Yan promptly succumbed to slumber. Gu Bai glanced in her direction, his brows knitting tightly, as he waved his sleeve. A refreshing scent of mint wafted through the room, invigorating the atmosphere. Sang Yan remained undisturbed. He held a book in one hand, pacing as he spoke. Eons ago, when the universe was first formed, the 6 realms were delineated. Gods, immortals, humans, demons, spirits, and fiends each governed their respective domains. Among them, the human realm comprises 3,000 small worlds, and the uppermost position closest to the immortal realm among these is the Hongmeng continent, also known as the cultivation realm. Gu Bai approached Sang Yan's desk and rapped on its surface. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks. Sang Yan jolted awake as if from a near-death experience. Laughter erupted around her, with Shen Mingqiao's voice ringing particularly clear. Meeting Gu Bai's disapproving gaze, she recognized her fault and sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry, I won't fall asleep again." Gu Bai retracted his hand and continued his lecture, his voice flowing like a gentle stream. The Hongmeng continent is rich in spiritual energy, with countless sects. Among them, the most prestigious are the 3 sects and 1 hall. 3 sects and 1 hall? A student questioned. Gu Bai explained, "It is the Sure Hall." Sang Yan looked on in astonishment. Gu Bai's expression darkened. How could the likes of the demon realm be worthy of comparison to us? Xuan Yue's face flushed, clearly flustered. Shen Mingchao crossed his arms, shaking his head in disdain. The one hole is the Changsheng hole. The foremost young cultivator among the current generation, Xiao Zhuchen, is a disciple of the Changsheng hole's master. Moreover, the master of Changsheng Hole is a disciple of the leader of the Wanjian Alliance, a web of intricate relationships that cannot be succinctly explained in a few sentences. Confusion spread among the students. Wanjian Alliance. Shen Mingchao glanced at Gu Bai, noting his lack of anger, and sensing approval, he continued with pride, the Wanjian Alliance does not belong to any particular faction, maintaining absolute neutrality, holding a transcendent position in the Hongmeng continent. Should conflicts arise between major sects, it will mediate. If matters escalate to life and death, it will promptly issue condemnation. Sang Yan, seated nearby, suddenly understood. Oh, it's akin to the United Nations. After enduring a lengthy morning, she finally completed the class. As she prepared to seek out lunch with Xie Chenju, she turned only to discover he had already departed. With a pout, she thought, this person is perpetually irritable, for no apparent reason. After gathering her belongings, she strolled slowly towards the cafeteria. Shen Mingchao, spotting her, sneered, how pitiful, not even a companion for lunch. Sang Yan retorted, are you speaking about yourself? This fellow had such a dreadful temperament that no one in the sect wished to associate with him. They even avoided him while walking, let alone dining. Shen Mingchao resumed his condescending gaze, these commoners are simply unworthy of sharing a table with me. Sang Yan replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Firstly, retract your nostrils. Secondly, if you utter the word common again, I shall strike you each time I see you. Shen Mingchao protested, I'm not talking about you, why should you hit me? Sang Yan declared, mutual combat is certainly an option. Shen Mingchao hesitated for a moment before turning away defiantly. This prince is magnanimous and will not stoop to your level, you vile girl. How cowardly. Sang Yan disdainfully smirked, giving him the finger before briskly entering the cafeteria. Shen Mingchao stood rooted, watching her figure gracefully fade away, fuming, we at least walked here together, how could you not even offer basic courtesy and Chapter 41. As for Xie Chenju, it was best to let it be, he was inherently quite difficult. Xie Chenju was not in the cafeteria, probably having returned directly to Bahor Peak. With no classes in the afternoon, he would be engaged in solitary cultivation. Toc him, one would have to wait until tomorrow. Not only was Xie Chenju absent, but even Chu Yao and the others were nowhere to be found. Sang Yan carelessly took a few bites of food and was about to head back to Xie Peak for her practice when, all of a sudden, Chu Yao and Su Xuan approached, laughing and chatting merrily. Just as Sang Yan intended to greet them, Chu Yao immediately ceased her laughter and silently changed tables to sit elsewhere. Su Xuan awkwardly nodded at her before sitting beside Chu Yao. Even Sang Yan, who was typically quite oblivious, sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that Chu Yao was also upset with her. As for Xie Chenju, that was expected, he had always been rather difficult. But what had Chu Yao's issue been? Sang Yan was utterly perplexed. She took a seat opposite Chu Yao, attempting to break the ice. Before she could utter a word, Chu Yao spoke first, this seat is taken. Senior brother Wen is coming over soon. Sang Yan shifted to her right, only for Chu Yao to say, this spot is occupied too. With no choice left, Sang Yan stood up. Su Xuan desperately tried to lighten the mood. Sang junior sister, you arrived quite early today. Why didn't you come with Xie junior brother? Sang Yan did not take the bait, bluntly asking Chu Yao, have I offended you in some way? If it was my fault, I apologize. Chu Yao remained tight-lipped, her expression stony. Sang Yan looked to Su Xuan for answers. After a long hesitation, Su Xuan timidly shook her head. Sang Yan turned to leave. Upon returning to Xie Peak, she quickly gathered her belongings and did not linger for a moment longer before heading back to Guju Peak. Yang Yuan's mention of renovation was not merely superficial repairs. The two thatched huts had been entirely demolished. The original site lay barren, awaiting the construction of a new structure. Nearby, a large expanse of land was enclosed by a bamboo fence, the soil soft and damp, as if it had just been turned. A few bags of flower seeds sat to the side, yet to be sown. Yang Yuan was not present. Sang Yan surmised that he was preoccupied with the building work. After standing for a while, she turned and descended the mountain, aimlessly wandering with a small bundle on her back. As dusk fell, she found herself unable to walk any longer and began squatting by the roadside, lost in thought. Time passed without her notice until a shadow loomed over her. She looked up to see a youth with a white headband, his brow and eyes strikingly dark. The gentle glow of twilight illuminated his face, softening his previously rigid features. Sang Yan pouted. Xie Chenju. Xie Chenju, devoid of expression, retorted, Sang Yunling, what are you doing here? I told you to call me Sang Yan, she mumbled in dissatisfaction. Xie Chenju paused before asking again, Sang Yan, what are you doing here? Taking a walk, she replied. Xie Chenju scoffed, taking a walk with your luggage. Sang Yan sulkily hugged her bundle to her chest. What are you doing here? Xie Chenju gave a dismissive snort, taking a walk. Sang Yan declared, then you carry on. I am leaving. Just as she began to stand, a loud ringing echoed in her mind. She could hear nothing, her vision darkened, and the world spun around her. Damn, that was sudden. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Sang Yan instinctively grasped at something, her body slumping down, collapsing onto the ground. With a thud, her head struck a stone by the roadside, and she fell silent. Xie Chenju, whose clothing she had clutched tightly, muttered. He pushed her gently. Stop pretending. The girl lay serene, utterly still. Xie Chenju gritted his teeth. If I find out you're faking, I will certainly kill you on the spot. He tore away a piece of her clothing and, hoisting her over his shoulder like a sack of rice, carried her up Bahor Peak. The second elder, watering the fields, looked up in astonishment, nearly dropping his watering can. His expression turned fearful. Have you killed her? After a quick glance around, he lowered his voice. Did anyone else see this? There are no traces left at the scene, right? Xie Chenju remained silent. He placed Sang Yan on a rocking chair at the entrance, his face impassive. She suddenly fainted. The second elder, upon recognizing Sang Yan, hurried over. Let me take a look. He reached out to check her pulse. After a moment, his expression subtly changed. The second elder retracted his hand. She's merely weak, there's nothing serious. Xie Chenju asked, when will she wake up? The second elder replied, move her inside, she won't awaken for a while. Xie Chenju complied, and the second elder patted his shoulder. Stay here with her. I'll go find Baiku and ask for a couple of restorative pills. Xie Chenju responded with a millimeter, and the second elder hurried off. Inside the room, only Xie Chenju and Sang Yan remained. The twilight had completely faded, and the sky outside transformed into a rich, deep blue. Nightfall began to descend. Xie Chenju lit a lamp, standing by the bed, his expression fluctuating. After a while, he formed a seal with his fingers, gathering a small amount of spiritual energy at his fingertips. The energy wove its way into her chest, her complexion grew even paler, and a hint of pain flickered across her features. Xie Chenju quickly withdrew his hand. She settled into silence, as though deep in slumber. On the windowsill, two pitch-black birds watched him with wide eyes, their pupils glistening like emeralds. Xie Chenju waved them away, slamming the window shut with a bang. It's still not working. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, murmuring, I must utilize something. A childish voice piped up. What kind of thing? Xie Chenju instinctively lunged towards the source of the sound. A few feathers drifted lazily down. In midair, a small yellow parrot perched atop a fist-sized white egg, its feathers fluffed up. What are you doing? It was the chatty little bird that Sang Yan had raised. Xie Chenju gradually reined in his hostility. The bird maneuvered the egg closer, continuing to interrogate. What were you just doing to my master? Xie Chenju replied nonchalantly, I was attempting to heal her, but I lack sufficient spiritual energy and need to rely on medicinal pills. The parrot's bravado deflated instantly, complaining, you could just heal her without looking so ominous. Xie Chenju's gaze fell upon the egg beneath it, raising an eyebrow. Is this a Kai Liao bird's egg? Indeed, but it's dead, the parrot replied. As it spoke, it floated above Xie Chenju's head, puffing out its chest proudly. I made a few modifications, now it won't rot, and it has become my mount. I can fly without flapping my wings. A bird riding on an egg sounded rather absurd. Yet, if this bird belonged to Sang Yan, it was less surprising, given that its owner did not appear entirely normal either. The parrot continued to chatter away, elaborating on the brilliance of its invention. Suddenly, Xie Chenju seized the parrot and the egg, tossing them out of the room. The parrot clung desperately to the door. What are you doing? Xie Chenju impatiently pushed it away. You're too noisy. The parrot squawked. I am just lively and talkative. Caught off guard, Xie Chenju felt a sharp peck on his fingertip. A droplet of blood quickly welled up and dripped onto the parrot. It shuddered in disgust, cursing, You've dirted my mount. There's blood all over it, how can I ride it now? Xie Chenju's expression remained unchanged as he pressed the parrot's head down and pushed it out the door. Returning to the bedside, he casually dripped the remaining blood from his fingers into Sang Yan's mouth. Soon, her eyes struggled to open a narrow slit. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly grimaced, her features contorting. Oh, my head! Before she could finish, she felt the large bump on the back of her head and gasped in shock. Sang Yan looked at Xie Chenju in disbelief. Did you hit me? Xie Chenju, Chapter 42. He grasped her ankle and forcefully pulled her towards himself. I did not, Xie Chenju stated. Sang Yan narrowed her eyes, her face full of skepticism. Really? Xie Chenju replied, believe it or not. He rose and opened the door. Now that you are awake, you can leave. Sang Yan rolled over twice on the spot, clutching the blanket tightly. I refuse to go. I have nowhere else to stay. I intend to sleep here tonight. Xie Chenju frowned. Get up. Sang Yan retorted, no. He approached the bedside, kneeling on one knee, reaching out to pull her down. Sang Yan skillfully evaded his hand, rolling over to the side of the bed, boasting, can't catch me. I am the most agile little dog in the mountains, no one can outrun me. Suddenly, Xie Chenju changed direction and seized her foot. Sang Yan exclaimed. Before she could react, he yanked her ankle towards himself. Sang Yan gasped. She attempted to grasp something, her fingertips sliding across the sheets, leaving behind a trail of disheveled creases. In the blink of an eye, Xie Chenju's face loomed above her. He released her ankle, his arms braced on either side of her head, gazing down at her with a smirk, still trying to run. Sang Yan gazed at him, her fair cheeks gradually tinged with a light blush. A flicker of confusion crossed Xie Chenju's eyes. Why is your face flushed? I did not strike you just now. She snapped back to reality, hurriedly covering her face with her hands, revealing only her bright, expressive eyes, which seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Xie Chenju's breath hitched. On the fragmented star peak, the sword light flashed as the second elder rushed into the wooden cabin atop the peak. The aroma of wine wafted through the air. A woman in green lay soundly asleep on the couch, tightly clutching a small wine jar. He kicked the wine jar aside and vigorously shook the woman. Baiko, wake up. The woman mumbled something incoherent and turned over to continue her slumber. The second elder had no choice but to recite a calming incantation and pointed at her forehead. Baiko jolted awake, her drunkenness vanished. The second elder exclaimed, this is a matter of utmost urgency. She blinked, still dazed. What matter? The second elder replied, that girl, Sang Yan, has fallen victim to the mayfly dream. Baiko looked bewildered. Who is Sang Yan? The second elder slapped his forehead, finally recalling that she had not attended the selection. He formed a water mirror with his fingers, chattering rapidly like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Look, it's this girl. I only discovered she was under the mayfly dream after she fainted today, her complexion as pale as paper, still in a state of oblivion. As he spoke, a scene slowly emerged in the water mirror. The candlelight flickered, the bed was in disarray, the girl's cheeks were flushed, while the young man propped his arms on either side of her head, her earlobes seemingly stained with blood. It was an innocent yet palpable tension. The second elder, Baiko, the atmosphere turned still. A few seconds later, the second elder awkwardly dismissed the water mirror. Baiko tactfully remarked, her complexion appears rather rosy. The second elder seemed quite busy, glancing at the sky and then at the ground. I think so too. Har, these two children look quite rosy. Baiko yawned, perhaps you are mistaken. If she were truly under the mayfly dream, she would have perished long ago. How could she be so energetic? The second elder fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I truly misjudged? Baiku yawned again, starting to usher him away. All right, you should return now. I need to rest. The second elder departed from the fragmented star peak, floating back to the precious flower peak as if in a trance. Just as he was about to ascend to the peak, he suddenly realized and abruptly halted, landing at the foot of the mountain. With his hands behind his back, he circled around Precious Flower Peak, consumed by worry. Others might be fine, but Nian Nian was the daughter of Jingxian, and Yang Yuan treasured her like his own eye. Moreover, Yang Yuan was already deeply displeased with his own disciple, making it impossible for him to approve of their union. He might even break Xie Chenzhou's legs. No matter how one looked at it seemed an ill-fated match. The more the second elder pondered, the more he sighed deeply. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. What are you doing here? The second elder turned to see a young man standing a few steps away, casually holding a tree trunk thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Perhaps finding it troublesome, he had tied his shirt around his waist, exposing his muscular torso. The second elder, gazing at his solid chest, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. It's Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan glanced at his forehead, stating blandly, Second elder, you are sweating profusely. The second elder trembled as he wiped away the sweat, repeatedly fanning himself, forcing a smile. Indeed, it is quite warm tonight. Before Yang Yuan could respond, he hurriedly asked, what brings you out here at such a late hour instead of meditating or sleeping? Yang Yuan's expression softened considerably. Now that Nian Nian is here, I can no longer be complacent as before. I plan to use frost-melting wood to build a new house. Frost-melting wood, with its elegant and lingering fragrance, absorbs the summer sun and releases warmth in winter, sufficient to melt frost and snow, hence its name. If used to construct a house, it would keep the interior warm in winter and cool in summer, the second elder exclaimed in astonishment. Frost-melting wood is quite rare. Where did you find such a large piece? Yang Yuan replied. He chuckled awkwardly. Such a splendid moonlit night, it would be a shame to waste it resting. Why don't we take a stroll instead? Yang Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky, confused. Moonlight. The second elder forcibly turned him in another direction. The moon will be out shortly. The fifth elder is surely still awake. We should go call him out for a drink. Yang Yuan replied, I need to put this down first. The second elder swatted the frost-melting wood from his hands, and as it fell toward Guju Peak, he grinned. Now we can go. Yang Yuan responded. All right. The two walked side by side towards the fifth elder's residence. The second elder glanced back at Precious Flower Peak, a faint smile on his lips, concealing his achievements and reputation. At Precious Flower Peak, Sang Nian and Xie Chenju sat across from each other at the table, one gazing at the sky, the other at the ground. Silence, still silence. Sang Nian could no longer bear it. She clenched her fist to her lips and coughed, attempting to break the strange atmosphere. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Xie Chenju frowned. Did I hurt you? Sang Nian covered her eyes, despairing, and fell silent. What was there to liven up? They might as well perish together. Chapter 43. Sang Nian silently mourned for her lost conscience for 3 seconds, while Xie Chenju patiently awaited her response. After considerable mental preparation, she finally spoke again, diverting the topic. Today, I attempted to guide the qi into my body, but I could never grasp the essential point and failed numerous times. You are so remarkable. Do you have any tips you could share with me? Xie Chenju replied, none. Sang Nian raised an eyebrow, her expression questioning. Xie Chenju nodded, his tone nonchalant yet laced with a subtle air of arrogance and composure. I require no tricks in my cultivation. If I wish to do something, I simply do it. Sang Nian pouted, muttering under her breath, a genius indeed, flaunting here. If you have the capability, why not compete with Xiao Zhuchen? Xie Chenju arched an eyebrow. What did you say? Sang Nian quickly corrected herself. I mean, you are truly a dragon among men, a paragon of our generation. Xie Chenju drawled. How does one compare with Xiao Zhuchen? Sang Nian hastily replied, You are the most formidable. Whether it be Xiaozhuchen or Wenzhuchen or Lizhuchen, none can compare to you. Xie Chenzhou's lips curled into a smirk before he quickly suppressed it, snorting coldly, who wishes to compare with Xiaozhuchen? He is not worthy to stand alongside me. This man truly remained as capricious as ever. Sang Nian could only mourn for her lost conscience internally for another 3 seconds. Suddenly, Xie Chenzhou extended 2 fingers and gently pressed them against her forehead. Sang Nian asked, "Is it not that you cannot find the qi?" He drawled lazily. "Allow me to grasp it, you guide." For the sake of convenience, he had restored his cultivation to the qi refinement stage in advance. Assisting Sang Nian in guiding the qi into her body proved to be no challenge. Sang Nian quickly recited the incantation and formed the hand seals as Ji Yu Bai had taught her. The errant spiritual energy, which had been previously elusive, became much more compliant. She strained to draw it in, inch by inch, towards her body. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, she felt her breath momentarily falter. That stream of spiritual energy successfully entered her body, coursing slowly through her meridians, causing a sharp ache. After completing a full circulation, Sang Nian was drenched in cold sweat, her inner garments soaked. It was only after 32 full cycles that her aura underwent a sudden transformation. She exhaled deeply, her wrist twisting. Gradually, a faint green spiritual power coalesced at her fingertips. "I succeeded." Sang Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Chenzhou cast a sidelong glance at her beaming face. "What a fuss, it took you an entire evening to reach the qi refinement stage. This is merely the beginning. Do you think everyone is like you? Achieving it in one night is already quite impressive, some take years." At that moment, Sang Nian brimmed with confidence, disregarding his jibes, and excitedly shook his shoulder. "Regardless, I am quite formidable. Extremely formidable." Xie Chenzhou pushed her away with a single finger, succinctly stating, "You reek." Sang Nian looked down, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "Where's the water? I need to wash." Xie Chenzhou led her to the back mountain, where a natural spring lay, crystal clear and pristine. It was a place where the second elder often washed up. Dawn was still a while away. In the distance, the forest was alive with the cacophony of chirping birds, almost drowning out the melodic sound of the water. Sang Nian and Xie Chenzhou walked in tandem, the air carrying a hint of damp chill, faintly mingled with the scent of flowers. They halted at the spring's edge. "Wash up," Xie Chenzhou instructed. Nearby, a thicket of grass loomed, and Sang Nian couldn't help but worry. "Are there snakes here?" Xie Chenzhou replied, uncertain. Having harbored a fear of snakes since childhood, Sang Nian hesitated for a moment, concerned about being late for class, but ultimately gritted her teeth and decided to step into the water. Xie Chenzhou glanced back at her before turning and walking into the grass, leaving behind a slender, tall silhouette. "There are no snakes inside." Suddenly, he spoke in a calm tone. Sang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over her, her lips curling into a joyous smile. "Got it." She wasted no time, swiftly shedding her clothes and stepping into the water. The spring water was icy cold. She shivered as she cleansed herself of the impurities infused by the spiritual energy, then retrieved a clean outfit from her storage bag to change into. "All done," she announced loudly. Only then did Xie Chenzhou turn around. Having kept his back to her all this time, Sang Nian planted a small fire tree seed, crouching beside the flame to dry her damp hair. Xie Chenzhou stood quietly beside her. Once she felt warm and her hair dried, Sang Nian stood up, feeling refreshed. "Let's go, we have class to attend." Xie Chenzhou acknowledged with her stepping alongside her. The mountain breeze was cool, and the morning light gently illuminated their path. As the young girl walked, she busily combed her long hair, chattering incessantly. Strands occasionally brushed against Xie Chenzhou's face and neck, causing a slight tickle. He lowered his gaze for a moment before raising his hand to grasp a lock of hair. Sang Nian caught sight of this and hurriedly apologized. "I'll tie it up right away." With that, she pulled her hair free from his grip. Xie Chenzhou withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, gently twisting his fingers. Without Chun around, Sang Nian couldn't create an elaborate hairstyle, so she simply braided 2 pigtails. She secured the ends with a moonlight-colored ribbon and resumed their previous conversation. So, I have no idea what is bothering Chuyu. I asked Xuan, but she wouldn't tell me either. Xie Chenju replied nonchalantly, let her be. Sang Yan retorted, how can that be? We are friends. Xie Chenju scoffed lightly, they may not necessarily consider you a friend. Sang Yan inquired, and what about you? Xie Chenju fell silent. Never mind, forget I asked. Sang Yan continued, I moved out merely to avoid escalating the conflict and to give Chuyu some time to cool off. However, this cooling off period extended to half a month. Sang Yan successfully entered the Qi refinement stage overnight, becoming the second fastest among the new disciples. Upon learning this, the sect leader specially gifted her numerous peculiar trinkets as encouragement. Chuyu grew increasingly distant from Sang Yan, while Su Xuan and Wen Buyu seemed hesitant to speak on multiple occasions. Sang Yan's situation eerily mirrored that of Sang Yunling in the original narrative. Could it be that the plot was shifting once more? She couldn't help but feel suspicious. The conflict reached a boiling point during the class on sword flight. Only the most exceptional talents could enter the Xiaoyao sect. Within half a month, all new disciples successfully guided Qi into their bodies. Entering the Qi refinement stage, they began their lessons on sword flight. As the primary means of transportation in the cultivation world, the technique of flying on a sword was not overly difficult. The challenge lay in overcoming one's inner fears. The training grounds were vast and equipped with defensive formations, serving as the daily practice area for the sword disciples of Xiaoyao sect. The lessons on sword flight also took place here. After several attempts, nearly everyone could manage to fly a couple of laps with reasonable semblance. Xie Chenju even found a tree to take a nap beneath. Only Sang Yan remained, squatting on her 122nd attempt, gripping the sword hilt and trying to lower her center of gravity. Gu Bai, standing on the ground with a stern face, reprimanded, Sang Yan, release your grip and stand properly. Sang Yan, with a long face, replied, I think this way of flying is quite fine. Aside from the posture being somewhat ungraceful, there is absolutely no issue. At her words, laughter erupted among the disciples in the training ground. On the edge of the training ground, Su Xuan couldn't help but chuckle a few times, only to suddenly remember Chuyu beside her and quickly stifle her laughter. Chuyu continued practicing her swordsmanship, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Shen Mingchao laughed uproariously, mockingly exclaiming, Sang Yan, for the love of all that is good, do not ever claim to be a disciple of Xiaoyao sect. We truly cannot afford such embarrassment. Sang Yan immediately maneuvered her flying sword downward, brandishing it to slash at Shen Mingchao. Shen Mingchao's expression shifted, and he quickly darted behind Gu Bai. As she pursued, he continued to evade. Gu Bai, standing between them, could only sigh in silence. Chapter 44, You have never comforted me like this enough, Gu Bai stated, pressing down on one of their heads with an impassive expression. If you continue to chase and frolic, I shall have to punish you. Chasing and frolicking. Sang Yan almost gasped for breath. This was clearly a matter of life and death for him. Shen Mingchao joined in, exclaiming, Senior brother, this wretched girl is clearly trying to take my life. You must punish her. What is the matter? A man clad in embroidered robes approached leisurely, a glimmer of jade at his waist reflecting a star of luminous daylight. It was none other than Song Lanfeng, who happened to be passing by. Several elders followed him, including the fourth elder, who had just returned from an outing. Gu Bai stepped forward to pay his respects and explained, reporting to the sect leader, it is Sang Yan. She cannot learn to ride a sword. Song Lanfeng, with his hands behind his back, raised an eyebrow. Oh. The fourth elder reprimanded, she cannot even master such a simple technique as riding a sword. How did she even enter the Xiaoyao sect? Publicly reprimanded in front of the principal and the disciplinary head, Sang Yan felt her face flush with embarrassment, and she could not help, it just doesn't look very elegant. The fourth elder's voice grew stern, do you dare to retort? Sang Yan fell silent, not daring to speak further. Gu Bai clasped his hands together and said, I will ensure that my junior sister receives proper instruction, so she learns to ride the sword at the earliest opportunity. The fourth elder grunted heavily, if you cannot teach her, there is no need to punish her. Simply let her proper master teach her, to avoid giving others cause for gossip. The tension in the air was palpable. Sang Nian could not help but wonder if Yang Yuan had ever offended the fourth elder in some way. Suddenly, Song Lanfeng chuckled softly. Nian Nian, come forward. The crowd parted, allowing Sang Nian to step before him. Song Lanfeng summoned his sword, Qingyun, and smiled. Come up, I will teach you to ride the sword. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. The sect leader personally instructing sword riding, using his own sword. Such treatment had never been afforded to anyone before. Even the sect leader's official disciple, Wen Buyu, only received a few words of guidance during training. Moreover, everyone turned their gaze towards Chu Yao, who stood at the edge of the crowd. Thud, the heavy sword fell to the ground with a dull thud. Chu Yao remained oblivious, her eyes fixed intently on Sang Nian, her expression stormy. Su Xuan grasped her arm, whispering, Yao, don't be angry. Without warning, Chu Yao forcefully shook off her hand and strode through the crowd to stand before Sang Nian. Sang Nian began. Chu Yao abruptly shoved her aside, turning her face towards Song Lanfeng, tears welling in her eyes. Why? Sang Nian stumbled slightly, catching herself with Ji Yu Bai's help. She glanced at Chu Yao, then at Song Lanfeng's grim visage, her face a mask of confusion. What was this unexpected development? Ji Yu Bai leaned in to whisper. Chu Yao is the sect leader's daughter. The sect leader's wife died during childbirth, hence their father-daughter relationship is not close. Sang Nian. Before Chu Yao, Song Lanfeng had shed all his usual gentleness and spoke sternly. Come with me. With red-rimmed eyes, Chu Yao followed him. They walked together to a secluded area. The cicadas in the trees cried out, their lament piercing the air. Chu Yao lowered her head, staring at her toes. Song Lanfeng's voice was cold. Why would you humiliate your fellow disciple like this? Fellow disciple. Chu Yao shot her gaze upwards, her voice sharp. The thing I regret most in this life is bringing her to the Xiao sect and making her my junior sister. You. Song Lanfeng raised his hand as if to strike her. Chu Yao showed no fear. Go ahead, hitting me is better than ignoring me. Song Lanfeng paused, his hand hovering in midair. Tears began to fall one by one from Chu Yao's eyes. From childhood, you have never treated me as you do her. You have never gifted me a sword, nor brought me candied hawthorns or woven grasshoppers to cheer me up. She held back her sobs, speaking each word deliberately. You have never, not once, taught me to ride a sword hand in hand with Qingyun like you are doing today. If you treated others as you do me, I could still convince myself, but she came along, and everything changed. I am just jealous of Sang Nian, fiercely jealous. Because no matter how hard I try, you never see me. Having said that, Chu Yao crouched down, burying her face in the crook of her arm and weeping. Song Lanfeng remained silent. After a long pause, he retracted his hand without a word and began to walk away. Chu Yao grasped the edge of his garment, lifting her tear-stained face, looking helpless like a child. Farther, please don't go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted this way. A Song Lanfeng sighed. A Chu Yao, you have greatly disappointed me. Chu Yao froze abruptly. He pulled his garment away and strode off. Chu Yao stood there, dazed for a long time. A handkerchief was offered to her. She numbly shifted her gaze and, upon seeing the person, her tears flowed even more fiercely. What are you doing here? To watch my misfortune? Sang Nian quickly shook her head. Chu Yao pushed her hand away, using her sleeve to wipe her face vigorously. Sang Nian crouched beside her. So, you suddenly dislike me because of your father. Chu Yao glared at her with red-rimmed eyes, feigning ferocity. It's not dislike. It's jealousy. I'm deathly jealous of you. Sang Nian smiled gently. Yes, just like expressing it now is so much better. Holding it in all the time is quite exhausting. Chu Yao continued to glare at her. If I said it, wouldn't it just make me seem petty? You're already petty. Sang Nian patted her head. Chu Yao turned her head to evade her hand, about to burst forth when Sang Nian added, but we aren't saints. Jealousy or pettiness is just human nature. You're no exception, and neither am I. However, deliberately targeting and excluding me because of that is wrong. Chu Yao fell silent, and after a long while, she finally said, I'm sorry. Sang Yan gently patted her head, explaining, the sect leader cares for me because my mother was his junior sister. Chu Yao was taken aback. What? This matter is known to no one except the sect leader and the elders. Sang Yan recounted the story's background briefly and concluded, I have never seen my mother. My brother told me that she suffered severe injuries and died during childbirth. Chu Yao murmured, my mother also died during childbirth, they all say I caused her death. Even father says the same. So that's why the sect leader was so cold towards her. Sang Yan fell silent, gently wrapping her arm around Chu Yao's shoulder, drawing her into an embrace. This is not your fault. Chu Yao lowered her head. This is my fault. Sang Yan replied, all right, it is your fault. Chu Yao pushed her away in exasperation. Why are you like this? Sang Yan feigned innocence. If you insist on thinking this way, what can I do? Chu Yao gritted her teeth. Could you not comfort me a bit more? Sang Yan smiled. Do you still dislike me? Chu Yao emphasized, I said it's jealousy, not dislike. Sang Yan changed the subject. So, are you still jealous of me? Chu Yao pondered seriously. Jealous, but it's a bit better than before. Sang Yan nodded, stating solemnly, you can apologize to me now. Chu Yao blinked her reddened eyes. I already apologized. Sang Yan responded, just now you apologized for deliberately ignoring me, but there's also the matter of pushing me earlier. Chu Yao's voice was barely audible. I'm sorry. At that moment, I really am very sorry. I will make it up to you. Sang Yan beamed, pinching her cheek. A good child recognizes their mistakes. A mere 5 million spirit stones will suffice as compensation. Chu Yao exploded. You are of a lower rank than I am. You should call me junior sister like our Yin. Sang Yan countered. You aren't even 15 yet. I am 2 years older than you, so you must call me sister. Chu Yao retorted. I refuse. Sang Yan declared, then I won't call you either. The two stared fiercely at each other. Uncertain who broke first, they suddenly burst into laughter. Sang Yan elbowed her teasingly. The new residence at Buju Peak will be completed tomorrow. You and Shuyin should come to dinner. Chu Yao replied loftily, it depends on my mood. Sang Yan paid no heed to her words, threatening, if you dare come empty-handed, you will regret it. Chu Yao began to rebel, then I shall come empty-handed. Understood. Are you sure you want to come? Sang Yan brushed off the dust from her dress. I will return to practice riding the sword. Chu Yao. Chu Yao, despicable. Sang Yan waved her hand dismissively. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 45. It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment. This matter has caused quite a stir, with rumors swirling throughout the sect. Some have even begun to wager that Chu Yu will drive Sang Yan away within a few days. The next day, with a stern expression, Chu Yu arrived at Buju Peak, clutching a chicken. The rumors were swiftly dispelled. When Buyu and Su Xuan both breathed a sigh of relief, only Sang Yan remained silent, staring at the chicken in Chu Yu's grasp. You brought a chicken, she confirmed once more. Don't you have eyes? Chu Yu retorted impatiently. Then why on earth did you bring a chicken? Sang Yan asked, utterly perplexed. Chu Yu replied, to keep your bird company. After all, they are both fowl and can play together. Sang Yan could only respond with silence. We still do not understand why Chu Yu thought a chicken could entertain a parrot. Never mind, she said, accepting the chicken from Chu Yu and tossed. Yang Yuan had even diverted a mountain spring from Bahura Peak, the water cascading down the rocky wall like a delicate silver chain into the pool below. Water droplets splashed, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Not far away, 2 3-story wooden buildings stood majestically among the mountains, with wild roses and honeysuckle climbing the walls like a flowing waterfall. In front of the spacious, flat house, a long table was laid out, replete with an abundance of food and drink. Nearby, new buds were beginning to bloom in the flowerbed, adding vibrant splashes of green. Su Xuan exclaimed, Uncle Yang Yuan is truly attentive. Chu Yu added, I've long found those 2 dilapidated thatched cottages displeasing. When Buyu ran his hand along the corridor pillar, savoring the texture, and inquired, this must be frost melt wood, am I correct? Sang Yan replied, "It seems so, though I am not entirely sure." Su Shuan remarked enviously, "It must be very warm here in winter." Sang Yan suggested, "Then you should come stay with me in winter. Their house is quite spacious, and the bed is large as well." "And where is that pretty boy?" Chuyu glanced around. "Isn't he usually clinging to you?" Sang Yan chuckled awkwardly. "He said he was bored and refused to come. And he does not cling to me. It was I who clung to him." She gazed wistfully at the sky. Chuyu shrugged nonchalantly. When Buyu frowned, "Junior sister, do not call Xie Shid a pretty boy, it would displease him." Chuyu boldly declared, "I will, pretty boy, pretty boy, pretty boy." When Buyu emphasized, "Chuyu." Sang Yan facepalmed and noticed a small pouch embroidered with white plum blossoms on the ground, quickly bending to retrieve it. "Wen Shixiang, you dropped something." Upon patting his waist, Wen Buyu discovered, indeed, the pouch was missing. He smiled gently. "My pouch always seems to vanish. I am grateful that junior sister Sang found it, or I would have had quite the search ahead." Sang Nyan handed it over. "And next time, remember to tie it securely, or perhaps tie a knot, like this." A cough. Cough. A deliberately loud cough interrupted from behind. The group turned to see the second elder arriving with Yang Yuan. Trailing behind them was the sullen-faced Xie Chenju. Sang Yan glanced between him and Wen Buyu, suddenly feeling the pouch in her hand grow warm. "Weren't you not coming?" She approached Xie Chenju and pulled him aside. Xie Chenju smirked, the curve of his lips tinged with mockery. "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment." Sang Yan replied, "Quite the coincidence. He arrived just as they were speaking ill of him." The timing was so precise it could hardly be considered coincidental. Xie Chenju raised an eyebrow with a cold laugh. "Without me here, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves a bit too much. I suppose I should not have come. Enough, if you continue this sarcastic banter, I will strike you," Sang Yan threatened, clenching her fist. Xie Chenju gestured towards Wen Buyu in the distance. "Why is he here? Are you too close?" Sang Yan was utterly bewildered. "Of course he's here with Chuyu. I certainly wouldn't invite him on my own." Xie Chenju huffed dismissively. After a moment, he asked, "Then why did you give him the pouch?" "I merely picked it up after he dropped it and returned it to him," Sang Yan replied helplessly. "Are you eating or not? If you truly do not wish to force yourself, it is perfectly fine to leave now. Wouldn't he think it rude?" Xie Chenju's gaze turned cold, though his smile remained. "You wish to send me away. Do not forget, I sheltered you for half a month." All right, then you shall not leave." Sang Yan tugged on his arm, forcibly dragging him into the courtyard, seating him at the long table. "Sit tight, do not move, and do not make snide remarks about others." Directly across from Xie Chenju sat Wen Buyu, who leaned back, crossing his arms as he regarded him. Wen Buyu politely nodded in acknowledgement. "Xie Shidi, please do not take to heart what my junior sister just said. She has a difficult temperament. I hope you can overlook it." Xie Chenju scoffed. "Why should I tolerate her? I am not her father." Wen Buyu felt somewhat awkward. "It was my fault for speaking out of turn. I apologize." Sang Yan discreetly stepped on Xie Chenju's foot under the table. Xie Chenju's brow twitched as he gritted his teeth, replying to Wen Buyu, "It's no problem." Wen Buyu smiled. "Xie Shidi is magnanimous." Xie Chenju glared at Sang Yan, still grinding his teeth. "Actually, I am not that magnanimous." Sang Yan calmly continued to eat, pretending not to notice his predatory gaze. Yang Yuan observed their interactions with a furrowed brow. The second elder immediately placed a hand on his, laughing heartily. "We are here, and these youngsters are feeling quite uncomfortable. Come, let us go inside and drink." Before Yang Yuan could respond, the second elder seized his arm and strode into the house. Once they departed, the atmosphere at the dining table relaxed considerably. Sang Yan curiously inquired, "How did you all come to join the Xiaoyao sect?" Wen Buyu explained, "When I was born, a celestial phenomenon occurred. The sect leader happened to pass by and deemed my talent exceptional, thus he designated me as his disciple, bringing me to the Xiaoyao sect to cultivate at the age of 5. She turned to Chuyu. "What about you?" Chu rolled her eyes. The sect leader is my father. How do you think I came to the Xiao sect? Sang Yan slapped her forehead. I completely forgot. Su Xuan shyly smiled. I was merely an orphan. I met the wandering elder when I was 6, and he brought me to the Xiao sect. Sang Yan nodded. I see. By the way, Junior's sister sang. Wen Buyu recalled something and retrieved an item from his sleeve, presenting it to Sang Yan. This is for you. Xie Chenju paused with his chopsticks. Wen Buyu smiled. You said one should not come empty-handed. Sang Yan replied awkwardly. I was just speaking off the cuff. You took me seriously. Su Xuan added, this is something I and the senior brother pooled together to buy, so consider it my contribution. I did not come empty-handed either. Sang Yan opened the box he handed her, revealing a jade slip inside. What is this? Su Xuan explained, this is a spirit communication stone. It can transmit voice over great distances and allows communication with disciples from other sects. Very convenient. Sang Yan tentatively infused her spiritual energy into the stone, which gradually illuminated with a glow, projecting a light curtain in her consciousness. On the left side, a row of names belonging to Su Xuan and the others appeared, while the right side displayed a common communication area for various sects. At that moment, several messages were popping up one after another. Anonymous disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, : Seriously, it's been half a month. Is there no one to manage us? Anonymous disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, the cursed Xiao sect actually came in the dead of night to chop down our frostmelt trees and even buried our sect leader in a tree pit. Where is the justice? Where is the law? Anonymous disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, 10,000 Immortals Alliance, come out and speak. 10,000 Immortals Alliance, strongly condemned. Chapter 46, Why did you not summon me to the feast? Unnamed disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, : Unnamed disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, very well, so those of us who practice dark arts possess no rights, do we? You're farther from the carefree sect, nonsense, the territory of the 10,000 Poisons sect has historically belonged to the carefree sect. Is that theft? It is merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. You're farther from the carefree sect. Furthermore, our elders acted only after consulting with you. We are a sect that values civility and decorum. Unnamed disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, : Indeed, after your consultations, you ensnared our sect leader. You're farther from the carefree sect. You may assert whether we truly consulted or not. Unnamed disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect, : I care not, our sect leader remains bedridden even now. Do you comprehend how many secret realms we have refrained from raiding in the past half-month due to this matter? You must compensate for the losses incurred. You're farther from the carefree sect, : Compensation, you, sir. At this moment, Sang Yan observed, what a fine embodiment of civility. She stowed away the spirit stone, her face alight with excitement. Why did they not reveal such delightful treasures sooner? How many opportunities for indulgence had she missed during this time? How vexing. What do you think? Do you like it? When Buyu inquired of Sang Yan nodded fervently. I adore it, thank you all. Su Xuan murmured apologetically, I sincerely regret the previous incident. It's quite all right. Sang Yan waved her hand dismissively. I am not so petty as to hold grudges against a few young ones like you. Su Xuan smiled gratefully, then turned to the side, curiously asking, what gift has junior brother Xie brought? Sang Yan, aware that he likely hadn't brought anything, hastened to change the subject. Today is a splendid occasion. I've brought fine wine from Qingju. Shall I pour some? Xie Chenju paused in his motion. Chu Yao exclaimed, wine, yes, please. When Buyu interjected, I shall sit here, you may take a seat across. Xie Chenju retorted, on what grounds? Chu Yao, displeased, replied, you do not drink, so why occupy a space for no reason? Xie Chenju picked up a clean bowl from the table, filled it with wine from the jar, and downed it in one go, his demeanor unchanged. I have drunk now. Chu Yao found herself at a loss for words and filled another bowl before returning to Wen Buyu's side. Wen Buyu continued to murmur, Junior sister, you must not. Drinking is detrimental to us. Chu Yao raised an eyebrow. her hand deftly steering the bowl directly to his lips. He was caught off guard, swallowing nearly half of it, while the remainder was forcibly expelled. Is it enjoyable, senior brother? Chu Yao stifled a laugh when Bu Yu's expression grew increasingly dazed. His face flushed as he leaned over the table, vigorously shaking his head. I do not appreciate this flavor. Chu Yao gently patted his face and pinched his nose, beaming. Sleep now, senior brother, may you have sweet dreams. When Bu Yu's pupils trembled slightly before he gradually closed his eyes, Chu Yao stepped onto a chair, raising the wine jar triumphantly. Excellent, now we may drink freely. Su Xuan, feeling a bit tipsy, stood up. I must clarify, I shall only partake a little, lest senior brother scold me. He can hardly safeguard himself, why concern yourself with him? Chu Yao pressed her back down. Sang Yan nodded in agreement. Quite right, the table was graced by several more jars of wine, their muddy seals broken, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Let this be a belated celebration, Sang Yan declared with fervor, to commemorate my and Xie Chenzhou's successful entry into the carefree sect. She poured Xie Chenzhou a bowl, the clear liquid spilling over the rim, moistening his fingertips. Chilling, Xie Chenzhou raised his gaze to meet hers. She urged him with sparkling eyes. Drink. He lifted the bowl, gazing into her bright, contrasting eyes, and methodically finished the contents. Those eyes gleamed even brighter. Your capacity for wine is quite remarkable. Xie Chenzhou's lips curled slightly, but he quickly suppressed the smile. Naturally, I am 100 times better than you. Must you belittle others to elevate yourself? Sang Yan retorted, turning to join Chu Yao in pouring wine for Su Xuan. Xie Chenzhou reclined against the back of his chair, quietly observing the lively commotion among them. As dusk descended, the light waned, and the sounds of crickets filled the air. The gentle breeze, the bright moon, the exquisite wine, and friends. A mild dizziness washed over Xie Chenzhou, akin to a long-awaited intoxication rising within him. Friends. He mulled over the word, feeling a sense of bewilderment within his heart. Everything unfolding now felt profoundly unfamiliar. In his past, stained with blood, he had not even dared to dream of such a reality. Suddenly, Xie Chenzhou was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of dread. Then came a faint glimmer of hope, accompanied by 2 crows soared across the sky, leaving behind a few harsh cores. It was as if awakening from an interminable dream. The surface of the sea rippled softly with a pop, shattering into fragments. Xie Chenzhou slowly lowered his lips, gazing at his reflection in the bowl, his eyes and brows laden with mockery. A fool's dream. A ghost remains a ghost, it cannot transform into a human. Those who dwell in darkness can never step into the light. He tilted his head back and drained the wine in his bowl. Sang Yan. Suddenly, a loud call rang from a distance. The group turned in unison. Standing outside the courtyard, Shen Mingchao, adorned with a stack of golden chains around his neck, planted his hands on his hips, resembling an irate golden pufferfish, and enunciated with deliberate clarity. Why did you not summon me to the feast? Sang Yan, how embarrassing. What should she do if she did not wish to admit familiarity with him? Isn't he the disciple of Elder Wu? Su Xuan interjected with a hiccup. He appears quite furious. Shen Mingchao approached with an air of indignation. I have waited an entire day, and you did not call for me. Sang Yan clicked her tongue, replying bluntly. What relationship do we share that I would summon you to dine? Do you hold yourself in such high regard? Shen Mingchao, with a resounding bang, tossed the stack of gold chains onto the table, causing the food and drink to quiver slightly. This prince even prepared a congratulatory gift for you. Sang Yan was momentarily blinded by the flash of gold. She fiercely pulled out a chair, flashing a bright smile that revealed 8 pearly white teeth. As the saying goes, a guest is a guest. Do not hesitate. Consider this your own home. Shen Mingchao, still taken aback, found himself seated before he could react, and in the blink of an eye, a steaming bowl of rice appeared in his hands. The entire process was seamless and fluid. He instinctively took a bite, feeling that something was amiss. Unable to fathom it, he simply dismissed the thought. HMPH, at least you recognize your place. This prince shall not hold it against you. Sang Yan pocketed the golden chains, weighing them in her hand, her face aglow with satisfaction. Young Shen is quite accommodating. He genuinely offers gold. The moon ascended high, and the stars blanketed the sky. On lonely Bamboo Peak, wine jars toppled over. A throng of inebriated souls swayed haphazardly. It was unclear who suggested they go admire the moon, but they grew invigorated and dashed towards the peak. When Buyu, still somewhat dazed, followed along in a confused haze, after a few steps, he raised his hand to count the number of people, a dull expression of confusion crossing his face. Why is one missing? He turned to see Xie Chenju still seated, and he stumbled over to grasp Xie Chenju. Not a single one can be left behind. This individual possessed surprising strength. Xie Chenju could not break free and sternly commanded, "Release me," when Buyu, seemingly unperturbed, dragged him along, muttering incessantly, "Junior brother Xie, be cautious of falling. Injuries from a fall lead to blood, and blood leads to tears." "Tears lead to what do tears lead to?" he asked Xie Chenju, bewildered. Xie Chenju, he truly wished to ignore when Buyu and casually seized Shen Mingqiao. "Tell him why." Shen Mingqiao ruffled his hair in frustration. "There's no reason for everything." "How annoying." When Buyu, ever good-natured, replied, "Junior brother, do not be so irritable. Come, let me teach you the Tranquil Heart Sutra." Seizing the opportunity, Xie Chenju extricated himself and stepped aside. At the peak, the grass spread endlessly, soft and lush. Looking up, a moon resembling a jade plate hung in the sky, astonishingly large, as if one could reach out and touch it. This indeed was a splendid place to appreciate the moon. Sang Nian lay back on the grass, staring blankly at the sky, softly murmuring, "I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon." Xie Chenju, unable to hear clearly, asked, "What?" Sang Nian shook her head, rolled over, and patted the empty space beside her, grinning foolishly. "Xie Chenju, come over and admire the moon with me." Xie Chenju pressed his lips together. No, just as he uttered a single word, a sudden force from behind pushed him over. Chapter 47. Behold, the stars you desired, I have captured for you. Upon glancing back, he saw the impatient Chuyu. Everyone is lying down, and you alone are standing, clearly drawing attention to yourself. It was only then that Xie Chenju noticed a neat row of people stretched out on the grass. Even the boisterous Shen Mingqiao and the loquacious Wen Buyu had lain down. He halted his motion to rise, gradually reclining back onto the ground. A gentle, cool mountain breeze rustled through the grass, producing a soft, whispering sound. A few flickering fireflies ascended, dancing in and out of sight, glimmering like stars. The insects chirped melodiously, their sounds neither jarring nor dissonant, but instead, reminiscent of the onset of another beautiful dream. Xie Chenju felt a sense of daze wash over him. Suddenly, a warm hand inadvertently brushed against his, causing him to retract quickly in surprise. After a few breaths, that hand returned to rest on the back of his hand. He turned his head to find the girl's clear gaze meeting his own. "Your hand is too cold, like a block of ice," she murmured softly, turning slightly to rub his hand between hers, breathing warmth into his palm. When she lifted her gaze again, her pupils resembled black amber resting at the bottom of a tranquil pond. "I'll warm it for you, it will be cozy in no time." Xie Chenju gazed into her eyes, and his usually steady heartbeat skipped a beat. Perhaps he was truly intoxicated. He wiggled his fingertips, as if enchanted, holding his breath as he cautiously and slowly attempted to entwine his pinky with hers. Just as success seemed imminent, she suddenly withdrew her hand and turned away to converse with someone else. Xie Chenju stared at his own hand, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Sang Nian, oblivious to the exchange, pointed to a moving light in the sky, excitedly exclaiming to Chuyu, "Is that a shooting star?" Chuyu corrected her, "That is not a shooting star. It's someone fighting and falling from the sky, their clothes on fire." Su Xuan added, "It could also be a flying vessel traveling through the night. The lights are quite bright." Sang Nian insisted, "I don't care. It's a shooting star." Fueled by the effects of alcohol, she declared with a hint of stubbornness, "I want to make a wish." Chuyu echoed, "A wish?" Su Xuan and Shen Mingqiao chimed in, "A wish." Sang Nian declared, "In my hometown, people say that wishing upon a shooting star will surely make it come true." Wen Buyu, hearing this, asked blankly, "Sang Shamai, is that really true?" Sang Nian replied, "It should be true, right? I've never wished before." Shen Mingqiao, with a tongue slightly thickened, scoffed, "It's definitely false. I've never heard of such a wonderful thing in this world." Sang Nian pondered for a moment before sitting up. "Why don't we share our wishes? What if they really come true?" The group followed suit, sitting up and exchanging glances. Sang Nyan proclaimed, "I'll go first." She clasped her hands together, her face brimming with hope. "I want to be happy every day, and, once everything is over, go home to eat sweet, juicy watermelon." What a trivial wish. Shen Mingqiao was the first to express disdain. "Listen to my wish." He staggered to his feet, patting his chest with vigor, shouting towards the shooting star, "I, Shen Mingqiao, will become the greatest sword immortal in the world of cultivation. One person, one sword, I shall roam the world, behold all the beautiful sights, and defeat all my rivals, the likes of Xiao Zhuqing, Wen Buyu, and even that Xie Chenju are no match for me." Sang Nyan, upon hearing this, also looked down on his aspiration. There's a difference between hope and delusion. Shen Mingqiao glared at her, ready to retort. Wen Buyu restrained him, gently advising, "Junior brother, do not be too rash, let me teach you the Clear Heart Sutra, repeat after me, view the void as void, void has no void." Shen Mingqiao wore an expression of dull resignation. "Senior brother, don't you have any wishes?" He had not expected Wen Buyu to answer, yet surprisingly, Wen Buyu nodded, "I do." Shen Mingqiao perked up, "What is it?" Wen Buyu replied, "I wish to protect all living beings and uphold righteousness in this world." Shen Mingqiao felt utterly disheartened. "Senior brother, that sounds so insincere. Who thinks about such things every day?" Wen Buyu smiled without answering, turning to the two sisters, "And what about you, Shimace?" Su Xuan, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, shyly admitted, "I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to be good friends with you forever, always together." Chuyu clenched her fist and stood up, shouting, "I, Song Chuyu, want to be acknowledged by my father and make all those who look down on me take notice." Su Xuan immediately applauded lightly, "Junior's sister is the best. You can definitely do it." Sang Nyan poked Xie Chenju's face, "It's your turn." Xie Chenju turned over, muttering, "I have no wishes." Sang Nyan pressed, "I'll help you realize it." Xie Chenju replied, "What if I wish for the stars in the sky?" Sang Nyan chided, "Be reasonable, otherwise, I'll hit you." Xie Chenju scoffed, "You're just playing with me." Sang Nyan sighed deeply at his retreating figure, "Fine, I'll concede you have your merits." She sprang to her feet and walked away without looking back. Xie Chenju's expression dimmed, his lashes casting shadows over his concealed emotions. Time passed, long enough for Chuyu and the others to drift into slumber. Someone gently nudged his shoulder. He looked up. The moonlight poured like water, illuminating the girl crouched on the grass, her skirt blooming like flowers, the red ribbon in her hair loosening, as if it might unravel at any moment. She gathered her hands together and beckoned him with her chin, speaking softly, "Come here." Xie Chenju crouched before her, "What is it?" Sang Nyan leaned closer, gently unfolding her cupped hands. "Here, the stars you wished for, I have brought them for you." In the not-so-dark summer night, two greenish lights flickered and fluttered, gradually escaping from her palms, illuminating the depths of the boy's dark eyes. He inhaled sharply. Those were 2 fireflies. Sang Nyan had a few blades of grass in her hair, and a bit of dirt smeared on her nose, making her look particularly comical. She muttered softly, "These fireflies from Guju Peak are almost like spirits. I can't harm them, and it took me forever to catch these 2. I'm exhausted." Seeing Xie Chenju remain silent, she touched her nose. "All right, I admit I did stretch the concept. Strictly speaking, these aren't T-stars in the sky." But, suddenly, she grasped the hem of his sleeve and lay down beside him on the grass, her tone serious. "Look, from this angle, aren't they just like stars? They shine, they're beautiful, and they can flutter about like shooting stars." Xie Chenju remained quiet for a long time before finally whispering, "Yes, they are stars." They were the stars that the child, once confined in a dark dungeon, had yearned for day and night, prayed for, hoped for. Stars. She had brought them for him, she truly had brought them for him. Ding Xie Chenju's favorability 99,999, Xie Chenju's current favorability, 0. Sang Nyan's eyes widened. Help, it seemed she had drunk too much and was hallucinating. She knocked on her head, trying to focus on the words on the panel, Xie Chenju. 0, it was indeed a hallucination. Xie Chenzhou's fingertips brushed against the fireflies above, his voice barely audible. I once wanted to kill you, but now, I seem to feel differently. Sang Yan stammered in response, well, that's good. Xie Chenzhou fell silent. The wind picked up once more. A faint scent of grass wafted through the air as dark clouds briefly obscured the moon. Silence enveloped them. In that singular moment, Xie Chenzhou thought, perhaps he could try to be just ordinary friends. Chapter 48, The Overbearing Sword Master's Passionate Pursuit. The cold Buddha's sun cannot escape. After 3 days and nights of rigorous training under Yang Yuan, Sang Yan finally mastered the art of sword control with a semblance of competence. In the early morning, she donned a crumpled white robe that she had yet to change out of, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes, and floated towards the ground on her sword as if in a dream. At the entrance of the academy, Shen Mingchao was so startled that he jumped back a significant step, exclaiming, where did this female ghost come from? How dare you intrude upon the celestial gates? Sang Yan brushed aside her wind-blown hair that obscured her face and retorted, I am your father. With his hands on his hips, Shen Mingchao responded, can't you cast a wind-repelling charm? Is it amusing to scare people first thing in the morning? Sang Yan strode into the academy, declaring, I forgot. Shen Mingchao retorted sarcastically, what do you mean, forgot? I see you simply haven't learned it. Sang Yan replied darkly, don't push me this early. I might just hit you. Shen Mingchao, puffing out his chest, challenged, if you have the guts, then try. If I even blink, I am no man. With a sinister grin, Sang Yan drew her sword and swung it. Shen Mingchao took off running. The disciples of the carefree sect hurriedly dodged the two, and only Ji Yu Bai, upon seeing them, sternly stated, no chasing or fighting in the academy. If you wish to spar, do so at the training grounds. The two obediently stood straight, replying, understood, senior brother. Ji Yu Bai remarked, class is about to start. Let us go. Shen Mingchao playfully shook his shoulders at Sang Yan, and she clenched her fist in warning. In a corner, where no one paid attention, Xie Chenzhou silently stepped out of the shadows and followed them without uttering a word. It wasn't until they entered the institute and took their respective seats that Sang Yan abruptly noticed Xie Chenzhou, who had lagged behind by a step. She exclaimed with delight, Xie Chenzhou, I've learned to control my sword. Xie Chenzhou replied coolly, I saw. Sang Yan approached him, asking, what's wrong? Why that expression? Xie Chenzhou, with a frosty demeanor, stated, I don't feel like talking right now. After saying this, he pulled out a chair and sat down, conveying that he did not wish to engage further. Sang Yan, being considerate, said, all right, then I want to speak to you. She turned back to her seat. Xie Chenzhou, Ding. Xie Chenzhou's affection -1 Sang Yan. At noon, Ji Yu Bai punctually ended the class. Sang Yan, concerned about the deduction of affection, tapped on Xie Chenzhou's desk and invited, let us go eat together. I'll demonstrate my sword technique for you. Xie Chenzhou pointed behind her at Shen Mingchao, who was shamelessly following them, and with a scowl, Sang Yan declared emphatically, of course not, I only invited you, and you'll be the only one I bring to practice sword control. Ding dong. Xie Chenzhou's affection 1 Sang Yan, is that all it takes to gain back affection? How perplexing. Across from her, Xie Chenzhou nodded with a noble and aloof demeanor, let us go. Sang Yan scratched her head and hurriedly followed him. Once outside the academy, she summoned her flying sword and cautioned, if you feel unsteady, hold onto my sleeve. Xie Chenzhou hesitated for a moment. The two stepped onto the sword's body, and Sang Yan formed hand signs with both hands, causing the spirit sword to soar into the sky, following a precise S-shaped trajectory. Sang Yan sheepishly admitted, I apologize, my straight flights can sometimes falter, and I must have been too nervous this time. Behind her, Xie Chenzhou, hands clasped behind his back, replied awkwardly, actually, we'll be there soon. Xie Chenzhou cautiously grasped a corner of her sleeve, a hidden joy blooming in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly ahead. Sang Yan tilted her face slightly and asked, are you scared? If so, I can fly a bit slower. He gazed at her fair, plump cheeks, hesitated for 2 seconds, and quietly admitted, a little scared. Sang Mian, true to her word, slowed down a tad. Is it better now? Xie Chenju averted his gaze, still scared. Sang Mian further reduced their speed. How about now? Xie Chenju, with a sense of righteousness, replied, still scared. Sang Mian, you can get off now. She gritted her teeth. Xie Chenju feigned ignorance. Why? Sang Mian retorted angrily, is it fun to deliberately tease me? Xie Chenju lowered his eyes. I am not teasing you, I am merely what? He pressed his lips together and fell silent. Sang Mian descended the flying sword and stormed into the dining hall, fuming. Xie Chenju stood in place for a few seconds before lifting his foot to chase after her. The two entered the bustling hall one after the other. Chu Yao and the others had already arrived and waved at them. Here, we've saved you some seats. Just as they approached, a figure moved faster than them and seated himself first. Shen Mingqiao, lounging with his legs crossed, clasped his hands and said, I accept your defeat. Sang Mian gasped, you've been secretly following us. Shen Mingqiao grumbled, what do you mean, secretly? I was right out in the open. You two were just blind. With the remaining 2 empty seats occupied by him, only one spot remained for another person. Xie Chenju silently turned to leave. Sang Mian dragged a chair from the adjacent table and said to Chu Yao and the others, scoot in a bit. The others shifted their benches in unison, creating a space just large enough. Sang Mian placed the chair down and, without looking back, pulled Xie Chenju's arm, saying, sit down and eat. Xie Chenju's eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and for once, he complied, sitting beside her. Everyone ordered their dishes and rested their chins on their hands while waiting for the food to arrive. They occasionally shared amusing anecdotes from their training, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Su Xuan suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, I don't like radishes, I didn't he order that dish? You idiot, it's the Heroes Conference, Chu Yao corrected her. It's a grand event held every 10 years in the cultivation world, taking place in Yujing, and all disciples from the Celestial Gates will participate. Sang Mian's memory stirred. The Heroes Conference, she gasped in surprise. This was a pivotal plot point in the book. The Heroes Conference, to put it plainly, was an exchange meeting for the outstanding disciples of various sects held once every decade in the cultivation world. At that time, the 10,000 Immortal Alliance would open an exceedingly rare high-level secret realm, accessible to all disciples at the Golden Core stage or above. Any items obtained within the secret realm would belong to the individual, and additionally, there would be extra contests. The victors would receive generous rewards. In the original narrative, Xie Chenju emerged victorious, thereby gaining fame throughout the entire cultivation world. Su Xuan grew increasingly fond of him, and our male protagonist, Wen Buyu, could no longer contain himself and boldly confessed. A bold confession. Sang Mian glanced at the languid Wen Buyu, who was picking cilantro. She sighed, unable to immerse herself in the situation. Wen Buyu noticed her gaze, paused with his chopsticks, and turned to her, saying, Junior sister, your expression is rather peculiar. Xie Chenju's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked towards Sang Mian. Sang Mian chuckled awkwardly. Har, I've been staying up late reading, so my eyes are a bit uncomfortable. Wen Buyu regarded her with admiration. I did not expect such diligence from you. You are indeed a model for our generation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Yao tapped on Sang Mian's bowl. By the way, have you finished reading that book I borrowed from you? My other senior sister is clamoring to read it. I need to lend it to her. Wen Buyu, intrigued, asked, oh, what book? Oblivious to Sang Mian's frantic blinking, Chu Yao calmly replied, it is their overbearing sword master's passionate pursuit. The cold Buddha's son cannot escape. Senior brother, do you want to read it too? I can lend it to you first. Sang Mian, Wen Buyu, Xie Chenju, Chu Yao, why is everyone suddenly silent? Su Xuan covered her mouth, her tone grave. Senior sister, stop talking. Can't you see Sang junior sister looks like she wants to hang herself right here? Chu Yao, Shen Mingqiao burst into laughter. Har, diligence, har, a model for our generation, har, Sang Mian, She gazed woefully at the sky. Some people are still alive, but she feels as if she has already perished. Others may have passed away, yet they remain dead. In the midst of Shen Mingchao's laughter, he sensed a murderous aura. Chapter 49. After all, my friend and I will never share a kiss. At long last, after enduring a lengthy meal, Sang Yan was eager to make her exit. As she rose, her gaze fell upon an object lying at Wen Buyu's feet, prompting her to casually remark, "Senior brother, you've dropped your pouch." Wen Buyu glanced. "If you continue to lose it on your way, what if one day you cannot retrieve it?" Wen Buyu touched the tip of his nose. "I did tie it, yet it still comes undone." Not only was he directionally challenged, but he also seemed utterly inept at managing daily affairs. Sang Yan sighed again, taking his pouch into her possession. "Watch closely as I demonstrate how to tie a knot." She secured it around her waist with the most common of bows. "Do you understand now?" Wen Buyu replied, Chu Yao scoffed, "Senior brother is rather clumsy at everything but swordplay." Su Xuan interjected, "Junior sister, please refrain from speaking ill of senior brother. It might hurt his feelings." Wen Buyu chuckled, "It's quite all right, she hasn't said anything untrue." Su Xuan explained to Sang Yan, "Senior brother has been at Xiao sect since he was 5, and no one taught him anything beyond cultivation, which is why he is like this." Sang Yan conceded, "Very well." She pondered for a moment before retrieving a slender vine from her storage bag. This is called the chintzy vine. Its ends naturally clasp together to form a loop, typically used for binding, but it can also serve to secure your pouch. As she spoke, she used the chintzy vine to entwine it around the pouch strap and his belt. The method to open it is quite simple. You merely need to recite a mantra. She recited the incantation, and indeed, the vine slowly unfurled, revealing an opening. Wen Buyu's face lit up with curiosity. "Why have I never encountered such a spirit plant?" Noticing his interest, Sang Yan replied, "My brother collected this for me to play with. I'll write to him to ask where he procured it and let you know." Wen Buyu questioned, "Would that inconvenience you too much, junior sister?" Sang Yan grinned, "It's a trivial matter, no need to be so formal." Xie Chenju observed the two engaged in lively conversation, his gaze dimming slightly. He rose and entered the room marked by a prominently displayed snacks sign. The two crows, Yae and Yae, were engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to his presence. Today's offering was yam cream. Yae placed the peeled yam into a container and channeled his magic. With a sound akin to a clap, the yam was transformed into a paste. Yae, poised and ready, swiftly ladled it out and brought it to the pot to simmer. Their cooperation was seamless, and there was an almost imperceptible hint of enjoyment. "This is far more comfortable than our previous days in the hall," Yae mused. "We need not slay endlessly, nor do we have to constantly worry about having our heads severed." Yae remarked, "Indeed, if only we could remain here indefinitely." Yae speculated, "Do you think we are the only ones who feel this way? Perhaps the young master has considered it as well." At the doorway, Xie Chenju slowly brought his hands together, fingertips resting against his palms. His eyes darkened further. Meanwhile, Yae and Yae inadvertently glanced up, and, upon spotting Xie Chenju, their faces drained of color. They trembled and knelt, desperation etched upon their faces. "Young master, we spoke thoughtlessly just now." Xie Chenju closed the door behind him and said in a calm voice, "Rise." "Young master, rise," he reiterated, "do not compel me to repeat myself a third time." Yae and Yae exchanged glances, steadying each other as they stood, holding their breath in anticipation of their final judgment. Xie Chenju cast a soundproof barrier and then inquired, "Does the esteemed master have a message for me?" This indicated he was not pursuing the earlier matter. Yae let out a sigh of relief, hastily responding, "Yes, yes, indeed." He produced a slip of paper, offering it with both hands. Xie Chenju accepted it. The paper bore only 6 words: Satsmiley heroic gathering, Wei Yu Yang. Xie Chenju's gaze focused intently, the slip spontaneously ignited, vanishing without a trace. Yae whispered, the esteemed master indicated that the prize for this heroic gathering, Wei Yu Yang, can extract the Kunshan jade fragments from Sang Yun's spirit body. After a moment, Xie Chenju replied, understood. When we acquire the Kunshan jade, we must return, Ye suggested. It would be wise for the young master to prepare in advance. Xie Chenju felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. When did my affairs become subject to your scrutiny? Ye fell to his knees with a thud. Young master, forgive me. Xie Chenju pinched the bridge of his nose, and after a long pause, he said, rise. I have a question for you. The two straightened, their spirits heightened. Young master, please proceed. Xie Chenju hesitated. I have a friend, merely a friend, who has recently been experiencing intermittent palpitations. Ye asserted, he has developed a heart ailment. Ye offered a different perspective, he has likely been afflicted with a heart-devouring curse. Xie Chenju shook his head. My friend has neither been cursed nor suffers from a heart condition. Ye replied, that is indeed peculiar. Are there any other symptoms? Xie Chenju contemplated. He cannot control his temper. At times, he inexplicably feels joy, and at others, he inexplicably desires to kill. Particularly those surnamed Shen. Ye gasped, he has developed a brain disorder. Ye disagreed. No, in my view, he has been cursed and must have it broken immediately. Xie Chenju inquired, really? Ye insisted, trust me. There's no mistake. Xie Chenju asked, then how do I break the curse? Ye began, of course, it is, but suddenly realized, his eyes widening in shock, his words halted abruptly. Silence enveloped the air. Ye and Ye bowed their heads, their eyes exchanging frantic glances. Xie Chenju took a deep breath and decided to be forthright. Recently, whenever I am with Sang Yan, I cannot help but want to look at her. What could be the reason? Ye suggested cautiously, perhaps she has a leaf stuck in her teeth. Xie Chenju replied. Ye's thoughts took a few turns before he grasped something, his heart racing. Young master, forgive my bluntness, but I believe you have developed a certain ambiguity with Miss Sang. Xie Chenju's expression remained impassive. We are merely friends. Do not project your sordid thoughts upon us. Friends? Ye remarked. Ye and I are also friends, yet we certainly would not hold hands. Ye added, nor would we share a kiss. Xie Chenju, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raised his voice slightly. We do not. Ye countered, at this rate, it is inevitable. Xie Chenju's chest heaved with agitation, his complexion growing ashen. Ye earnestly advised, young master, do wake up, she has been tormenting you all along. Xie Chenju clenched his fists, turning his face away, and after a long silence, finally spoke, that is only because she loves me too much and inadvertently employs the wrong methods. Ye, Chapter 50. She is even reluctant to publicly acknowledge our marriage. Am I truly that disgraceful? However, it seems she no longer loves me as she once did, as Xie Chenju murmured. She is even unwilling to disclose our marital status. Ye interjected. No. Xie Chenju continued, she once claimed to have fallen for me at first sight, but now she appears to be closer to other men than to me. Ye replied, wait a moment. Xie Chenju pressed on. Why does she care so much about what others might think of our marriage? Am I really that unpresentable? Ye finally seized the opportunity to interrupt him, clutching his heart as he said, young master, please stop talking. His voice was weak. I fear I might faint. Xie Chenju turned his gaze toward Ye. Ye was sweating profusely and tentatively remarked, perhaps she thinks you are not presentable. Xie Chenju responded, not presentable. Ye stammered, indeed, young master, in her eyes, you are impoverished and ill-tempered, obstinate, and aside from your face, every other aspect of you is flawed. Compared to Wen Buyu and the others, you are certainly lacking. Ye forcefully pushed him into a water tank, trembling as he said to Xie Chenju, young master, he must have lost his mind. I shall deal with him now. Xie Chenju's expression darkened. So you are here. A voice, crisp and clear, knocked at the door. Xie Chenju. Xie Chenju, maintaining his composure, dissipated the barrier and turned. Sang Yan called after him, Hey, wait for me, I still want to grab some yam custard. Xie Chenju quickened his pace. Yao silently handed Sang Yan a bowl of custard, saying, "You need not return the bowl." Sang Yan hurriedly expressed her gratitude and rushed to catch up with Xie Chenju. The two walked out of the dining hall without using their swords, quietly proceeding along the mountain path. As Sang Yan walked, she munched on her food, occasionally giving a light kick to the stones on the ground. Ahead, Xie Chenju slowed his pace and suddenly asked, "Is my temper truly that bad?" Sang Yan replied, "Ho." Xie Chenju lowered his head and repeated, "Is my temper truly that bad?" Sang Yan swallowed her custard and tactfully replied, "That depends on whom you are comparing yourself to." Xie Chenju inquired, "How do I fare against Wen Buyu?" Sang Yan became even more tactful, "Must you truly humiliate yourself?" Xie Chenju fell silent. Sang Yan remembered something and pulled out a small box from her sleeve. Upon opening it, she revealed a new spirit stone. "This was given to me by the sect leader, and I only discovered it while organizing my belongings yesterday. However, I already possess one from a yin, so I have no use for this. You refused my 3 million before, so consider this a token of gratitude. We will be able to communicate over distances." She extended the box towards Xie Chenju. Xie Chenju replied with a firm tone, "I can afford it myself." He emphasized, "I am not impoverished." Sang Yan responded, "Oh, then I shall not give it to you." Xie Chenju firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from retracting it. Sang Yan sighed, "I merely happened to have it lying idle and thought of you, so I intended to give it to you. I truly had no ulterior motives. Must you be so difficult?" Xie Chenju seized upon the key phrase, his expression momentarily stunned. "You have been thinking of me." Sang Yan retorted, "No." Ding dong. Xie Chenju's favorability 5. Sang Yan's words took a decisive turn as she declared, "Yes, indeed, I have been thinking of you, day and night, every hour and every moment." Xie Chenju's lustrous black eyes trembled. The tips of his ears gradually flushed a shade of red, akin to the glow of dawn. Ding dong. Xie Chenju's favorability 5. Xie Chenju accepted the spirit stone from her hand and cleared his throat. "I shall accept your token of gratitude, but it would be best if you refrain from using it to contact me. I do not enjoy conversing with others." Sang Yan replied, all right, understood." That night, Sang Yan returned to Guju Peak from the library. After reporting her progress in cultivation to Yang Yuan, she recounted the challenges she faced with the spells she encountered. By the time Yang Yuan had finished guiding her with his insights, it was already deep into the night. She returned to her room to meditate. After 2 hours, she concluded her meditation and took out the spirit stone, hoping to relax her mind, which had been working at high speed all day. Then, she stared in silence at the 38 unread messages from Xie Chenju. Sang Yan thought, "What?" She slowly typed out a question mark. The first message was sent while she was still in the library. Xie Chenju, : "Is my temper truly that bad?" Xie Chenju, "I am not particularly concerned about this matter, I was merely asking." Xie Chenju, "In fact, my temper can be quite good at times." Sang Yan was left speechless, a smile betraying her incredulity. The gathering of heroes was fast approaching, and the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect eagerly anticipated it. With daily discussions revolving around it, Sang Yan became increasingly diligent in her training, tirelessly alternating between the martial arts arena and the library. Shen Mingchao, infected by her fervor, began to feel inexplicably anxious. "Only those in the golden core stage can participate in the gathering of heroes. We can at most tag along to Yujing for some experience. Why are you acting like this?" Sang Yan wore a solemn expression. "That may not necessarily be the case." Shen Mingchao asked, "How?" Sang Yan waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate, and flew off to the library. She ascended directly to the top floor, retrieving the book she had not finished reading yesterday, selected intermediate spells for water spiritual roots. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a nearby book. It was an ancient tome, exuding the scent of age. Its pages were yellowed, and the title on the cover had become nearly illegible. It stood out starkly among the well-maintained and pristine volumes. Sang Yan cautiously took it down and sat to examine it. Fortunately, the text within was still relatively clear. this book served as an encyclopedia documenting various beings from the Hongmeng continent, penned in a whimsical style that was both engaging and vivid. Sang Yan read with great interest, unknowingly reaching the final page. Strangely, this page would not turn. It appeared, as though a restriction had been deliberately placed to prevent anyone from seeing its contents. Growing more curious, Sang Yan scoured the library for any texts related to restrictions, resolutely determined to unravel it. The pile of books on her desk grew higher and higher, gradually obscuring her figure. At last, as dawn broke, she formed her 1200th hand seal. A flash of white light erupted, and the ancient tome began to vibrate slightly. I did it, she rejoiced inwardly. The final page began to turn slowly. Sang Yan hurriedly lowered her head to read. It stated, Little Hoashan Juyu clan. Upon seeing these 3 characters, Sang Yan froze. Was this not the clan mentioned by Kyeji? She continued to read. The Juyu clan resides in the western Little Hoashan, resembling the human race in appearance, yet they are not of the human race. All members, regardless of gender, are breathtakingly beautiful. Within the mountains, there exists a rare bird known as the Kaijiao, a guardian spirit beast of the Juyu, born from Kunshan jade. It lives and dies only once, and has never produced offspring. In the margin, someone had scrawled a hasty note, seemingly an annotation. It has been prophesied, when the Kaijiao no longer hatches from Kunshan jade, it will mark the day of the Juyu's demise. It appears that this prophecy is not unfounded. However, upon reaching this point, the ancient tome trembled once more. It seemed as though a mist enveloped the surface of the paper, causing the ink to blur into indistinct splotches, rendering the annotation unclear. Sang Yan jumped in fright. In the next moment, the paper returned to calm, revealing the remaining contents. The Juyu clan are the forsaken children of the gods, their nature akin to that of demons, and they often utilize their beauty to lure passing humans. In the year 369874 of the Hongmeng calendar, a cultivator ventured into Little Hoashan to save his kin. Shortly thereafter, the alliance of 10,000 immortals was formed, and the leader led a multitude to seek retribution. A great war ensued between the 2 clans. 100,000 cultivators perished at the hands of the Juyu, their blood flowing like rivers. The alliance of 10,000 immortals emerged victorious but suffered heavy losses, annihilating the entire Juyu clan. Little Hoashan vanished without a trace, and the Kaijiao entered the 9 provinces, igniting flames for 3,000 miles, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. The leader of the alliance of 10,000 immortals captured it and executed it. This was quite similar to what Xiao Zhuochen had mentioned. However, was Kyeji not imprisoned in the Shumi realm? How could it state that he was killed? Sang Yan was filled with confusion. Suddenly, a hand reached down from above, snatching the book from her grasp. Sang Yan was startled and looked up. A woman in azure robes lay lazily on their mountain of books before her, reeking of alcohol. She yawned and complained to Sang Yan, "You have taken so many books and piled them here haphazardly. If you do not return them to their rightful places shortly, I will certainly report you to your master." Sang Yan cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "I am Bai Ko, an elder of Suishing Peak, jointly managing the library with the Grand Elder." She added, "I also teach you all the art of alchemy in the academy." Sang Yan inquired, "Why have I never seen you before?" Bai Ko coughed twice. "I have been drinking too much lately and keep forgetting that I have classes to attend." Sang Yan could only stare in silence. 6. Chapter 51, with justification, is it requisite for one who manages the library to possess a profound love for literature? This tome is quite obscure. Aside from you, only one other person has borrowed it. Biko flipped through the ancient text with a rustle. It has been missing for quite some time. From which corner have you unearthed it? Sang Yan's attention was captured by the previous statement. Who else has read it besides me? Biko pondered for a moment. I believe it was called. After a considerable pause, she uncertainly replied, "Something about a mirror." Sang Yan's heart raced. Jingxian. Biko snapped her fingers. "Yes, that's it, Jingxian." The annotations were left by Jingxian, who had also perused this book in her time. A myriad of emotions surged within Sang Yan. "Strange, why can't we turn the last page?" Biko remarked. Sang Yan explained, "There is a restriction placed upon it. Were you unaware?" Biko nonchalantly tossed the book aside, her expression one of disbelief. My duty is to oversee the library, and as I do not particularly enjoy reading, how could I possibly know that someone would have the leisure to place a restriction on a mere piece of paper? Sang Nyan hurriedly picked up the book, fearful of any potential damage. Biko dismissed her concern. Every volume here has undergone special treatment. Rest assured it will remain undamaged. You need not worry. Nevertheless, Sang Nyan felt a pang of sadness and wiped away non-existent dust with her sleeve. Yet, one cannot simply throw it to the ground. What is written on it? Biko casually inquired. Sang Nyan replied, nothing of consequence, merely an introduction to the Juyu clan. Biko asked, Juyu clan, what is that? Sang Nyan elucidated, it was a race that became extinct 500 years ago, residing in the now-vanished Xiaohoshan. They were reputed to resemble humans. Biko stroked her chin. Resemble humans? How closely? If they mingled among a crowd, would one be able to discern them? Uncertain, Sang Nyan shook her head. However, since they could entice passing humans, they must have been indistinguishable. No. Biko produced a small flask from somewhere, tilted her head back, and took a hearty swig, letting out a burp. Then it appears they are no different from the demon race's skin changers, lacking any originality. Sang Nyan hesitated. It does indeed seem that way, yet I can't shake the feeling that the content is somewhat peculiar. If the information were merely innocuous, it wouldn't warrant such a convoluted sealing technique. And what of Jingxian's annotations? What was inscribed after that word merely? Her mind was clouded with questions. May I borrow this book? Biko shrugged. Just leave your name over there for record keeping. Sang Nyan took the book away. Very well. By the way, you possess both water and wood spiritual roots, correct? Biko inquired. Sang Nyan affirmed, yes. Biko admonished, make sure you attend my class. Wood spiritual roots are most suited for the study of alchemy, and those without them are not permitted to attend. Sang Nyan rubbed her forehead. Elder, I shall certainly remember to attend class. Whether you remember to teach is another matter entirely. Biko, catching a glimpse of her expression, mistook it for skepticism, and, incensed, set down her flask. Do not underestimate me due to my youth. I have been with the Xiaoyao sect for centuries, and even the current sect leader is my pupil. Which elder in the sect dares to treat me with anything less than utmost respect? Sang Nyan sighed. All right, I understand. I will definitely attend class, rest assured, elder. Only then did Biko relent. Before departing, she commanded, clean up this place before heading to the academy. Sang Nyan. Sang Nyan. Good heavens, and at such an early hour. Sang Nyan gazed out at the resplendent sun, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. Liu Liu, she forcefully roused the little bird dozing on the bookshelf, come over and lend a hand. Liu Liu, cradling its cherished mount, mumbled in its slumber, this is my Kaijia number 1. No one shall take it away. Sang Nyan whispered devilishly in its ear, I've taken your millet to make porridge. Liu Liu bolted upright in alarm. You dare, it shouted. Sang Nyan urged, if you're awake, hurry up and help. She frantically organized the books on the table. Liu Liu, momentarily dazed, floated over on Kaijia number 1. What are you doing? Without looking up, Sang Nyan stacked a tall pile of books on its head, placed them on the second shelf of the last rack on the left. Liu Liu groaned, it feels like my neck is broken. Sang Nyan retorted, if you don't hurry, my neck will be broken too, by elder-size bare hands. Liu Liu, looking woeful, took off on Kaijia number 1 to deliver the books. Upon returning, Elder Biko was taken aback at the sight of it. What is this creature? Sang Nyan seized the opportunity to reply, this is my spirit pet, Liu Liu, a parrot. Biko clarified, I was inquiring about the egg beneath it. Sang Nyan replied nonchalantly, it picked it up from the mountain. I have no idea what it is. Biko's gaze intensified, may I see it? I have never encountered such a thing, it could possibly be of medicinal value. Liu Liu, overhearing this, vehemently protested, I refuse. It is my mount, not some medicinal herb. Biko looked at Sang Nyan. Sang Nyan offered an awkward yet polite smile, perhaps it is best to forget it, this belongs to Liu Liu, and if it is unwilling, I cannot compel it. Biko suggested, would it be permissible for me to merely touch it? Just once. Liu Liu remained obstinate, But Biko produced a fruit from her sleeve. This is a new variety of by-leaf fruit I have cultivated. It is exceedingly delectable. Currently, I am the only one in the entire cultivation world who possesses it. Miss this opportunity, and you shall never taste it again. Liu Liu's eyes gleamed, hesitating. Well then, just a touch. It emphasized, only one touch, mind you. Biko handed the fruit to Liu Liu. No problem. Liu Liu clutched the fruit, allowing her fingers to approach. Biko indeed only gave it a gentle stroke before retracting her hand. She gazed at her fingertip, sighed deeply, and lamented, it has already perished. Sang Yan remarked, it was dead when it was found. Biko, looking disheartened, said, what a pity. I had hoped to attempt hatching it to see what sort of bird it was and whether it held any medicinal properties. Sang Yan quickly shifted the subject. Did you return for any particular reason? Chapter 52. She was entirely covered in fur as white as snow, hence the name Little Red. It was then that Baiku recalled the purpose of her return. I just suddenly remembered that aside from you and Jingxian, this book was also borrowed and read by someone else. She shook the small booklet in her hand. I specifically went to retrieve the borrowing ledger from back then, and indeed, I wasn't mistaken. Sang Yan's spirits lifted. Who? Baiku pointed to a name in the ledger. She focused her gaze. It read, Yang Yuan. Sang Yan was taken aback. Baiku continued, did you not mention that you found this book peculiar? How about asking your master when you return? He might be able to enlighten you. Today was indeed too late. Sang Yan, unwilling to waste time, decided not to go to the academy. She concocted a reason on the spirit stone and informed Ji Yu Bai, then soared towards Guju Peak on her sword. Yang Yuan was nowhere to be found. After searching the entire mountaintop without catching a glimpse of him, she had no choice but to return to her own quarters. Sitting behind her desk, she carefully examined the ancient tome. Besides herself and Jingxian, Yang Yuan had also perused this book. So, did he know the true nature of the restrictions inscribed within, or perhaps, were these restrictions his doing? It was certain that when Jingxian read this book, it bore no restrictions. Otherwise, she would have mentioned it in her annotations. Just as Sang Yan was lost in thought, the slightly ajar door creaked open, and a greyish blur rushed in, leaping towards Liu Liu, who was suspended in midair. Liu Liu shrieked in a high-pitched voice, help, someone's trying to eat the little chick. Quick as a flash, Sang Yan scooped it into her embrace and, with a light push of her toes, soared out the door. The grey creature followed closely behind. Just as it was about to pounce again, Sang Yan turned and deftly caught it. Is this a cat? Sang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Liu Liu, still shaken, flapped its wings and clutched its chest. Turns out it's just a cat. Wait, a cat. Upon realizing, its feathers fluffed up instantly, and it cried out in despair, help. A cat's here to eat the fragrant, soft little chick, help, help. Sang Yan vaguely recalled that Su Xuan had once mentioned that Yang Yuan owned a cat. Could this be the one? She summoned the raucous Liu Liu back into her consciousness. You cannot coexist with the cat. From now on, when it's around, you must stay put. Liu Liu protested, I'm not just any bird. Sang Yan replied, and it is not just any cat, even I nearly failed to catch it. With your petite frame, it could devour you in 2 bites without leaving a bone. Liu Liu fell silent. After calming Liu Liu, Sang Yan cradled the filthy little cat in her arms, absent-mindedly stroking its head. The cat purred contentedly, nudging her hand insistently. In a flash of sword light, Yang Yuan descended from the sky. Upon seeing the cat in Sang Yan's arms, he sighed in relief. So, it has returned. Sang Yan curiously asked, Master, is this your pet? Yes. Yang Yuan approached, reaching for the cat, hand it over. I'll take it for a wash. In the next moment, the cat revealed its claws, hissing fiercely at him, every hair on its body bristling in defiance. He had no choice but to relent. It was previously taken by Chuyu. Yang Yuan paused, cleared his throat, and continued, after that, it began to throw tantrums and ran away, and I only found it today. So this is the little eunuch that was castrated by Chuyu. Sang Yan set the cat down. What is its name? Yang Yuan replied, it was found in the snow, and since its fur is as white as snow, we named it Little Red. Sang Yan, what a peculiar logic. I will bathe Little Red later, she said. You need not worry about it, master. Yang Yuan shook his head. It is only friendly towards me. It harbors great hostility towards anyone else, and I fear it may harm you. Sang Yan glanced at the cat, which was now writhing at her feet, exposing its belly. Well, it doesn't seem to harbor much hostility. As Yang Yuan attempted to hold Little Red, it immediately scratched his hand fiercely, arching its body and growling at him. He said to Sang Yan, "See, it's trying to be friendly with me." Sang Yan, "Master, do wake up. It's attempting to kill you." Little Red scampered off to play with butterflies, and Sang Yan gathered her thoughts, finally broaching the main topic. "Master, I have something I wish to inquire about." Yang Yuan casually wiped the claw marks from his hand, the wounds disappearing instantly. He asked, "Is it that you have encountered difficulties in your cultivation? I heard you were absent from the academy today without reason." Sang Yan was taken aback. "How did you know?" Yang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Elder Sai sent me a lengthy message that lasted half an hour." Sang Yan wiped her brow. Har, he truly has a lot of energy. After saying this, she worried Yang Yuan might misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, "I was in the library all night, and before I knew it, I lost track of time. Then I thought, since it was already this late, I wouldn't be able to attend much of the class anyway, so I simply returned." Yang Yuan said, "I know, I told him the same." Sang Yan asked, "What about him?" Yang Yuan replied, "He sent another lengthy message that lasted half an hour." Sang Yan could no longer muster a smile. She could already foresee the scene awaiting her at the academy tomorrow. Yang Yuan reassured her, "Elder Sai may appear tough, but he won't truly hold anything against you." Sang Yan lamented, he would never soften his heart. Among the council of elders, this old man was the most inclined to target her. It was one thing for him to call her name in class every day, but whenever she faltered even slightly, he would suddenly emerge from some corner, raining down scorn upon her. She was nearly developing PTSD from it. Just the sight of him filled her with dread. "You mentioned earlier that you encountered difficulties." As Yang Yuan walked towards the study, he said, "Do tell me about it." Sang Yan hurriedly caught up with him, and once they entered the study, she cautiously closed the door. Seeing her actions, Yang Yuan's expression turned serious. "What is it?" Sang Yan approached the desk and asked, "Master, have you ever heard of the Juyu clan?" Yang Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. "That seems to be a race that went extinct 500 years ago, resembling humans yet akin to demons, living around the Xiaohua mountain region." Sang Yan produced the ancient tome. "Please take a look at this." Yang Yuan accepted it and quickly discerned something amiss. "There are restrictions placed upon this." He laid his hand over the book, carefully sensing the aura emanating from it, and slowly stated, "There are 2 layers of restrictions. One is overt, and the other is covert. The incantation is quite complex, only the one who cast it can unravel it." "Where did you acquire this book?" Sang Yan asked in astonishment, "Haven't you seen this book before?" Yang Yuan firmly replied, "I have never seen it." "But your name is written in the borrowing ledger of the library." Sang Yan spoke rapidly, "That is why I came to ask you what exactly is going on." Yang Yuan shook his head, "Most likely, someone impersonated me. There are numerous disciples borrowing books from the library every day, making it easy to deceive." With matters reaching this point, not only had there been no progress, but it became even more shrouded in mystery. Sang Yan was almost certain that the person impersonating Yang Yuan must have seen something extraordinary, which prompted them to impose restrictions and hide the book away. Double restrictions. Perhaps, Sang Yan's palms tightened, and a ludicrous suspicion emerged in her mind. Perhaps the latter half of the content she had seen was entirely erroneous. The true words lay hidden beneath those ink blobs. The whispered words echoed repeatedly in her ears. "They are the remnants of a divine race that once thrived on Xiaohua Mountain, and there are no beings in this world more compassionate and kind than they." Her heart raced faster. The Juyu clan, could it truly be as the legends described, a race of man-eating demons? What caused the deaths of the 100,000 cultivators in that great battle? Did Jingxian's death have anything to do with this matter? Perhaps it was because she learned something she should not have. Suddenly, a chill ran down Sang Yan's spine, and goosebumps erupted on her arms. She anxiously raised her gaze towards an unseen corner, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Someone was watching her. In a corner she knew nothing of, someone was peering at her inch by inch through the void. Chapter 53. What does it matter if the heart is not in it? What I desire is him. Sang Nian's scalp felt as if it were about to explode, her hands trembling so violently that she could scarcely hold onto the book. Yang Yuan steadied her arm, inquiring gently, "What is the matter?" Sang Nian gazed intently at him, his eyes radiated concern, completely oblivious to the turmoil that had just transpired. The feeling of being watched had vanished, as if it were merely a figment of Sang Nian's imagination. Yet, the instinctual fear coursing through her body was undeniable. She continued to tremble. Taking a deep breath, she stowed the book into her satchel and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, I stayed up all night and feel a bit dizzy." "Go rest," Yang Yuan urged with genuine concern. "There's no need to practice swordplay at the training grounds this afternoon." Sang Nian obediently nodded. "I take my leave." Exiting the study, she hurried back to her chamber, kicked off her shoes, and burrowed under the covers, curling into a tight ball. Her body had yet to shake off the remnants of her earlier panic, and she could not control her shivering. Sang Nian focused on breathing deeply to regain her composure. "Liu Liu," she pondered in her heart, "did you feel it?" Liu Liu replied, perplexed, "Feel what?" Even Liu Liu and Yang Yuan remained unaware of each other's presence. There was no further investigation to be conducted. Sang Nian concluded, continuing to probe would lead to dire consequences. This matter was beyond her capacity to intervene. She resolved to act as if she had never seen that book. Slowly, she closed her eyes and murmured, "None of this concerns me. I merely need to complete my task and return home. Stay out of unnecessary affairs." Yet, would the shadowy figure truly let her off the hook? Her hands clenched tightly. "So, you've managed to discover me, how intriguing." The image in the water mirror froze. The woman observed the girl's not-so-peaceful sleeping face, resting her chin on one hand, and let out a derisive chuckle. "How naive. Once you've entered the game, whether you live or die is no longer your decision, Nian Nian." "Master." A swirling mass of black mist approached, transforming into a tattooed man. He knelt before the reclining woman, bowing respectfully. "I report to you, Master, all arrangements have been made." The image in the water mirror before the woman became an ordinary reflective surface as she selected a box of rouge, delicately applying it to her lips with her slender fingers at a leisurely. Could it be his heart is no longer with the Shura Palace? The woman smiled slightly, her lips a deep crimson. "What does it matter if his heart is not in it? What I desire is the man himself. My concern is his affairs and not yours to worry about, Jingui," the woman replied with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Jingui's face turned pale. "I am at fault. Over the years, you have harbored discontent towards him, always yearning to take his place. I have not been unaware." The woman's smile faded gradually, her expression chilling like a frozen pond. "However, you cannot replace him, and you never will. The Shura Palace exists solely for him." Where could Sang Nian have gone, not even coming for a meal? In the bustling canteen of the carefree sect, the atmosphere remained lively, yet only Chu Yao and Su Xuan were present this time. Chu Yao, listlessly poking at the rice in her bowl, lamented, the senior brother was also called away by father. "This is so boring." Su Xuan remarked, "I heard that Sang Shimai was absent without reason this morning." Elder Fourth was quite furious. "She is in for a rough time tomorrow." Chu Yao scoffed, disdainfully responding, "If she doesn't come for meals, that pretty boy and Shinhetan won't show up either." What a coward. Without Sang Nian around, they don't even dare to eat alone. Don't think I look down on him. Would you be able to respect him if you were in my shoes? Su Xuan hesitated. "Shimai, it's not as you think." "Then how is it?" Chu Yao pressed. Su Xuan fell silent, stuffing her mouth with a large mouthful of food, mumbling indistinctly, "In any case, it's not like that. Sang Shimai must have her reasons for not publicly acknowledging her relationship with Xie Shidi." They surely have their own plans. She couldn't risk spilling the beans and causing trouble. Su Xuan firmly believed she could keep the secret, physically keep it. She stuffed another bite of food into her mouth, sealing her lips tightly. Chu Yao, reveling in her triumph, teased, "See, you still want to defend that pretty boy, but now you're at a loss for words." Su Xuan was struggling to chew, finally swallowing. She bent down to pick up the chopsticks that Chu Yao had accidentally dropped, offering her a new pair. "Shemai, hurry and eat. We have much to do." Chu Yao questioned, puzzled, "What do we have to do?" Su Xuan replied, "Preparing for the gathering of heroes, of course." She began counting on her fingers. "We need to prepare ample elixirs, and it would be best to reforge our... I must hurry and go through it. I should learn a couple of spells before heading to Yujing. Who knows, they might come in handy later. Learning is never a bad thing." After listening to this lengthy list, Chu Yao felt overwhelmed. This searching and gathering sounds too troublesome. She suggested, why not just buy everything at the market? It would take at most 2 days to gather it all. Su Xuan lowered her head and whispered, "I don't have that much money. Maintaining a good spirit sword is quite costly. In the cultivation world, 9 out. Not to mention, she was merely an orphan without roots. Although she was a true disciple of the Grand Elder, the spirit stones she received monthly were barely sufficient to cover basic expenses." "I have money," Chu Yao replied nonchalantly, patting her chest. "Though my father neglects me, I cannot accept it. I can find the spirit plants and ores on my own." Chu Yao scratched her head. "What are you planning to concoct?" Su Xuan replied, "Just some basic hemostatic powder and flesh-repairing pills. I have plenty of those. I can give them to you directly. Don't bother with the effort of refining them. Your concoction might not be as effective as mine anyway." Chu Yao rummaged through her storage bag, not bothering to look up as she said, "Just so happens my storage bag is full." Su Xuan bit her lip, summoning her courage. "Since childhood, I've always used your things. This time, I want..." Before she could finish, Chu Yao raised her head, pulling out a pile of bottles and jars from her storage bag. "The white ones are flesh-repairing pills, the red ones are hemostatic powder, and I also found several bottles of spiritual essence for internal injuries. Now I finally have space to store the new magical artifacts. You must not refuse me." She then looked confused and inquired, "By the way, what were you saying just now? I didn't catch it." Su Xuan moved her lips but ultimately shook her head in defeat. "It's nothing, thank you, Shemai." She gathered the medicines, smiling shyly at Chu Yao. "Shemai, will you always be this good to me?" Chu Yao raised an eyebrow and gently pinched her cheeks. "Of course. Ever since childhood, you have been my best friend." Su Xuan's cheeks were stretched out of shape, and she could only squint her eyes and hum, "You are my best friend too." Meanwhile, on Jiyuzhu Peak. "Wow, look at this tofu, perfectly golden on both sides." Shen Mingqiao exclaimed in admiration. Sang Yan, with a forced smile, extended her hand. "Hee, delicious, isn't it? 200,000 spirit stones." The tofu that Shen Mingqiao had just put into his mouth was promptly spat out. He slammed the table, furious. "Is this tofu wrapped in gold and silver? How can it be so expensive?" Sang Yan ignored him, turning to the other side of the table. Sang Yan, staring, Xie Chenju. Xie Chenju began to mentally tally his savings. Silently placing his chopsticks down, he pushed the dish of tofu a bit farther away. Chapter 54, Xie Chenju. It appears that Shen Mingqiao possesses a remarkably profound cunning, which is rather detestable. Faced with his pitiable demeanor, Sang Yan found herself at a loss for words. She pushed the plate back towards him, adopting an expression of helplessness. "Go on, eat. I won't charge you." Xie Chenju subtly curved his lips, casting a glance at Shen Mingqiao before reaching for the food with his chopsticks. Shen Mingqiao exclaimed, "What? Why is it that Xie Chenju can feast for free while I am burdened with a bill of 200,000? Sang Yan, have you no conscience? Do you truly consider me a fool?" Sang Yan replied nonchalantly, Shen Mingqiao was momentarily speechless. He stood abruptly, intent on flipping the table. However, it was too heavy to budge, so he sat back down. "Sang Yan, you cannot treat us this way." He gazed at her, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Sang Yan was taken aback. The youthful innocence in his eyes was laden with grievance as he articulated, "You cannot show favoritism between me and Xie Chenju. You must treat us both fairly." Sang Yan was horrified. In a flurry, she pushed all the dishes on the table towards him. "No, I was joking, don't take it seriously. How could I possibly charge you? Here, it's all yours." Xie Chenju, who had only raised his chopsticks halfway, remained silent. He cast a melancholy glance at Shen Mingqiao, his expression inscrutable. Shen Mingqiao immediately turned to complain to Sang Yan, "Look at him, taking advantage and then acting innocent, glaring at me." Sang Yan had no choice but to admonish, "Xie Chenju, stop looking at him." Xie Chenju tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Was he feigning pity? This man's cunning was indeed profound. It seemed he could not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Shen Mingqiao inexplicably shivered. He paid it no mind, wiping his eyes with his sleeve, and addressed Sang Yan, "This time, His Highness shall overlook the trivial matters. From now on, I want what Xie Chenju has, and even more than what he lacks." Xie Chenju slammed his chopsticks down, gritting his teeth. "On what grounds?" Shen Mingqiao seized both of their hands earnestly. "We three are friends. If there is preferential treatment, someone will inevitably feel slighted. Only absolute fairness can sustain our friendship." Xie Chenju disdainfully withdrew his hand, coldly retorting, "Who considers you a friend? You are merely deluding yourself." Shen Mingqiao defiantly replied, "It is your honor to be friends with His Highness." Xie Chenju glared with a murderous intent, his eyes narrowing. "What did you say?" Shen Mingqiao stubbornly repeated, "I said, it is your..." Fearing that Xie Chenju might actually harm this foolish child, Sang Yan swiftly covered Shen Mingqiao's mouth, silencing him. "Let us not bicker anymore," she insisted, "let us eat." Shen Mingqiao pried her hand away, straightened his clothes, and huffed, falling silent. Xie Chenju maintained his stoic demeanor. Sang Yan's head was buzzing. After awakening from her midday nap, she had whimsically decided to prepare a meal, only for these two uninvited guests to arrive simultaneously, and they even had the audacity to bring their own utensils. Upon returning with the food, she was taken aback. "What on earth do you both want from me?" Sang Yan inquired, rubbing her temples. Shen Mingqiao replied, "Oh, while passing by, I caught a whiff of the delicious aroma. Since I hadn't eaten, I thought I might as well come up and make do with a bite." "And you?" Sang Yan turned to Xie Chenju, "Are you also here to make do with a bite?" Xie Chenju shook his head, "No." Sang Yan felt a pang of anxiety and asked earnestly, "Has something significant occurred?" Xie Chenju replied, "The spirit stone." Sang Yan's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Oh, what about it?" Xie Chenju stated, "You didn't respond to me." With her guard up, Sang Yan remained silent. Bang! The door slammed shut. Shen Mingqiao, still holding a bowl of rice, stood at the entrance, bewildered. He turned to Xie Chenju, "Why were we thrown out? Hey, do you still want the chicken wings in your bowl? If not, give them to me." Xie Chenju ground his teeth and tipped all the chicken wings into the nearby small red bowl, sneering, "Even if I were to feed a dog, I would never give them to you." The small red bowl, just about to eat, meowed in confusion, "Meow." Shen Mingqiao, now infuriated, kicked over the small red bowl, snarling, "Fine, then I'll make sure the dog doesn't eat either." The small red bowl yowled, "Meow." The two exchanged glances, and it felt as though sparks flew in the air. Moments later, they both snorted disdainfully and turned to depart in opposite directions. Only the small red bowl spun around its overturned dish, howling sorrowfully to the heavens. Having learned from her experience the previous day, Sang Yan did not wait for dawn. She ventured to the academy in the dark. Arriving too early, she found the door still locked. She patiently squatted at the entrance, awaiting someone to unlock it. "Please let me avoid encountering the fourth elder today," she fervently prayed to the wall. "If you can ensure I don't run into him, I would willingly reside in a mansion and drive luxury cars." No sooner had she finished speaking than two figures approached from opposite directions. One of them, unaware of her presence, stumbled as she inadvertently tripped him, nearly sending him sprawling 2 miles away. "Who?" he roared in anger. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sang Yan felt a chill run down her spine. Internally, she lit a candle for herself, stealing her resolve to stand up, and stammered, "Greetings, fourth elder." The fourth elder raised his lantern, squinting. "Sang Nhan, what on earth are you doing squatting here?" Sang Nhan replied softly, "I was afraid of being late, so I thought I'd come early, not realizing the academy wasn't open yet." The fourth elder paused, taken aback. "Is this why you dragged me out here at such an early hour, just to show me your discipline?" Another figure stepped forward, revealing the aroma of alcohol wafting from Baikou. She yawned and urged the fourth elder, "Besides, how diligent Sang Nhan is, let us not scold her. Hurry and unlock the door, or I might forget to go to class and end up drinking instead." The fourth elder huffed heavily and turned to Sang Nhan. "Did your master say you were in the library all day yesterday?" Sang Nhan nodded vigorously. "Yes, Baikou elder can vouch for me." Baikou lazily raised her hand. "Yes, I can attest for Sang Nhan." The fourth elder seized the lantern and thrust it into Baikou's hands, continuing to question Sang Nhan sternly. "Then tell me what you read and learned in the library yesterday." Sang Nhan refrained from mentioning that particular book and instead replied, "I studied 1200 methods for unlocking various restrictions, elder." The fourth elder scoffed, "You are quite the fabricator." Sang Nhan shrugged, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." The fourth elder began to fume, puffing out his cheeks. He waved his sleeve at the academy's door lock, casting a restriction, "Unlock it, and I'll believe you." Sang Nhan hesitated. "Fourth elder, if I unlock it, may I request something from you?" "You're quite bold," the fourth elder admonished. "Unlock it first. If you fail, I shall certainly punish you today." Sang Nhan pouted, approaching the door to examine the restriction. After pondering for a moment, she raised her fingers to perform a complex hand gesture. A gentle, pale green light flowed like water, wrapping around the lock. The fourth elder stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Click, the restriction and the lock were simultaneously undone. Sang Nhan clapped her hands, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. "Elder, I did it." The fourth elder's smile vanished, and he adopted a stern expression, chiding, "Unnecessary theatrics, who told you to unlock the lock as well? You only know how to be clever. What great achievements can you hope to accomplish in the future?" Sang Nhan hunched her shoulders in defeat. "Oh no, the fourth elder would likely settle old scores along with new grievances." She closed her eyes, bracing for a scolding. The fourth elder inquired, "What is your request?" Sang Nhan opened her eyes. "Huh." The fourth elder glared at her. Sang Nhan realized, her eyes lighting up. "Did you agree?" Chapter 55. At the age of 500, one is precisely at the prime of venturing forth, and it would be prudent to seek out at least 18 companions on the path. The fourth elder remarked, "If you do not speak, I shall take my leave." Sang Nhan hurriedly responded, I shall speak right now." Clearing her throat, she timidly added, "Fourth elder, might I implore you not to furrow your brow the moment you see me?" The fourth elder was taken aback. Sang Nhan gestured, "Every time you lay eyes upon me, your brows knit tightly, as if you could squish a fly in between them." Habitually frowning, the fourth elder retorted, "You." Sang Nhan interjected, Yes, precisely like this." Under her gaze, the fourth elder gradually relaxed his brow and, maintaining a semblance of calm, inquired, "Is this what you wish me to do?" Sang Nhan nodded, her voice barely above a whisper, "If possible, it would be even better if you refrain from suddenly appearing out of nowhere to scold me." The fourth elder retorted without a hint of mercy, "If you do not commit any wrongdoing, why would I scold you?" Sang Nhan protested, "Others have erred as well. Why do you only reprimand me?" The fourth elder, exasperated, paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. "Utter nonsense, I treat all my disciples with impartiality." Just as Sang Nhan was about to counter, Baikou chuckled and interjected, "The deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. The fourth elder holds great expectations for you, so it is only natural that he is strict." Sang Nhan would not be swayed. He clearly harbored an aversion towards her. "Enough, let us proceed inside," Baikou said, patting her shoulder. "In a few days, we shall set off for Yujing. Although your current cultivation may not grant you entry into the secret realm, it will still be beneficial to broaden your horizons while there. So, make haste in your preparations." Sang Yan complied and turned to enter the academy, deliberately neglecting to bid farewell to the fourth elder. The fourth elder, shaking his finger at her retreating figure, seethed, "Why should I place high hopes on a disciple who possesses some talent yet holds herself in such high regard?" Baiku, scratching her ear in annoyance, replied, "You've said enough." The fourth elder huffed, picking up a lock that had fallen to the ground, such cleverness squandered on trivial pursuits. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. As a sword cultivator, she ought to devote herself to learning the sword, yet she spends her days engrossed in these futile matters, just like the master back in the day, stubborn and unyielding. Baiku retorted, "Tsk, yet the master has become the master now, while you are still just an elder." The fourth elder's expression darkened. Back then, everyone opposed his ascension to the position of master. Among the trio of brothers and sisters, aside from Jingxian, even the dullard Yang Yuan was far more suitable. If not for the old master's daughter supporting him, Baiku hastily interrupted with a vigorous cough, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, her residual inebriation now completely shaken off. "You can speak to me, but don't let anyone with ulterior motives hear you. I cannot guarantee your safety then." Moreover, when he and Yang Yuan competed fairly, whoever won would become the master. He defeated Yang Yuan in merely 3 moves, she continued. His strength surpassed Yang Yuan's, that is something you all witnessed. The fourth elder's face darkened as he seemed to recall something troubling. "That is precisely the enigma that has eluded me to this day." A person of not particularly astounding talent had made an overnight leap in strength, one could even say a transformation. He effortlessly bested someone who had always been vastly inferior to him. Who in the world could achieve such a feat? Yet, there was no trace of him employing forbidden techniques. Even the doubts were unfounded. The fourth elder scowled. "One day, I shall uncover the truth." Baiku felt like kneeling before him. "I implore you, please cease your musings. You may wish for death, but I do not. I am merely 500 years old, in the bloom of youth, and I have yet to find my full complement of 18 companions. Your words could easily embroil me in trouble." The fourth elder cast her a sidelong glance, exasperated. "Drinking daily, neglecting your hygiene, and yet you wish to find companions. Such dreams are but folly." Baiku felt inexplicably struck by a sharp arrow. "You are quite ruthless," she retorted before turning to leave. The fourth elder called after her, "Where do you think you are going? Aren't you supposed to be giving a lecture?" Without looking back, she took heavy steps away, declaring, "Those who do not wash their faces or comb their hair have no right to lecture." The fourth elder chuckled and shook his head. "How old are you, yet you still behave like a child?" After laughing, a hint of melancholy crossed his features. "Jingxian, you should not have departed." He gazed towards the dimming morning star on the horizon, recalling the resolute expression of the woman who had left years ago, and could not help but sigh deeply. Foolish. The day to embark for Yujing had arrived. The clouds billowed and the sun shone brightly. 5 or 6 flying boats were anchored before the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. In addition to the Golden Core disciples, the genuine successor disciples who did not meet the cultivation requirements could also accompany the journey to Yujing. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Among the crowd, Sang Yan repeatedly checked her belongings, fearful of forgetting something essential. Zhu Yao pulled her and Xie Chenju aside, casting a knowing glance at Shen Mingchao, who promptly followed suit. She led the 3 of them to her own private small flying boat. As the boat ascended slowly, merging into the clouds, Zhu Yao urged, "Stop canting. Do you think Yujing resembles this remote mountain where not even a bird would settle? It is the most bustling place in the entire Hongmeng continent. Whatever you lack, you can purchase there." Sang Yan gasped, then began to count her pouch of coins. Shen Mingchao, ever the loyal friend, declared, "This prince has an abundance of spirit stones. If you find yourself short, I shall lend you some." Sang Yan's eyes sparkled, "But will I need to pay it back?" Shen Mingchao smiled, raising 3 fingers, with 3% interest. Sang Yan, equally smiling, raised her middle finger, "Go take it up with your father." Su Shuiyin, in a hushed tone, remarked, "Junior sister, that is rather impolite. Senior brother says raising the middle finger is an insult." Sang Yan readily swapped it for her pinky. All right, now it is no longer an insult. Su Shuiyin queried, what does that mean then? Sang Yan replied, it signifies goodwill. Su Shuiyin, feeling inexplicably empowered, raised her pinky in solidarity, offering Shen Mingqiao a friendly smile. Shen Mingqiao, as the group was about to enter the cabin, Sang Yan suddenly glanced around. Wait. Where is Xie Chenju? Did we leave him behind? Shen Mingqiao assured her, he has not left behind. I just saw him upstairs with the senior brother at the helm. Sang Yan sighed in relief. Oh, Xie Chenju is steering the boat. Ho Xie Chenju, steering the boat, she exchanged a glance with Chu Yao, terror clearly reflected in their eyes. On the second floor, once again veering off course, when Bu stood awkwardly on his tiptoes, hands clasped nervously in front of him, not daring to make a sound, he stealthily glanced at Xie Chenju beside him, whose grip on the map had. Taking a few deep breaths, he attempted to control his tone. Forget it, I will take the helm, you go below. When Bu said smiley 0, okay. Wait. Sang Yan rushed up the stairs in a flurry, her voice hoarse. Xie Chenju, do not touch. Xie Chenju's hand rested upon the helm. In the next moment, the flying boat swayed violently, emitting a loud crash. Then, to Sang Yan's utter despair, it emitted a screech and belched forth thick black smoke. It plunged straight down. Xie Chenju. Chapter 56. This is what a proper disciple of the celestial sect should be. Yujing, the alliance of 10,000 immortals. A dozen individuals were scattered around a long table, the atmosphere stifling, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A sound of footsteps approached the entrance, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. It was Xiaozhuchen, pushing a wheelchair. Upon it sat an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, his eyes gently closed. The crowd rose in unison. Alliance leader. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with vitality. He raised a hand, signaling, please, be seated. Once everyone settled, he surveyed the assembly. Why is the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect not present? The gathering comprised the pinnacle. The sect leader of the Xinjian sect explained, Brother Song had a sudden matter to attend to and altered his route midway. The alliance leader of the 10,000 immortals nodded slightly. In that case, let us commence. Recently, cultivators have been What are your thoughts on this? The leader of the Wujia sect, known for his fiery temper, slammed the table. It must be the Shura Hall causing mischief. The leader of the Pyomyo Palace. They would not resort to such stealth, the Wujia sect leader scoffed. Are you implying that we have a traitor among our ranks, Xiao sect leader? The leader of the Xinjian sect replied calmly, I merely speak the truth. The Wujia sect leader was about to retort, but a companion tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head disapprovingly. He shrugged off the hand, glancing at Xiaozhuchen, and deliberately muttered in a voice loud enough for all to hear, he only rose to prominence due to having a talented son. What is so remarkable about that? The leader of the Xinjian sect lowered his gaze to his tea, choosing not to respond. Xiaozhuchen maintained his composure, seemingly oblivious to the remark. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. This was not the first instance of such discord, but usually, Song Lanfeng would step in to mediate. With his absence this time, everyone felt adrift. They turned to the leader of the Lingxiao sect for guidance. The Lingxiao sect leader cleared his throat. Let us return to the matter at hand. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief, hastily agreeing, indeed, the gathering of heroes is about to commence, and all disciples of the celestial sects must head to Yujing without fail. If you fail to capture the true culprit, do not return to see me. Disciple obeys. Bang! The flying vessel crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. After a moment, Sang Yan and the others descended from various directions on their swords, falling silent for 3 seconds as they gazed at the wreckage. Chuyu glared at Xie Chenju, her cheeks puffed with indignation. This is all your fault. Xie Chenju turned his face away with a light snort. Sang Yan said, enough, what is done is done. Blaming him won't help. As long as everyone is safe, let us hurry on our way. Just as they were about to leave on their swords, Su Shuyin suddenly exclaimed, wait. Where's senior brother? Only then did they realize that Wen Buyu was missing, exchanging glances of confusion. The earlier chaos had left them preoccupied, and none had thought to keep track of Wen Buyu. Sang Yan attempted to contact Wen Buyu using a spirit stone, but received no response. She sighed in resignation. He probably got lost mid-air, not knowing which direction to fly. Chuyu stamped her foot. I'll go find him. Sang Yan swiftly cast a spell to employ the shadow-seeking technique. How long will it take you to find him alone? We should search together. A slender beam of white light spiraled into the nearby dense forest. This way, she urged. The group hastily followed. However, after searching for a better part of the day within the forest, they still had not spotted Wen Buyu. The shadow-seeking technique faltered at the forest's edge. Ahead lay a moderately sized city. Could senior brother be in the city? Su Xuan inquired. Shen Mingchao remarked, let us check it out. We can inquire about this strange place. Upon reaching the city gates, the group looked up to see 3 characters inscribed in bold strokes on a green stone plaque. Qinfeng City. Sang Yan searched the map for a moment and said, this is the main city of Liangzhu. We've fallen into Liangzhu territory. Since it's the main city, why is it so desolate? Chuyu peered into the empty streets. There isn't even a ghost in sight. Sang Yan suggested, let us enter. Everyone, be cautious. Qinfeng City was unsettlingly quiet. A cold wind swept through, swirling fallen leaves in its wake. The doors of the houses lining the streets were tightly shut, as if no one resided within. Yet, when Sang Yan turned her head casually, she distinctly caught a glimpse of several shadows flitting past the window. Her heart raced with suspicion. Su Xuan rubbed her arms nervously, saying, senior brother shouldn't he be here? Let us leave. Chuyu firmly wrapped an arm around her shoulder, assuring, don't worry, I'll protect you. Taking a turn, they finally spotted some figures ahead. It was a tea shop. The proprietor was squatting by the stove, stoking the fire, while a young man in white sat nearby sipping tea. Chuyu entered the shop and called out, boss, bring us some tea. Coming right up, the owner responded. Sang Yan took a seat opposite Chuyu and cast a lingering glance at the young man in white. His appearance was unremarkable, his aura calm and restrained, seemingly just an ordinary passerby. Yet, Sang Yan had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with his figure. Where had she seen him before? She pondered deeply. The owner approached with a teapot, courteously saying, please make yourselves comfortable. We have tea and snacks available. I'll fetch them right away. No need, Chuyu gestured. Have you seen a young man about this tall? The owner shrugged, his expression nonchalant, looking for someone. There are many who have gone missing. You might want to check the city's notice board. It's filled with names of the lost. Chuyu quickly grasped the implication, instinctively gripping the sword resting on the table. Is there a demon at work? The owner sighed. We don't know. We only know that the number of people in the city is inexplicably dwindling, and now everyone is afraid to go out. My business is suffering, and my daughter is ill with no money for treatment. Upon hearing this, Chuyu, my name is Chuyu, and the person we seek is my senior brother, Wen Buyu. The owner immediately became animated. So you are a celestial maiden of the Xiaoyao sect. Your names and those of young hero Wen are well known. With you here, Qinfeng City shall surely be saved. Shen Mingchao quietly asked Sang Yan, are Chuyu and Wen Buyu really that famous? Sang Yan replied softly, they often descend the mountain to travel, whether to vanquish demons or provide aid during disasters. They have saved countless lives, and gradually, their reputation has grown. She looked at Chuyu with a warm expression. This is what a proper disciple of the celestial sect. They do not act in the interest of the world. Chapter 57. Though the child is unattractive, he is remarkably polite in appreciation. The proprietor insisted on treating Chuyu and the others to a lavish spread of refreshments. They had no choice but to eat while deliberating on the matter of finding Wen Buyu. A few young men, appearing to be around 20, entered the establishment, their attire suggesting they were disciples of the celestial sects. As one of the men conversed with his companions, his gaze fell upon Sang Yan, and it instantly ignited with fervor. "Are a lovely beauty," he declared, taking a seat directly opposite her, whistling with an insidious grin. "Alone? What a coincidence, so am I." Before Sang Yan could respond, Xie Chenju spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. "Get lost." The young man retorted defiantly, Do you know who I am? I am your father. The young man's face flickered through various shades of indignation as he pointed accusatorily at them, declaring, "You will pay for this." With that, he stormed off, his companions hastily following in his wake. Sang Yan nudged the sullen Xie Chenju with her elbow and whispered, "Why are you angry? I was the one being harassed." Xie Chenju replied calmly, "I am not angry." Sang Yan was unconvinced, then why the long face? Xie Chenju stated flatly, "I simply wish to kill." Sang Yan gasped, "That's a bit extreme, isn't it?" Xie Chenju clenched his palm. The look the man had cast upon Sang Yan, that repugnant gaze, just a glimpse had sparked a murderous intent within him. He tightened his grip further, his knuckles turning white. The others dismissed the incident as trivial and resumed their discussion. Juyu inquired of the proprietor, "Are there any sects nearby?" The proprietor eagerly replied, "Indeed, just 10 miles east lies the Medicine King Valley." Juyu expressed her disappointment. No wonder matters have escalated so severely in the city. A bunch of fools who only know how to refine pills and heal, how could they possibly understand the art of hunting demons? Sang Yan pondered, "Regardless, we should pay them a visit." If they can send someone to assist us in our search, that would be advantageous. Then Yin and I shall make a trip to the Medicine King Valley, Juyu decided. You all stay in the city and continue your investigation to see if there are any traces left by the demons. Sang Yan asked, "Where shall we rendezvous?" The proprietor interjected, "If you young heroes do not mind, you may stay at my establishment tonight. The second floor is available. Then we shall meet at the proprietor's place before nightfall." With their roles assigned, everyone departed. Just before leaving, Sang Yan inexplicably turned back for a glance. The young man in white was still there. "What is it?" Shen Mingchao inquired. Sang Yan withdrew her gaze and shook her head. "Nothing, let us go." The three left in unison. I and the tea house. The young man in white set down his now cold tea. He gazed after Sang Yan's retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. Subsequently, he donned a hat from the table and, with his head bowed, exited. "Take care, esteemed guest," the proprietor cheerfully called, setting aside his cloth to tidy the table. Upon the table lay a neatly stacked pile of high-grade spirit stones. The proprietor paused, quickly scooping up the spirit stones and racing outside, but the young man in white had vanished from the street. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to the tea house, tears welling in his eyes. There are still many good people in this world. Sang Yan traversed the bustling streets and narrow alleys of the city but detected not a trace of demonic energy. She stood before a bulletin board, gazing up at the densely packed notices. Most of them were pleas for missing persons. The missing included men and women, young and old, even cultivators, utterly devoid of any discernible pattern. She turned to Xie Chenju, asking, "Have you discerned anything?" Xie Chenju replied, "It is not demons, it is people." Sang Yan was taken aback. Xie Chenju continued, "If it were demons, no matter how cautious they were, traces would remain. The city could not possibly be this clean." Shen Mingchao suddenly clapped his hands in realization. "I've got it." Sang Yan's eyes brightened. "What have you discovered?" Shen Mingchao exclaimed, "It must be the fiends from the Shore Hall. Who else would be so unscrupulous?" The foremost fiend of the Shore Hall, Xie Chenju. Sang Yan contemplated Shen Mingchao's words. "It does seem plausible." She turned to Xie Chenju. "What is your perspective?" Xie Chenju remained oddly silent. Sang Yan sighed. "Never mind, night is approaching. We should return to the proprietor's place and rendezvous with Juyu and the others." The group made their way back. The tea house proprietor had prepared their rooms. "I apologize, there are only 2 available rooms. You'll have to share." Sang Yan replied, "That's fine, a Yin, Juyu, and I will share 1 room, while Xie Chenju and Brother Shen will occupy the other. That should suffice." Xie Chenju crossed his arms, his expression frosty. "I refuse to share with him." Shen Mingchao protested, "Hey, what do you mean by that? I haven't complained about you yet." Sang Yan remained unfazed. "You may settle this among yourselves, I will return to my room first." She tossed the key to Xie Chenju and made her way back. At that moment, Xie Chenju and Shen Mingchao exchanged a glance before turning away. After a few steps, Shen Mingchao retreated, grabbing Xie Chenju and pulling him upstairs, conceding, "Fine, I can sleep on the floor, all right." Xie Chenju replied, "That is unacceptable." "Don't push your luck," Shen Mingchao rolled his eyes. "If you don't want to sleep with me, whom do you wish to share a room with? This isn't your home, so stop making demands." Xie Chenju glanced at the door to the adjacent room, remaining silent. Shen Mingchao snatched the key from his hand, opened the door, and shoved him inside. "Hurry up and rest. After such a long journey, I am utterly exhausted." Sang Nian was equally fatigued, resting her head on the table and unknowingly drifting off to sleep. When she next opened her eyes, the room was shrouded in darkness. No lights were lit, and the only sound was her own breathing. Chuyu and the others had yet to return. She stretched her numb arms and neck and rose to light a lamp. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the window. Sang Nian halted, holding her breath as she approached. Counting silently to 3 in her mind, she suddenly flung open the window. Bang! A crow perched on the windowsill was sent flying with a startled caw. Sang Nian exclaimed. In the next moment, the crow awkwardly flew back, flapping its wings in anger, its green eyes ablaze with fury. Sang Nian felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." She scattered some millet in front of it. "Here, eat." As the crow bent down to peck at the millet, it heard Sang Nian's worried voice, "You were already quite unattractive, and now I've bumped into you. It seems you've become even uglier." The crow, it spread its wings and cawed in indignation. Sang Nian spoke gently, "No need to thank me, it's just a bit of millet." The crow squawked angrily, "Caw caw 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 caw." Sang Nian lamented, "Though the child is unattractive, he is remarkably polite, even singing to express his gratitude. It's just a bit off key." The crow took 2 deep breaths before articulating each word with precision. "You dare call me ugly once more, and see what happens." Sang Nian. Chapter 58. The young boy lowered his gaze, his slightly calloused fingertips gently wiping away the bloodstains from her cheek. Sang Nian exclaimed, "You can actually speak." The crow, Yayi, belatedly realized the gravity of the situation, covering its mouth with its wings, its expression one of sheer terror. Sang Nian's curiosity deepened. "Are you a sentient beast? Have you come to seek me for a purpose?" Yayi, frightened, dared not engage further and prepared to take flight. Suddenly, without warning, a silver needle pierced through the night, aimed directly at Sang. It missed her entirely, instead embedding itself into the very wing of Yayi as it took off. Looking down at the needle lodged in its wing, Yayi slowly formed a question mark with its expression. "I merely fed you a grain of millet." Sang Nian was both astonished and touched. "You would sacrifice yourself to shield me from harm." Yayi quivered and raised a feather, "To shield you from the great." Before it could finish, it let out a sharp cry and toppled backward. A barrage of silver needles, charged with spiritual energy, rained down upon them. Sang Nian hastily cast a protective spell, but as she saw Yayi about to tumble off the windowsill, she disregarded everything and leaned forward to catch it in her arms. A sudden jolt of pain shot through her hand. Turning it over, she discovered a silver needle deeply embedded in her flesh, the tail of the needle still quivering. A faint bruise began to spread from the wound. Sang Nian's vision darkened, and she was propelled out of the window, plummeting downward. Below, a man who had been waiting for a long time caught her with steady hands. He sneered, "My dear beauty, you have finally fallen into my grasp." Gar, the crow, feigning unconsciousness in her grip, suddenly sprang to life, seizing the moment to peck viciously at his left eye. In an instant, his entire eyeball was dislodged from its socket, bouncing on the ground before rolling away. "Our little beast, I will kill you," the man shrieked, clutching his bleeding eye as he wildly flung hidden weapons in all directions. Bang! The crow was struck down, its body convulsing uncontrollably. It turned its head to glance at the unconscious girl, croaked hoarsely, then clutched the dislodged eyeball and struggled to rise, wobbling as it flew away. By the riverbank, "It is unjust, young master. The incident in Qingfeng City was not perpetrated by anyone from our palace." Yair knelt on the ground, indignant. If we had done it, we would want the whole world to know, to enhance the reputation of our Shura Hall. This is clearly the mischief of those in the cultivation world, casting all their filth upon us. It is utterly absurd. Xie Chenju scoffed. Before Yair could retort, a sudden scream pierced the night. Xie Chenju's expression darkened. A crow swayed as it flew toward Yair, landing in the palm of his hand. It spat out the eyeball, its breath feeble. Yair exclaimed, "What has happened to you?" Yair struggled to speak. "Young master, I am powerless. Miss Sang has been captured." A thunderclap erupted from the sky. Yair turned sharply to look at Xie Chenju, who remained unexpectedly calm. The wind whipped around him, lifting his robe as he gazed into the depths of the night, calmly uttering a single word, "Pursue." His boots struck the ground with force, crushing the blooded eyeball beneath them. The intricate patterns of a man-eating beast, woven in golden threads, adorned his shoe, as if poised to devour. The wind surged and the rain began to pour. Another rumble of thunder echoed. Sang Mian abruptly awoke. She found herself in a dilapidated temple, cobwebs hanging from the rafters, dust covering the ground. She had been carelessly tossed onto a pile of straw, the poison coursing through her body, sealing her meridians, rendering her immobile. Flickering flames danced on the wall, casting the shadow of a hunched figure. Suddenly, the figure moved, turning its profile toward her. She quickly shut her eyes. Still pretending. The figure strode forward, gripping her chin tightly. Sang Mian winced in pain and opened her eyes, startled by the sight before her. The man was unmistakably the one from the tea shop who had teased her, but now his left eye was a hollow socket, the eyeball missing. The eeriness of the situation sent chills down her spine, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. He noticed her expression and smiled. "Are you frightened?" Sang Mian remained silent. Abruptly, his smile vanished, and he growled, "This is all you're doing. It is all thanks to that cursed crow you raised." Sang Mian's heart raced. "What have you done to it?" "My dear beauty, you are in no position to worry about a mere bird." He surveyed her body with a chilling tone. "Having lost an eye, I shall extract 1,000-fold retribution from you. When I tire of you, your eyes," he traced his finger over her left eye, applying pressure that caused her pain, "will belong to me." Sang Mian forced herself to remain calm and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" He grinned menacingly. "It is no secret. I am Wan Du Men's young master, Wan Lu." He pronounced each word deliberately. "Your master, Yang Yuan, recently struck my father, the head of Wan Du Men." Wan Lu reached to tear at her clothing's ties, malice flashing across his face. "Today, we shall settle both new grudges and old scores." Sang Mian called out, "Liu Liu." The little yellow parrot suddenly appeared, flapping its wings as it charged forward. "You scoundrel, let go of my master." Bang! The man received a heavy blow to the back of his head. He staggered back, reaching up to feel the warm blood trickling from his scalp. Before he could comprehend, Liu Liu swung its wings again. Bang! Another hit sent him crashing to the ground. It was only then that he realized what had struck him. An egg. A bird had wielded an egg to knock him down. Wan Lu's expression froze. Liu Liu hopped onto his face, clawing at his right eye, threatening menacingly, "Cure her of the poison, or I shall peck out your other eye." Wan Lu took a deep breath, conceding, "Fine, I shall cure her." He slowly rose, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robe. "This contains the antidote." "Take one yourself first," Liu Liu insisted. Wan Lu complied. Once Liu Liu confirmed he was unharmed, it finally relaxed and thrust the antidote into Sang Mian's mouth. Sang Mian's rigid limbs suddenly relaxed, almost simultaneously. Wan Lu seized the opportunity as Liu Liu turned away, summoning a poisoned dagger and slicing downwards. Sang Mian's pupils dilated. PFFFT, in the next moment, the blade pierced through, blood gushed forth, splattering a few droplets onto her face. Warm, she stared down in shock as a dark sword had penetrated him, stopping mere inches from her. A drop of thick blood dripped from the sword's tip. Suddenly, the blade withdrew. Wan Lu's eyes widened, his lips trembling, a choking sound escaping his throat as he crumpled to the side. Behind him lay the collapsed wall, lingering dust, and a boy wielding a sword. Boom. The final thunderclap shattered the night sky, illuminating the boy's pitch-black eyes. The long-suppressed wind surged forth, stirring the stagnant night. Torrential rain began to pour, mingling the earthy scent of summer with the metallic tang of blood. He sheathed his sword, his figure slender and upright. Sang Yan regained her senses and softly called his name. Xie Chenju. Xie Chenju lifted his eyelids, approaching her, raising his hand. She had never seen this expression on his face and felt a twinge of fear, instinctively closing her eyes. His hand hesitated in midair before gently landing on her face. She opened one eye, peeking at him. The boy lowered his gaze, his slightly rough fingertips meticulously wiping away the blood from her cheek. Years of gripping the sword had formed a layer of calluses, which felt slightly prickly against her skin. It wasn't painful, rather, it was inexplicably reassuring. Only then did Sang Yan truly relax. Xie Chenju, how did the wall collapse? She inquired. I am not certain, he replied. Then how did you know I was captured? I heard. Heard from whom? A useless crow. It is yours. Yes. It is unharmed, right? Is it injured? Sang Yan, Xie Chenju tightened his grip, shaking her cheek gently. Do you not realize how close you came to death? Sang Yan was forced to tilt her head back to meet his gaze, pushing against his chest, her voice somewhat muffled. Let go, you let go. He refused to comply. Xie Chenju. She retaliated, mimicking his previous actions to pinch him, her tone fierce. Let go quickly, or I shall strangle you. Xie Chenju let out a soft, low laugh. He took her hand that rested against his face and slowly moved it to his neck. To kill someone, one must grip here. Chapter 59. Upon hearing that it was Xiao Shuchen, Xie Chenju struck even harder. As he spoke, his vocal cords trembled slightly in her palm, a tingling sensation akin to a dragonfly skimming over water. Cough, cough, on the ground, Wan Lu, barely clinging to life, struggled to lift his body and crawl towards the temple's exit. Xie Chenju furrowed his brows and seized Wan Lu by the collar, delivering a punch. Wan Lu's head jerked aside, half his face drenched in blood. Something slipped from his sleeve. Sang Yan's gaze sharpened. Wait. Xie Chenju's next punch narrowly halted at his nose. Sang Yan bent down to retrieve the object. It was a purse, remarkably familiar in both its design and the vine-like ties. Where did you get this? Wan Lu, regaining his wits, spat out a mouthful of blood. Why should I tell you? Without a flicker of an eye, Xie Chenju broke one of his arms. Amidst Wan Lu's agonized screams, he calmly spoke. I have many methods to compel you to answer her. Care to try? Wan Lu's expression instantly shifted to one of fear. I'll tell you. This purse was found at a fork in the road 10 miles east. The vine needed a mantra to unravel, a mark left by Wen Buyu. 10 miles to the east, the Valley of the Medicine King. Sang Yan's breath hitched. The initial group, including Chuyu, had yet to return. There may be trouble at the Medicine King Valley. Sang Yan gazed at the impenetrable curtain of rain. We must hurry to investigate. Xie Chenju cast a glance into the shadows, speaking softly. Let us proceed. The two departed side by side. Inside the dilapidated temple, Wan Lu continued to struggle towards the exit. A pitch-black bird descended gracefully, transforming into human form. Wan Lu gasped for breath. Who are you? The first crow, pale-faced, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, We are here to dismember you. The second crow smirked coldly, daring to harm my elder brother. Merely dismembering you into 8 pieces is far from sufficient. Wan Lu recoiled in desperation. I am the young master of the Wandu sect. If you kill me, the sect will not let you go. The Wandu sect, what is that to us? The second crow crouched down, removing his mask to reveal his tattooed face. Wan Lu's expression went blank, murmuring, Azura Hall. Blood surged before his eyes, and he lost the chance to speak again. The torrential rain poured down. The Valley of the Medicine King. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Sang Yan utilized the lantern hanging from the eaves to scrutinize the inscriptions on either side of the entrance. To hang the pot and save the world, a miraculous hands to relieve ailments. She withdrew her gaze and murmured, I will enter through the main door while you infiltrate stealthily. We shall act in tandem, light and shadow. If we find it is merely a misunderstanding, that would be splendid. However, if there is indeed trouble, signal your sect immediately. Xie Chenju shook his head. You shall be the light, I the shadow. Suddenly, Sang Yan pushed him aside, deliberately withdrawing the rain barrier and spinning around in the downpour. Her garments were instantly soaked, and she knocked on the door with force. Almost simultaneously, a sound of the bolt being drawn echoed from within. She exchanged glances with Xie Chenju. He could only conceal his form with a gesture. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing a boy of 13 or 14 peering out. Upon seeing the drenched Sang Yan, his wary expression dissipated as he asked, "Miss, why do you visit at such a late hour?" Sang Yan presented her waist token. "Greetings, I am a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. My 2 senior sisters arrived here earlier but have yet to return, so I came to find them." Upon learning she was from the Xiaoyao sect, the boy relaxed completely and opened the door. "A fellow disciple. You all soaked, please come in for a cup of ginger tea." Sang Yan stepped over the threshold. "Are my senior sisters here?" The boy scratched his head. "Aside from you, no one else has visited today." Sang Yan's heart sank. "But perhaps I am mistaken," he reassured her. "Please wait in the guest room. I will fetch you some dry clothes and inquire if my brothers have seen your senior sisters." Sang Yan scrutinized his expression, slowly nodding. "All right." They proceeded to the guest room. Sang Yan examined the room. The layout was simple, merely an ordinary guest room. A small incense burner on the table emitted a rich aroma akin to wine. Not long after, he returned, accompanied by a man. The man handed her dry clothes and ginger tea, his smile friendly. "I have heard the situation from my junior brother. Do not worry, it was a misunderstanding. Your brothers and sisters are currently resting in the valley." Sang Yan's grip on the clothes tightened suddenly. He continued, "Rest easy, you will see them tomorrow." Sang Yan released a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." The 2 disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King departed together. Sang Yan closed the door, meticulously inspecting the garments they had delivered. Confirming there were no issues, she hesitated for a moment before shedding her damp clothing. There was a strong likelihood of a confrontation ahead, and she did not wish to waste spiritual energy drying her garments. Once changed, she lifted the steaming ginger tea from the table and took a generous sip. Soon, she laid her head on the table, her eyelids gradually drooping, motionless. Creak, the window was slowly pushed open from the outside. A young man in white silently flipped into the room, landing soundlessly. He approached Sang Yan step by step, bending down to touch her face, seemingly to check her breath. Sang Yan's eyes flew open as she hissed, "Liu Liu." The youth reacted swiftly, dodging the swift approach of Liu Liu and capturing it in his grasp with lightning speed. The air shimmered, the young man in black leaped from the rafters like a nimble leopard, striking directly at his vital points. His movements were ruthless, while the youth held back, finding it difficult to retaliate. For a moment, he could not withstand Xie Chenju's onslaught. Seeing this, he swiftly wiped his face, revealing his originally handsome features. "Miss Sang, it is I." Sang Yan gasped, rising. "Xiao Zhuchen." She hurriedly called to Xie Chenju, "Stop. He is Xiao Zhuchen." Xie Chenju's strikes intensified. Chapter 60, Sang Yan, "Don't leave me alone here." Sang Yan grew anxious, exclaiming, "Xie Chenju." Xie Chenju, reluctant, pressed his tongue against his cheek and ceased his actions. Xiao Zhuchen stepped back a couple of paces, clutching his chest. Sang Yan hurriedly approached, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao Zhuchen shook his head, his gaze towards Xie Chenju tinged with an unusual color. "In just a few short months, Xie Shaoxie has grown significantly stronger." Xie Chenju replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps I simply have a better feel for it tonight." Xiao Zhuchen fell silent. "Why does Xie Shaoxie disguise himself?" Sang Yan inquired. "I have come to Liangju on the orders of my master to investigate the case of the missing cultivators. To avoid alerting the snake, I had no choice but to do so," Xiao Zhuchen explained. "I intended to reveal my identity to you at the tea stall during the day, but I could not find the right moment." Sang Yan suddenly realized and blurted out, "No wonder you looked so familiar." It turns out to be you, and no wonder, even your profile is so handsome. Xiao Zhuochen was taken aback for a moment, then covered his lips and coughed lightly twice. Miss Sang, your words are indeed quite straightforward. Xie Chenju gritted his teeth and stepped forward to shield Sang Yan, blocking Xiao Zhuochen's gaze. What brings Xiao Shaoxie to Yaowang Valley in the dead of night? Xiao Zhuochen replied seriously, the case of the disappearances may be related to Yaowang Valley. All clues point to this location. Indeed, we think so as well, Sang Yan chimed in, peeking from behind Xie Chenju. My senior brother and sister are also missing. Moreover, I had only mentioned looking for my senior sister when I arrived, yet that disciple from Yaowang Valley took the initiative to mention my senior brother, which is indeed suspicious. Xiao Zhuochen noticed the empty bowl on the table and asked gravely, Miss Sang, did you experience any discomfort after drinking that bowl of ginger soup? The ginger soup is fine, Sang Yan pointed to the extinguished incense burner, but this is problematic. Xiao Zhuochen's expression turned serious. Is there something strange about the incense? Sang Yan reassured him, fear not, I extinguished it as soon as I closed the door. You can breathe easily now. Seeing her earnest demeanor, a faint smile broke through Xiao Zhuochen's usually cold expression. Thank you, Miss Sang. At the sight of the beautiful smile, Sang Yan felt momentarily dazzled, nodding foolishly, no, it's no trouble. Nearby, Xie Chenju coldly scoffed, Miss Sang, regain your composure. This place is not as safe as Xiao Yao sect. His words snapped Sang Yan back to reality, and with a frustrated tap on her head, she continued, since our objectives align, why not investigate Yaowang Valley together? Xiao Zhuochen shook his head, this journey may entail danger. It would be best for you to leave. Xie Chenju finally seized the opportunity to speak, his smile lacking warmth. Her safety is my responsibility. Xiao Shaoxie need only take care of himself. Xiao Zhuochen hesitated. That, Sang Yan interjected, more people means greater strength. Rest assured, we will not hinder you. No longer hesitating, Xiao Zhuochen cupped his hands in gratitude. Then I thank Miss Sang and Xie Shaoxie for your assistance. Sang Yan smiled, no need for formalities. As they conversed, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the room. Xiao Zhuochen waved his sleeve to ignite the incense in the burner, calmly forming a hand seal to summon a puppet. The puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to Sang Yan, lying asleep on the table. The four exchanged glances, holding their breath and concealing their forms. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the two Yaowang Valley disciples returning. Senior brother, why are we here? The younger boy asked nervously. The guests are already resting. The older man extinguished the incense and scolded, be quiet. Just do as I say. Oh. The man stepped forward, confirming that the girl at the table was unconscious, then called out, lift her up. The boy clumsily complied, suddenly realizing something amiss. She seems to be ill. Are we taking her for treatment? He marveled, senior brother, you are so kind. The man's lips twitched, enough, I will handle this, you go report to the Valley Master. The boy took a few steps, then turned back, puzzled, what should I report to the Valley Master? The man picked up the token Sang Yan had casually placed on the table, give this to the Valley Master. Say nothing else. Understood. The boy hurriedly dashed off. Sang Yan suddenly received a private transmission. It was Xiao Zhuochen's voice. She turned to look, and he nodded slightly at her. Miss Sang, I will accompany him to the Valley Master. You must remain vigilant. Sang Yan returned the transmission. You too, be careful. Xiao Zhuochen exited the room. Inside, the man struggled to carry the puppet and hurriedly left as well. Sang Yan nudged Xie Chenju's hand, signaling with her eyes. The two exchanged a tacit understanding and followed the man, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. At this moment, the valley was eerily silent. A few lanterns under the eaves swayed unsteadily in the wind, casting dim light. As Sang Yan walked, she suddenly recalled something, halting her steps abruptly. Xie Chen-ju transmitted softly, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Have you been on the beams of the guest room all this time?" Xie Chen-ju, confused, responded, "I entered the door right behind you." Sang Yan slowly covered her heated face with her hand, falling silent. Before Xie Chen-ju could ask further, the man ahead paused in front of a rockery. In the blink of an eye, his figure suddenly vanished. Sang Yan quickly stepped forward, her voice low, "Something's off." She reached out to touch the rockery before her hand passing straight through. Xie Chen-ju moved forward as well. "The rockery connects to another space, this is the entrance." Sang Yan marked a signal for Xiao Zhuchen, pulling Xie Chen-ju forward, "Let us go in and take a look." In the next moment, the scene before them shifted dramatically. They found themselves at the entrance of a secret passage, with torches mounted on both sides, illuminating the stone steps that descended below. Sang Yan glanced down. "Shall we go down?" Xie Chen-ju seemed lost in thought, pausing for a few seconds before responding, "Yes." The passage was just wide enough for the two to walk side by side, and Sang Yan whispered, "You must stay close to me." Xie Chen-ju grasped her sleeve from behind, silently stepping in front of her. Sang Yan blinked, quietly following his pace. The underground passage was excavated very deep, and after walking for a while, they finally heard a faint sound of water. Sang Yan quickened her pace, rushing out through the opening ahead, and gasped at the sight before her. It was. She momentarily struggled to breathe. An expansive cavern filled with countless iron cages suspended in the air, each housing people within. There were both the elderly and the young, some sitting, some lying down, all wearing expressions of dullness. This was a dungeon. A dungeon that imprisoned those who had gone missing. The more Sang Yan ventured inside, the more her heart raced with trepidation. So many people, were they all captured by Yaowang Valley? Xie Chen-ju's complexion turned grim, and when Sang Yan inadvertently brushed against his hand, she was slightly taken aback. He was trembling. In a flash, a realization dawned upon her. The dungeon, the iron cages, could it be that the place where Xie Chen-ju had been imprisoned years ago was right here, ahead? A disciple of Yaowang Valley approached them. Sang Yan had no time to think further and quickly pulled Xie Chen-ju to hide. Fortunately, they remained concealed, and he did not notice anything amiss, quickly disappearing into the depths of the passage. Just as Sang Yan was about to release Xie Chen-ju, he suddenly gripped her fingertips tightly. With a force that was almost overwhelming, she turned her head to look at him. The boy's face was as pale as paper, his dark eyes fixed intently ahead, his breathing was slow and deliberate, nearly held in completely. Sang Yan felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. "Xie Chen-ju, wait here for me. I'll check that side and return quickly." He shook his head, whispering, "Sang Yan, don't leave me alone here." Sang Yan tightened her grip on his hand with even greater strength, her voice steady, "All right, then let us go together." Chapter 61. After a long absence, undying, "You have grown so much." The two of them proceeded in the direction taken by the disciples of the Medicine King Valley. After rounding a bend, a dungeon appeared before them once again. However, what set this place apart were the cages adorned with talismans. Sang Yan cast a glance and remarked, "These are talismans that suppress the circulation of spiritual energy." It seemed that the captives within were all cultivators. As she gazed at the rows of cages towering above, an ominous premonition stirred within her. Chuyu and the others were likely confined here, yet, as they continued their search, they failed to catch sight of Chuyu and her companions. Just as anxiety began to grip them, Xie Chen-ju suddenly spoke, "There is another cell." He approached a wall and pressed a protruding section. The wall slowly ascended, revealing a pitch-black chamber behind it. Releasing her, Xie Chen-ju held the torch aloft, leading the way. The flickering flames dispelled the darkness, allowing Sang Yan to discern the scene within. It was identical. Everything here mirrored what she had witnessed in Xie Chen-ju's dreams of the past, the same frigid walls, the same obsidian cages. The ground seemed stained with the blood that had seeped through the years. Xie Chenju stood with his back to her, silhouetted against the light. She could not see his expression, but she could tell that his posture was rigid and resolute. Sang Yan pursed her lips, feigning ignorance of his distress, and softly called out to the cage shrouded in black cloth, "Juyu. Are you inside?" A voice responded immediately, "Who?" Sang Yan dispelled her invisibility spell and lifted the black cloth. Within the iron cage were none other than the missing Wenbuyu and the others. The puppet transformed by Xiao Zhuqian lay inside, half of its body now a shifting sand. Upon seeing her, Su Xuan's face was etched with concern. "Sang junior sister, have you also been captured? What is the meaning of this puppet?" "If I had been captured, I wouldn't be standing here now," Sang Yan replied helplessly. "I have come to rescue you." "Are you all right?" she inquired of the group. Wenbuyu shook his head. "Just some minor injuries, it's nothing serious." "Are you foolish?" Chuyu exclaimed anxiously. "How can just the two of you rescue us? What if you end up in trouble as well? We are not alone. Xiao Zhuqian is with us." Sang Yan attempted to remove the talismans from the cage, speaking rapidly. "If the situation turns dire, he will immediately contact the sect." Chuyu noticed her actions and urgently cried out, "Wait. Don't touch that." Sang Yan halted just in time. "What is the matter?" Chuyu waved her hand, which had been scalded and blistered. "That thing is like magma, it nearly melted my sword." Reluctantly, Sang Yan decided to try using her magical abilities instead. As her spiritual energy made contact with the talisman, it seemed to vanish into the abyss, the talisman remaining utterly unmoved. Observing this, Xie Chenju decisively extended his hand. A flash of orange-red flame erupted, and the talisman fell. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Sang Yan was the first to react, rushing to check his hand. Indeed, his palm was a gruesome sight, charred and mangled, the flesh peeling back to reveal glimpses of bone. He withdrew his hand, concealing it behind his back. "I'm fine." "You're fine like this?" Chuyu exclaimed, incredulity written all over her face. "I can already smell the scent of burnt flesh." Sang Yan hastily began to unravel the constraints on the cage. "Shall we leave now?" Wenbuyu interjected, "I will go rescue those outside." Sang Yan replied, "Must it be now? We could first return and seek assistance." Wenbuyu shook his head. "We have already stirred the hornet's nest. If we do not act now, these people may never have another chance to escape." Sang Yan fell silent, rummaging through her storage bag for medicine and bandages, pulling Xie Chenju aside to tend to his wounds. He still attempted to pull away from her, insisting, "I told you I'm fine." Sang Yan gently blew on his palm. His struggles ceased immediately. It was as if she were oblivious to the fact that his injuries were mending on their own. Swiftly, she applied the medicine, wrapping the bandages around the wound to cover it. "All done." Sang Yan released him and turned to bandage Chuyu. Chuyu, still shaken, leaned towards Xie Chenju. "He really is fine, right? That wound looks horrifying." "He's fine. This medicine was taught to me by Elder Baikou, and it works wonders," Sang Yan replied deftly as she applied the treatment. "He will recover quickly. Then I will recover just as swiftly?" Chuyu asked, her face lighting up with joy. Sang Yan smiled at her. "Yes." Xie Chenju gazed at his bandaged hand, momentarily lost in thought. It was not until Sang Yan and Chuyu finished tending to their wounds and called out to him, "Let us go," that he snapped back to reality, lifting his foot to follow them, his expression shifting unpredictably. When Buyu and Su Xuan were rescuing those outside, they could not remove the talismans, so they resorted to drawing their swords and striking the iron cage. The sword energy surged forth, causing the cage to tremble violently. The cultivators within, who had been in a daze, gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing the two, they weakly pleaded, "I am a disciple of the Piemia sect. Please, kind friend, deliver a message to my sect, informing them that I am trapped here. I am a disciple of the Tai sect. I am a disciple of the Xianyan Palace." When Buyu calmly reassured them as he delivered the final blow with his sword, the sword light erupted, and with a resounding crash, a corner of the iron cage was cleaved away. The imprisoned cultivators regained their freedom and hurried to the other cells to rescue those confined within. We must leave here quickly, Sang Yan urged. When Bu Yu's gaze shifted to a particular direction, his expression grave. That may prove difficult. Sang Yan followed his gaze and inhaled sharply. At the opposite end of the passage, two figures clad in black robes advanced step by step. Their presence radiated an overwhelming aura. Before they even drew near, many cultivators fell to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. When Bu Yu spoke slowly, they are likely puppets of a similar cultivation level to my master. With the same cultivation level as the sect leader, does that mean they are in the tribulation stage? Su Xuan exclaimed in panic, we cannot possibly defeat them. Chu Yu, you take the others and leave. When Bu Yu said firmly, I will hold them off. Yin, take everyone away. With that, Chu Yu sprang forward, her toes barely grazing the ground as she charged toward the black-robed puppets. When Bu Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly drew his sword to shield her, this is madness. The sword energy surged, erupting into a blinding white light. Chu Yu swallowed the blood rising in her throat, her attacks growing even more rapid as she defiantly declared, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat these artificial constructs. As her words fell, she was struck and sent flying. Sang Yan reacted quickly, rushing forward to catch her. Chu Yu wiped the blood from her face and praised, that was clever. With that, she lunged forward once more, when Bu Yu suddenly called out, their weakness lies in the chest. Understood. Chu Yu replied. Sang Yan immediately drew her sword, preparing to follow, but the ever-observant Xie Chenju stopped her. There is a hidden river in the left passage, jump in and swim to the end. Having spoken, he summoned his fallen iron sword, and a tempest of energy swirled around him. Countless sword shadows loomed in the void as he dove into the fray. Sang Yan gritted her teeth, assisting the injured cultivators alongside Su Xuan, shouting, there is a hidden river in the left passage. Jump in and swim to the end. The crowd hurriedly helped one another as they fled. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed through the void, slowly saying, it has been a long time since we last met, Undying. You have grown so much. Xie Chenju staggered slightly, abruptly raising his head. Chapter 62 in Xie Shidi, have you always been this peculiar? Seizing the moment of distraction, the puppet lunged forward, its palm coalescing with an overwhelming sword intent. When Bu Yu swiftly pulled Xie Chenju aside, admonishing, Xie Shidi, do not lose focus. Xie Chenju snapped back to reality, did you not hear? Chu Yao interjected, hear what? My senior brother and I are on the brink of being defeated by this fiend. Can you not concentrate? With a fierce bite to his tongue, Xie Chenju forced himself to sharpen his senses, raising his sword for battle once more. After liberating all the imprisoned cultivators and mortals, Sang Yan hurriedly returned. As she ran, she swiftly analyzed the current situation with Su Xuan. A puppet is but a puppet, it will never truly possess the prowess of a human, although it appears to be at the tribulation stage, its real strength is at least 1 or 2 rounds lower. And furthermore, they have fatal weaknesses. When Bu Yu continued, directing attention to its chest. If they unleashed their full power here, her eye sparkled, Xuan. Su Xuan understood instantly, got it. Sang Yan formed a hand seal, summoning a water dragon that roared as it soared into the air, circling around the puppet. Su Xuan struck the ground with her palm, gently commanding, ancient ice, seal all things. In an instant, a chilling aura surged forth, solidifying the water-laden ground into a robust layer of ice. The icy surface spread towards the puppet's feet, and at that very moment, the water dragon descended from above, ensnaring the puppet tightly. In the blink of an eye, it was encased in ice. With their cultivation levels, they could only maintain this for a maximum of 3 seconds. Before Sang Yan could speak, the 3 of them, when Bu Yu included, raised their swords in unison. A tempest of sword wind erupted, dazzling beams of light coalescing before them, slicing through the air towards the ice-encased puppet's chest. Boom! The ground trembled, countless bricks crumbling and dust swirling into the air. Under Sang Yan's anxious gaze, the puppet staggered, taking a step back before collapsing to the ground. Sang Yan, they had succeeded. Well done. Chu Yao managed to give her a thumbs up amidst the chaos. But there is still one puppet left. When Bu Yu cautioned, Junior sister, do not let your guard down. Chu Yao twirled her sword, iron, once more. Su Xuan replied, understood. She and Sang Yan exchanged a glance, simultaneously forming hand seals once more. Another resounding boom echoed. They held their breath. The last puppet fell, disintegrating. The four of them exchanged glances, their faces and hair dusted with grime and blood. Did we win? Su Xuan murmured, patting her face. We actually won. I can't be dreaming, can I? Zhu Yao screamed in excitement as she rushed over to embrace her and Sang Yan. We won. The three girls joyfully huddled together. Xie Chenju brushed off the dust from his sword, observing them with a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, someone draped an arm over his shoulder and gently patted him. Xie Chenju glanced sideways to see it was Wen Buyu. Just as he was about to shrug off the hand, it was instinctively withdrawn, and Wen Buyu softly praised, Xie Shidi, you are quite formidable, I am aware. Wen Buyu shook his head, chuckling. Let us depart, this place may collapse. He addressed Sang Yan. Indeed, Sang Yan replied, handing him a clean handkerchief. You should wipe your face, it is covered in dust. Xie Chenju took it, momentarily halting the motion of wiping. He glanced at Sang Yan, who was tending to Chu Yao, pursed his lips, and slowly brought the handkerchief to his nose, inhaling deeply. The fragrance was the same as hers. A slight smile graced Xie Chenju's lips as he carefully folded the handkerchief and tucked it into his garment. He casually wiped his face with his sleeve, and when he turned back, he met Wen Buyu's astonished gaze. Xie Chenju. Wen Buyu's pupils widened in shock. Xie Chenju's tone was stern. It is not what you think. Wen Buyu pressed on, but Xie Chenju interrupted. There is no but. If you dare to speak a word of this, I will kill you. Wen Buyu's face was etched with concern, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Finally, he summoned the courage to pull Xie Chenju aside, whispering, Xie Shidi, have you always been this abnormal? Xie Chenju. I have changed my mind. Wen Buyu. Xie Chenju, I now wish to kill you. Wen Buyu. In the next moment, a powerful surge of sword energy cascaded down. Wen Buyu gasped in horror, Xie Shidi, are you truly going to kill me? Xie Chenju gritted his teeth, I have done nothing. It is the Qingyun sword. Chu Yao was the first to recognize the figure, exclaiming, my father has come to rescue us. Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, a man in embroidered robes descended gracefully. He scanned the group, briefly overlooking the eagerly expectant Chu Yao, and hurried towards Sang Yan, asking, are you injured anywhere? Chu Yao's expression gradually stiffened. Sang Yan recoiled, avoiding the outstretched hand, frowning as she reminded, Sect Master, you should first concern yourself with senior sister Chu Yao. Only then did Song Lanfeng turn around, inquiring, is everyone unharmed? Chu Yao tightened her grip on her sword, lowering her head as she stepped away. Wen Buyu suddenly spoke up, Master, you should not treat Chu Yao this way. Having said that, he bowed to Song Lanfeng. Today, I have disobeyed my superior. Upon returning to the sect, I shall accept punishment in the discipline hall. I take my leave. He and Su Xuan hurried to catch up with Chu Yao, the three of them departing side by side. Song Lanfeng frowned slightly. Sang Yan seized the opportunity to ask, how did the sect master come to be here? As Song Lanfeng was about to respond, Xie Zhichen landed gracefully, bowing to him and, upon noticing the now empty iron cages, sighed in relief, Miss Sang, have all the people been rescued? Sang Yan nodded, what of the leader of Yao Wang Valley? Xie Zhichen replied, he managed to escape. I have already informed the Wanxian Alliance to pursue him. Sang Yan felt a tinge of disappointment, truly cunning. Since this matter is concluded, I must return to Yujing to report. Xie Zhichen clasped his hands to the group, farewell. Sang Yan, farewell. After he departed, Song Lanfeng slowly began, I have something to tell you. But Sang Yan suddenly interjected, wait. She turned, where is Xie Chenju? Somehow, she had become aware that he was no longer by her side. He had vanished without a trace. Song Lanfeng replied, he left alone moments ago. Sang Yan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat as she hurriedly bowed, let us discuss this later, I must find Xie Chenju. Farewell. Without waiting for Song Lanfeng's response, she mounted her sword and departed directly. In the now desolate dungeon, Song Lanfeng remained rooted, gazing longingly in the direction where she had disappeared. Time passed, and he eventually withdrew his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. Very well. The rain had ceased, and the entire Yao Wang Valley was in disarray. Members of the Wanxian alliance arrived in droves, either escorting disciples of Yao Wang Valley or aiding in the search for fleeing cultivators and mortals. Flames soared into the sky as Sang Nian tirelessly searched for Xie Chenju among the crowd. Stop! A member of the Wanxian alliance blocked her path, and upon seeing her clad in the garb of Yao Wang Valley, he was about to apprehend her. This is my junior sister. Wen Buyu quickly stepped forward, presenting his waist token. We are disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. So you are allies of the Xiao Yao sect. The man hurriedly released Sang Nian. Senior brother Xiao instructed us to allow any disciples of Xiao Yao sect to leave without hindrance. Wen Buyu turned to Sang Nian. Let us go. Chu Yao is waiting for us at the entrance. Sang Nian asked, is she all right? Wen Buyu smiled, she is fine. Pausing for a moment, he added, she does not blame you. Sang Nian's heart eased slightly. Is Xie Chenju with you all? Chapter 63. Xie Chenju, I will never abandon you. Wen Buyu shook his head. I have not seen junior brother Xie. Sang Nian pondered for a moment and retrieved a paper crane from her storage bag. The crane glimmered briefly before flapping its wings and soaring towards a certain direction. You all go ahead and repair the flying boat, she commanded, summoning her sword to follow the paper crane, and called out, I will search for Xie Chenju and return shortly. Wen Buyu watched her depart, then turned to the entrance. Chu Yao, propping her chin on her hands, sat on the steps in a daze. Hearing Wen Buyu's footsteps, she turned around, and upon seeing he was alone, inquired, where are Sang Nian and the pretty boy? Junior brother Xie left unexpectedly, and junior sister Sang has gone to look for him, Wen Buyu explained. She asked us to repair the flying boat first. Chu Yao replied with a simple, oh, rising to her feet and brushing the dust off her clothes. Then let us proceed. Su Shuiyin followed behind, carrying their swords, too afraid to make a sound, desperately signaling to Wen Buyu. Chu Yao walked calmly for 2 steps, then suddenly turned around and kicked over the stone lion standing at the entrance of Yao Wang Valley. It's all my father's fault, she gritted her teeth, it's all his fault. Seeing this, Wen Buyu and Su Shuiyin both relaxed. Wen Buyu ruffled her hair, as long as you can think clearly, that's good. Chu Yao kicked over the other stone lion as well, exhaling with satisfaction, that feels good, now let us go fix the flying boat. Su Shuiyin exclaimed, all right. In the dense forest 100 miles from Yao Wang Valley, a loud crash echoed as someone collided heavily with a tree trunk, the branches rustling together. The person slumped down, propping himself up, and coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. He looked up at the young man before him and smiled, Sai, you've grown a lot, you have finally learned how to kill. Xie Chenju's eyes were cast down, his voice indifferent, I did not expect you to survive this long. Indeed, I should have been dead long ago at your I should be grateful to you. Xie Chenju's brows furrowed, a heavy ferocity surfacing in his expression as he suddenly drew his sword and lunged at him. The man rolled aside to evade the strike, his body twitching momentarily, yet he still bore a smile. Sai, after escaping from Yao Wang Valley, where did you go? Have you thought of me at all? Xie Chenju's chest rose and fell violently as he smirked. Of course, I think of you day and night, regretting that I couldn't execute you back then. Now, I finally have that opportunity. The man looked puzzled. Why do you hate me so much? Because I, your flesh and blood, have saved countless lives, he replied. They regard you as a deity, loving, respecting, and worshipping you. Enough? Xie Chenju bellowed. He clenched his fists tightly, the edge of his left hand digging painfully into his palm, blood oozing and mingling, yet his right hand was obstructed by something, remaining unscathed. He stiffly lowered his head to look. His palm was tightly wrapped with a bandage, its end tied neatly in a bow. That was the wound that Sang Nian had tended to earlier. Xie Chenju's uncontrolled emotions gradually calmed. On the ground, the man's gaze also fell upon his palm, then he examined Xie Chenju's expression and chuckled lightly. It seems we have a beloved one now, Sai. Xie Chenju's expression changed, and he fiercely grasped the man's collar, his voice nearly squeezed out through gritted teeth. What? The man sighed. "Bu sigh, admit it, if it weren't for me protecting you during those 7 years, you would have been devoured alive by the cultivators long ago. After all, no one in this world can withstand the temptation of immortality, including her. Between you and immortality, you know better than anyone what choice she would make." Xie Chenju's face turned pale. The man, clutching his wound, sat up and extended his hand towards him, his expression filled with compassion. "Bu sigh, only I can, he is called Xie Chenju." Suddenly, the night breeze carried the clear voice of a girl, neither loud nor soft, but resolute. Xie Chenju abruptly looked up, the branches swayed, and the girl in white, like a butterfly, gracefully descended upon the moonlight. She approached them step by step, articulating each word. "Xie Chenju is Xie Chenju, with a name and a surname, never merely the immortal you speak of. Not in the past, not now, and never in the future. Moreover, who says that being invulnerable and immortal makes one a monster? In my view, it is a sign of divine favor, unwilling to see him harmed. He is not a monster." Xie Chenju stood there, dumbfounded. Sang Nian reached his side, took his tightly clenched left hand, and pried open his fingers. Upon seeing the wound, she was infuriated. She glared at him, exasperated. "Are you foolish? Do you believe everything others say, reducing yourself to this ghastly state?" The master of Yao Wang Valley smiled as well. "Do you not feel any yearning for immortality, young lady?" "Immortality?" Sang Nian raised an eyebrow, her tone dismissive. "What value does that hold for me? I do not covet it." The master of Yao Wang Valley shook his head. "You speak too soon. One day you will understand the merits of immortality." Sang Nian ignored him and solemnly tended to Xie Chenju's wounds. Once she finished, she grasped his arm and gazed intently into his eyes. "I will ask you once, do you believe him or do you believe me?" After a long pause, Xie Chenju finally replied, "I believe you." "Good," Sang Nian declared. "Then listen closely. First, I will not fear you. Second, I will not resent you. Third, I do not care about immortality." "What I care about is you, the person, Xie Chenju." She inquired, "Do you understand?" Xie Chenju's gaze was vacant. "I understand." Sang Nian commanded sternly, "Repeat it back." Xie Chenju, "Only believe what Sang Nian says. Do not listen to or believe what others say." Xie Chenju's voice was hoarse. "All right." After a pause, he added, "I want to turn this person to ashes." Sang Nian replied, "Then let him be turned to ashes." Xie Chenju declared, "I want him to bleed to death." Sang Nian affirmed, "Good, then let him bleed to death." Xie Chenju began. At this point, he paused for a long time, his gaze unfocused, filled only with profound confusion. Finally, he murmured, "I hurt so much." Chapter 64. What kind of relationship are we now? Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the sharp, eccentric youth, whose words often bore sting, felt his eyes well up with tears. He found himself at a loss, gripping Sang Nian's sleeve tightly and articulating slowly, "You taught me to reveal the wounds." In that moment, Sang Nian found herself at a loss for words. Any attempt at expression felt pitifully inadequate. She stood on her tiptoes, gently caressing his head, then firmly grasped his hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. "Yes, our little Xie has done very well." That summer, after the rain on a moonlit night, the girl in white held the hand of the future tyrant, whose name would instill fear in countless hearts 3 centuries hence, and smiled at him with crescent-shaped eyes. She patiently smoothed out all his sharp edges, meticulously tending to his battered heart, patching it up with care. Then, cradling it in her hands, she breathed gently upon it, saying, "It doesn't hurt anymore." After 13 long and dark years, someone finally began to love him. A truly wonderful person had come to love him. Suddenly, Xie Chenju pulled her into his embrace, his arms encircling her waist tightly. Ding Xie Chenju's affection 200, Ding Xie Chenju's affection 5000, Ding Xie Chenju's affection 1230601. Character's affection has exceeded the limit. System diagnostics in progress. Please wait. System functioning normally. Sang Yan momentarily found herself at a loss, her hand suspended in midair. Xie Chenju buried his face in her neck, his voice barely a whisper. I wanted to do this in that dilapidated temple. Sang Yan let out a dazed "R," her stiff hand tentatively resting on his. She looked around before sitting on a slightly lower section of an ancient tree trunk, tilting her head to gaze at the moon above. Before long, footsteps approached from behind. Without turning around, she asked, "Are you done?" The youth stood before her, still bearing a faint scent of blood. He looked up at her from beneath the tree, extending his hand toward her. Sang Yan dismissed it casually. "It's not that high, I can jump down easily, no need to help." Xie Chenju replied, "I want to hold your hand." Taken aback, Sang Yan stuttered, well, then just hold it for a moment. It is a bit chilly tonight." Xie Chenju's ears flushed crimson, and he murmured, "It is indeed a bit cold." Sang Yan cautiously extended her hand, her fingertips brushing against his. He grasped her hand firmly and gently pulled her toward him. The shadows of the trees danced, and as the girl swayed with the wind, her skirts billowed elegantly, reminiscent of a butterfly. She leaped into the embrace of the youth beneath the tree, who caught her effortlessly without taking a step back. Neither spoke. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a continuous whispering sound. After a while, Sang Yan pushed him away, taking a step back and looking down at her toes. "Let us go. We should find Chuyu and the others." Millimeter. Xie Chenju walked alongside her, still tightly holding her hand. The path had not been traversed for years, with lush grass carpeting the ground and as Xie Chenju bent down to pluck a flower, his hand nearly grazed it before he withdrew. Straightening up, he said, "On the day I was poisoned by the demon, you entered my past dream. You knew what had happened to me back then, didn't you?" With the situation having evolved to this point, Sang Yan had no choice but to admit, after all, our relationship at that time was quite poor. "I thought it better for you not to know about it, so I deliberately kept it from you." Xie Chenju's voice was soft, almost inaudible, "So, it was not merely a figment of my imagination. Indeed, someone had descended from the heavens, attempting to rescue him from despair." Xie Chenju squeezed his eyes shut tightly. This was not the delusion of a madman, it was real, tangible, and existent. "But how did you manage to escape later?" Sang Yan inquired. Without waiting for his response, she added, "If you don't wish to answer, you don't have to. I am just asking casually." Xie Chenju replied evenly, "I was locked in a cage for 7 years. One day, I seized the knife from his hand." At this point, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "That was my first time killing someone. I thought I had killed him. Later, I jumped into that dark river, swimming for a long, long time, successfully escaping, and then I was..." He abruptly halted. Sang Yan refrained from pressing him for further details. After a moment of silence, she murmured, "The water must have been very cold, right?" Xie Chenju paused, turning his face to look at her, his voice rough. "Millimeter, very cold." She realized, no wonder your hands are always so cold. They can't seem to warm up. Xie Chenju averted his gaze, his tone somewhat unnatural. "If someone holds them, they will warm up." Sang Yan, ho. He produced an object from his bosom, taking her right hand and wrapping it around her delicate wrist in circles. Sang Yan leaned in for a closer look. It resembled a thread, yet was more resilient, shimmering under the moonlight. "What is this?" she asked, intrigued. He skillfully tied the ends together, withdrawing his hand to examine it closely. "It is a string for a zither." Sang Yan was puzzled. "A zither string?" He explained, "This is the only thing my mother left me. Now, I bestow it upon you." Sang Yan attempted to remove it. "This is not right, it is a memento from your mother. On the night you caught fireflies for me, they had prepared gifts for you." Xie Chenju stated, "At that time, I didn't know what to give you, but now I do. I want to give you this. It was meant to be on your hand." Sang Yan hesitated, but suddenly, Xie Chenju captured her hand, his lips pressed into a straight line. He gazed deeply into her eyes, seemingly summoning immense courage, and asked, "What kind of relationship are we now?" Sang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Well, how should I put it, the nature of her relationship with Xie Chenju was indeed difficult to untangle. To call it marriage seemed insufficient, as aside from their union, they had not yet reached that level of intimacy. There was an inexplicable sense of shame. To refer to him as a friend felt equally absurd. Have you ever seen a pair of friends of the opposite sex strolling hand in hand under the moonlight? Noticing her silence, Xie Chenju's expression dimmed gradually. Sang Yarn steeled herself and declared, We have been married, so that makes us family. Xie Chenju. He gazed at the moon for a while before lowering his head, his eyelashes curving in a smile. You must not deceive me. Sang Yan smiled in return. I never tell lies. Xie Chenju. So, who is more handsome, me or Xiao Shuchen? Sang Yan, Xiao Shuchen. Ding. Xie Chenju's affection unknown value, current affection level. 50. Mission failed, please try harder. Sang Yan sat smiley. She hastily corrected herself. It's you. Xie Chenju. Hey. Sang Yan, truly, you are more handsome. Xie Chenju. Hee. Sang Yan fell silent, feeling choked. Indeed, life is filled with its ups and downs, twists and turns, a relentless cycle. Chapter 65. Xiao Shuchen looks exceptionally handsome today. You are not allowed to gaze upon him. As the dawn broke, the flying vessel was finally repaired, wobbling its way into the sky. Chu Yao stood guard, resolutely preventing Xie Chenju from taking the helm. Xie Chenju, his spirits notably low, chose not to engage in argument with her and silently retreated into the cabin. Chu Yao, puzzled, remarked, what is wrong with him? Since his return, he has worn an expression as if he were on the verge of hanging himself. Sang Yan sighed deeply. Everything stems from a certain handsome fellow named Xiao Shuchen. No sooner had she spoken than the cabin window swung open abruptly. Within, a youth clad in black stared at her with an otherworldly gaze. Sang Yan exclaimed. She quickly added, to be honest, Xiao Shuchen is merely average. He possesses just 2 eyes and a nose. What's so captivating about that? Har har. The window closed with a snap. Sang Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. Chu Yao, her face brimming with admiration, stated, I, too, find Xiao Shuchen rather unremarkable. It seems our tastes align perfectly. Sang Yan chuckled. Is that so? The helmswoman, Su Shuyin, turned back for a moment, softly protesting, if you are to speak of Xiao Shuchen in such a manner, I must confess that I find Yu Qingxi equally unremarkable. Chu Yao retorted, nonsense. He is undeniably charming and carefree. Su Shuyin countered, yet Xiao Shuchen is also cool and ethereal. The two simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wen Buyu, inquiring, elder brother, what say you? Wen Buyu took us. I am not entirely certain, perhaps we should inquire with Sister Sang instead. The two turned their heads to fixate on Sang Yan, who was left speechless. Why have these two fanatics become such good friends? She mused, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she cleared her throat and deliberately raised her voice. In my opinion, Xie Chenju surpasses both of them. He has a good temperament, an admirable character, and is quite handsome as well. Almost instantaneously, a familiar system notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Xie Chenju's favorability 10, current favorability 60. She clenched her fist, feeling quite accomplished. Chu Yao twitched her lips. He has a good temperament. Su Shuyin expressed disbelief. A good character. Wen Buyu hesitated. Sister Sang, have you been threatened? Sang Yan declared earnestly, of course not. This is a heartfelt sentiment. I assure you, I have neither been threatened nor abducted. Su Shuyin wore a concerned expression. Junior sister, have you perhaps been drugged at Yao Wang Valley? You seem to have lost your senses. Chu Yao stroked her chin, adopting a serious tone. It is quite possible. Once we arrive in Yujing, we should find her a spirit healer. Clatter, the window swung open once more, with a face darkened by resentment. Xie Chenju poked his head out, gritting his teeth. Enough of this. The group burst into laughter simultaneously. I knew he was eavesdropping, Chu Yao remarked, patting Su Shuyin on the back. See, I was right. Su Shuyin stifled her laughter. Do not be angry, junior brother Xie. We were merely teasing. Wen Buyu composed himself, covering his mouth to cough lightly, and feigned seriousness. Such behavior is not to be repeated. Xie Chenju turned his gaze towards Sang Yan. She, with her hands behind her back, glanced at the sky then at the ground. Do not glare at me. I did not laugh. Xie Chenju, left speechless, slammed the window shut. The next moment, uproarious laughter erupted on the deck. Inside, Xie Chenju thought to himself, this is infuriating. However, I can't shake the feeling that we've forgotten something, Su Shuyin mused, her laughter subsiding as she tapped her head in frustration, unable to recall what it might be. Sang Yan admitted, I feel the same way. Chu Yao dismissed the concern. As I mentioned, anything we may have forgotten can surely be purchased in Yujing. You are merely worrying for naught. Sang Yan felt reassured. You are right. It is not as if we left someone behind. Her voice trailed off abruptly. The deck fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, Su Shuyin stumbled over her words. It seems junior brother Shen has not boarded the ship. Sang Yan. Oh no, they left Shen Mingchao behind. Qingfeng City, having slept soundly until naturally awakened, Shen Mingchao stood in the street clutching his small bundle. The sky had fallen. After 7 days and nights of aimless wandering, Sang Yan and her companions finally reached Yujing. This city is the very heart of the Hongmeng continent, entirely detached from the land and floating in midair. It is home to millions of inhabitants, sprawling over a vast area, rich in spiritual energy, with opulent and exquisite architecture. Even the paving stones are made of white jade, hence the name Yujing. Suspended in the sky above the city are 2 small islands. One serving as the headquarters of the Wanjian Alliance, and the other as the Changsheng Hall among the 3 sects and 1 hall. The master of Changsheng Hall, Mingxing Yu, is likely unknown to your generation, one of the speakers began. However, 500 years ago, he was an even more illustrious figure than the current chief disciple of the immortal sect, Xiao Chuchen, and was deemed the most likely candidate for ascension. But why did he not ascend? This is a long story. According to hearsay, just hearsay mind you, he was captivated by a female demon. What? Indeed, it is said that he once caused quite a stir, insisting on leaving his sect for that demoness. My goodness! How could that be? Is it not so? Rumor has it that the demoness later wreaked havoc, inciting the wrath of the Immortal Alliance. In order to protect her life, he willingly imprisoned himself within Changsheng Hall, using all his cultivation to nourish the essence of Yujing. Someone inquired, but who was that demoness? No one knows her name. All that is known is that she appears to belong to the Feather Clan. Another person asked, did that demoness know what he did for her? Whether she knew or not. Wait a moment, who are you? At this point, the loquacious man noticed a stranger in the crowd and immediately became irate. Are you part of our group? Have you paid your fee? How dare you mooch off my explanation? Sang Yan and her companions, who had been surreptitiously eavesdropping, found themselves at a loss for words. How embarrassing! Su Shuyin covered her face with her sleeve. Junior sister, let us leave. Chu Yao scoffed, it's just a few spirit stones. I can cover it for him. A few. The man laughed derisively. Do you know where you are? This is Yujing. A few spirit stones are hardly worth my time. Sang Yan asked, then how much do you want? He extended his hand, chin held high, 10,000. That price was reasonable and acceptable. Just as Sang Yan was about to retrieve her storage bag, the man added, 10,000 each. Chu Yao was incensed. You can't be serious, you think we are fools, this is clearly price gouging. Sang Yan, poised to pay, discreetly withdrew her money. Exactly. The man snorted disdainfully, scanning their attire with contempt. It's clear you are all country bumpkins from some remote village. How ridiculous that you'd raise such a fuss over a mere few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Passers-by along the street chuckled quietly. Furious, Chu Yao drew her sword, while Su Shuyin expertly clutched her leg. A junior sister, please remain calm. I must teach him a lesson today. Sang Yan urgently called out, elder brother, say something. When Bu Yu unsheathed a gleaming axe, sister, do not act recklessly, use this. Sang Yan, despair. As the crowd grew larger, the commotion escalated. Amid the chaos, several young men in white robes flew by on their swords' point. One of them glanced down at the crowd, his handsome brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in a calm voice. What is all this noise about? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sang Yan, who was already overwhelmed with the situation, instinctively looked up. Before she could discern the man's features, Xie Chenju suddenly reached out to block her view. He gritted his teeth, declaring, Xiao Zhuchen looks exceptionally handsome today, you are not allowed to look. Sang Yan. Ho, Chapter 66 Inch whatever you are, get off our young master this instant. Xiao Zhuchen descended gracefully, surveying the surroundings before his gaze finally settled upon Sang Yan. He inclined his head and said, Miss Sang. Sang Yan brushed aside Xie Chenju's hand, casting him a disdainful glare before turning to greet Xiao Zhuchen with a smile. It's good to see you again, brother Xiao. Beside them, Su Xuan suppressed her excitement, whispering to Chu Yao, is this Xiao Zhuchen? He looks just as handsome in person as he does on the spirit stone. Chu Yao scoffed, he's nothing special, wait until you meet Yu Qingji, then you'll know what true beauty is. Su Xuan pouted, I have no interest in that debauched scion of the Hehuan sect. No matter how handsome he is, I wouldn't spare him a second glance. The crowd had shifted from mere spectators to avid watchers of Xiao Zhuchen. Miss Sang, what has transpired here? Xiao Zhuchen inquired. Before Sang Yan could respond, Chu Yao interjected angrily, you people of Yujing truly think highly of yourselves, looking down on us outsiders. Xiao Zhuchen turned his attention to the man, his tone calm. Xiao Zhuchen raised his hand, signaling, and said in a measured voice, seize him and take him away. Wait a moment. Chu Yao pulled a handful of spirit stones from Wen Buyu's pouch and tossed them to the man, saying, we disciples of the Xiao Yao sect do not renege on our promises. We will pay what is due, without taking advantage. The man wore a sullen expression. As the situation appeared to be resolved and Sang Yan and the others were about to depart, Xiao Zhuchen called out, Miss Sang, please hold on. Sang Yan, puzzled, asked, is there something else? Xiao Zhuchen produced a waist token from his sleeve, saying, I left in such haste last time that I forgot to return your belongings. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened, their gazes darting excitedly between the two. Sang Yan recognized the waist token as the one taken from her by a disciple of the Yaowang Valley, quickly reaching out to accept it. I thought I would never see this again. I was quite worried, turns out you had it, she exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Thank you, brother Xiao, for keeping it safe. Xiao Zhuchen's eyes curved slightly, no need for thanks. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Though the onlookers maintained a facade of calm, private whispers erupted like a tempest. Even the disciples of the Changxing Palace beside Xiao Zhuchen couldn't help but cast fearful glances. Unaware of the cause for the crowd's reaction, Sang Yan bid farewell to Xiao Zhuchen and turned to leave. After walking some distance, she wondered aloud, why is everyone so quiet? Xie Chenju gestured to himself, you want me to speak? He smiled, I thought Miss Sang was only interested in talking to brother Xiao. Sang Yan swiftly covered his mouth, silencing him, and turned to Chu Yao, asking, what on earth is going on? Chu Yao scratched her head, it's nothing much, just that Xiao Zhuchen always has a serious demeanor, and suddenly seeing him smile, it feels rather unsettling. Su Xuan vigorously patted her cheeks, after all, that's the Xiao Zhuchen who practices the path of indifference. Sang Yan queried in confusion, does that mean someone who practices the path of indifference cannot smile? That's not indifference, that's a facial paralysis that needs acupuncture. Su Xuan blinked, you make a valid point. Chu Yao asked, then why didn't he smile before? Sang Yan replied, perhaps he simply doesn't find joy in smiling. He'll be fine in a bit. Behind them, the brooding Shen Mingchao suddenly came to life, who wants to hang, count me in. Chu Yao clicked her tongue, exasperated, that's enough, we've been comforting you all this time. Shen Mingchao rubbed his eyes and murmured, right, I've merely been forgotten for an entire night, just standing on the street with my luggage waiting for you all day, just. Sang Yan felt her head buzzing, stop, stop, stop. She sighed, what do you want, exactly? Shen Mingchao had been waiting for this question and answered without hesitation, take me out to eat. Sang Yan responded with a puzzled. Shen Mingchao pointed to the tallest building in Yujing City, take me there to eat. What place is that? Sang Yan inquired of Chu Yao. Choi Meng Building, Chu Yao replied with a hint of melancholy, the most luxurious restaurant in all of Yujing. A meal there costs at least 100,000 spirit stones. Sang Yan exclaimed, "That's not a restaurant, it's a den of extravagance. Even with a mine at home, one couldn't afford such lavishness." Shen Mingqiao rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "I want to see what makes a dish of cucumber worth 10,000 spirit stones different from the rest." Sang Yan forced a smile. "With 10,000 spirit— Come on, let us go," Sang Yan interrupted. "No money, thank you for the invitation." Shen Mingqiao quickly replied, "I have some, I can pay, you just need to bring someone along." Sang Yan eyed him skeptically. "Is there such a good deal?" Chu Yao interjected, "Don't even think about it. It must be a scam." Su Shuain agreed, "I think Junior's sister is right." Shen Mingqiao exclaimed, "What about the basic trust between people?" When Buyu chuckled, attempting to soothe him, "Junior brother Shen, it's getting late. We should first regroup with the other senior brothers and sisters, everything else can wait until tomorrow." Shen Mingqiao reluctantly glanced at the Chui Meng building, finally conceding, "Fine." The Xiao sect had secured an inn in Yujing, where all the disciples were staying. The others had settled in, while Sang Yan and her group were among the last to arrive. "The Heroes' Conference begins in 3 days, Ji Yubai said, handing them the keys he had prepared. When Buyu asked, "Have the perpetrators been identified?" Ji Yubai shook his head. No evidence was left at the scene, and the Wuxian alliance finds it puzzling. Sang Yan felt a sense of relief, while Chu Yao chimed in, "Regardless, his death is a fitting retribution. He brought it upon himself." "But what of it?" Ji Yubai sighed. "Those imprisoned by him were subjected to years of experimentation. Even if rescued, they could never return to being normal." When Buyu fell silent for a moment before asking, "What will happen to the disciples of Yao Wang Valley?" "Some were complicit, while others were not," Ji Yubai explained. "They will be dealt with separately, but the outcomes have yet to be determined." When Buyu nodded and changed the subject, "Is junior brother Xie still not back?" Sang Yan waved her hand dismissively, "No need to worry. He knows the address here. Once he cools off, he'll return on his own." Meanwhile, in Yujing City, in a secluded alley. "Young master." Yi and Yi landed one after the other, their voices grave. "You summoned us in such haste. Is there an urgent matter?" Xie Chenju appeared lost in thought, his fingertip resting against his cheek, then slowly moving to his lips, the corners of his mouth curving involuntarily upwards. Yi's face was filled with terror as he stumbled back 3 steps. Yi's expression changed drastically as he raised his hand to reveal 18 talismans, shouting, "Whatever you are, get off our young master at once." Xie Chenju. Chapter 67. I want to be with Sang Yan. Xie Chenju retracted his hand and, with a frosty expression, asked, "Are you seeking death?" Upon hearing his familiar tone, Yi and Yi nearly burst into tears. "Young master, it seems you have been possessed by someone." Xie Chenju cleared his throat, adopting a solemn demeanor. "The reason I summoned you here is for a particular matter." Exchanging a glance, Yi and Yi spoke in unison, their voices resolute. "Regardless of what it entails, we are willing to brave fire and water for the young master." Xie Chenju declared, "I have developed feelings for Sang Yan." Yi. Xie Chenju continued, "I wish to be with her." Xie Chenju added, "I have decided to leave the Azure Palace after the gathering of heroes." Yi. Young master. Yi nearly broke down. "You cannot forsake the Azure Palace for the sake of a woman." Yi interjected urgently, "Moreover, if you wish to leave the Azure Palace, there is only one way, which is tantamount to seeking death. No one has ever survived. Are you truly willing to risk your life for Sang Yan?" Xie Chenju replied coolly, "I will not die." He lifted his gaze to the distance, his eyes brimming with delight. "Once I leave the Azure Palace, I shall purchase a house and lead a tranquil life with her. If she wishes to explore the world, I will buy a flying vessel to take her to the ends of the earth." With each word he spoke, the despair on Yi's face deepened. "Young master, if that is the case, perhaps you should just kill me." Yi looked equally dazed. The young master is lovesick, and we are left yearning from afar. Is there anything else you require, young master? Yair asked, his eyes devoid of life. It is almost dinner time. We must return to work. Xie Chenju answered, indeed. Yair promptly regained his composure. Please, young master, give your orders. Xie Chenju's expression hardened. Within 3 days, I want all information regarding Xiao Zhuchen. Yair, after Xie Chenju departed, Yi and Yair remained rooted in the alley, lost in thought. After a long moment, Yi came to his senses and asked Yair, your expression is rather complex, what are you pondering? Yair replied nonchalantly, oh, nothing much, just contemplating a headlong dash to my demise. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the shared despair reflected in each other's faces. Think of something positive, Yi consoled, perhaps the young master truly has a way to endure this. Then we can also leave the Azure Palace with him. Instantly revitalized, Yair exclaimed, indeed, from now on, we can contentedly remain at the carefree sect and serve. The two shared another glance, both filled with hopeful anticipation. Emerging from the alley, the bustling sounds of the street surged around him. Xie Chenju strolled towards the inn where the carefree sect resided. Vendors in the roadside shops shouted enthusiastically, Jade Beauty Balm, even Yang Qingxi and Xiao Zhuchen use it. Containing various rare spirit plant extracts, it will make you fair and tender with just one application, ensuring your partner finds you irresistible. Xie Chenju strode forward, his expression one of disdain. Xiao Zhuchen actually fancies such things. Coldly, he stated, I'll take a box. The clerk replied, certainly. No, Xie Chenju gritted his teeth, recalling Xiao Zhuchen's face, I want 10 boxes. The clerk quickly packed 10 boxes of Jade Beauty Balm, exclaiming, this young hero truly dotes on his partner. Buying 10 boxes with over 1,000 spirit stones, she must be utterly touched. Xie Chenju replied nonchalantly, they are for my own use. The clerk's smile faltered, and he quick, you are already handsome, with this, you will surely become the dream lover of countless female cultivators. After collecting the balm and settling the payment, Xie Chenju's lips curled slightly upward. There's no need for so many. One is sufficient. He turned and left, his steps light, inside the inn. Sang Nian, having waited in vain for Xie Chenju's return, decided to seek him out. Just as she descended the stairs, Shen Mingchao, munching on a watermelon, gestured towards her. I was just about to call for you. Someone is looking for you, claiming to know you. Sang Nian, puzzled, turned to look. At the entrance of the inn, a young girl in a peach-colored dress was hopping and waving at her, her face alight with excitement. Miss? Sang Nian exclaimed, Chunner. Chunner dashed into the inn, inspecting her eagerly. Woo, miss, I finally see you again. Sang Nian was equally thrilled. How did you end up here? Where is my brother? It was the city lord who brought me here, Chunner replied cheerfully. He heard you would be attending the gathering of heroes and hurried here overnight. Sang Nian felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not yet at the golden core stage. I merely came along with my senior brothers and sisters. You are already quite impressive. Chunner exclaimed. I saw in the letter you wrote to the city lord that you have established your foundation. You are truly a genius. Sang Nian scratched her head, smiling bashfully. I think so too. Shen Mingchao interjected, is this your maid? Chunner hurriedly bowed to him. Thank you, young hero, for looking after my young lady. Chunner is immensely grateful. Sang Nian was bewildered. Him look after me. Chunner, puzzled, replied, this young hero claims to be your most esteemed senior brother, who diligently guides your cultivation every day. Sang Nian regarded Shen Mingchao with a blank expression. Most esteemed senior brother. Shen Mingchao felt quite pleased with himself, wiping watermelon seeds from his mouth and patting his chest. I will eventually become your most esteemed senior brother. Sang Nian retorted dryly, I suggest you elevate your pillow a bit higher when you sleep. Why? Shen Mingchao asked. Chunner subtly interjected, what the miss means is that you are dreaming. Shin Mingqiao, QAQ Chunner leaned in and whispered to Sang Yan, "Miss, the city lord has reserved a table at the Dreaming Feast Pavilion and asked me to invite you and young master when to join him for dinner." Sang Yan nodded, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I'll call them down right away." Just as she attempted to lift her foot, she found it utterly immobilized. Looking down, she saw Shin Mingqiao clinging to her leg, gazing up at her with pitiful eyes. Shin Mingqiao lamented, "I heard everything." Sang Yan feigned ignorance. "Heard what?" Shin Mingqiao protested, "I don't care. I want to go with you to the Dreaming Feast Pavilion for cold dishes." Sang Yan laughed coldly, "You resemble a cucumber." She tried to extricate her leg, but he held on tightly, sniffling and tearfully questioning, "Senior sister, I am your closest junior brother. Have you forgotten the vow we made by Tsuiwei Lake that year?" His loud exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the inn's lobby, their faces alight with curiosity. Sang Yan, she had never felt so humiliated in her life. Chapter 68 Boat, heed your sister's advice, this is simply not your path. Shin Mingqiao was about to howl a couple more times when, unexpectedly, someone seized him by the nape of his neck and whisked him away. He turned back in a fit of anger. "Preposterous, how dare you grasp the noble nape of this prince?" But upon speaking, he met Xie Chenzhou's emotionless gaze. Actually, a little lift isn't so bad." Shin Mingqiao chuckled awkwardly, "I happen to be feeling quite sore and lethargic. I can hardly stand." Xie Chenzhou responded with a dismissive "Heh. All right, I'll take you," Sang Yan said. "Quickly go upstairs and call Chu Yao and the others." Shin Mingqiao darted out like a bolt of lightning. "I promise to accomplish the task." He dashed up the stairs. Only then did Sang Yan lazily wave her hand at Xie Chenzhou. "Oh, you're back." Xie Chenzhou, with his noble and aloof demeanor, nodded. "Yes, I have returned." Just in time, Sang Yan pointed at Chunner. "Look who this is." Xie Chenzhou finally noticed Chunner beside her, his eyelids flickering. Chunner still wore an unkind expression and deliberately called out to him, "Xie Shashia." Xie Chenzhou inquired of Sang Yan, "How did she come to be here?" "My brother brought her," Sang Yan replied, "so you're back just in time. We were about to head to Choe Menglu to dine with my brother. We'll leave as soon as Chu Yao and the others come down." Xie Chenzhou felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. "I have to dine with your brother." Sang Yan said, "Millimeter. Do you need to tidy up or wash your face? I'll wait for you." Xie Chenzhou turned and ascended the stairs with swift strides. Sang Yan was puzzled. "It's just a meal, why do you look as if you're facing a great enemy?" She casually pulled 2 chairs and sat down with Chunner, inquiring about the recent happenings in Qingju as they waited for him. "Miss needn't worry. Qingju is doing just fine," Chunner said cheerfully. "Our minds are thriving too." Sang Yan pinched her cheek. "Good Chunner, while I'm away, you must take extra care of my brother." Millimeter. I will." Chunner assured, "but the city lord worries about you every day, fearing that you might perish at any moment." Sang Yan put her hand to her forehead. "Then you should let him hope for my well-being." Chunner spoke with a hint of sorrow. "The city lord is also concerned about the young master." Sang Yan asked in astonishment, "Worried about Xie Chenzhou?" "That's rather unusual. What does he worry about?" "His health." Chunner replied honestly. "The city lord fears he might run off with someone else, but he is even more worried that he won't." Sang Yan, she twitched her lips. Sang Qian is indeed overly thorough in his concerns. Before long, Shin Mingqiao returned with Chu Yao and Wen Buyu, eagerly exclaiming, "Let us go, let us go." Sang Yan glanced behind them. "Where's A Yin?" Chu Yao replied, "She went to the training ground at Changsheng Palace to practice her swordsmanship." Wen Buyu added, "I just contacted my junior sister with a spirit stone. She went directly from there, so we needn't wait for her." Sang Yan said, "Then let us wait for Xie Chenzhou, he just went upstairs to wash his face." Chu Yao, all right. The group settled down, chatting as they awaited Xie Chenzhou. After a considerable time, he still hadn't made an appearance. Chu Yao grew impatient. Why is he taking so long just to wash his face? Sang Yan also found it strange. I'll go take a look. As she reached the staircase, familiar footsteps echoed from above, prompting her to look up. The youth had changed out of his usual narrow-sleeved black attire and donned a flowing white robe with broad sleeves, accentuating his tall, slender figure. His hair, previously tied up in a high ponytail, cascaded down, 3,000 strands of raven hair spilling over his shoulders, with the rest neatly secured by a He descended the wooden stairs with an elegant grace, moving like the willow swaying in the spring moonlight. Everyone in the inn stared at him, momentarily entranced. Sang Yan, Chu Yao, Chun'er, Shin Mingchao, Xie Chenju approached the group, a hint of lingering moisture on him, as if he had just bathed. His long lashes cast a shadow over his eyes, his voice cool and detached. Let us go. With that, he walked past them and exited the inn. When Buyu, puzzled, asked, why does junior brother Xie appear to be imitating Daoist Xiao? Chun'er clenched her teeth in secret. What a vixen, capable of changing her attire. Chu Yao asked Sang Yan. Has he been possessed? Sang Yan covered her face. It happens occasionally. Shin Mingchao expressed concern. Should we find a master to exorcise him? I feel he seems rather serious. At the entrance, Xie Chenju turned back against the light, his profile casting a striking silhouette on the ground, and asked in a soft voice, aren't you leaving? Let us go, Sang Yan urged, finish your meal quickly and return. Chu Yao remarked, I don't know why, but I feel somewhat embarrassed. Shin Mingchao, so do I. When Buyu disapproved, one should not speak ill of one's own sect members. Daoist Xiao would be saddened to hear such words. Sang Yan replied, Senior brother, you haven't spared him either. The group departed the inn, walking alongside Xie Chenju toward Shui Menglu. Along the way, passers-by turned their heads, eyes filled with admiration. Under the weight of so many gazes, Sang Yan felt uncertain of how to position her limbs, while Xie Chenju remained expressionless. Suddenly, he tilted his head and asked her in a voice barely audible to anyone else, do you think I look good like this? His tone was slightly awkward, yet filled with hope. Sang Yan replied tactfully, you look good, but she patted Xie Chenju's shoulder, speaking earnestly, boat, heed your sister's advice, this is simply not your path. Xie Chenju suppressed a smile that threatened to rise, as long as you think I look good, that's enough. Sang Yan. It seemed he had not heard a single word after, but she intended to discuss this further with him, but upon turning her face, she fell silent. The sky had darkened completely, and lanterns hung high outside the shops, illuminating the night. The warm hues of the lights flickered down, casting a gentle glow on the youth's porcelain-like face, as if draped in a thin veil. His exquisite features were obscured beneath the ethereal haze, appearing almost too soft. Surely, the moonlight tonight must be exceptionally enchanting, otherwise, how could her heart inexplicably skip a beat? Sang Yan swallowed her words, lowering her head. In the bustling streets, the young man and woman walked side by side, their cheeks flushed. Shui Menglu towered 100 stories high, built from the rare frost-soft wood, each beam worth a fortune. Countless windows were embedded in the building like stars, their paper exuding a warm orange glow, spreading a soft light through the night. Chu Yao marveled, if this were to catch fire, it would likely take 3 days and nights to burn out. Golden wind chimes hung beneath the eaves. Occasionally, a bird would pass by, causing them to chime melodiously. Sang Yan pondered aloud, such a hefty chunk of gold just hanging outside, aren't they afraid of theft? Shin Mingchao replied, who would dare? This is Yujing, right beneath the feet of the Wuxian alliance. He had a point. As the group reached the entrance, the fragrance of fine wine and the scent of powdered cosmetics wafted out. Shin Mingchao inhaled deeply, his eyes glazing over. Is this really Yujing? It's even more splendid than the imperial capital. The attendant at the entrance greeted them warmly. Do you young heroes have a reservation? Sang Yan replied, yes. She provided Sang Qian's name, and the attendant said, please wait a moment while I check which floor this guest is on. Sang Yan waited patiently. Another group approached the entrance, and she politely stepped aside to let them pass, but one of them suddenly halted. Sang girl, someone called softly. Sang Yan looked up. As the lanterns blossomed, a tall young man in white stood elegantly, his features strikingly beautiful. Xiao Shixiang, she greeted, are you here to dine as well? Xiao Zhuchen replied, my younger brother's birthday. My father has set a table here. Upon speaking, his gaze shifted to Xie Chenju, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his voice calm. Xie Shaoxia, you look quite different tonight. Sang Yan glanced between him and Xie Chenju, both clad in similar white garments, feeling her toes dig into the ground with embarrassment. So they were cosplaying, but right in front of the original character. It was one thing to dance before the original, but to have the original pointed out was another matter entirely. They had narrowly escaped a major embarrassment. Chapter 69, perhaps you should just let him go. Xie Chenju spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I am merely weary of wearing black and wish to don a different hue. Must even this be under your scrutiny, brother Xiao? Xiao Zhuchen replied in a calm tone, you are overthinking it, young hero Xie. I merely uttered it in passing. Upon concluding his words, he nodded to several individuals and proceeded directly into the dream-blowing tower. Just then, the attendant, having completed the verification, bowed and said, esteemed guest, your private chamber is located on the 82nd floor of the Flowing Spring Pavilion. This way, please. Sang Yan nodded, but upon turning around, she found that Chu Yao and the others had vanished from sight. Just as she was about to ponder this, several familiar figures flashed past behind a stone lion. Sang Yan questioned, what are you all hiding for? Chu Yao replied in a grave tone, I admit, I lack a smidgen of courage to face this, compared to you. Shen Mingchao rubbed his arms repeatedly, saying, this is so embarrassing. I have never felt this mortified in my life. When Bu, in a daze, remarked, my junior sister pulled me here, I am as clueless as you. Sang Yan, feeling exasperated, said, Xiao Zhuchen has already left. You should hurry out. In an instant, they stood up, exuberantly declaring, let us go. Sang Yan tugged at Xie Chenju's sleeve, saying, we should also make our way. Xie Chenju's demeanor was somewhat subdued, am I truly so embarrassing? Will this upset your brother? Sang Yan replied, how could that be? She smiled, adding, you have put so much effort into your appearance for him, he would be touched rather than displeased. Only then did Xie Chenju's brow unfurl, really? Indeed, truly indeed, she exclaimed as she urged him forward, you are the most handsome in the world. No one can compare to you. The gloom in Xie Chenju's eyes dissipated entirely, and he matched her pace with a faint smile gracing his lips. The dream-blowing tower was equipped with a lift resembling a roofless pavilion, and as it ascended, the entire splendor of the building came into view. Sang Yan leaned against the rail, enjoying the music and dance. Feeling elated, the lift arrived at the 82nd floor. Ahead lay a long corridor, with the attendant leading the way while they quietly followed behind. As they passed one of the rooms, peals of feminine laughter floated out, melodious as silver bells. Sang Yan couldn't help but glance back. Through the thin paper of the windows, shadows flickered, indistinct yet enticing. Again, a laugh rang out, this time belonging to a man, deep and magnetic. It was most pleasing to the ear. Sang Yan's curiosity intensified about who was within. Miss, we have arrived. Chun'er waved at her from a short distance. Sang Yan hurriedly averted her gaze and jogged over. The door to the private chamber slowly swung open, revealing Sang Qiyang, who stood at the entrance with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, extending his hand. Nyan Nyan. Sang Yan rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, brother. He chuckled, patting her back, you seem to have gained a bit of weight. Sang Yan replied joyfully, really? Sang Qiyang scrutinized her closely, his face radiating satisfaction. Indeed, your hair has darkened and your complexion has become rosy. It appears you have been taking good care of yourself. Sang Yan spoke with pride, I told you not to worry, I can look after myself. As Sang Qiyang's gaze fell upon Xie Chenju, his smile dimmed slightly, come in. Do not linger at the door. Xie Chenju stepped forward, awkwardly extending his hand. Sang Qiyang raised an eyebrow. Xie Chenju embraced him firmly, brother. Sang Qiyang jolted, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Sang Yan chuckled awkwardly, forcibly separating them. Let us sit down, a yin will be here soon, and we can eat shortly. Chu Yao and Wen Bu followed suit, greeting Sang Qiyang before taking their seats. Shen Mingchao entered last, seizing Sang Qiyang's hand and shaking it vigorously, revealing a bright smile. "Hello, Brother Sang, I am Shen Mingchao, the most respected senior of Sangnian." Sang Qiyang replied. "Hello." Shen Mingchao produced a hefty stack of gold chains from seemingly nowhere, enthusiastically presenting them to Sang Qiyang. "This is a small token of appreciation from a junior, please accept it." The gold weighed several dozen pounds, nearly overwhelming Sang Qiyang, who almost dropped it, until Sang Nian quickly intervened. "Your kind gesture is received. I'll prepare some cucumber salad for you shortly." Shen Mingchao settled into his seat with satisfaction. Sang Qiyang took a deep breath, seizing the opportunity to pull Sang Nian aside for a discreet conversation. "Nian Nian, what is the story with Xie Chenju?" Sang Nian replied, "He is quite nice." Sang Qiyang expressed concern. "I can't shake the feeling that he is different from when we were in Qingju. His gaze towards me just now was unsettling." Sang Nian began to fidget nervously. Har, really, I thought he looked quite amiable towards you." Sang Qiyang suggested, "Perhaps you should consider parting ways with him." At this, his eyes gleamed with intensity. "Brother has come to Yujing and found many talented young men here. That Xiao Zhuochen is particularly impressive." Sang Nian felt overwhelmed. "Brother, please stop. It has been so long since we've seen each other. Let us enjoy our meal in peace." Only then did Sang Qiyang reluctantly cease his discourse. "When is Yin arriving?" Chu Yao rested her chin in her hand, eagerly awaiting. "She is the last one we need." Shen Mingchao mirrored her pose, gazing intently at Sang Nian and Sang Qiyang with a forlorn expression, murmuring, "What a lovely bond they share." Below the dream-blowing tower, Su Shuiyin hastily dismounted her flying sword and rushed inside. The attendant was about to stop her when she spoke rapidly. "I have a reservation at the Flowing Spring Pavilion on the 82nd floor." The attendant replied, "Please hold on, I will check." Impatient and fearing she might delay the others, Su Shuiyin sprinted into the lift at the last moment. Before long, she arrived at the 82nd floor. She dashed down the corridor and caught sight of a door marked with the character. Without hesitation, she pushed it open and rushed inside. The air was filled with intoxicating melodies, washing over her like a tidal wave. The room was vast, dimly lit, and the air was thick with the alluring scent of cosmetics. Beautiful women danced elegantly, their long sleeves flowing in harmony with the music. More beauties sat behind small tables, partially obscured by their fans, revealing only their enchanting eyes. Su Shuiyin stumbled forward, feeling disoriented. "Junior sister," she called out timidly, "where are you all?" Suddenly, she tripped over something beneath her feet and fell awkwardly. The music halted for a brief moment, the supple-waisted dancers parted. Su Shuiyin looked up to meet a pair of smiling phoenix eyes. On a luxurious couch lay a silver water pipe carelessly set aside. The beauty rested her chin on one hand, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall. In her other hand, she held a long purple bamboo flute, its tip gleaming like jade. Su Shuiyin stared at her in a daze. In an instant, the flute lifted her chin gently, a chill brushing against her skin. The beauty leaned forward, exhaling a soft plume of smoke. When she spoke, it was in a languid, youthful voice. "Little beauty, whom do you seek?" Su Shuiyin was compelled to tilt her head back, her eyes wide with unease, stammering, I'm looking for my junior sister." Chapter 70. Everyone admires Xiao Zhuochen, yet I solely favor Xie Chenju. The beautiful maidens surrounding them burst into laughter in unison. "Little sister, your little master is not here." Su Shuiyin, increasingly apprehensive, could not help but redden her eyes. "Is this not Liuchuan Pavilion?" The young man chuckled softly. "This is Qingchuan Pavilion." Su Shuiyin uttered a foolish "R." He gently tapped her nose with his finger and said, "The second room on your left after you exit. Your little master may be there." Su Shuiyin scrambled to her feet and hurried towards the door, her feet feeling as if they were treading on cotton, soft and devoid of reality. As she was about to open the door, she turned back to ask, "What is your name?" The androgynous beauty winked at her, the agate pendant on their earlobe swaying slightly, shimmering with a dazzling light. "Yu Shi." Su Shuiyin lowered her head, smiling shyly. "I am Su Shuiyin, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." Having said that, she swiftly opened the door and stepped outside. As the door closed, the music resumed, the maidens leaned against the fragrant table, playfully chiding, "Why tease the little sister on purpose?" Yu Qingxi glanced at the doorway, twirling the bamboo flute in her hand, and chuckled lightly, "Quite adorable." Liu Chuan Pavilion. Su Xuan entered and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing familiar faces within. "Why did you arrive so late?" Chu Yao inquired. She greeted Zhang Jian and sat beside Chu Yao, instinctively concealing what had just transpired, replying vaguely, "Nothing, I just went to the wrong room." Shen Mingchao, as if uncovering a significant secret, remarked curiously, "Your face is so red. Did you apply rouge?" Su Xuan touched her cheek with the back of her hand, indeed feeling the warmth. Her face flushed even more. "No, it's nothing, I just ran a bit." "Why the rush?" Sang Nian poured her a cup of water. "It's not like we're starving." Su Xuan, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I didn't want you all to wait for me on an empty stomach." "Your worry is entirely unwarranted," Sang Nian pointed towards Shen Mingchao. "This fellow has already devoured nearly 2 rounds of snacks." Shen Mingchao, feeling guilty, protested, "Not at all, I was merely sampling the flavors." On the other side, Sang Jian instructed the maid, "Now that everyone is here, serve the dishes." The maid complied and retreated. Soon, an array of dishes was presented, filling the table, the aroma enticing. Xie Chenju proactively stood to pour wine for Sang Jian, appearing somewhat flustered. Sang Jian, without even glancing at the cup, cheerfully beckoned the others, "Let us dig in while it's hot." Shen Mingchao eagerly picked up a piece of cucumber. "No wonder it costs 10,000 spirit stones for this dish. It looks nothing like an ordinary cucumber." The maid serving the dishes, awkward yet polite, reminded him, "Young hero, that S for presentation." Shen Mingchao, losing grip of his chopsticks, let the cucumber tumble back into the bowl. Chu Yao burst into laughter beside him. Shen Mingchao's face turned crimson. "What is so funny?" No laughing allowed. Chu Yao retorted, "I didn't say you were the one I was laughing at." Shen Mingchao shot back, "Though you didn't say it, your eyes have betrayed you." Chu Yao began laughing with her eyes closed. Shen Mingchao sat smiley, enraged. He tugged at his sleeve. "Are you just going to nitpick here?" Sang Nian interjected, "Everyone, quiet down, the reason we have gathered here today." Before she could finish, countless brilliant fireworks erupted outside, filling the night sky. The two who had been arguing abruptly rushed to the window. They leaned against the windowsill, gazing up at the sky. "Wow." The others put down their chopsticks and joined them. When Wu Yu remarked, "I have heard that the fireworks at Dream Blowing Tower are one of Yujing's great sights. It truly lives up to its reputation." Sang Nian agreed, "So beautiful." Instinctively, she searched for Xie Chenju but found no trace of him. A nearby maid informed her that young hero just stepped out. He seemed rather unhappy. Sang Nian expressed her gratitude and went out to find Xie Chenju. She walked out of the corridor and arrived at a moderately sized terrace. Indeed, Xie Chenju was there, leaning against the railing with one arm draped over it, also gazing up at the fireworks. The flickering lights cast chaotic shadows, the youthful lashes of his eyes creating a small patch of shade, gently swaying with the bursts of light. He was all alone. Above him were the dazzling fireworks, beneath him the melodious and seemingly unending songs and dances. Yet, surrounding him were merely a few dimly lit lamps, isolating him in a world of solitude. Sang Nian hesitated in her steps. Xie Chenju, hearing the movement, cast a careless glance over. Upon seeing her, a hint of a smile graced his brow. "Come here." Sang Nian approached him. "Why are you here alone? Have you eaten?" Xie Chenju shifted slightly, his shoulder brushing against hers, replying lazily, "I've eaten." Sang Nian poked him with her finger. "You still haven't answered the previous question." Xie Chenju lowered his gaze, taking a long while before speaking. "Your brother does not like me." Sang Nian tactfully replied, "You've known this for quite some time. Feeling upset now seems rather late." After a moment, Xie Chenju murmured, "I thought that if I resembled Xiao Shuchen, he would like me, accept me." After all, he looked at Sang Nian, his eyes dark and bright. "Everyone admires Xiao Shuchen, don't they?" Sang Nian suddenly understood. He believed that since everyone liked Xiao Shuchen, merely by emulating him in dress and demeanor, he would garner similar affection from others. Xie Chenju was still waiting for her answer, his beautiful eyes stubbornly fixed on her. Unwilling to look away, she sighed, reaching out to embrace him. Xie Chenju is Xie Chenju, there is no need to become anyone else. Xie Chenju, but, Sang Mian insisted, everyone admires Xiao Zhuchen, yet I solely favor Xie Chenju. Xie Chenju's voice faltered. The final firework burst forth, resembling countless stars cascading down the night sky. The song faded, and the world fell silent. He remained lost in thought for a long while. Sang Mian cupped his face, playfully molding it into various shapes. No more frowning. Come back with me to eat. Xie Chenju's voice was somewhat hoarse. Your brother wants you to break up with me. Your ears are quite sharp. You even heard that. Sang Mian chuckled. Does he think I'll just end things because he said so? I certainly won't listen to him, she stated. It is I who will marry you, not him. He may not understand your worth, but I do. For a fleeting moment, Xie Chenju nearly wished to confess everything. I'm not good, I used to. Before he could finish, Sang Mian proudly interjected. See, even you don't understand your worth. I do. I'm truly remarkable. Xie Chenju was utterly speechless. Sang Mian patted his face, her eyes bright with mirth. All right, let us go. If we don't return soon, they'll worry. He grasped her hand, gently pulling her back, his palm warm. Sang Mian, perplexed, asked, what's wrong? The youth's voice was as delicate as a whisper, dissipating in the wind. Nian Nian. Sang Mian, He gazed intently at her full, rosy lips, his lashes trembling as he leaned closer to her. I want that 5 spirit stones. They are waiting here. What do you think? Suddenly, a familiar loud voice boomed. Sang Mian was startled, feeling inexplicably guilty, and abruptly pushed Xie Chenju away, spinning around in an instant. At the entrance of the terrace, Shin Mingqiao and the others strode over, carrying boxes of fireworks, and upon seeing her, complained, You found such a good viewing spot, yet you were sneaking around here without telling us. Sang Mian forced a laugh. Har, we just arrived. Su Xuan glanced behind her, puzzled. Why is Master Xie sitting on the ground? Is he tired from standing? Sang Mian's heart sank. On the ground, the pushed-over Xie Chenju rubbed his arm, casting her a resentful glance. Sang Mian hurriedly helped him up, whispering, I'm sorry. I used too much strength just now. Xie Chenju shook his head at her, his gaze shifting to Shin Mingqiao and the others, expressionless. Shin Mingqiao suddenly rubbed his arms. Strange, I feel an almost imperceptible aura of hostility. Chu Yao, alert, added, I sensed it too. Su Xuan, frightened, exclaimed, could someone be trying to assassinate us? An evil cultivator, or a demon? When were you gazed at Xie Chenju, her pupils trembling in shock. Chapter 71. Sang Mian, I hear you are quite renowned. Sang Qian arrived late, exclaiming, aren't we supposed to set off fireworks? What are you all standing around for? Sang Mian replied, fireworks. Upon mentioning this, Shin Mingqiao immediately forgot the earlier interruption and exclaimed with excitement, yes, we didn't get enough of them earlier. Your brother specifically went to purchase more fireworks. This one's for you. He tossed a box of fireworks to her and then threw another to Xie Chenju, saying, this one's for you. Xie Chenju turned his face away and coldly stated, I don't want it, take it back. TSK. Shin Mingqiao forcibly shoved it into his hands, saying, don't be so polite with your senior brother. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. I can be considered half of that. Xie Chenju shot him a dark glance, warning, if you utter another word, what goes up in the sky will no longer be fireworks. Shin Mingqiao asked, then what will it be? Sang Mian responded softly, you. Shin Mingqiao was taken aback. Who's going to light it? Over there, Chu Yao formed a fire gesture and shouted, hurry over here. Shin Mingqiao rushed over eagerly. Seeing this, Sang Mian cheerfully shook Xie Chenju's arm, saying, come on, let's go set off the fireworks too. Xie Chenju picked up the box of fireworks that had been discarded on the ground and curved his lips slightly, all right. On the terrace, everyone stood in a row, igniting the fireworks in their hands. In an instant, the sound of explosions filled the air. The pitch-black sky blossomed with countless fiery blooms. They all tilted their heads in unison, their eyes reflecting the dazzling lights, smiles gracing their faces. Many years later, during midnight reveries, they would still often reminisce about this scene. At that time, they were in the prime of their youth. After frolicking for half the night, the group, fully sated and entertained, finally bid farewell to Saint-Jean. They walked shoulder to shoulder, laughing and joking, occasionally humming a tune out of tune. In the dream pavilion, Xiao Zhuchen stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance with a contemplative expression. A young man, resembling him by 3 parts, approached and followed his gaze, but saw nothing. "What are you looking at?" he inquired of Xiao Zhuchen. Xiao Zhuchen withdrew his gaze and replied softly, "I am watching a group of very happy people." Xiao Jing responded with a disinterested, "Oh," before changing the subject, "Brother, you will surely win the championship at this gathering of heroes, won't you?" Xiao Zhuchen slightly shook his head, "Not necessarily." Xiao Jing dismissed the concern, "But you are the most formidable senior brother among the younger generation of the immortal sect. Everyone says you will triumph." He gestured towards the banquet table filled with wine cups. "Look, some have already come to congratulate our father in advance. If you happen to lose, I can't imagine how many will laugh at our family. You can only win. Losing is not an option." Xiao Zhuchen pressed his fingers against his forehead. "Your birthday has already passed. I shall return to the Hall of Longevity. Everyone is here for you, attending my birthday banquet." Xiao Jing obstructed him. "If you leave now, everyone will be unhappy." Xiao Zhuchen said, "A Jing, brother." Xiao Jing interrupted, "You are the pride of our Xiao family." Xiao Zhuchen paused mid-step. Xiao Jing continued, "Have you truly become so detached after cultivating the path of indifference that you feel no connection to us?" After a long silence, Xiao Zhuchen silently returned to his seat. Almost simultaneously, his table was filled with crystalline wine cups. Looking up, he saw faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. "Master Xiao is indeed a once-in-a-century talent. We are all ashamed by comparison. The chief disciple of the immortal sect truly possesses extraordinary grace. This mere gathering of heroes will undoubtedly see Master Xiao clinch victory." Xiao Zhuchen remained silent. The atmosphere grew tense as the guests exchanged glances. Xiao Fu prompted, "Zhuchen." Xiao Zhuchen raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. The atmosphere returned to its lively state. Xiao Zhuchen turned his gaze towards the wide-open window. The night sky was serene. The fireworks had cooled. The next day, before dawn, Sang Mian was dragged from her bed by Zhu Yao. "Let us go practice swordsmanship." Sang Mian, still half asleep, blinked in confusion. "Where are we practicing?" Zhu Yao replied, "The training ground of the Hall of Longevity is open for all disciples of the immortal sect. If we arrive late, there may be no space left." Sang Mian struggled to get up. "Then let's hurry." As they stepped outside, Xu Xuyin and Wen Buyu were already waiting at the staircase. Sang Mian knocked on Xie Chenzhou's door and then kicked open Shen Mingchao's room. Shen Mingchao sat up in terror, his disheveled hair standing on end. "Who?" Sang Mian patted the doorframe. "Get up, we're practicing swordsmanship." Shen Mingchao flopped back down onto his bed, hurling a pillow at her. "Close the door and then get lost." Sang Mian said, "All right, we're leaving then." Shen Mingchao, unable to sleep, asked, "Are you all going?" Sang Mian replied, "Millimeter-ham." Shen Mingchao grumbled as he got out of bed and put on his shoes, rushing out while donning his outer robe. "I can't believe you all. We finally leave the sect, and you can't give me a day to rest." "You can rest," Sang Mian said. "We didn't force you." Shen Mingchao grimaced, "So you all break through while I remain stagnant, is that it?" Dressed neatly, Xie Chenju emerged from his room and overheard this, replying coolly, "Perhaps even with your efforts, you still may not break through." Shen Mingchao covered his ears. "I intend to bring you and Wen Bu down. Don't you mess with my resolve." Xie Chenju merely scoffed, seeing him don that black attire again. Zhu Yao sighed in relief. "Thank heavens, Xie Chenju, you are finally acting normal. I nearly didn't want to go out with you today." Xie Chenju clasped his hands behind his back, turning his face away. "I have always been normal." "Right." Zhu Yao rolled her eyes dramatically, pushing past him and striding down the stairs. Most areas within Yujing City were under a no-fly zone, except for travel to and from the Hall of Longevity. The group flew their swords to the training ground of the Hall of Longevity. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and many people had already arrived. There were not only sword cultivators but also other practitioners, and even a few musicians. Sang Yan looked on with eager anticipation, curious about the melodies they would play. They took out a 2-stringed instrument and played Moonlight over the second spring. Listeners could not help but be moved to tears, Sang Yan thought. She suppressed the urge to throw coins and quietly turned away, hoping to find something in her storage bag to block her ears. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her. Looking up, she saw a group of female cultivators standing a few steps away, their expressions unfriendly. "Are you Sang Yan from the Xiaoyao sect?" Sang Yan, puzzled, replied, "Is there something you need?" They crossed their arms, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and sneered, "Sang Yan, we hear you are quite famous." Sang Yan responded with a slow, bewildered question mark. Chapter 72, Offer you 5 million. Leave my brother. Xie Chenju approached, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What is the matter?" Just as Sang Yan was about to speak, a path opened up in front of her, and a young man slowly emerged from the crowd. Noticing that he bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Zhucheng, Sang Yan restrained the impatient Xie Chenju and asked, "Who are you?" He cast a glance at Sang Yan, his eyes reflecting a mix of disdain, indifference, and a hint of coldness. Then he casually tossed a storage pouch, stating, "Here are 5 million spirit stones, leave my brother." Sang Yan responded, "Ho. Not enough." He scrutinized her expression and sneered, "Then I shall add another 5 million. He tossed another storage pouch. Sang Yan was taken aback, "Ho. Still not sufficient. Har, you truly are, as I imagined, insatiably greedy." He threw down several more pouches, declaring, 35 million, leave Xiao Zhucheng." Sang Yan could only remain silent. How infuriating. Setting aside everything else, she was genuinely tempted. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Yao also approached. Upon seeing the boy, who resembled a fortune-dispensing deity, her expression changed. "Xiao Jing, what madness are you up to now?" Xiao Jing, hands clasped behind his back, wore a solemn expression. "Zhu Yao, this is a matter between Sang Yan and me. It does not concern you." Zhu Yao kicked one of the storage pouches on the ground, retorting, "Take your filthy money back. Who do you think you're insulting? My junior sister is not interested." Sang Yan thought to herself, "Actually, I am a bit interested." Upon hearing Zhu Yao's words, Xiao Jing spoke coldly, "Since you refuse my offer, you shall face the consequences." At this point, his companions loudly admonished, "The martial arts arena is reserved for the disciples participating in the heroic assembly. She is not welcome here. Leave at once, or do not blame us for being impolite." Zhu Yao responded succinctly, "My junior sister will not leave, you should be the one to go." Xiao Jing exclaimed, "You." As it seemed they were about to come to blows, Sang Yan remained utterly confused. Su Xuan leaned in to explain softly, "This is the nemesis of our junior sister, the youngest son of the sect leader of the Xinjian sect, Xiao Jing. His brother is Xiao Zhucheng." Sang Yan inquired, "Isn't Xiao Zhucheng from the Eternal Life Palace?" Su Xuan clarified, "His exceptional talents led him to be selected by the leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, and he was sent to the Eternal Life Palace for training from a young age." Sang Yan questioned, "Then what does Xiao Jing want with me?" Su Xuan pulled her aside and produced a spirit communication stone. "Take a look at this." Sang Yan received it and scrolled through the posts on the square. The first post read, "The Medicine King Valley Incident." The second, "The young master of the 10,000 Poisons sect has died. The sect leader is furious and is offering a bounty." The third, "Will the ruthless path cultivators ever laugh?" Sang Yan furrowed her brow. She clicked on the third post. It featured Xiao Zhucheng and her. Someone had stealthily captured their conversation at the city gate with a recording stone, providing an elaborate 1,000-word analysis of Xiao Zhucheng's slight smile. The post concluded with sad smiley. "It is well known that the Ruthless Path has a 100 admission rate for the Eternal Life Palace's sword cultivators, but a 0 graduation rate. How long until Xiao Zhucheng follows in the footsteps of his master and seniors? We shall wait and see." The comments section was rife with skepticism. From the mysterious sect, my spirit net must be malfunctioning. How could I possibly come across such absurdity? Clearly fake. I've reported it. From the beast tamer sect, agreed. Yet, other voices chimed in. From the ecstasy sect's red-haired beauty, which of my junior sisters is this, quietly taking down the unapproachable Xiao Zhucheng? From the ecstasy sect's blue-haired beauty, wow, my junior sister is amazing. From the ecstasy sect's blonde beauty, war, I was planning to wait until graduation to confront him, but never mind, there are so many cultivators at the Eternal Life Palace. I'll just choose someone else. From the second-in-command of the Boundless sect, can you ecstasy sect disciples leave the Eternal Life Palace students alone? We are all sword cultivators, why not go enjoy yourselves at the Shenzhen sect? From your father at the Shenzhen sect, thanks for the invite, but I politely decline. From the Shenzhen sect is actually your father, thanks for the invite, but I politely decline. Username hidden, it is said that the ecstasy sect is the nemesis of the ruthless path. I became a disciple of the ecstasy sect just for Xiao Zhucheng, yet he doesn't even spare me a glance. My heart is shattered. A parsing loose cultivator, hee, are you really doing this for the ecstasy sect's top disciple, Yu Qingxi, or for Xiao Zhucheng? Your profile is filled with little essays about Yu Qingxi, I can't bear to expose you. Username hidden, what, can't I admire someone? A parsing loose cultivator, admiring someone is fine, but don't do it in my territory. It's bad luck. Disciples from the Falling Flower sect are all delightful, everyone, stop arguing, the person is right here, and the footage is authentic. By the way, that isn't an ecstasy sect disciple, but the junior sister from the Shenzhen sect, San Yan. The red-haired beauty from the ecstasy sect exclaimed. Your father at the Shenzhen sect, wow, my junior sister is amazing. Incredibly polite disciple from the Shenzhen sect, wow, my junior sister is amazing. Disciple from the Shenzhen sect who never swears, wow, my junior sister is amazing. Upon seeing this, Sang Yan thought, the spirit net in the cultivation world is terrifyingly potent. No wonder so many people were stealing glances at her along the way. It turned out to be because of this. Meanwhile, Xiaojing and Chu Yao continued their quarrel. Xiaojing spoke ominously, Song Chu Yao, do you wish to fight me? Chu Yao scoffed, as if you could ever defeat me. You would be crying to your mother in no time. Xiaojing, enraged, blurted out, at least I have a mother to cry to. Chu Yao's face darkened instantly, say that again if you dare. Xiaojing defiantly replied, I will say it. Not only do you lack a mother, but your father also. Before he could finish, a gust of sword energy grazed his face. With a resounding crash, the tiles behind him shattered. Sang Yan shook her hand, the sword in her grip, and brushed the dust off her sleeve. Xiaojing, clutching his left cheek, stared in disbelief. You dare hit me? Just as Sang Yan was about to speak, Shen Mingchao scoffed derisively, expertly interjecting, of course, we would hit you. Do we need to choose a date for it? Xiaojing, infuriated, shouted at his followers, what are you standing there for? She has already made her move. Coming to their senses, they prepared to retaliate with fierce expressions. A flying sword descended from the sky, its blade radiating with energy. The crowd recoiled in shock and fear. The spirit sword returned to Wenbuyu's hand. The young man, his demeanor far from the usual warmth, spoke coldly, Xiao Dao friend, please think twice. Xiaojing, fuming, retorted, Wenbuyu, are you Song Chuyao's dog? Why are you always here? Silence. Another flash of sword light darted by, and the young man in white landed gracefully, his expression frigid. Seeing him, Xiaojing immediately wilted, brother, they struck first. Xiao Zhucheng replied coldly, if you had not provoked them, they would not have made a move. Return home and accept your punishment. Xiaojing gritted his teeth in frustration but dared not speak further. Xiao Zhucheng took a couple of steps forward and bowed respectfully to Chu Yao. My younger sibling spoke rashly. I ask for your forgiveness, Dao friend Song. Chu Yao huffed in disdain and turned to leave. Wenbuyu and his companions hurried to catch up with her. Sang Yan was about to follow when Xiao Zhucheng's gaze fell upon her, looking apologetic. Junior sister Sang, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I shall ensure that Xiao Jing is properly disciplined. Sang Yan waved her hand dismissively, saying, you had better truly discipline him, otherwise, I fear he might find himself in a sack while walking alone at night. Xiao Zhuqing gazed at her retreating figure, pressing his lips together before turning away. Xiao Jing remained unconvinced. I merely wanted to teach that Sang Yan a lesson. It was Song Chu Yao who insisted on arguing with me. Xiao Zhuqing ordered, return home and transcribe the sect rules 3,000 times. Xiao Jing protested, brother. Xiao Zhuqing reiterated, 5,000 times. I only did it for your sake, Xiao Jing exclaimed incredulously, and you still side with her. It seems you have indeed been bewitched by her. I shall inform father at once. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Xiao Zhuqing turned to the group following Xiao Jing and commanded, bring him back and have him transcribe the sect rules 10,000 times. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Xiao Zhuqing added, if you fail to capture him, you shall transcribe the rules 10,000 times. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they hurriedly chased after Xiao Jing. Thus, this farce finally drew to a close. Just as Xiao Zhuqing was about to depart, a disciple from the Eternal Life Palace rushed over. Senior brother, the palace master requests your presence. Xiao Zhuqing paused for a moment, then nodded, understood. He lifted his foot to leave when he noticed an object lying on the ground. Bending down, he picked it up. It was a pouch embroidered with white plum blossoms, the vine attached to the tie having been severed by the sword energy, now hanging limply. Xiao Zhuqing's movements faltered slightly. Is this hers? Chapter 73. Have you ever been moved? After leaving the training ground, Zhu Yao and her companions returned to the inn. Zhu Yao remained sullen, prompting Su Xuan to coax her gently. Little junior sister, do not be upset. Let us go buy some delicious treats. Sang Yan added, I've heard there's a shop nearby renowned for its delectable candied fruits. Let us go sample them together. Zhu Yao nodded in quiet agreement, but after taking only a few steps, she kicked over the jade Chalene statue at the entrance of the inn, her frustration mounting. I should have given that scoundrel Xiao Jing a good beating. Just then, the innkeeper happened to pass by, looking bewildered. When Buyu hurriedly interjected, we will compensate for the damage. He reached for his waist, suddenly exclaiming, oh. Sang Yan inquired, what is it? When Buyu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, my pouch has fallen again. The tether must have been severed by the sword energy. Sang Yan sighed as she paid for the damages, saying, senior brother, it would be wise to abandon this fashionable accessory, lest you become a wandering money spender. When Buyu asked, what is a fashionable accessory? Sang Yan explained, it refers to an embellishment. When Buyu's eyes brightened in understanding, I see. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Eternal Life Palace, a disciple pushed open the doors and bowed respectfully, reporting, Palace Master, Senior Brother Xiao has been brought here. The man seated on the mat slowly opened his eyes, commanding, you may leave. Yes. The disciple withdrew, and Xiao Zhuqing entered the hall. Inside, he found not only the Palace Master, Emai Xingyu, but also, Father, I can assure you with utmost certainty, he has indeed developed feelings for that disciple of the carefree sect. Xiao Jing declared loudly. Beside him, Xiao's father and mother exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Xiao's father inquired, Zhuqing, is there truth to this matter? Xiao Zhuqing shook his head, his gaze clear, Father, this is merely a misunderstanding. Xiao's mother, her face etched with concern, urged, you are the hope of our Xiao family. You must maintain clarity of heart and not be swayed by others. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhuqing replied, indeed. Xiao Jing shouted, he is lying, I even saw him secretly hiding Sang Yan's pouch. Xiao Zhuqing's hand, concealed within his sleeve, tightened. Xiao's father, in a fit of rage, demanded, you dare deceive us. Xiao Zhuqing stammered, I hand it over. Xiao's father commanded. Xiao Zhuqing clenched his fist tightly, refusing to move. Xiao's mother, her eyes red-rimmed, trembled as she pointed at him, Zhuqing, do you realize the great expectations we have for you? Xiao Zhuqing spoke softly, Mother, this truly is just a misunderstanding. Xiao's father scolded, still trying to defend yourself. Where did these rumors originate? Xiao Zhuchen replied, I merely find Miss Sang interesting and wish to befriend her, nothing more. Xiao's father retorted, today you wish to befriend her, tomorrow you may desire to be with her. Feeling weary, Xiao Zhuchen pinched the bridge of his nose, saying, Father, you are being overly narrow-minded. Smack! A slap, accompanied by the rush of wind, landed on Xiao Zhuchen's face, which he did not evade, receiving the blow squarely. A red mark immediately bloomed on his cheek. He bowed his head, remaining silent. Mi Xingyu, who had yet to speak, asked in a soft voice, Zhuchen, I ask you only once, have you ever been moved by her? Xiao Zhuchen knelt, responding deliberately, disciple has not. In the next moment, the pouch flew from his sleeve, suspended in mid-air. Xiao's father queried, then whose pouch is this, why did you conceal it? Xiao Zhuchen, utterly exhausted, felt no inclination to speak further. Xiao's father sneered, refusing to speak, very well, we shall investigate ourselves. With a flick of his sleeve, he cast a spell, causing the pouch to shimmer and emit a veil of mist. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing the figure within. A young man clad in simple white robes, gazing down with a gentle smile, exuding warmth like jade, Xiao Zhuchen. Xiao's father, Xiao Jing, Xiao's mother, Xiao Jing, in disbelief, exclaimed, is this the senior brother Wen Buyu of the Carefree sect? My brother has hidden his pouch. With a resounding thump, Xiao's mother fainted. Xiao Jing cried out, Mother, mother, what is wrong? Xiao's father, his eyes wide and trembling, stammered, you are. Xiao Zhuchen pressed his fingers to his temples and rose, stating, Master, I shall take my leave. Mi Xingyu replied. You may go. Xiao Zhuchen turned to depart, oblivious to the gloomy atmosphere that lingered behind him. A member of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance approached him, whispering, Senior Brother Xiao, those from the Carefree sect have been apprehended. Xiao Zhuchen asked, on what grounds? The member replied, for fighting in public. Xiao Zhuchen turned back for a moment, sighing softly, understood, I shall go take a look. Time rewound to not long ago, at the entrance of the Candid Fruit Shop. Sang Yan, holding her sugar-preserved plums, asked Xie Chenju, have you made your choice yet? I am about to pay. Xie Chenju glanced at her and tossed her a storage bag. Sang Yan queried, what is this? Xie Chenju replied, my savings. Sang Yan opened it to find it filled to the brim with spirit stones, her eyes widening in disbelief, you are so wealthy. Xie Chenju scoffed lightly, I've told you before, I am not poor. Sang Yan asked, are you truly giving this to me? Xie Chenju affirmed, yes. Sang Yan, feeling slightly overwhelmed, hesitated, perhaps it would be better if, Xie Chenju nonchalantly stated, what is mine is yours, naturally. Sang Yan could not suppress a grin, feigning seriousness as she declared, since you insist, I shall graciously accept. She happily tucked the storage bag away. Xie Chenju's brows arched in delight as he glanced around, then discreetly reached out to hold her fingertips through his sleeve. By the way, Junior's sister sang, that Jade Chalene, the two turned in response to the voice. Behind them, Wen Buyu observed with wide eyes, his pupils trembling, Xie Chenju, Sang Yan, what is happening? Shen Mingqiao, blissfully unaware, squeezed through, eagerly asking Sang Yan, hey, are your plums tasty? Are they sour? Don't be so stingy, let me have a taste. Chapter 74, Behold my once handsome visage. Xie Chenju strode forward, gripping the astonished Wen Buyu as he departed. Sang Yan hastily handed a bag of plums to Shen Mingqiao, intending to follow Xie Chenju, when a few mocking voices pierced through the air. Clearly older than others, yet she follows them around, calling herself Junior's sister, how eager she is to curry favor. Several cultivators pointed and jeered at Su Xuan, who was selecting preserved fruits. If she didn't do this, how could an orphan like her sustain her current lifestyle? After all, even if she is neglected, she is still the daughter of the sect leader. From head to toe, everything she possesses is a gift from Chu Yao, isn't it? Picking up the discarded remnants of Chu Yao, does she not possess a shred of self-respect? What value does self-respect hold? Su Xuan's complexion grew increasingly pale. Laughter erupted around her, and she dropped the preserved fruits, fleeing from the shop. Chu Yao approached the group with a cold demeanor. They regarded her warily. What do you want? Chu Yao kicked the foremost individual, exclaiming, "You insolent fool! I'll teach you a lesson today." Screams filled the air as the counter toppled, plunging the scene into chaos. Shen Mingqiao anxiously urged Sang Nian, "You must restrain her." Sang Nian replied hastily, "Don't fight here. Take it outside." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and charged forward, declaring, "Today, I shall show you what it means to be the champion of the Xiaoyao sect." Just as Shen Mingqiao let out a sigh of relief, he was met with confusion. A brawl ensued, spilling from the shop into the street, creating utter pandemonium. Shen Mingqiao, caught in the middle, was frantically trying to mediate, only to be struck repeatedly, his vision blurring with stars as he cried out, "Xie Chenju, Wen Buyu, where have you gone? I'm going to be beaten to death, I truly will." Both Xie Chenju and Wen Buyu, accompanied by the Wanxian alliance, arrived simultaneously. The leading man raised his hand, declaring, "Dare to brawl in the streets of Yujing. Everyone involved will be apprehended." Shen Mingqiao, bruised and battered, felt the weight of despair. He pointed incredulously at himself, "Am I included?" The man affirmed, "Indeed." Shen Mingqiao protested, "This is unjust. I did nothing but mediate. Why must I be arrested? This is an injustice." The man regarded him knowingly. "If you were merely mediating, how could you be injured so severely? Spare me your nonsense, you will serve your time." Tears welled in Shen Mingqiao's eyes as he gazed upward, elegantly uttering, "Damn." The group was taken back to the Wanxian alliance, neatly arranged in a cell, exchanging glances. Sang Nian tugged her disheveled hair, feeling a pang of regret for her impulsiveness. "Look at my face," Shen Mingqiao exclaimed, stuffing 2 wads of paper into his nostrils to staunch the relentless flow of blood, choking out, "Behold what has become of my once handsome visage. What have you done to it? It is innocent." Sang Nian lowered her head, feeling guilty. Chu Yao whistled at the ceiling. Shen Mingqiao turned to Wen Buyu and the others, lamenting, "Where were you both at the crucial moment? Do you have any idea what I've endured?" Xie Chenju coughed awkwardly, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. Wen Buyu's expression was a mix of embarrassment and sympathy. "Shen junior brother, you have endured much." He gently patted Shen Mingqiao's head, tenderly removing the makeshift blood-stopping paper, only for 2 streams of blood to erupt, cascading down Shen Mingqiao's chin. "Shen Mingqiao, Wen Buyu, .. Wen Buyu silently replaced the paper. Shen Mingqiao fell to the ground with a cry, "I refuse to associate with you lot any longer. I shall renounce my sect immediately." Suddenly, Sang Nian tugged at his sleeve, frantically winking at him. Shen Mingqiao forcefully pulled away. "Your pleas are futile. Shen, am a man of my word. I shall renounce." He turned to find Song Lanfeng, smiling at the prison door. Shen Mingqiao, in an instant, he stood upright, obediently stating, "Disciple Shen Mingqiao, greetings to the sect leader." The others similarly bowed in respect. Song Lanfeng nodded slightly, speaking gently, "I trust none of you have sustained injuries." Chu Yao, clutching her skirt, spoke softly, "I apologize, I should not have fought." Song Lanfeng sighed, "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters." Xiao Zhuchen entered the cell, noticing Song Lanfeng's presence, and bowed his head. "Sect leader Song." Song Lanfeng replied, "Daoist Xiao, I have already spoken with the alliance leader. They may leave." Xiao Zhuchen hesitated. Just then, another individual strode in. "Nian Nian." Sang Nian's eyes lit up. "Brother." Sang Qian hurried forward, his expression darkening upon seeing blood on her sleeve. "Who has harmed you this way?" Shen Mingqiao weakly raised his hand. "Actually, that is my blood." Sang Qian instantly relaxed. "As long as you're fine, that's what matters." He then cast a glance at Song Lanfeng and Xiao Zhuchen, fixing his gaze on Xiao Zhuchen. "This must be Daoist Xiao," he remarked, "truly, as the legends say, strikingly handsome." Sang Nian interjected, "Brother, get to the point." Sang Qian cleared his throat, producing an item from his sleeve. "I am Sang Nian's elder brother. This is the alliance leader's decree. The fine has been paid in full. I shall take these children with me." Xiao Zhuchen accepted the document, perusing it carefully before signaling for the cell door to be opened. The group lined up and stood at attention. Xiao Zhuchen spoke in a calm tone, "Should this occur again, the penalties will be severe." Yes. Shen Mingqiao fervently nodded, there will absolutely not be a next time. Let us go, Zhang Qian said, to sign the paperwork. They nodded and followed Xiao Zhuchen out. Zhang Qian lingered at the back when suddenly, Song Lanfeng called out, Daoist Sang, please wait. Zhang Qian turned, bewildered, is there a matter? Song Lanfeng replied, I am the sect leader of Xiaoyao sect, Song Lanfeng. Zhang Qian's expression became serious, my apologies. I was unaware of your identity and may have been disrespectful. Song Lanfeng smiled, it is of no consequence. Zhang Qian inquired, may I ask why the sect leader has summoned me? Song Lanfeng replied, it is a lengthy tale. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Qian addressed Sang Nian, who awaited at the entrance, you all return to the inn first. I shall join you shortly. Sang Nian responded with an "oh," urging him to hurry before dashing off. As Zhang Qian redirected his attention to speak, he noticed Song Lanfeng gazing after his sister, his expression complex. Zhang Qian furrowed his brow, blocking Song Lanfeng's view, sect leader, this way please. Song Lanfeng followed him into an adjacent vacant interrogation room. Once the door closed, they were alone. Zhang Qian stated, if the sect leader has something to say, please do so directly. Song Lanfeng spoke in a subdued tone, the jade pendant of blue lotus you wear indicates you are from Qingju. Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Song Lanfeng continued, or perhaps you are the lord of Qingju, Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian replied, the sect leader's insight is commendable. However, I hope the sect leader will keep this confidential. He added, Nian Nian does not wish for others to know she hails from Qingju. Song Lanfeng remained silent for a long moment before saying, Nian Nian's surname is Song. Zhang Qian's expression froze. Song Lanfeng continued, the former leader of Yaowang Valley has confirmed that Nian Nian is indeed my child. Chapter 75, Practicing Swordsmanship. Are you bringing a sword? What do you need me for? The room was so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. After a long pause, Zhang Qian spoke with a blank expression, the sect master is joking. I recall that the sect master's late wife had only one child, Chuyu. Song Lanfeng murmured, Chuyu. Before he could finish, Zhang Qian impatiently interrupted him, regardless, Zhang Nian is the sole young lady of Qingju. She could never be someone's illegitimate daughter. Song Lanfeng spoke softly, I wish to be her father. Zhang Qian scoffed, because of your foolish and ill-timed affections, the entire Xianyao sect already harbors doubts about Nian Nian. If you were to reveal this matter to the world, how would others view Nian Nian? And what would they think of Chuyu? At this point, he could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, do you wish to ruin the bond between these two children? Song Lanfeng fell silent. Zhang Qian turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he paused momentarily, glanced over his shoulder, and said coldly, Nian Nian need not know of this matter. Do you understand my meaning? Song Lanfeng lowered his gaze to the ground, and after a long while, he forcefully closed his eyes. I understand. Bang! The door slammed shut. Song Lanfeng opened his left palm. There, a particularly grotesque old scar almost traversed the entire surface of his hand. The once promising lines of his palm were split in two, as if fate itself had been rewritten. He slowly curled his fingers, as if grasping that scar along with his past. It is my fault. He murmured, all of this is my fault. Inside the inn, Su Shuain had yet to return. Sang Nian said, I will go look for her. Chuyu replied, let us split up and search. As the two rose, they unexpectedly bumped into two familiar figures. Master Biko. Sang Nian looked at Biko and then at Yang Yuan, puzzled, how did you come to Yujing with my master? Biko shrugged, the Xianyao sect was too dull, so I brought your master along, hoping to catch some excitement. Yang Yuan scanned the crowd, his voice low and grave, what happened here? Shen Mingqiao stammered, it's nothing, just a little mishap. Let us not dwell on that. We must find a yin. Chuyu urged, let us hurry. Biko said, looking for someone, allow me to calculate her whereabouts. Amidst the anxious gazes of everyone, she began to calculate and suddenly smiled, no need to search. Someone will bring her back. Chuyu inquired, who when? Biko pointed to the entrance, right now. As her words fell, two figures indeed appeared at the inn's entrance, Su Xuan and Dot. As the sun set, the young man in purple smiled at them. The agate pendant by his ear sparkled brilliantly, Shen Mingchao's legs buckled, and he hurriedly supported Sang Nian, his eyes wide with astonishment. Sang Nian's eyes widened in surprise as well. The young man departed, and Chu Yu suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, How is it him? Sang Nian and Shen Mingchao chorused, Do you know him? Chu Yu replied, He is you. That gentleman is young Master Yu. Su Xuan whispered, I lost my way, and just when I was at a loss, I happened to encounter him. He brought me back. Shen Mingchao picked up on a subtle change. You've known each other for quite some time. Su Xuan stuttered, We met once last night. Shen Mingchao's eyes widened in realization. No wonder your face was so flushed back then. It turns out you met him. Su Xuan's face turned crimson. Did I? You did, Shen Mingchao affirmed, just like now, very red. Su Xuan quickly covered her face. I'll head back to my room. She dashed up the stairs. Shen Mingchao, perplexed, asked, Did I say something wrong? It's precisely because you said nothing wrong. Sang Nian patted his shoulder. Sometimes, it's best to play the part of a mute. Shen Mingchao scratched his head. All right. Before long, he seemed to discover something significant. Why does Xie Chenju look so grim? It's unsettling. If a child saw him, they'd surely have nightmares for a whole night. Sang Nian facepalmed. I already told you to be mute. Ignoring Shen Mingchao's protests, Xie Chenju forcibly dragged him out. Shen Mingchao struggled desperately. What are you doing? Xie Chenju's expression remained impassive, practicing swordsmanship. Shen Mingchao protested, If you're practicing swordsmanship, why do you need to bring me along? Xie Chenju smiled. Take a guess. Wen Wuyu, filled with concern, followed closely. Xie Shidi, do not harm anyone. It's wrong to kill. Biko watched Xie Chenju's retreating figure, and once he vanished from sight, she turned back, so we don't need to search anymore. Sang Nian replied, No need. Biko gathered a handful of sunflower seeds in her palm, then let us sit down and chat. Have there been any new developments in the past few days? Yang Yuan frowned. Biko insisted, Don't just sit idly. Isn't Xie Chenju going to practice swordsmanship? Hurry and go guide them. Yang Yuan hesitated for a moment, nodded at Sang Nian, and strode out of the inn. Biko gestured for Sang Nian and Chu Yu to sit. Chu Yu shook her head. I'll go check on a yin, you all can talk. Once Chu Yu left, only Sang Nian and Biko remained at the table. Seeing Sang Nian watch Chu Yu depart, Biko seemed to recall something and sighed. Your mothers are at odds, yet you two have become good friends. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Sang Nian asked, At odds? Biko explained, Chu Yu's mother, Wu Yue, is the daughter of the former sect master. She and Jingxian have always been at odds, often clashing. Indeed, Chu Yu's temperament is just like her mother's. Sang Nian awkwardly laughed. Oh, is that so? Biko chuckled. Back then, Yang Yuan never had a moment's peace. Unable to confront them, he had to hide with me every day. Sang Nian remarked, Confront, my master is so composed, he surely wouldn't he do that. Composed? Biko laughed heartily. Yang Yuan was anything but composed back in those days. Sang Nian asked, Really? Biko continued, Do you know why there are no other sects near the Xianyao sect? Sang Nian replied, Why? Biko stated, Because they were all driven away by your master and his sword. Sang Nian was astonished. What? They moved away overnight, leaving only the Xianyao sect in the Qinyu mountain area. Biko complained, It's desolate beyond measure. Sang Nian had never imagined that Yang Yuan had once been so audacious. She was even more concerned about another question, so why has he changed to what he is now? Biko sighed, Actually, it's a secret. Sang Nian replied, All right then, I won't he ask. Biko added, But as long as you don't tell anyone else, it won't he be considered a breach of confidentiality. Sang Nian's lips twitched. It seemed that all the widely circulated secrets in the Xianyao sect originated from this one. Biko glanced around and lowered her voice. Yang Yuan's sword bone has broken. Chapter 76. Can I possibly like Xie Chenju? San Yan's face was filled with astonishment. Biko lowered her voice even further, saying, he was injured during a journey, his sword bones shattered completely, and he could no longer wield a sword. And after that, he became increasingly despondent, until, San Yan hurriedly inquired, until what? Baiku replied, until he came to terms with it. San Yan pressed on, aren't there any details in between? What more details do you need? Baiku stated, aside from him finding some acceptance, is there any other way? He can't just reattach the broken sword bones. San Yan remarked, without the sword bones, how did he become as formidable as he is now? Baiku chuckled, he trained relentlessly. Trained how? Baiku laughed, what other way is there to train? He practiced sitting, standing, lying down, regardless, he is now even more powerful than before. San Yan felt a surge of respect. Stripped of his sword bones, the once favored son of heaven had plummeted from the clouds. For an ordinary person, their mindset would have shattered into pieces long ago, let alone starting anew. The effort that Yang Yuan put forth to reach his current level is likely unmatched by anyone else in existence. All right, now you are the second person, aside from me, who knows this secret. Baiku said with a look of satisfaction, after so many years of keeping it to myself, I finally found someone to discuss it with. She emphasized, remember to keep it a secret. No one must know. Feeling an inexplicable pressure, San Yan replied, understood. It's a pity you can't enter this secret realm. Baiku sighed, this time, the Immortal Alliance is opening the fabled Guishu realm. San Yan was left bewildered, Guishu. In the original text, it was merely an ordinary secret realm. How could the Guishu suddenly appear? Baiku gestured for her to remain calm. This is just my personal insider information, don't get too excited just yet. San Yan was perplexed. The secret realm opened by the Immortal Alliance at the Gathering of Heroes appears to be an ordinary secret realm on the surface, yet, Baiku beckoned her closer with a finger, and San Yan instinctively leaned in. Baiku whispered, however, within the secret realm lies a path leading to the Guishu realm. As long as you pass through, you can reach Guishu. Legend has it that all beings who have died and have not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation reside there. Only those with faith can witness it. San Yan began to piece it together. In other words, if Jingxian had not entered reincarnation after his death, then she could encounter him in Guishu. San Yan's eye sparkled. This way, she would finally discover who had killed Jingxian. But would Jingxian truly be there? After all these years, he had likely already reincarnated beside her. Baiku suddenly sighed softly, her voice barely audible, if only I could enter. Her gaze drifted far away, lost in the vast clouds on the horizon, and a subtle melancholy spread across her brow. I truly wish to see my departed loved ones again. San Yan instinctively asked, Elder, are your loved ones no longer with us? As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how foolish the question was. Elder Baiku had lived for over several hundred years. Unless something extraordinary occurred, her loved ones had long since passed. Sure enough, Baiku snapped back to reality, smiling with a hint of loneliness, they are all gone. My former family, friends, and even the flowers and little rabbits I cared for are no longer here. San Yan quickly asked, if you could see them again, Elder, is there something you would like to say to them? Baiku replied helplessly, as if I could really see them again. San Yan chuckled awkwardly, I'm just asking hypothetically, if you could really see them, what would you want to say? What would I want to say? Baiku propped her chin on her hand, lost in thought. After a moment, she softly replied, I wouldn't forget. San Yan asked, you wouldn't forget? Yes, Baiku affirmed, that is what I would want to convey to them. San Yan pondered carefully, and suddenly understood, I see. Not forgetting meant she would forever remember them. Even if separated by realms, they would still live on in her heart. San Yan gently patted Baiku's arm, offering comfort, Elder, if they could see you now, they would surely feel a sense of pride. Baiku blinked in surprise, really? San Yan replied earnestly, it would be even better if you drank less during class. Get lost. Baiku laughed and playfully pretended to hit her. Sangyan dodged her hand, nimbly fleeing upstairs, leaning over the railing to wave at her. Elder, I'm going to sleep now, you go drink, and I won't tell the master. Baiku gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Sangyan cheerfully pushed open the door to her room. She emptied her storage bag, spilling all her magical artifacts onto the floor, filling half the room. Liu Liu rubbed its eyes and flew out of her consciousness, yawning. What are you doing? Sangyan replied nonchalantly, preparing for the secret realm. Liu Liu thought for a moment and finally recalled this plot point. Oh right, there will be an unexpected incident, and all disciples present will be drawn into the secret realm. Sangyan said, otherwise, what was the point of my hard work in cultivation during this time? Liu Liu advised, once you enter, just stay low-key like the original host. Don't worry about rankings or anything. The secret realm will close in half a month, and you'll naturally come out. Sangyan was eager, but I want to take first place. Liu Liu retorted, you look like a first place. Sangyan pouted, continuing to tidy up her pile of items. I wish I could go to Guishu. Liu Liu asked, what? Sangyan explained, Elder Baiku's loved ones are in Guishu. If I could find a way there, I could convey messages to her family spirit. Liu Liu still looked puzzled. Where is Guishu? Sangyan thought for a moment. Could you check the navigation and see if it can guide us there? Liu Liu didn't understand but complied. Hey, there really is a place on the map, it exclaimed. Sangyan said, show me. A sheepskin map materialized in midair, and in the corner, the words Guishu were faintly written. Sangyan asked, why can't I see the route? Liu Liu replied, of course, we haven't entered. The map hasn't been fully activated. All right. Sangyan's gaze fell to other areas of the map, and she suddenly asked, can you see the location of Xiaohuarshan? Liu Liu responded, let me check. After a while, it said, no, I can't. Sangyan asked, can't? The system indicates that Xiaohuarshan is currently deliberately hidden. Liu Liu explained, it requires a certain artifact to unlock. Sangyan inquired, what artifact? Liu Liu shook its head, I don't know. All I know is that it's quite important. Sangyan felt slightly disappointed. Understood. Liu Liu noticed her strange expression and asked, what's wrong? Sangyan hesitated for a moment and communicated with it mentally. Not long ago, it seemed like someone was watching me. Liu Liu responded with curiosity. Sangyan continued, you all didn't notice, but I felt it. Someone was secretly observing my every move. Liu Liu hurriedly asked, what about now? Sangyan shook her head, I can't feel it anymore. Perhaps the person had switched to a more advanced technique. Or perhaps that individual had released her. Liu Liu conducted a thorough inspection of her. Strange, nothing seems to be wrong. Could it be your imagination? Sangyan felt a twinge of unease. I hope it's just an illusion. Liu Liu gently patted her head with its wings, offering comfort. Don't be afraid. Now your task is half complete, and you'll soon be able to leave here. Sangyan paused, as if recalling something, and replied, let us hope so. You were so close to succeeding before. Liu Liu lamented, if only you could control that mouth of yours. You always end up angering Xie Chenju. Sangyan remarked, Xie Chenju is easy to appease. She set down her machete and said earnestly, throughout his journey, he has faced an overwhelming amount of hostility, and almost no one has treated him kindly. So, as long as you show him a bit. After a long while, she quietly asked Liu Liu, can I like him? Chapter 77, No Favoring Him, Understand. Liu Liu, hands on her hips, declared, what do you think? The reply came, you don't want to go back, do you? Sangyan rested her chin on her hand and sighed, fine, I shall endeavor to restrain myself from liking him too much. Liu Liu, brimming with pride, responded, fear not, for the clever me has devised a plan. Sangyan inquired, what plan? Liu Liu whispered devilishly, I shall regale you with 200 disparaging remarks about Xie Chenju each day, snuffing out any budding feelings you may have for him. Sangyan playfully punched her on the head, saying, having you around truly is a blessing. Liu Liu rubbed her sore head, tearfully lamenting, "If you keep hitting me like this, I will truly send you to coal mine." Sang Yan flicked her forehead, growling, "If you're going to cry, go do it elsewhere. You're exhausting all the good fortune in this house with your incessant wailing." "Liu Liu, QAQ, but I'm just a little chick." Sang Yan retorted fiercely, "So what if you're a chick? Chicks shouldn't cry." Liu Liu pouted, "You're bullying me." "You're mean, I'm going to report you to headquarters." Sang Yan scoffed, "Reporting to headquarters won't help, they can't do anything." Liu Liu startled Smiley. Oh, in the adjoining room, Su Xuan was likewise polishing her sword. Zhu Yao sat across from her, legs crossed. "Don't take their words to heart. I had a run-in with those people, and now they are still languishing in the Wanxian Alliance's prison." Su Xuan smiled at her. "I've grown accustomed to such remarks since childhood, it's nothing." Zhu Yao insisted, "Don't be upset." Su Xuan set down her sword, took Zhu Yao's hand, and said earnestly, Yao, I am not upset." Zhu Yao crouched beside Su Xuan, resting her head on her knee, gazing into her eyes as she murmured, "Yin, aside from father and senior brother, you are the most important person to me." Su Xuan gently stroked her soft hair. "Indeed, you are also the most important person to me." Zhu Yao grasped her hand and rubbed her face against it, saying, "So let us not be swayed by others, and do not let their discord affect us, all right?" Su Xuan's eyes shimmered with gentle laughter. "Never. We will always remain the best of friends." At last, Zhu Yao smiled, extending her pinky with a childish request, "Pinky swear." Su Xuan linked her finger with Zhu Yao's. "Pinky swear, for 100 years, no changes allowed." "Those who change," Zhu Yao said, "are little dogs." Su Xuan replied, "Agreed, little dogs." They sealed their promise. Zhu Yao finally felt the weight lift from her heart and began to inquire about other matters. "What is going on between you and Yu Qingxi? How did he end up bringing you back?" Upon mentioning him, Su Xuan felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I was sitting on the ground, crying, when he suddenly descended from the heavens, offered me a handkerchief to wipe my tears, and even tried to make me laugh, and then, realizing something, she asked, 'What did you just call him?' Zhu Yao repeated, 'Yu Qingxi.' Su Xuan's smile froze, disbelief evident on her face. "He is that rake known as Yu Qingxi." Zhu Yao responded with curiosity, "Did you not know his surname was Yu? You even called him Young Master Yu." Su Xuan retorted, "He told me his name was Yu Shi, as in the moon." Zhu Yao immediately grew furious. "How could he deliberately deceive you? I thought so highly of him, and it turns out he is just another scoundrel." Su Xuan remained dazed, seemingly unable to process the revelation. Zhu Yao declared angrily, "You must never associate with that person again. He is insincere, adept at charming girls with tricks. Next time we meet, I will certainly give him a good beating." Su Xuan snapped back to reality, her expression a blend of sadness and frustration. "Understood." Zhu Yao straightened, cupping her chin with both hands to force her to meet her gaze. "You must not like him, do you hear?" Su Xuan's cheeks flushed as she emphasized, "I do not like him. What I like are people like Xiao Zhuochen and senior brother." Zhu Yao replied, "That is acceptable." Su Xuan questioned, "What do you mean?" Zhu Yao said cheerfully, "You can like senior brother, that way, the three of us can always be together." Su Xuan sighed, poking her forehead, "Silly, wait until you truly understand what liking someone means before discussing this with me." Zhu Yao, puzzled, asked, "I like you and I like senior brother. Can't we always be together?" Su Xuan, unwilling to delve further into the topic, urged her, "All right, it's getting late, you should return to your room and rest." Zhu Yao reluctantly stood, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." Su Xuan escorted her to the door. "Sleep well." As Zhu Yao crossed the threshold, she suddenly turned back, arms wide open, embracing Su Xuan. "From now on, do not call me junior sister," she said, "just sister." Su Xuan paused, then gently arched an eyebrow. "All right, henceforth you shall be the junior sister, and I will be the senior sister." The young man in black passed by them with an unwavering gaze. He knocked on the door to the next room. After a short while, the damp and disheveled Sang Yan opened the door, surprised. Xie Chenju, what brings you here at such an hour? Xie Chenju stepped into her room, closing the door behind him without uttering a word. Sang Yan settled down, pouring herself a cup of tea while drying her freshly washed hair, waiting for this enigmatic person to speak. Suddenly, Xie Chenju revealed a bouquet of deep mountain camellias, tightly grasped in his hand. The white blossoms were resplendent, glistening with fresh dew. Sang Yan gasped, "Where did you get these flowers?" Xie Chenju turned his face away. "I picked them up on my way back." He emphasized, just casually, not intentionally. Chapter 78. This child clearly bears the countenance of one who crawls in darkness day in and day out. Sang Yan smiled brightly as she accepted the flowers, lowering her head to inhale their fragrance. "They smell delightful." Xie Chenju raised the corner of his mouth, "Just like the scent that clings to you." "Is that so?" Sang Yan sniffed the flowers, then her own self. "It seems to be true." She lifted her face, her eyes sparkling. "Are you a little dog? Your nose is so keen." Xie Chenju playfully pinched the tip of her nose, setting aside the sword in his other hand to sit beside her. The towel she had just used to dry her hair lay nearby. He took a strand of her cool, raven locks and grasped the towel. The girl's hair had grown quite a bit longer, smooth and lustrous, akin to fine satin. His movements were clumsy as he carefully squeezed the water from the tips of her hair. Outside the window, the moonlight was thick, the tiles cold and dew-laden. Inside, the candlelight flickered softly, warmth from the tea mingling with the floral aroma. The youth's features were gentle. Sang Yan fidgeted restlessly, now toying with the flowers, now weighing his sword. "This sword is just like mine," she exclaimed with curiosity. Xie Chenju glanced over and replied, "It was given by the second elder." He was still unaccustomed to referring to his master as such. Sang Yan was drawn to an object attached to the sword's hilt, leaning in for a closer look. It was a jade die, smooth and glossy. It seemed somewhat familiar. Sang Yan inquired, "What is this?" Xie Chenju replied, "It is something you gifted to me." Sang Yan recalled, "It's from that octopus takoyaki dungeon, the defensive talisman I tossed to you. You actually kept it." She sighed in wonder, puzzled, "But why is it hanging from the sword hilt? It must be inconvenient in a fight." Xie Chenju remained silent. Sang Yan continued, "But it does look quite lovely. By the way, does your sword have a name?" Xie Chenju shook his head, "No." "Right, you have two swords. This one isn't your life sword, so it certainly wouldn't have a name." Sang Yan turned her head. "May I see your life sword again?" Xie Chenju hesitated briefly before forming a hand seal to summon the hidden life sword. A cold gleam flashed. Before Sang Yan could react, something nudged into her palm. Looking down, she saw the long sword she had encountered last time. This time, it greeted her with even more enthusiasm, forcefully bumping against the other sword adorned with the jade die, claiming both of her hands possessively. The heavy, icy blade hummed incessantly, seemingly cawing at her. Sang Yan felt as though she had stumbled upon something amusing, exclaiming, "Xie Chenju, your life sword really likes me." Xie Chenju responded with a simple millimeter, adding, "I like you as well." Sang Yan paused for a few seconds, then shifted the topic, "Does it have a name?" Xie Chenju replied, "No." Sang Yan asked, "This one doesn't either. Why not give it a name?" Xie Chenju replied nonchalantly, "Naming it would imbue it with feelings." Sang Yan expressed her discontent. "Other sword cultivators treat their swords as treasures. Why are you so different?" Xie Chenju remained silent. A tool existing solely for the purpose of killing does not require affection. This is the consensus among all members of the Shura Palace. "How about I name it?" Sang Yan said with enthusiasm. Xie Chenju cast his gaze downward. "As you wish." Sang Yan pondered deeply. "Since it is black, very sharp, feels as cold as frost, and exudes a subtle sadness, why not call it spicy beef noodles?" Xie Chenju, the life sword of Xie Chenju, Sang Yan asked the spirit sword, "Do you like this name?" Spicy beef noodles. The spirit sword silently flew back into Xie Chenju's body, pretending to be dead. Sang Yan felt a tinge of disappointment. Does it not like it? Xie Chenju maintained his composure, stating, "It likes it." Sang Nian asked, really? Xie Chenju hesitated for a moment, then nodded, really. Sang Nian grinned widely, hee, as long as it likes it. Xie Chenju used his spiritual power to dry her hair, then stood up, let us go. Sang Nian inquired, where to? Xie Chenju replied, to eat noodles. Sang Nian's eyes sparkled, and she quickly followed him, clearing her throat, guess what my sword is called? Xie Chenju shook his head, I can't guess. Sang Nian, with great seriousness, declared, one is called the Snow Scatter Sword, left by my mother. The other was gifted by the sect leader, and it's called chilled red bean soup dumplings. Xie Chenju pressed his fingers to his forehead, a look of wanting to say something but ultimately holding back. After we finish the noodles, we'll go eat dumplings. Sang Nian exclaimed joyfully, then what are we waiting for? 0, let us set off. The night deepened, and the sound of gongs reverberated. The streets were aglow with lights as the girl in white led the boy in a spirited run, as if the entire world contained only the two of them. Her long hair, simply tied with a ribbon, danced in the wind. The boy reached out to grasp the flying ribbon, but his fingers closed on empty air, reminiscent of countless moments lost in dreams over the years. Under the gaze of the multitude, the grand gathering of heroes finally commenced. All disciples of the various sects assembled in the Changsheng Hall Plaza. Among the ranks of the Xiaoyao sect, Shen Mingchao complained, this has nothing to do with us, why do you insist on joining this commotion? Wouldn't it be better to sleep soundly in the inn? Sang Nian ignored him, patiently waiting for the sect leaders to finish their speeches. Standing beside her were a few members of Wenbuyu. Nearby was the team from the Shenzhen sect. For some reason, the frontmost Xiaojing frequently turned to look at her and Wenbuyu. His expression was exceptionally complex, a mixture of shock, fear, anger, and conflict. In short, it was very complicated. Wenbuyu also noticed his gaze and quietly asked Sang Nian, Sang Junior's sister, why is he looking at us with such eyes? Sang Nian found it odd as well. Could it be that he wants to seek revenge after being humiliated last time? Wenbuyu sighed, Xiaojing's actions are vastly different from those of his brother. Sang Nian wholeheartedly agreed. This child clearly had the demeanor of one who lurks in shadows daily. Meanwhile, Xiaojing, having caught their glances, hesitated momentarily as if he had resolved something, and approached them. Sang Nian thought, what is this troublesome child up to now? Xiaojing squeezed into the Xiaoyao sect's ranks, gritting his teeth. He whispered to Wenbuyu, I tell you, unless you step over my dead body, you will never be with my brother. Wenbuyu. He pointed to himself, Xiao Daoyu, are you speaking to me? Xiaojing's eyes shone with a dark and venomous light. I will always monitor you. Don't even think about touching a single hair on my brother. Wenbuyu, he was utterly bewildered in this beautiful morning. Xiaojing turned to Sang Nian, just about to speak, when several disciples from the Shenzhen sect rushed over, urgently escorting him back. Sang Nian sensed something and glanced to the other side. Indeed, at the forefront of the Changsheng Hall's ranks, Xiao Zhuchen looked apologetic, giving her a slight nod. Sang Nian smiled back, waving her hand dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble. After all, it was Wenbuyu who had faced the mental assault, not her. Beside her, Xie Chenju wore a look of deep contemplation. Having said nothing since they left, she quietly asked, what's wrong? Xie Chenju shook his head, and after a moment, he suddenly spoke softly, I must leave Yujing tomorrow to attend to a matter. I will return in 10 days. You must wait for me. Sang Nian asked, where are you going? Xie Chenju answered briefly, to a place. Sang Nian probed, is it urgent? Xie Chenju hesitated for a moment, not particularly urgent. Sang Nian sighed in relief and whispered to him, why don't you postpone that matter for half a month? Xie Chenju's brows slightly furrowed, why? Sang Nian replied, you'll find out soon. On stage, the various sects had finally completed their speeches, and the leader, seated in a wheelchair, made his grand appearance to deliver his address. Thunderous applause erupted. Only Shen Mingchao groaned, how much longer will this go on? I'm about to fall asleep. Why do these sect leaders and the leader always feel the need to say a few simple words? It's infuriating. Su Xuan asked curiously, but how did the leader become so formidable? How did he break his legs? Chu Yao lowered her voice. It is said that he was harmed by Mu Yinwei. Except for Xie Chenju, everyone else became intrigued. Mu Yinwei. Sang Nian asked, who is she? Chapter 79. Annoyed from the start, Chu Yao remarked, she is the most renowned enchantress of the Azure Hall, yet no one has ever laid eyes on her true form. For the past few centuries, she has wreaked havoc throughout the cultivation world, taking countless lives, and the immortal sects live in fear of her. Later, she battled the leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, and they nearly perished together. In the end, the leader sacrificed a leg to save his life, while she otherwise, there would be no way for there to be no news of her for all these years. Sang Nian sighed, she has truly become a legendary figure in the cultivation world. On the stage, the address from the leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance finally concluded. The crowd perked up, their faces alight with excitement. The plaza of the Eternal Life Palace also bore a teleportation array, its scale surpassing that of the Carefree sect by more than tenfold. All disciples at the Golden Core stage and above would be automatically transported into the Secret Realm. Within the Secret Realm lay 2,500 pieces of jade essence. The higher the grade, the more perilous the location, and most were guarded by fierce beasts. The conditions for victory were quite simple. Within half a month, the one who possesses the most jade essence and remains until the end would be crowned the champion of this gathering of heroes. Contestants could vie for the jade essence by any means necessary. Should anyone face life-threatening danger, they would be automatically teleported out of the secret realm, thus disqualifying them. Shen Mingchao stretched his aching legs and contentedly said, "At last, I can return to the inn and rest. For the next 15 days, you are not to call upon me to practice swordsmanship. I wish to." In the next moment, the teleportation array flared with brilliant light, consuming his figure, and his voice was abruptly cut off. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Sang Nian's eyes glimmered with pity. "Child, for the next 15 days, you shall have to contend with others. Your mind will surely be overwhelmed." Similar occurrences unfolded around Shen Mingchao, and the crowd began to buzz with confusion, uncertain of what was transpiring. Sang Nian hastily instructed Xie Chenju, "Once inside, regroup first, and do your best to avoid conflict." Xie Chenju appeared somewhat bewildered. "Are we also going in?" Just as Sang Nian was about to respond, a flash of light enveloped her, and she disappeared from her spot. Within a few breaths, everyone present in the plaza was teleported away. The various sect leaders could no longer remain composed. What is happening? Someone tampered with the teleportation array. The leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance replied calmly, "They are all currently within the secret realm." Hearing that their disciples were not in immediate danger, the leader's furrowed brows relaxed somewhat. The leader of Lingxiao sect spoke sternly, "Who is responsible for this matter?" Song Lanfeng examined the traces on the teleportation array and stated solemnly, "It is the Azure Hall." The expressions of the crowd darkened. What do they intend? The leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance suddenly smiled, perhaps they seek something hidden within. The crowd exchanged glances. Song Lanfeng was the first to react, the Kunshan Jade. The leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance nodded with a smile. "It is said that there is a fragment of Kunshan Jade within the secret realm." Song Lanfeng understood, the Azure Hall has been frantically seizing fragments of Kunshan Jade in recent years. If they were to learn of this news, they would undoubtedly resort to any means to infiltrate. There are a total of 7 fragments of Kunshan Jade, and they have already acquired 3. Elder Xiao pondered, of the remaining 4 fragments, 2 are unaccounted for, 1 is in the Eternal Life Palace, and 1 is in the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. One of the 2 unaccounted fragments is likely within this secret realm. The leader of Wuzhizong urged, "Forget about the Kunshan Jade for now. That group of fiends has always killed without a second thought. How can these children possibly stand against them?" The leader of Luohor sect reassured, "Calm yourself. If anyone encounters life-threatening danger, the spirit of the secret realm will teleport them out." The leader of Wuzhizong insisted, "No, I cannot rest easy. I must enter and see for myself." With that, he attempted to cast a spell to activate the teleportation array, but it remained unresponsive. The secret realm can only be exited, not entered. Song Lanfeng remarked, It is more crucial to station guards at the exit of the sea. The cultivation world is rife with them. The leader of Wuzhezong glared at him. What do you mean by that? Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. Elder Xiao replied, the situation in Yaowang Valley has not yet been fully investigated, but it is certain that there is more than one mastermind behind it. The crowd fell silent. Those puppets could not have been created by him alone. Elder Xiao said solemnly, he undoubtedly has accomplices, and their cultivation is not to be underestimated. His gaze swept over the faces of everyone present. Perhaps that person is among you all. The expressions of the crowd varied, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Elder Xiao clasped his hands. I implore the leader to conduct a thorough investigation. The others echoed in unison, we hope the leader will restore our innocence. The leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance lowered his eyelids. I will assign Zhu Chen to continue the investigation. I will ensure you receive an explanation. The leader is wise. Elder Xiao bowed once more. The leader of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance said calmly, however, the Azure Hall has indeed grown increasingly rampant in recent years. It is time to take action against them. What does the leader mean? Once matters here are resolved, on the 15th of next month, the immortal sects shall wage war against the Azure Hall. The area of the secret realm was nearly the size of a small nation. In a lush valley, Sangyan stealthily crouched behind a tree. The sheer number of participants entering the secret realm was overwhelming, leading to rampant skirmishes everywhere. The air was filled with dazzling displays of spiritual power, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Finding Jade Essence was the least of her concerns, merely surviving the night was a challenge. Xie Chenju was positioned far from her, making it impossible to regroup anytime soon. Without teammates, Sangyan felt even more hesitant to act recklessly. Liuli directed, quickly find a place to hide. At this rate, you'll be discovered. Sangyan replied, I'm looking for one. Why the rush? Suddenly, several explosive sounds echoed from the horizon. It was a group of magic cultivators fighting amongst themselves. They soared high above the valley, each consumed by the heat of battle. Colorful spells flew about indiscriminately, creating massive craters in the valley. Just as Sangyan found herself at the bottom of one such pit, she thought, oh no. As she burst into the woods, she unexpectedly collided with someone. The originally frantic Xiaojing stepped back, and upon recognizing her, sneered, hey, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a narrow fate. Already annoyed, Sangyan delivered a resounding slap to him. Act normal. Xiaojing, indignant, retorted, do you have the guts to hit me again? Thus, Sangyan summoned all her strength and slapped him once more. He conceded. Chapter 80. Here are 5 million spirit stones. I command you to stay with my elder brother. After receiving 2 slaps, the youth's gaze had become considerably clearer. Sangyan asked, are you back to normal? Xiaojing replied, I am normal now. Sangyan turned to leave, continuing her search for a safe zone. Xiaojing, lost in thought, hesitated for a moment before following her. Sangyan, ever vigilant, questioned, what do you want? Are you looking for a fight? Before Xiaojing could respond, she warned, though my cultivation is inferior to yours, I possess a protective talisman. If it comes to blows, the outcome is far from certain. Seemingly resolved, Xiaojing slowly reached for his waist. Sangyan instinctively leapt back. Xiaojing unfastened the storage pouch at his waist and tossed it to her, lifting his chin defiantly. Here are 5 million spirit stones. I command you to stay with my elder brother. Sangyan was rendered speechless, taking another significant step back, her expression inscrutable. Xiaojing retorted, is this insufficient? Har, you truly are like me. Is that all you can say? Sangyan replied, exasperated. Xiaojing frowned. You do not want the spirit. He pocketed the storage pouch, incredulous, you do not harbor any feelings for my elder brother. Sangyan answered firmly, I do not. Xiaojing was once again at a loss for words. Sangyan stated, is that all? If nothing else, I shall take my leave. As she attempted to step away, Xiaojing blocked her path once more. Losing her patience, Sangyan demanded, what do you truly want? If you are unwell, seek treatment, but do not bother me. Xiaojing gritted his teeth, then consider this a plea from me. Sangyan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Xiao Jing's gaze grew mournful. My elder brother cannot possibly be a euphemism for someone who is gay, otherwise, the reputation of the Xiao family would be utterly ruined. It was evident that he was genuinely desperate. But what concern is that of mine? She queried, preparing to leave. Xiao Jing, like an unyielding adhesive, trailed after her, incessantly murmuring in her ear, my elder brother could choose anyone, yet he has set his sights on your master brother. Despite being devoid of desires, he excels at everything, our pride and glory. If the Xiao family's reputation were to plummet, my parents and the Shenyuan sect would also be finished. Everyone would come to mock us, and our standing in the cultivation world would. Thus, Xiao Zhuchen must be treated like a wooden puppet, worshipped by you all. Sangnian halted. He must not express any of his own emotions or make a single misstep. He must always achieve the best. Is it solely because he is your most outstanding elder brother, the foremost disciple in the entire cultivation realm? She could not comprehend. Is your so-called reputation and glory truly so paramount? More significant than a living, breathing person? Xiao Jing was taken aback. Sangnian shook her head. Perhaps in your eyes, he is not even considered a person, merely a figurehead or a puppet. Xiao Jing opened his mouth to refute her, to convey that her assertions were erroneous, but after much effort, he could not utter a single word. Sangnian murmured to herself, so Xiao Zhuchen is truly this pitiful. Xiao Jing was rendered utterly speechless. Enough, I do not wish to converse with you any longer, do not follow me. Sangnian added, also, my master brother and Xiao Zhuchen are not as you imagine. Cease your slander, or you may very well find yourself in a sack, receiving a thorough beating. With a swift motion, she leapt away. Left behind, Xiao Jing stood in a daze for a long while. So his elder brother was this pitiful. Finally finding a temporary refuge, Sangnian seized the opportunity to contact Chuye and the others. She retrieved a communication stone, first replying to the 18 unread messages from someone named Xie, before opening the group chat for the Xiaoyao squad. Sangnian, Is everyone doing all right? Chuye, since our arrival, I have engaged in 38 battles, defeating 40 disciples of the Shenyuan sect, and seized 10 mid-tier jade essences. Su Xuan, our Yao is so impressive. Chuye, HMPH, of course. When Buyu, I have collected 30 high-tier jade essences. Su Xuan, master brother, is amazing. When Buyu, what about you, sister Su? Su Xuan, I am not as formidable as you all, only possessing 5 mid-tier jade essences. Sangnian, I currently have none. Shenmingchao, damn, are these people insane? Shenmingchao, I was chased for 20 miles by a pill practitioner wielding a Dan furnace. Shenmingchao, just as I caught my breath, I encountered several deranged spell practitioners. Their explosions nearly blew my brain out. Sangnian, Sangnian, are you in a valley? Shenmingchao, yes, are you there too? Wonderful, I will come find you immediately. Sangnian, I must decline. Shenmingchao, people lining up to team with me from here to the Xiaoyao sect, and you actually refuse me. When Buyu, wait, why are you all in the secret realm too? Su Xuan, Master brother, did you not know, the teleportation array malfunctioned, and everyone came in. When Buyu, I see, everyone must exercise caution. The group exchanged their locations, establishing a meeting point before logging off to continue their battles. Sangnian stowed away the communication stone and set off to find Shenmingchao. Liu remarked, didn't he say you didn't want to team up with him? Why not just stay here? It is quite safe. Sangnian replied, he owes me money. Liu urged, now is the time, let us move. The valley was indeed expansive. Based on Shenmingchao's description, Sangnian searched for half an hour but still could not locate the landmark he mentioned. The group of spell practitioners had already departed, leaving behind only numerous craters. A moment's inattention could lead to a tumble. She bypassed the ruins and ventured to the opposite slope. Ahead, she faintly heard voices. Holding her breath, she stilled her presence and cautiously approached. At noon, on the sunlit slope, 2 cultivators stood facing each other, the atmosphere charged with tension. The wind stilled, and even the butterflies flitting among the flowers took refuge. It seemed as though something was brewing silently, poised to erupt at any moment. Sang Yan recognized one of them as Shen Mingchao and quickly crouched behind a stone to observe the man opposite him. The man appeared to be in his 20s, clad in the attire of the Wuzhizong, his expression stern. He stood in a manner that suggested he was formidable, wielding a shimmering long sword. Sang Yan's heart raced. This person was certainly not to be underestimated. Shen Mingchao had landed himself in trouble. Sure enough, the cultivator cast a dismissive glance at Shen Mingchao, not taking him seriously. Wuzhizong, Yang Bushang. Shen Mingchao replied, Xiao sect, Shen Mingchao. Yang Bushang leveled his sword, smirking lightly. With this sword of mine, I am invincible within 7 feet. You cannot defeat me. Surrender. Shen Mingchao's expression shifted, but he quickly adopted a look of disdain. He scoffed, stepping back 3 paces with a hand on his hip. Ihar, now I am beyond your 7 feet. Let us see how you remain invincible. Sang Yan, hidden behind the stone, thought, please, just end this foolishness, I cannot bear it any longer. Across from Shen Mingchao, Yang Bushang's expression grew serious. You are surprisingly clever. I underestimated you. Sang Yan was taken aback. Yang Bushang stepped forward, but what if you find yourself within my 7 feet again? Shen Mingchao retorted, then I will simply step back once more. Yang Bushang hissed, TSK. Sang Yan was incredulous. What are you hissing about? I ask you, what on earth are you hissing for?